G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco or your local Bashes.
All right, Basinonians, Presidential Pools and Spas and the Arizona Diamondbacks are giving away a pool, and you could win. It's the Summer Pool Giveaway by Presidential Pools and Spas. One winner will win a stunning new pool with Pentair equipment and beautiful decking, perfect for endless summer fun. Enter now by visiting dbacks.com/splash for more details. That's dbacks.com/splash and win a new pool from our partners, Presidential Pools and Spas, voted Arizona's #1 pool builder.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Cardinals are one day closer to their first preseason game against the Chiefs this Saturday, and while head coach Jonathan Gannon said that the starters will see some action, there will be plenty of guys that can help their stock with strong showings in the preseason. For more on who that might be, head to arizonasports.com. ASU and Kenny Dillingham are up at Camp T, and for those wondering what Kenny's priority is up there, here he was.
I try to make this place a place that people look forward to, right? Less than a grind. You know, I'm all about the grind. I'm all about that. I think you come up here to build relationships, one.
22 days and counting until Week 1, Game 1 for the Devils. Tonight in the Valley, the Arizona Diamondbacks will host the Colorado Rockies in the first of 3. Zach Gallen will get the ball. First pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by APS. Visit APS Solutions for Business for ways to help your business make smarter use of energy while saving money. Schedule a free consultation today.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire.
It's the greatest radio show ever.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley,
Oh, I've read all his books. He's brilliant. I had no idea he was so handsome.
Vince Marotta, Jared Carlin,
Jared gets the white and the yellow flag, and Jared is going to win the Daytona 500.
and Sammy Cebulka.
Holy cow, Sammy!
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Welcome to another Football Friday, the sport that is America's pastime just around the corner. Did you know today is also National Pickleball Day?
I just saw that on the TV
What
as
a
I
joke.
made my way back into the studio. Will you be celebrating at
No.
all? Let's go play some pickleball in the
No,
118-degree temperatures. You know,
No.
the temperature's so hot when the plastic ball hits the ground, it just sticks there.
Okay, so yesterday after Vinny and I went to Phoenix Children's to deliver teddy bears, like we do every year, I had the very, very unwise idea of, hey, you know what? I got a couple few hours. Let's go out golfing. Let's go on a golf course.
What is wrong with you?
Listen, I realized 3 holes in, and I went to a place that was very, very affordable, like really cheap, and duh, it's 118. It better be really cheap. I ejected. I had a moment where I'm like, you're an idiot. You're just an idiot.
Yeah.
People who don't live in Arizona don't understand that there actually is a difference between like 105 and 115.
Mm-hmm.
Like you can feel they're both hot, but there's something about when it gets to like 115 and higher that it's truly like
It's dangerous.
It
Yeah.
is.
It's dangerous.
It's oppressive is the
Yeah.
word.
oppressive.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I saw this yesterday with the 118 temp, the hottest since 1985 in August.
Yeah.
Here.
Yeah, that's right.
Although we had a day
I
in
was
like
on a golf
Yeah.
course. What an idiot.
1990, we had a day where it got up to 122 at Sky Harbor. And that's when I was young and active. I
Yep.
actually did play tennis that day.
Oh, fantastic. Fantastic.
That was the day you lost 6-love.
No,
Is that why?
Yeah, that's it.
Oh no.
That's it.
That was a different day.
It is also the day of our fantasy draft.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, looking forward to
Oh,
that this
crap.
afternoon, right?
No, I know.
I read about a new rage. I'm sure you guys already know about this. I think this is awesome. The Guillotine leagues in fantasy football. Have you heard of these?
It's really
Okay,
good.
so
I'm not familiar.
This is super, super cool. So you get into a league now, And on a week-to-week basis, instead of playing somebody like me versus you, Vinny versus Sammy, the person who scores the worst that week, gone. So
and then all their players get dispersed into, like, they become available on the waiver wire.
Oh, they do?
Yes.
I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah. So at the end of it, you just got, like, super teams battling it out.
Wow.
Yeah.
How does this work, though, if is only one team gets eliminated every week?
Yep. The
So what
last
happens?
place finisher every week is eliminated.
So what happens every other week? It's going to be an odd number of teams.
It's not head to
Doesn't
head.
matter. You don't play.
Oh, it's not head-to-head.
No,
So
it's
it's
just
just
rotisserie style.
Yeah.
All you have to do is not finish in last place in any given week, and you're still alive. I think that's a great
It
concept.
is. I've seen some where like the guillotine, it'll start in like week 3 or week 4, so it kind of plays out with the NFL season.
Yeah.
And then you can kind of build your team, and then people know who's doing well. So I've seen it start like in weeks 3 or 4, which kind of to me makes the most sense because week 1, who knows what's going to happen, but it's super fun.
Yeah.
It's fun, but I don't. The problem with that, with football in general, is that you could just have a bad week, and in this particular one, you have a bad week, you're done.
You're done.
You know what I mean? Like you have a starting quarterback who's great, and they just have that week where they throw 3 interceptions or they get injured or something.
Yeah.
Or it's a bye week.
Well, that's why they call it a guillotine league, Jarrett.
It's
They're
interesting.
bloody and torturous.
It's like Survivor Series stuff. Like,
Yeah.
Week 1, you could be out. And there could be huge buy-ins for those type of pools.
What's like
I
survival?
mean, if you're not doing it for entertainment
course.
purposes.
Entertainment purposes.
Which is what our
league is
kinda-
all about entertainment.
All about entertainment.
except for the championship belt that the winner gets. I've never been more motivated to win something.
Listen, well, you weren't there the day we
I
filmed
know.
that video, and Vinny said, man, Jarrett would have worn something that matches this. He would have had the
He
I just-
probably
the
will to the
pompadour
draft.
and the sideburns. Oh yeah, yeah.
Are
Are
you
you
gonna get all
gonna do that? Are you
gonna
doing
get
that
dressed
today?
up all
Nothing
goofy?
crazy, no. But I am wearing something different. But nothing crazy. Too hot to go too crazy.
All right, start the show, Ferret.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash. Brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
We will get our first look at the 2025 Arizona Cardinals tomorrow night. They open up the preseason against the Kansas City Chiefs at State Farm Stadium. Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon announcing earlier this week starters will play. To what degree, we don't know. Kansas City starters, per Andy Reid's philosophy, will play, and that includes quarterback Patrick Mahomes, whom Reid said will play the first quarter. Pre-game coverage starts here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app at 1:30. Kickoff, 5 o'clock. Football's here. In parentheses, kind of.
Oh, it's here. We had 3 games last. It's here.
It'll feel more like football than in previous years. Let's put it that way.
Last night in the NFL preseason, Ravens beat the Colts 24-16. Indianapolis quarterback Anthony Richardson lasted only 6 snaps. He left after a violent quarterback sack. He had a dislocated pinky. Each team also lost a rookie cornerback to ACL injuries. Baltimore 6th-round pick Bilal Kone suffered a torn ACL, as did Indianapolis 3rd-round pick Justin Wally. Eagles beat the Bengals 34-27 behind Tanner McKee's 252 yards, 2 touchdown passes. Joe Burrow played. He had 2 touchdown passes in the first quarter, including 1 to Jamar Chase. And Pete Carroll's Raiders edged the Seattle Seahawks 24-23 in the coach's return to Lumen Field. 3 more games on the slate tonight. Detroit at Atlanta. Cleveland visiting Carolina at 4. That game's on NFL Network, so the whole country can tune into Shedeur Sanders. And the Commanders taking on the Patriots in Foxborough at 4:30. Then 8 games on Saturday, including Pittsburgh at Jacksonville. Aaron Rodgers will not play at QB for the Steelers, but rookie Travis Hunter will see time on offense and defense for the Jags. Preseason week 1 wraps up Sunday with 2 games, both of those on NFL Network. Dolphins at Bears. And the Saints and the Chargers. Cardinals wrapped up training camp Thursday. 12 practices in the books. They also did make it official. They've re-signed offensive lineman Will Hernandez to a contract. The veteran was placed on the physically unable to perform list. Started 35 games at guard during his tenure with the Cardinals, which started in 2022 when he came over as a free agent from the Giants. He, of course, still recovering from a torn ACL suffered in a Week 5 win last year over the 49ers to make room for Hernandez. The Cardinals released cornerback Kenai Lovely. Awful news for the Chargers as left tackle Rashawn Slater suffered a ruptured patellar tendon in practice on Thursday. He is out for the entire 2025 season, just 11 days after he signed a massive 4-year, $113 million contract extension. The other team in L.A., which I don't know if the Rams have ever been described as that, when held up against the Chargers. It's usually the other way around. The Rams expect quarterback Matthew Stafford to be on the practice field on Monday, according to head coach Sean McVay. Stafford has been dealing with an aggravated disc in his back and has yet to practice during camp. 37-year-old is heading into his 17th year in the league and 5th as the Rams starting QB. Detroit Lions cornerback Ennis Rakestraw placed on injured reserve. After having shoulder surgery, he will miss the entire season as well. After a day off, Diamondbacks welcome the Colorado Rockies to town for a 3-game series starting tonight at Chase Field in downtown Phoenix. D-backs come in at 54-61, 4th place in the NL West. The Rockies come to town at a nightmarish 30-84, losers of their last 4, including getting swept in a 3-game series by Toronto and outscored by 39 runs in the process. D-backs have won 4 of 6 games between the teams this season. Zach Gallen on the mound for the Diamondbacks, making his first home start since the trade deadline. He'll be faced by Rockies lefty Austin Gomber. First pitch 6:40. Pre-game coverage starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Mercury worked over Indiana 95-60 at PHX Arena. Phoenix jumped out to a 10-point lead after the first quarter, then held the Fever, again playing without Caitlin Clark, to just 24 points in the second half. DeWanna Bonner had 23 off the bench, and Alyssa Thomas, 18 points, 11 rebounds, 10 assists. She becomes the first WNBA player ever with 3 consecutive triple-doubles. Mercury now 19-11 on the season. They've got another home game Sunday afternoon hosting Brittany Griner and the Atlanta Dream at 3 o'clock. Atlanta with that same 19-11 record. And apparently, it was incident-free. At least in Phoenix.
Right.
There were more incidents in the WNBA last week.
Yeah, it's really out of control.
You think? It's
really out of control.
On so many levels, it's the dumbest sports story in my lifetime. There's your splash for this Friday, August 8th. Coming up, the Cardinals preseason is about to start. Is this a make or break year for Kyler Murray? We'll get into all of it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Arizona Sports Fantasy Frenzy. This afternoon, 2 till 6 at DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale. Join Burns and Gambo for prizes, good times, and fantasy football. Arizona Sports Fantasy Frenzy this afternoon. Arizona Sports Fantasy Frenzy. Details at arizonasports.com. Click on contests.
Hey, it's Gambo, back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz did the LASIK surgery on my eyes over 15 years ago, and to this day, my vision has never been better. I see great at night, in the day, up close, far away, no glasses, no readers, and this is 15 years later. Dr. Schwartz offers the best in advanced LASIK technology, as well as other surgical laser procedures, such as the clear lens exchange and the EVO ICL. Whether it's nearsightedness, farsightedness, and astigmatism, or any other eye care issues, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help improve your vision and change your life as he did mine. There is a reason he is the official eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 valley-wide locations, one in Glendale, one in Scottsdale, and one in Mesa. Schedule your free LASIK evaluation by calling 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or going online at teamidoc.com.
It's Jake Byrne from America Roofing here. We're more than just a roofing company. We care about our community. As a family-owned business, we're proud to support the Phoenix Children's Giveathon by donating a portion of the repair and replacement proceeds to Phoenix Children's Hospital. We serve thousands of satisfied customers across Arizona since 1999, making us the state's largest roofing company. Trust America Roofing. We've got you covered. Schedule your free checkup at americaroofingco.com today.
When was the last time you hopped out of bed without that knee or back screaming at you? Or walk down a flight of stairs without groaning, step by step? Let me guess, this is in the back of your mind. Maybe it'll disappear. I'll just tough it out. But nothing changes. It's time to call and schedule that free consultation with the medical pros at QC Kinetics. There are thousands of patients who will tell you they wish they would have done it sooner. They turned around their lives with QC Kinetics regenerative treatments that work with your body to help restore and repair damaged joint tissue. Natural cellular therapies. No scalpels, no pills. Bring your x-rays and MRIs to QC Kinetics for a free, no-pressure evaluation to see if you're a good candidate. Give QC Kinetics a call for your free consultation. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Hi, sports listeners. It's Wayne from AMCO. So I know a lot of you have bought new or new used cars that have extended warranties. You know, your salespeople tell you have to go back to the dealer for repairs. That's not the case. If you have an extended service contract that's hiding in your glove box, please don't forget it's there. And remember that you can use it at any AMCO. Most people think you have to go to the dealer for oil changes and service to keep your warranty valid. That's also not the case. You can have your vehicle serviced at any authorized service center. And AMCO is authorized by all of the major warranty companies. AMCO has dealership quality, rental cars, no hassles, and faster service. Now remember, AMCO does more than transmissions. So if your car needs repairs, or you hear, feel, see, smell, or even think you have a car issue, please call AMCO first. Just Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AAMCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Is thinning hair or a receding hairline making you self-conscious? Stop feeling embarrassed about thinning hair and start looking and feeling your best with Hair Grow by New Nordic. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or in stores at your local CVS.
The Red Reckoning. Red Reckoning. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata talk Cardinals training camp. Now.
It's been really good. This is, I'll say, as far as all my camps that I've been a part of, this got to be up there. It's got to be up there with the best. Yeah.
Tell me why. What's made this one?
Ball's coming out great, seeing the field well. Not only that, though, it's not one-sided. We're going back and forth. Obviously, I feel like the offense is winning this camp.
That is Kyler Murray sitting down with Burns and Gambo 2 days ago during the afternoon show here on Arizona Sports, kind of reflecting on how training camp has gone. Training camp wrapped up yesterday for the Arizona Cardinals. They had a closed session out at State Farm Stadium. The next time they're in that stadium is tomorrow to take on the Kansas City Chiefs in the preseason opener. Look, I don't expect Kyler Murray to say much different, but it still has a level of encouragement to it when he says, this is my best camp so far. When you talk about, there's all these questions about Kyler Murray's development. Can he get through a whole season? Not necessarily healthy. He's proven he can do that. Can he get through a whole season as a winning quarterback? That's the biggest question facing this team.
Okay, so the thing that jumped out at me is that in following aggregated reports of the team in training camp in Glendale, the daily reporting didn't sound like to me that Kyler Murray had a great camp.
Mm-hmm.
But he's claiming he did. The aggregated reporting and the clips that I've seen didn't make it seem like the offense was clearly winning the camp. In fact, I got quite the opposite impression early on, yet he's claiming the offense did.
Well, a lot was along those lines. A lot was made about Kyler Murray's comments about having a terrible day. There was one day in the middle of camp where he's like, it was a bad day for us.
Right.
Burnsy, one of them, Burns or Gambo, asked the question, since that day that made all those headlines, did things get better?
Yeah, and even before that. I mean, we had great days before that. That one day that we got our ass kicked, and that's it's almost necessary sometimes. You feeling yourself, you're feeling too good. You got to recalibrate. You got to come back down and do the little things every time. Do the little things every time. But also our defense is, I feel like our defense is going to be great. So that's something that you want to see. That's something that
Yeah, give me that field position.
Exactly.
Give me that 3 and out, and I get the ball at the 40-yard line.
You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
Oh,
like,
I know.
I know. I'm hoping we don't have to drive 80, 70 all the time. You know? Obviously, we're capable. I mean, we had to do it a lot last season. But I think, man, we got the guys. We got the front seven now. Hopefully, we can get some short fields, some turnovers,
some tired defenses that are on the field a whole lot.
Some easy touchdowns. We'd love that.
Yeah, so the one day was kind of the anomaly. At least that's the way it was presented by Kyler Murray.
Okay, but that's according to Kyler Murray.
Yes,
That's the one day in week 1. In week 2, according to Teo Mackey, this is week 2. This is recent. In 31 pass attempts across 4 high-speed sessions of 11-11 drills this week, Murray threw 3 interceptions. Mac Wilson, Jalen Thompson, Will Johnson all took turns picking him off. Max Melton got in it with an interception in a 7-on-7 drill. Now, a handful of practice drills shouldn't spur over reactions. Murray looked good in the first week of camp, and even this week he had a handful of nice moments. Still, the interceptions were notable, especially given that consistent decision-making has been a focus for Drew Petzing. So again, I'm struggling with what Kyler Murray said during that interview, and how rude, chained to the truth it happens to be. Whatever, it's practice. I'm not tripping about it.
There also might be like some sort of subtleties where it's like, I was just working on throwing this type of pass. I was working on getting the ball out quickly, so the result wasn't as important. Like in spring training when a starting pitcher gives up 7 runs. But he's like, well, I was working on my curveball that day or something.
So listen, and if Kyler Murray, if he's truthful in saying that I'm seeing the field great, that's way more important to me than any numbers you put up from practice. And again, I'm of the belief that people who start citing training camp and practice statistics, it's ridiculous. You've lost the thread. It's practice. You're allowed to make mistakes in practice. That's why they call it practice. Unless you're a doctor, then practicing becomes working. How long have you been practicing? 30 years.
When are you going to do it for real,
When are you going to do it for real, Doc? Oh, I tell you, Dr. Vinny Boom Bots. All right, so again, what I'm getting around to saying here is, who knows what this all means? But it does also kind of mean to me, I think Kyler Murray is very sensitive about some things. And
the idea that he's not accurate on downfield balls?
Yeah, well,
we heard that come out a little bit.
We heard that as well, and you'll hear more about that later in the blast. But so I think what we're going to do now is look at that through the lens on Saturday. This is going to be fascinating because even though it's practice, it's Patrick Mahomes on the other side of the field. And the reports out of Kansas City's training camp this year is there's something different about Patrick Mahomes, something much more serious and much more intense. And according to their practice the people covering their practice, they've really been driving the ball downfield a lot more than people have seen in recent years.
Yeah, which hasn't been a strength of theirs.
No. So, and that's kind of the same thing that we're hearing about Kyler Murray.
Mm-hmm.
So, either way, it's all beginning. The fun begins tomorrow. Can't wait.
Yep. One of the things that's changed around Kyler Murray this year is for the first time in a couple of years, and he had this earlier on with Colt McCoy as a backup quarterback, but Colt McCoy gone. For a couple years, there was young quarterbacks in the room with Kyler Murray. That's changed this year with Jacoby Brissett coming over. And we'll see Jacoby Brissett play in the preseason as well. And I think most people feel really good about him as a backup quarterback at this point.
Mm-hmm.
But he had some interesting things to say yesterday when he talked to the media. Here's Jacoby Brissett talking about what he thought of Kyler Murray before actually meeting him.
I honestly didn't know because it was like, the first thing you think about when you think Kyler is like, oh, he's fast, he's quick, he can get out of play and make plays outside the pocket. And you go back and watch the film, I'm like, damn, he makes way more plays in the pocket than you would think, And that's what I've been very impressed by because you go out there and practice and you can see him intentionally trying to stay in the pocket and make the throws. And then you go to the game and I'm like, wow, I saw you do it in the game, And I think that's been very impressive because when you go back and watch the games, like he's not scrambling to go down the field. He's trying to create plays down the field with his arm still. And like I said, dumb of me thinking like, oh, he's just running, like he's taking off just to run and get rushing yards when it's really, him using his arm.
And here's Jacoby Brissett now, what he's learned about Kyler Murray since being his teammate this offseason.
I mean, his toughness, man, it's just going back and watching games and being able to see some of the things that he'll tell me oh, I was feeling like this day and this is what I was going through and we go through play by play and just seeing some of the hits that he gets up from and I mean, I joke about it all the time. It's like to do the things that he do at his height. You know, I mean, if he was 6'5" doing that, he would be. People will talk about him as one of the greatest quarterbacks in this league, you know, and it's just obviously he performs at such a level that I think gets overlooked a little bit. Not that, I mean, speaking for myself too, because I don't see the Arizona games often from where I'm from, but just being able to watch the game and see his toughness and seeing him stand in the pocket and deliver down the field and knowing he's getting hit, I think that's very underrated in this game. We kind of go through these games, and I'm just laughing at some of the things that he tells me. It's like, oh, I was thinking this, and my stomach was hurting. I'm like, what? But it's just so funny to see his like another guy's process and how they view the game and how they go about the game. So I've really enjoyed that.
And hopefully that is a partnership. You want Kyler Murray to stay healthy, play 17 games, but having that veteran backup in the room, a guy that's been around, a guy that's been respected as Jacoby Brissett has been. During his career, hopefully that pays dividends in the growth curve this year.
I can't get past Jacoby Brissett saying if he were 6'5", he'd be one of the greatest of all time. That's basically saying the quiet part out loud.
Yeah.
That if only he were taller.
Well, I mean, yes, but it's not been that quiet for a lot of people during Kyler Murray's career.
Well, no, that's true. It's true.
Join us today at the DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale. Cheer on your favorite Arizona sports hosts live. We'll be out there today from 2 to 6. Come say hello, soak in the action, score some epic football prizes. It's the Arizona Sports Fantasy Frenzy, presented by DraftKings Sportsbook. Today, TPC Scottsdale. Don't miss it. We'll see you out there. Coming up next, after a disappointing D-back season, it's time for the team to restart, reboot, and reinvest. But will they? We'll get into that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on this Friday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Who's on top in high school sports in Arizona and who's building up a powerhouse to unseat Arizona's best programs? Kevin McCabe talks with Arizona high school coaches and athletic staff Saturday mornings at 9 on The Kevin McCabe Show, presented by Brooklyn Betting. The Kevin McCabe Show, Saturday morning at 9 on the local sports leader, Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
At Spark Men's Health, we treat ED differently. Instant, lasting solutions tailored to you. 87% of our patients see results on their very first visit, or it's free. That's the Spark Guarantee. Reignite your confidence, your performance, your life. Book now at sparkmenshealth.com or call 480-550-8579. Again, 480-550-8579.
Hi, I'm James Frabasilio, president of Presidential Pools. Phoenix Children's Hospital holds a very special place in my heart. They truly helped my own kids, and we feel compelled to give back. That's why, now through August 22nd, when you choose Presidential Pools for your new backyard, you'll directly support PCH. We're donating a portion of every pool sold to their incredible mission. If a new pool or backyard upgrade is on your mind, there's no better time to build your dream and be a part of the solution for Arizona's children. Learn more and make an impact at presidentialpools.com.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and Arizona summers are no joke, and if your AC's not cutting it, that heat can be dangerous. That's why Parker & Sons and Goodman are giving away a brand new air conditioner installed for free to a local senior in need. So if you know someone on a fixed income who could use it, a grandparent, a neighbor, nominate them now at parkerandsons.com. The deadline is August 15th, and if your AC is struggling, call Parker at 602-2-REPAIR.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Cardinals fans, football is back, and Kill Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Celebrate kickoff the right way by entering the Kilt Lifter Kickoff Sweepstakes for your chance to win 2025 Arizona Cardinals season tickets and take your fandom to the next level. Grab your crew and head down to Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe. Look for the QR code and get entered to win. Four Peaks Pub is the home of Kilt Lifter, Arizona's favorite award-winning Scottish-style amber ale. Bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays.
It isn't just any Ford dealer. It is Tim Hovick, Santan Ford, and they're reimagining affordability. We're talking lease deals for $399 a month and zero down on the brand new 2025 Mustang GT, the Escape, and even Bronco Sport. Just sign and drive with a payment real folks can afford. Tim Hovick, Santan Ford, and Gilbert. The summer sale is on. Some restrictions apply, and there's a $649 dock fee. But you got that, man. Affordability is back in style. I am Santan Ford.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Tonight, Zach Gallen and the Snakes are back in action against the Colorado Rockies. First pitch from Chase Field will be at 6:40, and you can hear it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Offensive lineman Will Hernandez announced yesterday that he is returning to the Cardinals for the 2025-2026 season on a one-year contract. The veteran will start on the physically unable to perform, or the PUP list. The Cardinals, however, are in action this weekend for their first of 3 preseason games. They'll play the Kansas City Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes on Saturday. And last night, Alyssa Thomas made WNBA history as she recorded her 3rd straight triple-double as the Mercury crushed the Fever 95-60 in PHX Arena for their 3rd straight win. This report is brought to you by APS. Visit APS Solutions for Business for ways to help your business make smarter use of its energy while saving money. Schedule a free consultation today.
Hey, it's Wolf. Who is the most important player to watch in the Cardinals' first preseason game? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Everything is on the board right now, Vic. We're looking at everything. We're questioning all of ourselves and all of our moves and all of our actions and all of our preparations. So I think that's a great question, and we're going to dig deep. We're going to find out why this season was so much different, especially with the expectations that we had and the roster that we had going in, because we should not have played the way we have, and it's been disappointing, and I feel bad for our fans and our employees.
It's Derek Hall, President and CEO of the Arizona Diamondbacks, who joined us yesterday for his weekly visit, kind of doing some early August reflection of the season. And unfortunately, that's the feel of the Diamondbacks season right now, because they were sellers at the trade deadline. They are in 4th place in the National League West, well under 500 at this point. Can they make a push? That remains to be seen. I don't think there's a whole lot of confidence in it, but 2026 has got to be a different year for the Diamondbacks, because they went about things a little differently this year. They went for it. They spent a lot of money, team record payroll this year, and they didn't expect to be there. Of course, injuries play a part in it. And I think, when you hear Derek Hall say that, Vic, about reflecting on everything and reviewing everything that went into the 2025 season, one of those things has to be, is this just bad luck on the injury front? Or because the Diamondbacks do operate with a ton of caution in handling their pitchers, yet they have 6 pitchers currently recovering from Tommy John surgery.
Yeah,
something's weird with it.
Listen, I think they're going to be looking at a lot of different things. I'm not sure what the fate of the manager is going to be. I'm not sure, and if the manager goes, then I think they're going to blow out most of the coaching staff. I don't know whether they think, okay, let's give Torrey one last year, but let's get him a new third base coach. Let's get a different pitching coach, because the year one under Brian Kaplan was rocky. I don't know what they're thinking about there, but there's a lot of things to me that if I were owning this baseball team, I would be looking at. It is my belief that this team is going to look into trading Ketel Marte in the offseason. I wouldn't be surprised if that happens. And if that did happen, you could get a boatload in return for him, but you'd also be losing a great offensive player. But again, there's things about Ketel Marte that don't necessarily jive with what this team wants to become and what their identity is. And that is the running, speeding, create chaos kind of team. So there are a lot of areas. And then there's the Zach Gallen, Merrill Kelly thing. What will Merrill Kelly be amenable to coming back here after his season in Texas is over? I don't see that happening, to be honest with you. Then there's Zach Gallen. Will Zach Gallen finish this year in a way in which the Diamondbacks go, okay, you know what, Zach? Your value's down. Why don't we do one more year? Why don't we pick a number that works for both of us, do one more year, and then you can hit reset and try this again after this season.
Or play on that qualifying offer, bet on yourself, and let's revisit this in the offseason of 2026.
Of 2026, and that's an option. And I think a lot of that is going to stem on how Zach kind of gets through these last 9 starts that he has in front of him. There's a lot in the air with this baseball team because they put a lot into this. They put a lot of money into this. They put a lot of effort into it, and it rarely felt right. And there were moments, man. We saw definite growth in Corbin Carroll until that hit by pitch on the hand kind of sidetracked him. Geraldo Perdomo, I think, took a real big step this year. Breakout year. Geraldo Perdomo has seen 2,081 pitches this year. We talk about his ability to work at bats. 2,081 pitches this season puts him in the company of Shohei, Juan Soto, Kyle Schwarber.
That's crazy.
Speaking of Kyle Schwarber, let me say this real quick. The cheap-ass Cubs after COVID in 2020. The cheap-ass Cubs after COVID in 2020 said, "Oh, I don't know. I don't know if we can afford him." They let him go. If you're the Cubs in Wrigley, how could you have ever let that guy go?
They pretty much dismantled that World Series team pretty quickly after they won the World Series.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was, hey, thanks, guys.
Yeah.
But
that guy, okay.
See you, Bryant. See you, Rizzo. See you, Schwarbs.
On the identity of the Diamondbacks, if they do move on from Torey Lovello, does anything with the identity change? Like, do we even know, like, what they'll... Does the
identity's not tied to the manager.
That comes from the front office and stuff?
Well, it comes from the core group of players you have. It comes from
the manager has some influence on it, definitely.
Yeah, but you again, it all depends on what players you have at your disposal. You're not going to create a strategy that doesn't fit the group you got.
Yeah, but look, let me pose a question or a subject that hasn't really been talked about.
All right.
There could be a lot of change coming in the offseason. And, we talked to Torey Lovello earlier this week. He admitted as much. Hey, I know I'm managing for my job right now. This has not gone the way it was supposed to go. But this has been a 9-year run for Torey Lovello in concert with a 9-year run for Mike Hazen.
Mm-hmm.
Is Mike Hazen's job rock solid at this point?
I would see no universe in which I or Ken Kendrick would want to fire Mike Hazen.
I mean, I agree with you, but I just find it...
It's a fair question.
A general manager and a manager who have worked that closely for that long... It does beg the question a little bit.
There are things that I see this baseball organization really vibing on that I think comes from Mike Hazen and his staff. And back in the day, it was the barreling philosophy. Remember how that threw the team kind of for a loop back in the day? Then this whole the medical program of rest, of mandated days off, that's not coming from Torey Lovello. No manager would ever ascribe to that. A manager is there. He wants his best players in the lineup every day. So I'm not sure what I think about that. The coddling of pitchers. I'm not necessarily in agreement with that too, but they've also got a very big medical staff that presents them with a lot of information. So yeah, look, I think they are going to look at everything. You can't spend as much money as Ken Kendrick did on a baseball team and get these kind of results without going, what are we doing here?
And on the idea of reinvesting and rebooting next season, they have to sort of look at themselves and say, is next year sort of a soft relaunch year because we know we're not going to have Corbin Burns for most of the year? We know we might not have Merrill Kelly or Zach Gallen. Do we really want to invest a lot next year when maybe 27 is the year that we should be looking at?
I mean, there's a balance there, and I would not expect...
Justin Martinez, too, is going to be...
I wouldn't expect Burns, Martinez, or Puck to throw one pitch next year. When you consider the severity of the injuries, the timetable for recovery, and the philosophy of we're not pushing these guys. But Nick Piccolo had a piece on AZ Central with the maneuverings at the trade deadline saved the Diamondbacks $17 million in salary commitments. He spoke to Derek Hall, Nick Piccolo did, and Derek said, quote, "We've had those conversations about reinvesting. The money we saved, we can reinvest into the product for next year. We're going to have to, because we're still going to have so many guys on the injured list. We're going to have to do some work on the roster. Do I think we need to have the payroll number where it was this year? Probably not, but I think we can have just as good a team as we constructed by reinvesting the money that we have saved and then some." And there's the balance. Yeah, they're going in knowing 3 of their top pitchers are not available next year, but you have to compete. In Arizona, this is not a sports market where if you are not trying to be relevant, you're going to be relevant. There's not the diehard fans who are going to fill the seats just for the experience. They want to get behind a winner. This is not Cubs fans.
No,
that's the balance. They have to be relevant.
And like you said, look, attendance this year was very, very good for the Diamondbacks.
Yes.
They're over 30,000 a game.
Yeah,
that's a big number, and that means you've got an audience that is really believing in your direction and what you're doing. That obviously is going to take a hit this year, and you don't want to lose a big chunk of that by kind of saying, okay, you know what? We're hosed for 2026 as well.
I'm wondering, too. That's one thing to watch for is the attendance numbers, because there's this pall over the team right now that they did have to be sellers. There's a lot of baseball left to be played. How much of a ding do they take attendance-wise?
Look, I do think that this season, I know I have felt it. I know emotionally this team has driven me up a wall. And we've lived that. There have been weeks when we're like, okay, they found it. They're back, and then it was always that crash, and I wore that frustration. I think we all did.
Yeah. It was the worst possible season to follow that Suns season that we just lived, because it felt so much the same.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point.
I mean, the synergy between the two franchises is respectable, but look at my head. Yeah. I started this baseball season with a full head of hair.
No, you didn't.
You've got a good head.
Coming up next, are the Cleveland Browns setting up their most hyped player to fail? Some believe so. We'll tell you what we believe next. Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals Training Camp 2025, the Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. 90 players enter State Farm Stadium at the beginning of camp. Only 53 can earn a spot on the final roster. Motor and violence. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. The Red Reckoning. On your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7. The app, YouTube channel, ArizonaSports.com.
Sports fans know all about game changers, and all over the valley, that is what New Life Dental Implant Center is doing. They are changing the game for people who are dealing with serious dental issues. They're giving those people their dignity and their happiness back, and that is because they offer amazing quality on their dental implants, great convenience, and the best prices you are going to find. New Life Dental Implant Center, rated America's #1 all-on-4 dental implant provider. So if you have got missing or loose teeth, if you've been wearing dentures that don't fit, if you've been struggling to eat because of those inconveniences, these dental implants can restore your ability to chew, speak, and smile again. And remember, dentures are not your only option. Traditional dentures can slip and cause discomfort. Implants provide a permanent solution that feel like natural teeth. And at New Life Dental Implant Center, they're vibing on making this the most affordable option you are going to find. They want these implants available for everybody, and their flexible financing plans make it all possible. At New Life Dental Implant Center, that new smile, that new life, just one phone call away. 602-855-0000, online at newsmilearizona.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Lowe's knows when you're looking for reliability, the right brand makes all the difference. And now, Lowe's is the exclusive home improvement retailer for the Whirlpool water treatment line, including their Wi-Fi softener, under-sink filtration system, and more. With Whirlpool's proven performance and our everyday low prices, better tasting, better quality water is within reach. Shop pro-trusted brands like Whirlpool and more, in-store or online. Lowe's, we help, you save.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Juice box. I'm a mom.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check. Oh, hot sauce. Take it.
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins, a balloon. Wait one sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line, $100 per month on Experience Beyond. Finance agreement $829.99 and qualifying ported. For well-qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay out via virtual prepaid card. Allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
At Cox, we're always a step ahead. Like your dog, who barks before the doorbell rings. Senses trouble before there's trouble. Like advanced security that blocks online threats before they happen. And knows when the peanut butter's hiding medicine. That's why we keep surprises off your bill. With Price Lock, the price of your internet and mobile plan won't go up for up to 3 years guaranteed. Rates are Berkelot. Cox, a step ahead. Requires at least 500 megabits per second speeds and get unlimited mobile taxes and fees excluded from Price Lock. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs.
Draft season is here, and there's no better place to kick it off than DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale. Join Burns and Gambo and your favorite Arizona sports host for the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Draft Party, Friday, August 8th from 2 till 6. And don't forget, you can book your own fantasy football draft party at DraftKings Sportsbook. Enjoy a reserved space, a custom DraftKings draft board, and personalized food and drink packages for your whole league. DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale, the place to be this football season. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy, and the day has arrived. The fantasy football frenzy is this afternoon at the DraftKings Sportsbook in Scottsdale. Join us for all the fun, starting at 2 on Arizona Sports.
I don't want him coming to see me right now because I want to get to where I want to go then for him to see me. I don't want him to come and see me, get a couple reps and, he's cheering like a good dad. Like, nah, you can't be proud of me right now. I got to get to where I'm going, and I know it's a lot I got to do to get there. So it's kind of like I just want everything that I'm doing is just like focus on this time, and I don't want no distractions because we know how the media, we know how everybody will take it and take away from the team just from him being my own dad showing up. So, it's a gift and a curse at the same time.
That's Shedeur Sanders of the Cleveland Browns earlier this week saying, hey, Deion, Dad Prime. Is that what he calls him, you think? I think he calls him Dad or Prime.
Papa Prime.
Optimus Prime.
Don't show up now, show up when I want you to show up.
That's pretty good, Jared. Poptimus Prime, I like that. That's funny. Poptimus Prime.
Well, Shedeur Sanders will make his Cleveland Browns starting debut tonight, which is interesting.
Yeah.
We've talked way too much, really, about the Browns quarterback situation because there's a fascination of it. They have 5 quarterbacks in camp, not including Deshaun Watson, who's out of the mix for this year. Shedeur Sanders is 4th on the depth chart. Shedeur Sanders is starting the preseason opener against the Carolina Panthers. And there's one of 2 ways to look at this because Shedeur Sanders has not had many snaps at all with the first-team offense in camp. This is either A, a massive opportunity for Shedeur Sanders to rocket up the depth chart, or B, what some people are suggesting, setting him up to fail big time.
Wow. Okay, listen. Now, normally you would say, come on, giving a great athlete an opportunity to go and grab this job and this proverbial bull by the horns, you're going to call that a conspiracy. A great athlete would call that a great opportunity, and they would seize that opportunity, and they would run. If you were a true competitor, you wouldn't be thinking, I can't believe this team is doing it to me. They're letting me start a game when I'm not ready. If you're Shedeur Sanders, I would hope that you're looking at this exactly the opposite. But in this particular story, with so much mystery and intrigue about how Shedeur Sanders ended up in Cleveland. Right? Because we all watched him fall down that draft board, and we all watched the Cleveland Browns take Dylan Gabriel before you took Shedeur Sanders.
Mm-hmm.
So a front office, a competent front office, and a good head coach, which we all agree Kevin Stefanski is, are not going to sign off on a policy where let's just take 2 potential quarterbacks in this draft at the risk of drafting really good football players. Maybe you take a flyer on 1, not 2, which leads people to believe this was a Jimmy Haslam experiment or edict, mandate from the owner. If that's the case and this group never wanted Shedeur Sanders in the first place, then that conspiracy theory flies.
Because there's people that believe that as well.
Want to hear Stephen A. Smith's take on it? Because he agrees with that they're setting up to fail.
Do we have to?
You don't have to.
Go ahead, Jared.
I think he's being set up to fail. That's right, I'm going to say it.
Okay.
Here we are on national television, right? There's been 11 practices, if I remember correctly. He's been starting against he's been playing against the 3rd unit. He's 4th on the depth chart. And then suddenly you throw him into the start lineup, and he hasn't had any reps with the first team at all. Think about that. So you're just gonna throw him to the wolves like that, huh? I mean, you know, if he had first team snaps in practice, I don't say that, but he doesn't, and then all of a sudden he's starting tomorrow night. It's like you want him to fail. I'm not accusing the coaches of doing this. I'm not accusing the GM of doing this, but that owner, Mr. Haslam, that's a different animal right there. Mr. $230 million guaranteed deal to Deshaun Watson. And then he going to come out this time around. I had nothing to do with this pick. I didn't have anything to do with it. I mean, that wasn't me. That was GM Barry right there. That wasn't me. The owner sitting up there. That wasn't me.
Are we going to play his whole show or what?
That's it. That was
it. Look, there's people that believe that.
But I don't understand I don't understand what Stephen A. Smith is saying. Is if he's saying the owner's making this decision, I made the exact opposite point, that the owner is the one that wanted the team to draft Shedeur.
Yes.
So maybe the owner is saying you start this kid right now. That would be really dumb.
But look, take the first team reps out of it.
Okay.
Everybody was shocked when Shedeur Sanders fell to the 5th round, 144th overall. Correct. Mm-hmm. We expected him to go in the first round. That's the level of talent he has. How much can any quarterback be, quote unquote, thrown to the wolves playing against the Carolina Panthers in a preseason game where they're not going to show any of their defense? It's just straight up vanilla defense against vanilla offense.
But don't you think there's something symbolic about it? When you're having a competition between 5 quarterbacks, it's symbolic who's going to be the first quarterback to start the first preseason game?
Absolutely. There's some of that involved.
Look, Baltimore started Cooper Rush last night. How many first-team reps did Cooper Rush get? Yeah, I know he's got experience in the league.
That's not the same situation.
But he's also not anywhere close to as talented as Shedeur Sanders is. Mm-hmm. I don't know. These stories make me kind of root for Shedeur, and I don't want to be on that side.
I mean, he seems like an okay
guy. The way he's conducted himself since he left Colorado has been exemplary in most ways. You know, just not behind the wheel of the car. Other than the driving thing, he's been pretty good. And we know there's some people that like to drive fast. Anthony Richardson got the start for the Indianapolis Colts last night. Didn't last very long. He got absolutely blown up on a quarterback sack. It looked bad. He popped up, but he didn't come back into the game, went to the sidelines. Turns out it was a dislocated pinky. Here was Anthony Richardson describing what happened on that play.
Yeah, I definitely looked at it. That's a tricky one because it's 5-man pro, and I'm hot from the backside. I just got to get my eyes, just be able to, react to that. But just 5-man pro, just playing hot. I just got to be on my P's and Q's when it comes to that.
Did you just not see it?
It was just going to be hard for me to see it anyway because my eyes are looking a certain way. But I just got to be keyed on when everybody bringing pressures like that. I thought it was about to be the nickel, but they brought it from the other side, so I got to be ready to just get the ball out.
Yeah, that rusher came unblocked from the right side of the Colts offensive line, on the left side of the defense, and he got absolutely blown up. But that's also a third-year quarterback. missing that in a preseason game. And there was, I don't know if you saw it on social media, and maybe it's because it's early, maybe because it's only 3 games, and maybe because it was a really, really slow night in baseball. There were video breakdowns of Anthony Richardson, quote unquote, getting himself blown up on that play.
Well, he did.
Yeah.
This wasn't from the blind side.
No, and this wasn't any kind of like exotic look.
Right, and here we are. What's ironic about this to me is here we are in this summer of reckoning for the NFL when it comes to preseason football, and it seems like the trend is more and more coaches are going, yeah, you know what? Let's not just waste away these free reps we can be giving our guys, and then for Anthony Richardson to get blown up by David Ojabo the way he did. And again, I understand. I mean, no, I don't understand. How do you not have a blocking element on that play to protect your quarterback when you're playing him in a preseason game? Now, granted, any quarterback worth his salt generally can feel or see coming from the strong side. Mm-hmm. This is not happening behind your back. This is right there in front of you. His eyes never moved off his target, and he got blown up. Where's your sergeant, son?
Blown up, sir!
I think the worth his salt part is key to that.
That is.
Because the Colts kind of have their own version of setting them up to fail. Nobody really knows what they feel about Anthony Richardson now, a couple of years into it.
No, I know what I feel about him. I feel the exact same way I did when the Colts drafted him. I was like, wow, he's a tantalizing athletic prospect.
Yeah. And that pass he made in week 1 as a rookie was like, what?
Yeah, I mean, he's going to supply a lot of down the field throws. They've been really good in that category with Anthony Richardson at quarterback, but it's also becoming, I think, heading into year 3, a cautionary tale.
I'm saying the Colts don't even know what they think about him at this point.
Well, I think they're trying to find out, but they also went out and got a veteran quarterback.
That's why Daniel Jones is there, man. They love Daniel Jones in Minnesota. Daniel Jones said, I see a path to starting in the NFL, and it's in Indianapolis. And sure enough, one preseason game, Anthony Richardson's hurt again.
Yep. Coming up tomorrow night, the Cardinals face the defending AFC champions in their first preseason game. What are we looking for from the Cards in Game 1? We'll let you know next. It's Bickley and Marotta Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Listen during Giveathon week for Phoenix Children's Stories of Hope, presented by Mattamy Homes.
We're just thrown into this new world with no end in sight, not knowing what we're facing.
The Giveathon for Phoenix Children's is presented by Your Valley Hyundai Dealers and Y Refi.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to What's Next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating, or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the Sweet James billboards, but here's what you need to know about them. If you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a team you want on your side. With just over 25 years experience, 500-plus trials, and a win rate of 98% of the time, you need Sweet James in your corner. They've even been named the best attorneys in America. SweetJames.com or 800-9-million, 800-900-0000.
Did your AC unit just go kaput and now you need a new one ASAP? Christian Brothers has been servicing the Valley since 1976. They carry Train, Goodman, and Bryant units and offer 18 months interest-free financing with no prepayment penalties. They also can replace most units the same day, so no need to stay in a hotel for days waiting for some other guy to get to you. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535 or go online at cbrothers.com and let's make sure you get the right AC unit at the right price.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a great opportunity for you to win tickets to the sold-out UMB Bank Fiesta Sports Foundation football kickoff event presented by the Fairmont Scottsdale Princess. This prize includes a VIP meet and greet with former Bears quarterback Jim McMahon, a 2-night stay at the Fairmont Scottsdale Princess, and a chance to hear me MC this awesome event on August 15th. Enter to win at arizonasports.com/contests.
Bunker to Bunker, the golf show, invites you to join them on Saturday, August 16th, for their next two-person scramble at Talking Stick Golf Club. Come celebrate the last days of summer with a fantastic day of breakfast, golf, a big raffle, and prizes, all for just $139. There's even a free coupon for a second round of golf, with proceeds benefiting St. Mary's Food Bank. Open to the public and singles are welcome, but space is limited, so register today at bunkergolf.com.
I'm with Tim from Moving Team 6. You do a lot in hiring vets as well. What's the thought process behind that?
They don't miss a day. They're just so dialed in.
When you guys moved me, there was a veteran on the crew, and he was such a great guy, and it was nice to make that connection with somebody, and you could see it. It's that dedication to getting the job done. It was pretty cool.
I think it's exciting, too, because when we do a move for veterans, they appreciate it so much, too, because we're helping out their fellow vets.
Go to Moving Team 6 for your next move. Spell out that word 6 to get to the right website, movingteam6.com.
Panda Express has raised an incredible $200 million for Children's Miracle Network hospitals, helping kids across the country, including right here at Phoenix Children's. Thanks to guests and associates who round up and give back, kids are getting the care they need to thrive.
Panda Express helped open the Panda Care Center of Hope at Phoenix Children's, a special space for play, art, and healing. Next time you visit Panda Express, say thanks for supporting kids in our community.
It's Gatos. And you know, America Roofing isn't just about fixing or replacing your roof. They're here in the community and they're ready to help. America Roofing will be donating a portion of all repairs or all replacements to the kids and the families at Phoenix Children's Hospital this year. When you call America Roofing and they repair or replace your roof, a portion of that is going to the kids at Phoenix Children's. And we're so grateful that America Roofing is part of the big Giveathon this year. Thank you, America Roofing, for helping the kids at Phoenix Children's.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Cardinals are one day closer to their first preseason game against the Kansas City Chiefs this Saturday. And while head coach Jonathan Gannon said his starters will see some action, there will be plenty of guys that can help their stock with strong showings this preseason. For more on who that might be, head to arizonasports.com. ASU and Kenny Dillingham are up at Camp T, and for those wondering what the priority is up there, here is Dillingham on that.
I try to make this place a place that people look forward to, right? Less than a grind. You know, I'm all about the grind. I'm all about that. I think you come up here to build relationships, one.
22 days and counting until week one, game one for the ASU Sun Devils. Tonight in the Valley, the Arizona Diamondbacks were back in action. They will host the Colorado Rockies in the first of three. Zach Gallen will get the ball. First pitch will be at 6:40, and you can hear it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Bud Light, the official beer partner of the Arizona Cardinals. Bring home the tailgate this season with Bud Light.
The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. Your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Bickley and Murata talk Cardinals training camp now.
No, I kind of take it separate entity, you know, so I'm looking forward to watching them go out, play fast, execute, play with good technique, mode of play on display, and that's not just starters, that's everybody.
That's Jonathan Gannon, head coach of the Cardinals, when asked, how the starters play Saturday against the Chiefs will determine what the playing time dispersal looks like in future preseason games. Said, nope, case by case. I want to put this on hold real quick, and I want to say something. And I want to rewind a couple days. We had a social studies question.
All right.
I believe it was. Who has the biggest ego in sports?
Yes.
And one name didn't come up. It's the clear-cut answer, and we just saw proof of it on TV. Stephen A. Smith is out of freaking control.
He is out of control.
I don't know where First Take is broadcasting on remote from. They're at a live location, and they have hundreds of plants or fans that are acting like
Stephen
he's
A.
Smith is Paul freaking McCartney and John Lennon.
Right.
And his strut.
Or maybe we should make it a little more current, acting like he's Jelly Roll.
Whoa. I don't know if Jelly Roll got to Beatles or Elvis Presley status.
Acting like he's Post Malone.
Okay. Now pick someone without a facial tattoo.
You're right. I guess the real big stars in music these days, they're country music guys, right?
Yeah. I think you're right. They're the new pop stars.
I saw the list of the soundtrack to the new Madden game, and I recognized one artist.
Boy.
Yeah,
We're at that point.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
That's kind of a yearly, not the Madden thing, but when the Coachella lineup comes out. So back when I was working in alternative music, the Coachella lineup would come out, and I'd get pretty down low onto the small font bands. I'm like, I like a couple other songs. Yeah. Now I look at the big font bands, and I'm like, who?
Right. I know.
Yeah, we both had the same reaction
experience
to watching Stephen A. Smith strut onto the stage.
And again, I'm not trying to just unnecessarily hate on Stephen A., but what really bothered me was during the NBA Finals when he acted like he was the show, the star. The way he sauntered in, the way he took over the halftime show, it's so out of control.
Do you think he's like, hey, ESPN, we got a live show. Can we do a walkout? Or is ESPN like, hey, Stephen A., do you want to do this?
I don't know.
Well, either way, it's an indication of how gigantic the ego is. Because if it was ESPN suggesting it as a quote-unquote media member, I'm saying, no, that's stupid.
But here's the thing that is baffling to me. The two biggest stars are Stephen A. Smith and Pat McAfee on the channel right now. Pat McAfee is very divisive, but he has an army of super fans.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know anyone that likes Stephen A. Smith for years now.
I know.
And somehow they just keep giving him more and more, making him more and more the face of the company.
I know.
All right.
That being said, my entry to the Arizona Sports Fantasy Frenzy today is going to be
I can't wait. Should we have your cowboy hat?
Suit up?
Let's come in with like an entourage and cameraman.
Briefcases.
What are you wearing?
Yeah. Come in wearing sunglasses and not take them off.
You got your outfit all picked out for today's entry, Beck?
Yeah, I'm kind of reshaping and rethinking what I might want to do with this. Maybe we do come in like that.
Yeah, just to poke fun at it.
Hot.
If we do it, it's so uncool that it's just not a thing anymore.
Yeah.
You kill it.
That's a good idea.
So that was Jonathan Gannon on the workload. We are going to see the starters play. I think another thing to look for tomorrow, and it's been talked about a lot, and it's being talked about more and more as camp goes on, is this idea of having two RB1s. James Conner has been the guy, but one of the stresses so far of this training camp for the Cardinals has been Trey Benson's big to our offense. He's going to have a big year.
Mm-hmm.
And in recent days, too, Bick, the Trey Benson reliance, because last year he was not the third down back. His role was basically spelling James Conner on first and second down.
Giving him a series off here and there.
And Amari DeMercado, and a series off, yes.
Mm-hmm.
And Amari DeMercado was kind of the third down back. Very effective in that role, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
But that doesn't appear like it's in the future. So Amari DeMercado's role, something to look for this preseason, but also the emergence of Trey Benson.
Yeah. So this has been a thing in training camp as well. Also citing another Teo Mackey stat, he points out that last year when they do 11-on-11 drills, they'd come out and the starters would be out there for 5 consecutive plays and then they'd sub out. This year, Trey Benson would frequently come in after 3 plays in that 5-play set, which kind of really amplifies the fact that they're going to try to a 2-pronged approach here. They're going to try to give Trey Benson real opportunity, and they're also going to try to keep James Conner more on the fresh side and not try to burn him out.
Here was Jonathan Gannon on that subject. If it's been kind of a concerted effort to give James Conner less of a workload this camp.
Yeah, I mean a little. James he's a guy that he's a guy that I have to tell, hey, hey, man, you're not going to get this many reps because he'll take them all. So I have to tell him, this is what you're getting, here's why. And he typically gets on board with that because he would take every rep if you let him. But yeah, there's obviously age. There's a little more tread on the tires. Obviously the position that he plays, and he might not need as many reps to get ready for week 1 than some younger guys. You know what I mean? So we factor that into what does that look like in a preseason or a joint practice or practice every day. You've seen some older vets that don't go every snap or every period. That's by design, But, the players do a good job of communicating with me. He's one that does a good job of communicating with me.
Yeah, so that's something to look out for in these preseason games. Also, with the defensive starters getting some run, they're going to go up against the first team of the Kansas City Chiefs. Again, no game planning is going on. It's very vanilla looks. Mm-hmm. But it is somewhat of an early measuring stick for a defense to go up against Patrick Mahomes and this offense for Kansas City. And here was Jonathan Gannon on that subject.
Yeah, we're going to get it because he's the best of the best. So the guys are excited. I'm excited. You know what I mean? You want to, you're doing it. One of the reasons is you want to play different people and you want to play, who you're going to be playing in the season. And that's what we're going to get on Saturday night. So that'd be good for us.
Yeah, and we've talked about it too leading up to this point, Bick, about certain players that we're looking out for. I would love for Walter Nolan to be out there. It doesn't look like that's going to happen anytime soon with some of the reporting from Gambo earlier this week. But Will Johnson is a guy that I think a lot of Cardinals fans are very interested to see more from and in live action starting tomorrow.
And this defense in general, right? I think that, and again, it's you don't want to go into this expecting to have, a lot of competitive drama and a lot of storylines to chew on afterwards, but it is Patrick Mahomes. It is the Chiefs on that field opposite of you. So that'll get your attention.
Mm-hmm. And, of course, the wide receiver position, Michael Wilson, will he play? He talked yesterday about playing in the preseason, and I'm curious to see how cautious/careful Jonathan Gannon and company are with some of those players that have been banged up, including the top 2 wide receivers. I mean, Marvin Harrison Jr. missed 3 practices.
Yeah.
With the knee soreness. But he's been back full go at practice. I'm curious to see what role he plays tomorrow, what role Michael Wilson potentially plays.
Yeah, no, listen, I'm real curious as training camp goes on, what we're going to see from this passing game. And for a lot of different reasons. And we're going to get into some of them later. Marvin Harrison Jr., Trey McBride have been the primary targets in training camp in the 11-on-11 drills. And the numbers fall off the cliff after those 2, which might either be a sign of real smart focusing by the quarterback, getting the ball to your 2 best playmakers, or it might be a function of not having great depth at the position.
Yeah, or combo of both.
Or
I almost used a phrase that you hate. I almost said they were the bell cow wide receiver.
Oh,
why can bell cows be only running backs? You ever noticed that?
Oh, you don't like bell cow?
Bickley hates it.
I hate the phrase.
I love it.
Is that going to be your fantasy team name, the Bell Cows?
The Bell Cows?
We're still workshopping the name.
Yeah, I got to start thinking about mine, too. Join us today because today is the day at DraftKings Sportsbook, TPC Scottsdale. Come on out and hang with us. All your Arizona sports hosts live from 2 to 6. Say hello, soak in the action. You got a chance to win some great football prizes at the Arizona Sports Fantasy Frenzy presented by DraftKings Sportsbook. Again, going on today at TPC Scottsdale. Do not miss it. Coming up next, more teams are playing their starters this preseason, but after an injury-filled night 1, should teams already reconsider? We'll get into that and more next. Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Kansas City Chiefs visit State Farm Stadium Saturday for preseason game number 1 at the Cardinals. Our coverage starts at 1:30 Saturday afternoon on the home of Arizona Cardinals football, Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
If you think the weather's been hot recently, you should check out the deals going on at Chapman BMW. Chapman BMW, an award-winning family-owned business since 1966 with some great incentives to head on down. Check them out this weekend. When I say the Chapman BMW has got a great reputation for making luxury attainable, what I mean is a brand new BMW, not as far as out of reach as you might believe. And here's proof. You can lease the 2026 228 Grand Coupe for just $379 per month, under $400 a month for the ultimate driving machine. That is pretty terrific. You can get no payments for 90 days. You can get into the 2025 BMW X1 and X3. They're the beautiful compact luxury SUVs at just 2.99% financing. If you're in the mood for an electric vehicle, the beautiful BMW i4, you can lease that for just $399 a month. And remember that federal tax rebate for electric vehicles, $7,500. That expires before the end of September 30th, I believe, is the date. So if you want to go electric, now is a great time to do it. Remember, when you're at Chapman BMW, you have got a friend in the business. Make sure you ask for him by name. Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of both locations, great dude, assures every listener of Arizona Sports is going to get the best deal possible. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-329-2121. That's 800-329-2121.
Struggling with ED? You're not alone, and we can help. At Spark Men's Health, 87% of men see lasting results on their very first visit, or it's absolutely free. No gimmicks, just real lasting solutions tailored to you. Get back to the man you know you are. Call now, because confidence shouldn't wait. Call at 480-550-8579. Results are no cost at 480-550-8579.
Exquisite. This oak door frame offers hints of aged glue, a fine sawdust finish, and delicate undertones of paint. A true culinary triumph for any discerning termite.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. If termites are treating your home like an upscale dining experience, it's time to shut down the feast. Call 602 Blue Sky today to schedule your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
The Lund team prides ourselves on getting pre-approved before you buy. This makes you a stronger buyer with a stronger offer. The good news is the full pre-approval is free of charge. No upfront application fee. Some companies will charge an application fee to suck you in. At Lund, we have no hidden cost and no surprises. Just straight talk, and we walk you through the process and provide a clear path to your new home purchase. Give the Lund team a call today, where you're always treated like family. For all things mortgage, call Lund Mortgage.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. My friends at Y-Refi are humbled to be this year's co-presenting sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Giveathon. And at Y-Refi, they understand college didn't turn out how a lot of us hoped. The degree? Check. But the debt and detours, not what anyone planned. That's why Y-Refi helps struggling borrowers refinance private student loans with a plan that actually works. Visit YRefi.com today. That's YREFY.com. Y-Refi is not available in all states.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
Today was average. But overall, I'm happy with where I'm at. Next week, I'd like to be a little better. I wouldn't say I didn't like anything. I think, for myself, I could have been better. I missed the first throw. I put all the other ones where I wanted to put them. Would have liked to have spun it a little better. consistently today, but we had scored 2 touchdowns, so go learn from a couple reps and get better.
Joe Burrow of the Cincinnati Bengals seeing preseason action.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
And man, was he
the second time in his career. Oh, just average?
9 for 10. Missed that first throw, as he said. 123 yards, 2 touchdowns.
But every other ball was right where I wanted to place it, Vinny.
Just didn't spin it.
Didn't spin it the way I wanted to. Had a near perfect quarterback rating, but not good enough.
It was only a 157.5. They lost to the Philadelphia Eagles. Not that that matters. But the bigger story with the Bengals there is this shift in philosophy that we're seeing around the league. More teams, more head coaches playing starters and stars in the preseason. We're seeing it here in Arizona. Zach Taylor, whose teams have got off to terrible starts in his recent tenure, he talked about playing Joe Burrow in the preseason.
I think, first of all, just the threat of being hit is a big reason why we want those guys out there. We want Joe out there because he knows he's not going to get hit in practice. So I think just for it to feel real in a game, whether he's getting hit or not, I think just him having the knowledge that it's possible. Someone can lose a one-on-one, I get hit on the backside, a free runner can come in. That's a whole different. You can't simulate that rep in practice.
No, you can't. But he's not the only one. Liam Cohen, first-year head coach of Jacksonville. He's going to play his starters, including an anticipated debut from Travis Hunter. Here was Liam Cohen.
We have moving parts and pieces on the offensive line that new ones, obviously multiple different receivers, quarterback playing in a first-year system. All of that is kind of what points to that. And look, if we had 3 joints and 2 days of work by each of those joints, then we probably wouldn't be playing. But that's just kind of where we're at. So we've got to go and probably take advantage of these opportunities.
Yeah, look, we've talked a lot on this subject as it pertains to the Cardinals, Bick, and I think Wolf on Wolf and Luke, he hit on the key word in all of he hit on the key word in all of this. Doing it responsibly.
Yeah.
Not putting players out there, putting them in unnecessary danger, and not putting them out there for an inordinate number of snaps. It's a responsible way to go about things.
Well, yeah, listen, if you put a guy out there for 10 snaps versus 100 snaps, you're 10 times more likely to get somebody injured. So you got to be smart about it. But something, I forget who said it in the first soundbite you played, it really is what I'm vibing on. In today's NFL, I don't know how many people have seen the HBO Hard Knocks first episode with the Buffalo Bills.
I've seen snippets. I haven't seen the whole thing yet.
When you watch it, you'll realize just what a stud Josh Allen is and just how lucky they are to have him. And there's one great scene where they're walking through, they're building a new stadium in Buffalo. And it's right next to their old one. So the owner of the team is walking through the new build with Josh Allen, and he's explaining how we're building this to cut down on the wind, so you're not going to have to deal with swirling winds. We've thought of everything. Our sideline is going to be away from the sun. And he's explaining all this stuff, but you could also see the reverence the owner has for Josh Allen, and it's super, super cool. But I bring it up because of this. In one scene, the defense is getting ready to go out to practice, and one of the defensive coaches says to the room, "Now listen, y'all, I got to remind you, you don't touch number 17. Don't hit 17. I know it's obvious to y'all, but I got to say it because that's our meal ticket. You got it? No touching number 17. And I'm like, okay, that makes perfect sense to me, but it also is why you do expose your quarterbacks to these preseason reps. Not because you want them to get hit, but you want them to operate with the fear of getting hit. That's the big difference, because in today's NFL, every really good quarterback knows I ain't getting touched in practice. Mm-hmm. And I don't know if that used to be the case.
Yeah, that was Zach Taylor, that first soundbite, when he talked about the threat of getting hit.
Yeah. And so last night, Joe Burrow goes out there and plays. The Bengals commit 8 penalties, which cost him about 70 yards. One of those penalties negated a touchdown that Joe Burrow eventually got back, but that's exactly why you go through it. And again, I have had a complete reversal in my stance on this thing. That's why. Because the Bengals know we can't go 0-2 again. Because if we would have won one of those games early, we would have been a playoff team. And so they go out last night and they score some points, and Joe Burrow spins the ball, although not as well as he wanted to spin the ball. But, they got a lot of procedural issues out of the way, and that's why you do it. And the idea of having to take these snaps with the fear of getting hit, that's why you do it. That's exactly why you do it.
Now, the Ravens didn't play many of their starters, but in that Ravens-Colts game, it wasn't key players, but they both lost rookie cornerbacks to ACL injuries.
Yes,
the Ravens injury early in the game was brutal and just gruesome. But that, again, and we talked about it, not that we were rooting for it, but all these teams saying, all right, we're going to play starters. And these guys, again, are rookies, a third-round pick and a sixth-round pick, but they're out for the year. How big does the rash of injuries have to be to swing the pendulum the other way? It's like, okay, you can get hurt. There is that threat always. It's an annual debate we have back and forth on it. And I agree with you. You need to build your calluses a little bit. You need to play football to play football.
A little bit. So to answer your question, the Ravens, by the way, as everybody knows, they historically take preseason football very seriously. Their record under John Harbaugh in the preseason is 44-17.
Yeah,
that's darn near.
They had a winning streak.
24 games
until recently.
They had a long winning streak, but the last two games they haven't put as much stress on winning. But yeah. So I actually started to look that up today because they won that game.
Right.
I'm like, oh, here they go again.
Yeah, here they go again.
They've lost like 5 preseason games over the last 3 years.
Oh,
yeah.
Fire the coach.
Yeah.
So
unacceptable.
Here's one thing from last night, though. I will think will have an immediate impact. Anthony Richardson getting blown up by David Ojabo is going to reinforce to offensive coordinators and head coaches who are playing their starting quarterbacks, be real careful in the blocking schemes. Don't do anything stupid. Don't mess up any protections, that kind of stuff.
But is Anthony Richardson their starting quarterback?
Do you guys, so there's this trend of playing starters in the week 1 of preseason. Do you expect that to continue for the other 2 games? Because normally we've seen it, like the starters ramp up to week 3.
I think it ramps up to next week. And then week 3, you're seeing a bunch of guys that are going to be on UFL rosters.
Okay. So do the Cardinals have their joint practices with the Broncos next week? Is that correct?
One session next week leading up to that preseason game.
What are you shaking your head for?
It's an embarrassing thing that I just realized.
What's that?
I thought the guy's name is David Ojabo. I thought you were just making up a fake funny name. Like some loser, like a jobber, like who plays in the preseason. You were just saying like
that's what you do.
Yeah, you were just saying like, oh no, it's the preseason, so some like David Ojabo guy was playing, like a jobber, like a loser. But that's his real name, and I'm just realizing like, oh yeah, that's a player.
That's fantastic, Jared. And I understand why you would think that. You are the king of the Hank Gudgeleys.
Yeah.
Right.
We had our first
like Lamo Jones or something. You would say. I thought that's what you were implying.
No,
that like, why is he even playing against these guys and they wound up hurting him?
I gotcha.
Actually, pretty funny.
Yeah.
The other big highlight from last night. I don't know if you saw this during the Raiders-Seahawks game. Apparently, Marshawn Lynch has taken a page out of the Randy Johnson playbook. He's into photography, so he was on the sideline with one of those big cameras and the NFL vests. And a player from the Seahawks comes like out of bounds running right at Marshawn Lynch. And Marshawn just stiff arms the guy.
Still got it.
And the guy kind of...
And then stood over him and grabbed his crotch.
What is it about Seattle athletes? That's Ken Griffey Jr., Randy Johnson, and Marshawn Lynch now all becoming photographers. Weird.
That is weird.
What's in the water up there? By the way, I mistakenly reported that the Raiders won that game. They didn't. They tied it. They tied the game. Goal.
Yeah.
Play for a tie in preseason, Pete Carroll.
They didn't. They had a field goal blocked at the end of the game. So, but yeah, there's. Can you imagine if the NFL had overtime in preseason football?
They used to.
I know. How long did it take them to figure that out?
Too long. Coming up next, Sammy's going to take us through the big stories on this Friday morning in the Rush Hour reboot. It's Pickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Arizona Sports Fantasy Frenzy. This afternoon, 2 till 6 at DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale. Join Burns and Gambo for prizes, good times, and fantasy football. Arizona Sports Fantasy Frenzy this afternoon. Arizona Sports Fantasy Frenzy. Details at arizonasports.com. Click on contests.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
As parents, we watch our kids grow up, cheer at their games, help with homework, and worry about the choices they'll face. One bad pill laced with fentanyl, that's all it takes. That's why I've talked to my older kids about carrying naloxone. It's not about expecting the worst. It's about being prepared, because one dose can save a life. Please carry naloxone. Be ready. Be safe. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Tonight, Zach Gallen and the Snakes are back in action against the Colorado Rockies in the first of 3. First pitch from Chase Field will be at 6:40, and you can hear it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Offensive lineman Will Hernandez announced yesterday that he will be returning to the Arizona Cardinals for the 2025-26 season on a 1-year contract. The veteran will start on the physically unable to perform or the PUP list. The Cardinals, however, are in action this weekend for their first of 3 preseason games. They will play the Kansas City Chiefs on Saturday. And last night, Alyssa Thomas made WNBA history as she recorded her 3rd straight triple-double as the Phoenix Mercury crushed the Indiana Fever 95-60 for their 3rd straight win. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get real testosterone from real doctors now at Red Mountain. Boost your energy, focus, and your sex drive. Have low T. Start for free this month only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Hit pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bentley and Barrata Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Big stories heading into the weekend. Here to present them to us, Sammy Cebulka on the Rush Hour Reboot. What's up, Sammy?
Yeah, good morning. Happy Friday. It is Football Friday. And the Cardinals are back tomorrow on Saturday. They got the Kansas City Chiefs. And here was head coach Jonathan Gannon on more of the starters playing tomorrow.
No, I kind of take it separate entity, so I'm looking forward to watching them go out, play fast, execute, play with good technique, mode of play on display, and that's not just the starters, that's everybody.
So the question is, with the starters playing more, can the overall preseason, these games, can they change your mind about certain players or change your mind about the team you root for?
Yeah, that's real tricky because you got to factor in a lot of different things in these games. What kind of competition are you going up against? For instance, if say Michael Wilson was getting lots of reps against third and fourth string defensive players and had a really big second quarter, would you go, wow, Michael Wilson's arrived? Or would you go, yeah, that's just a function of preseason football? I think it would have to be something remarkable, like that kid who returned the punt for a touchdown for the Ravens last night. That was like, if you were a Ravens fan, you'd go, whoa!
Yeah. Even on the broadcast, the local Baltimore broadcasts are like, the Ravens have found their punt returner.
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
But
So
my answer is flatly no.
Yeah.
But there is a little bit of nuance there. For roster spots 1 through 49 or 50, no. It's still, for me, generally an exercise in trying to fill those last roster spots. So it's an opportunity for those players fighting for those spots to change the minds of the coaching staff, to give them a job coming out of this 3-week process. But, for the starters, I mean, I guess if your starting quarterback comes in, and let's say Kyler Murray tomorrow night plays 2 series and throws 2 picks and looks terrible in the process. Yeah, but you very rarely see that with starters.
Yeah.
So if he goes 9 for 10 for 123 yards and 2 touchdowns like Joe Burrow, the tendency is, well, he's supposed to do that, like Joe Burrow kind of portrayed. So my answer is mostly no.
Yeah. All right, cool. So this morning I thought of this concept, the deck of cards concept, where I'm going to deal you.
You didn't think of that. They existed forever. They've always had decks of cards. It's the Old
you're
West.
going to deal me.
The concept. So I'm going to deal you 2 Cardinals players, and you're going to tell me if you like them or the tandem that I give you. So first, I'm going to deal you Kyler Murray and Trey McBride.
Okay.
All right. So do you like them or do you like Brock Purdy and George Kittle more?
Ooh.
They're close.
Call me stupid. I like Kyler Murray more than Brock Purdy. Not by a ton, but more. So give me Kyler Murray and Trey McBride.
Okay.
I'll take Purdy and Kittle.
No, 49er fan. I said this yesterday. I got destroyed by 49er fans.
I think
What would you expect from 49er fans?
I think purely as a receiver, I think Trey McBride is clearly better than Brock Purdy for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, than George Kittle.
Yeah.
Brock Purdy can't catch.
But how about Brock Bowers? That's what you would see.
Maybe that was a double.
All right. So the next one. This is a tough one.
Hit me, Sammy.
So
hit me.
Marvin Harrison Jr. and Kyler Murray, or J.J. McCarthy and Justin Jefferson. Because you have Jay Jettas, who's great.
Jettas, who's at the top of the food chain and an unproven quarterback, versus Kyler and Marvin Harrison Jr.
I'm taking Kyler and Marv.
I am too.
Because you have at least 2 guys that have done it.
Yeah, I think I would have to as well. But the greatness of Justin Jefferson makes you think.
It does. All right, your last one. We talked a little bit about head coaches yesterday, so I'm going to deal you Jonathan Gannon and Kyler Murray, or divisional opponent Mike McDonald and Sam Darnold.
Ooh. Jonathan Gannon and Kyler Murray.
Yeah, I'm going there, too, and I know I ranked McDonald above Gannon in the coaching 3 and 4, but I also had Murray above Darnold, and I
No, you didn't. I thought you had Murray 4th.
No, I had Darnold 4th.
You're thinking of the NFL Network person.
Yeah, Jamie Erdahl.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Look, I said I'd listen to the arguments because of the year that Darnold had last year.
You had Gannon 4th. That's what it was. That's
Gannon
my
4th.
bad.
Yeah.
My bad.
That's kind of that prompted my question.
Yeah, so Murray and Gannon by a nose.
By a nose.
Yeah.
All right, sounds good. So we're going to switch gears now. The Diamondbacks and Suns have really let the Valley down the last calendar year of sports. If either the Suns or the Diamondbacks had performed better than you think, would there be less pressure on ASU and the Cardinals, do you think? Or would the pressure and expectation be remotely the same?
Well, I think the pressure on them, on ASU, is the pressure that's on ASU, and I don't think that fluctuates for anything else. They're attempting to do something that's never been done before at ASU. So that pressure is in and of itself. I think from a fan standpoint, I think we wouldn't be so nutty if we were coming off an enjoyable season from one of the two. Like if we had a long playoff basketball run that ended like in May, we'd be kind of like, okay. It wouldn't. I think it would feel different for the fans.
It is what it is. The pressure on the Cardinals, the pressure on the Sun Devils is a fan creation. And I know there's synergy between head coaches and programs in certain cities, and that certainly exists in Phoenix. But really, Kenny Dillingham's not concerned about what the Suns did, other than he's a fan of the team.
There is something, too, though, that the Suns were supposed to be really good, and they were really disappointing. The Diamondbacks were supposed to be really good, and they were really disappointing. ASU is supposed to be really good. I think them being disappointing, fans at least would connect that within themselves to, like, here we go again if something happened.
Yeah, and I want both football teams to succeed for a number of reasons, but one of those reasons is I want to see how this fan base responds to something positive. It's such a badge of honor to be like, woe is us all the time, and we're victims and we're cursed. Let's see what the other side looks like.
Yeah, let's see what our fans can rally around when something goes well, I think.
And as I said in the blast 2 days ago, the thing about our particular condition as a sports town is that the ones that we get compared to in terms of misery and lack of success, we're 10 times bigger than those cities.
Yes.
And so as a result, we are not succeeding on an epic scale in a city that now has over 6 million people in the metropolitan area.
Is it that many?
Yeah.
Goodness gracious.
I think like a top 6 populated city, and we have
so that's what I think people don't factor into these conversations when they talk about how bad we've been collectively as a sports town. We've got a gigantic mass of people who could convert to being fans of these teams.
Absolutely, and that's why
asterisk temporarily.
Yeah, and that's why I posed the question: is that there are so many fans of both teams now? Here come the Cardinals and the Devils. So there you guys go. Rush Hour Reboot. Happy Friday, everyone out there.
Good job, Sammy.
Thanks, Sammy. Rush Hour Reboot, like Sammy said, every day, 7:30. Coming up next, when it comes to college football, we're in a spot on the calendar filled with preseason rankings, expectations, and in some cases, hope. We'll explain more next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This afternoon at 2:30, Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lavello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 this afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app at 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. We all know 666 is the sign of the devil. Last year I had a $666 electric bill. I came on the radio, made fun of myself, thought it was proof we live in hell. A lot of our listeners were shaming me for being wasteful. None of that was true. What was actually the deal with me and my house is my windows are shot. My house is at that age where windows turn to toast in the Arizona heat, and that is why I'm stoked to tell you about Advanced Window Products, a premier window replacement company in Arizona where they've got a great company motto. They treat customers like friendship. They're co-owned by Nate Orchard, former NFL linebacker. Sports fans probably remember him. They also offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows you're going to find in Arizona for a couple of different reasons. Number one, they pass on the savings to you because they do so much business. They get reduced pricing on glass and vinyl and all their materials. They pass those savings on to you. And also because there's no middleman. They're the manufacturers. They'll build your windows. They'll install your windows. Then they'll guarantee them for life. And best of all, they've got a summertime special going on right now. Buy 10 or more windows, you are going to get $2,500 off the price. Do what I did. Call today. 480-764-2002. Online at advancedwindows.com.
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, Liberty GMC is known for a hassle-free experience. What makes you a customer favorite?
What's up, Dave? We know people are busy. That's why our service department stays open late. Drop off by 8 p.m. and you're back on the road the next day. Plus, buy 3 tires, get the 4th for just $1 all year long. And right now, take $12,500 off a new 2025 Sierra 1500.
Convenient service and big savings. Visit Liberty GMC or shop online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
The hot summer months are here, and here comes the monsoons. Both of them do a lot of damage to the roofs. If you're a homeowner out there in the Phoenix metropolitan area, anywhere in Arizona, in the valley, the heat, the 110, 115 degree weather, it does a lot of damage to your roof. So does overgrown trees that are peeling apart some of your tiles. And when the monsoons come, could lead to a lot of damage if your roof is not in working condition. We're talking about insurance claims, drywall, paint, flooring, baseboard damage if your roof is not ready for the monsoon season. That's why I want you to call JLC Roofing, a roofer-owned roofing company right here in Arizona. 3 generations of roofers right in the family, going back many years from the grandfather to the father to the son. They offer free estimates. Get your roof checked out right now. Get a free estimate. You might just need a simple repair. Call them at 602-ROOFING. That's 602-ROOFING. Or go online at jlcroof.com.
Hi, sports listeners. It's Wayne from AMCO. So I know a lot of you have bought new or new used cars that have extended warranties. You know, your salespeople tell you you have to go back to the dealer for repairs. That's not the case. If you have an extended service contract that's hiding in your glove box, please don't forget it's there. And remember that you can use it at any AMCO. Most people think you have to go to the dealer for oil changes and service to keep your warranty valid. That's also not the case. You can have your vehicle serviced at any authorized service center. And AMCO is authorized by all of the major warranty companies. AMCO has dealership quality, rental cars, no hassles, and faster service. Now remember, AMCO does more than transmissions. So if your car needs repairs, or you hear, feel, see, smell, or even think you have a car issue, please call AMCO first. Just Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO. AAMCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
The Force is strong with this one. Star Wars Night at Chase Field is Saturday, August 9th. Arrive early to get the Corbin Carroll Star Wars Bobble, courtesy of Cox. Visit dbacks.com for tickets.
Hey, it's Luke. Does ASU football have enough this season at the running back position to replace Cam Scadaboo? Talk about that at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
If you ask me right now, I think they're kind of where they were last year. What I would expect will be better. I think they'll probably be better in the pass rush. That was an area they were not great. One of my freaks list guys, Clayton Smith, was the best pass rusher they had. I expect him to be more of a force this year. But, again, replacing Cam Scadaboo is almost impossible.
That is Bruce Feldman from Fox Sports and The Athletic. He joined us earlier this week on Bickley and Murata Mornings, kind of taking a look at where ASU is going into this season. Talk about the difference a year makes.
Yeah.
And we just kind of touched on it in the Rush Hour reboot, Bick, about expectations, and there's no debating it. The Arizona State Sun Devils, there's a lot of expectation heaped on them for what they accomplished last year.
Mm-hmm.
And there were no expectations on that program a year ago. Picked to finish last in the 16-team Big 12 conference. They win the conference. The AP preseason poll is going to come out on Monday. I expect it to look similar to the coaches poll, which was released this past Monday.
All right.
ASU ranked number 11.
Okay.
But how much do these preseason rankings actually matter? And when we talk about the hope of fan bases, look, I think they do matter a little bit.
To echo your point before we get deeper into this, I believe the number is 13 of the top 25 teams in the nation at the end of last season were unranked at the beginning of the season. I'm talking about ASU, Boise State, Cincinnati,
SMU, I think.
Indiana.
Indiana, SMU, Army was ranked at the end of the year.
Yep.
UNLV was ranked at the end of the year. Memphis was ranked at the end of the year. Colorado ended up in the top 25. They were unranked to begin the year. So most of the movement you see is near the bottom.
Right.
But if you look at the AP preseason poll from a year ago, Georgia 1, Ohio State 2, Oregon 3, Texas 4, Alabama 5. Alabama didn't have a good year. Those other 4 teams had really good seasons.
Yeah. So I guess the question becomes, the argument against preseason polls, and we know the Big 12 did away with theirs because of what ASU did last year and because the stigma it created for the conference. Oh, if a team picked to finish dead last can win your conference must not be very good. That's the implication that freaked out the Big 12. We know the reality isn't. That's not the reality. So the question is, can these preseason rankings poison a team that gets left out?
Yes. It also really, really helps the teams at the top because you're starting off with such an advantage. It's much harder to climb the polls than it is if you just start in the top 10.
Yeah.
Don't you agree?
Absolutely.
And that's what they should not have.
If you're not, the polls are covered in Vaseline like they are in New Orleans during Mardi Gras. That's how hard they are to climb, Jarrett.
To Jared's point, the Kansas State Wildcats head coach said that they shouldn't release these polls until the College Football Playoff Committee releases their first rendition of what it will look like.
Yeah.
And that got me thinking of, then you get to see the teams for the first however many weeks. I don't know if I love it, but it's definitely a thought. Because then you don't have the preconceived notions of this is the number 2 team in the country.
See, I've thought about that in the past too, and I've heard that argument in the past too, and certainly there's some merit to it. But what we used to talk about college football not having a playoff system, and then they went to the BCS, and people on the side of the BCS said, well, debate is good. Debate is great for the sport. When people can fight about college football in January, February, and March about what happened or didn't happen, that's great for the sport. I didn't necessarily see it that way. But what these rankings do, and they've been around forever, they act as a consensus of how good your team is. Even though you're playing non-conference games, it drives conversation. So I think it's good for the sport before late in the season. And look, ASU is, to Jarrett's point, and there's a lot of truth to what Jarrett said too, ASU couldn't have been lower ranked. If there was rankings 1 through 125 last year, ASU would have been about 100 to start the season.
Yeah.
They ended up at number 7. You still have to take care of business on the field. Or not. And those rankings aren't going to save you if you're not as good as advertised. I just think the way it generates interest and rankings become a badge of honor. And last year, we went through it with ASU. It was like, wow, this team didn't have any expectations. They just beat Utah. Are they going to be ranked? This is kind of a cool thing for them. The rankings, they do mean something.
But in theory, though, in reality, they don't need rankings at all. Because a committee picks the teams that go to the playoffs.
True, but I think it's a clinging to the tradition of college football because, again, these AP rankings have been out forever.
It's also the easiest way when they're coming up with those teams, the committee to say, like, well, this team beat the 21st ranked team. This team beat the 9th ranked team. Like, to look at the schedule and see who you beat throughout the way. That'd be the one flaw, I guess, if you didn't start the rankings until, like, the 5th or 6th week or whatever. You wouldn't look at a schedule and see who be able to properly rank who you beat.
Yeah, well, Jared's point that the bigger brands have advantages in this stuff is right on the money. There was an analysis that was done over a 15-year period that showed USC, Texas, and Oklahoma were the most overranked preseason teams in the country, and the top 5 power conference schools who were most underranked all played in the Big 12. Utah, TCU, Cincinnati, Kansas State, BYU. That's over a 15-year sample.
That's pretty interesting.
Well, some of those bled over from the Pac-12 also being disrespected, like Utah.
Well, there was that too. And let's move away from college football just for a second.
Mm-hmm.
I think this has always been the case, and I think it gets more and more prevalent. People love ranking things.
Well, that is true.
Lists.
That is true.
They love pecking orders. We just spent 2 days on this show, a segment on Wednesday and a segment on Thursday, ranking the best quarterbacks
by
and coaches by division.
Yes.
And it was a heck of a lot of fun.
Yeah. Yeah. No, well, it's because rankings give you context. It helps you make sense of facts. At least you think it does. But in the case of college football, look, I think there are obvious disadvantages to it, but I also think there's a lot of good that comes out of it. And the attention, the conversations, the fact, as Vinny said, people like to know what do we look like in the big picture in the eyes of others. People want to know that stuff.
And I don't think there would be as much a problem with it if there wasn't bias, which there is.
Of course.
There is bias towards these bigger conferences and the bigger brands.
And I'll close on this. A reminder that last year at this time, when the AP preseason top 25 poll came out, the Arizona Wildcats were ranked number 21, and ASU was nowhere close to being in spitting distance of the top 25.
Well,
it's amazing how things can change.
Totally agree with you. But, like, for instance, Alabama's playing Florida State in week 1 this year. If you didn't have rankings, you might be fooled into believing that's a showdown. It's not a showdown. Florida State is awful. At least they were last year.
Yeah.
Okay. And conversely, if you say you had Florida State, Alabama, or I'm going to watch Kansas State, Iowa State. Without the rankings, you might assume, oh, that Alabama game, that's the blockbuster.
Well, go ahead. I'm sorry.
And with the rankings, you might go, oh, okay, these are Big 12 teams, but they're highly ranked.
Yeah.
So I'm going to check this out.
It depends on what you want to watch for. Do you want to watch the bigger brand and watch for the bigger list of pro prospects? Or do you want to watch 2 really good teams competing in what's going to be a much more competitive game? I will be watching
the pro
Kansas. I will be watching Iowa State, Kansas State.
Good for you.
Because I got Big 12 fantasy homework to do.
Oh boy. So is everybody from the Pac-12 league now migrated to the Big 12 league?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wait, what is this?
Is Luke?
Uh-oh.
For about 15 years, Sammy, I've played in a Pac-10/Pac-12, now Big 12 fantasy league.
No way.
Yeah.
Sammy wants in, man. Get him dialed in.
And I always have an ASU themed team name this year. Wham Bam, thank you, Sam.
Oh, I love it.
That's good. That's good.
Was last year's Wham Bam Thank You Cam?
No, last year was the Scataboobs.
That's even better.
Coming up next.
Wait, wasn't your team one year blinded by the touchdowns?
I think that was a pro team.
And it wasn't exactly touchdowns?
You remember that?
I do remember that. People can figure that out. We'll just leave that there. There's a recurring theme in all of Vinny's fantasy football teams.
I'm a simpleton. Coming up next, Bick's going to kick off the second half of the Friday show with the blast. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Giveathon for Phoenix Children's is coming soon.
Phoenix Children's Hospital.
You can make a difference for Arizona kids when you listen beginning Monday, August 18th. The Giveathon for Phoenix Children's is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Y Refi.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for QC Kinetics. For years, great athletes like Peyton Manning, Kobe Bryant, they'd all go to Europe for advanced regenerative treatments in the offseason because they were not available in America. Well, guess what? They're here now. They're in our backyard. You can find them at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine, where they have helped tens of thousands of people all over America. I say it all the time. I'm a big believer in your body's natural ability to heal itself, and that's essentially what QC Kinetics does. They harness your body's ability to restore and repair that damage damaged joint tissue that is causing you all those issues, and the patient satisfaction reports are incredible. 92% success rate. Emmitt Smith, the NFL's all-time leading rusher, raves about how QC Kinetics has helped him manage his joint pain. I visited QC Kinetics twice. Once they helped me avoid surgery on a torn meniscus. They are currently helping me with a bad case of tennis elbow. Really believe in what they're doing and their protocols. Bring your x-rays and your MRIs to QC Kinetics for a free, no-pressure consultation. Find out if you're a good candidate. See what these cutting-edge therapies can do for you. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. You can get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
And Team Bravo, backyard recon complete. And Command, lounge chair secured. Requesting permission to flank the watermelon at the picnic table.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Your backyard is for summer fun, not an ant invasion. Call 602 Blue Sky today. We'll defend your pool deck, secure your picnic spots, and stop ants before they overrun your summer. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
It's time to ace Mattress 101 during the back-to-school sale at Brooklyn Bedding. Now through August 14th, everything is 25% off. And if you're looking for luxury, be sure to check out the Elite Collection from sister brand Helix Sleep, available at all 12 Brooklyn Bedding locations. The Helix Elite offers unmatched luxury, made with 5 high-density foam layers. Don't be tardy, Basinonians. It's the back-to-school sale at Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a great opportunity for you to win tickets to the sold-out UMB Bank Fiesta Sports Foundation football kickoff event presented by the Fairmont Scottsdale Princess. This prize includes a VIP meet and greet with former Bears quarterback Jim McMahon, a 2-night stay at the Fairmont Scottsdale Princess, and a chance to hear me MC this awesome event on August 15th. Enter to win at arizonasports.com/contests.
Are you thinking about the holidays in July?
Of course not, and neither are most jewelry stores. They just wait and order from some wholesaler in New York.
But at Diamond Dave's Desert Wholesale Diamond, we are thinking ahead. Why?
Because we're the importers, the designers, the manufacturers.
If we want the best quality diamonds and a strong selection ready for you this holiday season,
we've got to start now. That's how we stay steps ahead every year.
So when December hits, you're not stuck choosing from leftovers.
You're getting something stunning, hand-picked, and priced the right way at wholesale.
Call Diamond Dave at 480-397-2450. That's 480-397-2450. 480-397-2450. Or follow him on Instagram at Diamond Dave Cantor. That's at Diamond Dave, Kantor.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s. And less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635 and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Cardinals are one day closer to their first preseason game against the Kansas City Chiefs this Saturday, and while head coach Jonathan Gannon said that his starters will see some action, there will be plenty of guys that can help their stock with strong showings in the preseason. For more on who that might be, head to arizonasports.com. ASU and Kenny Dillingham are up at Camp T, and for those wondering, what's Kenny's priority up there? He had this to say.
I try to make this place
a place that people look forward to, right? Less than a grind. You know, I'm all about the grind. I'm all about that. I think you come up here to build relationships, one.
22 days and counting until Week 1, Game 1 for Kenny Dillingham and the Sun Devils. Tonight in the Valley, the Arizona Diamondbacks will host the Colorado Rockies in the first of 3. Zach Gallen will get the ball. First pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Bud Light, official beer partner of the Arizona Cardinals. Bring home the tailgate this season with Bud Light.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports. The local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
Kyler Murray took great offense as to why the Cardinals no longer have a great offense, at least when it comes to throwing deep balls down the field. He called that criticism egregious, but something is clearly amiss. Last year, the Cardinals ranked 3rd in the NFL in yards per rushing attempt. They excelled at big boy football, and yet on passes thrown at least 10 yards downfield, Murray averaged just 9.4 yards per attempt, ranking 28th among starting quarterbacks. That doesn't make sense. When you punish a team up front in the NFL, it generally means the defense is susceptible for the deep ball over the top. But the Cardinals are the exception. Last year, they became the masters of the check down with 23% of their passes targeted to running backs. Now, maybe this isn't Murray's fault. Maybe it's the play calling. Maybe it was the rough initiation of Marvin Harrison Jr. and a wide receiver room void of quality depth. But either way, that has to change in 2025. Murray must excel at all the boring stuff and make all the right decisions under extreme pressure, but he also has to deliver some of those explosive plays that mark the early stages of his career. After all, an NFL team that wants to be great must bring a little lightning to go along with all that thunder. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
I don't think accuracy's never been an issue in my game, and that's just me talking to y'all. Obviously, I think we weren't explosive. Like, we weren't as explosive as we wanted to be last year, or the fans want us to be, as far as going downfield. You know what I mean? But as far as making explosive plays, there was explosive plays all over. We ran the hell out of the ball. And if you look at the first half of my career, I don't think we had issues as far as explosives downfield, right? I think that's just, within the scheme and within those things, that's where, okay, do we want to push it down the field? Do we want to push it down the field, or what do we want to do?
So if it's there, you'll take it. If it's not, you'll be
what,
boring. You'll be like you said, you'll be boring.
It's, it may not be what the fans want to see sometimes, but, as long as the ball gets to the end zone and we put 7 or 3 on the board, I may be frustrated at times personally. Just like y'all want to see the ball get, we all get frustrated, but hell, what's best for the team? What's best for winning? You know what I mean? That's. But as far as accuracy goes, I've never not been accurate. I like that's egregious.
Yeah, I took offense to that. Yeah. Even though
egregious,
you have the numbers to back it up.
That's the thing. The numbers that are out there don't jibe with what Kyler Murray is saying. That's my only point here. So maybe some of this is defense mechanisms. Maybe it's deflection, or like I said in the blast, maybe it's not his fault. Maybe he's going with the ball where he's instructed to go with the ball, and maybe everything that kind of suppressed the Cardinals' passing game last year, at least the deep element of it, had to do with more wide receivers and Marvin Harrison Jr. and getting him acclimated. Maybe that problem solves itself.
Yes.
But these numbers, they're inexplicable. In 2023, 2 seasons ago, Kyler Murray targeted running backs on 14% of his passes. Last year, that number skyrocketed to 23%. That's a big jump. Led the league in yards on checkdowns. Now, the word checkdown in the NFL, it's become a pejorative. It's a bad word. It's a word that you associate with scared quarterbacks who aren't staying in the pocket, who aren't keeping their eyes downfield.
And Matt Leinart.
But sometimes the check down is the very smart play.
Mm-hmm.
Just not always. So somehow, by hook or by crook, as they say, they got to get up over the top this year. And if they don't, and this passing game kind of, because again, it just doesn't make sense when you've got a running game as powerful as the Cardinals to rank 3rd, to average over 5 yards an attempt over a season. That's big boy football. You should get payoff for that. You run the ball like that, you're bringing that. You're eliminating the ability for the defense to play too high safeties, theoretically, and that's how teams that run the ball very, very well get over the top. And so that element has got to be. It should be part of this offense with the way they run the ball.
It should, but you also have to have the threats. And I agree with you with Marvin Harrison Jr.'s development, his comfort growing, getting more acclimated to the speed, physicality, and the demands of the pro game. It could take care of itself. But I'll ask you, last year with the way the offense was operating, who was the deep threat? You have to have somebody adept at doing it.
I know.
Somebody to take the top off the defense.
So so the question becomes, do they have that guy now? That's what we're going to find out. And again, I don't want this to come down to a thing where they look back at the end of the season and go, man, we were a wide receiver short and we had $30 million we sat on.
Mm-hmm. I mean, Marvin Harrison Jr. was the only receiver to average more than 11 yards per catch last year. 14.3, which is a pretty decent number. But this is not your father's NFL anymore.
No.
Where receivers are averaging 15 to 20 yards per catch. It's just become a lot more of a short passing game. And you're right. When you're that reliant on your tight end, there's a lot of instances where Trey McBride is going to get the ball thrown to him and he's going to make the catch 99 times out of 100.
Yep.
There's just nowhere to run.
Yeah. But you're not throwing it to him deep. That's the whole thing.
No.
And that's the one thing about this roster going in. When you look at it, to the layman, you look at it and you go, that wide receiver depth, I don't know, man. Zay Jones really better be that dude. Michael Wilson better really take that step up.
Oh, I think
Greg
Wilson
Dortch, what a dork!
What a dork!
I think Wilson has the opportunity to improve in that area. Harrison does as well. Zay Jones has always been kind of a possession guy, even though he's got some size to him. Greg Dortch has always been an underneath kind of slot guy who can bust a play, but I don't think you're throwing the ball downfield in one-on-one coverage or contested coverage with Greg Dortch because of his size.
Well, but again, if they're making a conscientious decision, we have enough at that position. Then you've got to wonder, do they? Look at the Rams. The Rams throw Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams at you.
Yeah. And before that, it was Cooper Kupp.
Every one of them. Your number 2 has to become a 1, your number 3 has to become a 2, and your number 4 has to become a 3.
Yeah.
They need all of them to step up this year.
And what are the odds that everybody levels up? So I'm hoping the need isn't as severe as it might have seemed to some, including myself. But again, you look at the training camp distribution of passes in 11 and 11 drills. Marvin Harrison Jr., 14 targets. Trey McBride, 13. Then it's Zay Jones, 5. Trey Benson, 4. Greg Dortch, 3. Mike Wilson, 2. Elijah Higgins, 1. James Conner, 1.
Yeah.
So it falls off the map from the top 2. And if your second best receiver is a tight end and you don't have a really good next receiver beyond that, then you're short, in my opinion. Let's hope they're not.
Look, it's a concern we both share going into the season because it is the same cast of characters. Is it possible for this big level up, as you talked about? Nate Tice, who covers the NFL for Yahoo Sports, was on with Wolf and Luke yesterday, and they asked him what he thinks year 2 for Marvin Harrison Jr. could look like.
I think it's going to look more like his dad's second year kind of did, which is like, low 1,000-ish yards, 1,200 yards, still catches a healthy chunk of TDs, that kind of 8 to 10 TD range. But I think it's just more consistency just watching it down to down where it is those go balls, those contested catches. I see it go balls, but a lot of it like back shoulders, which, oh my God, I've seen nothing but back shoulders, it seems like, from training camp.
Yeah.
So obviously they've been working at it, and Marvin Harrison Jr. looked like he put on 25 pounds. He went 2 weight classes up if he was an MMA fighter. So it's one of those things where obviously they've been working at this. So that's why I think there's going to be that natural uptick with it.
It's interesting that he said his dad's second year. His dad's rookie year statistics in 96 were very similar to what Junior put up last year, including 8 touchdowns and over 800 yards. Marvin Harrison's senior, though, his big jump didn't come until his 4th year. That's when he exploded 1,600 yards, 12 touchdowns. And that was like a 4-year stretch where he was – actually, it was longer than that. But those next 4 years were off the charts.
Yep.
So I would expect – the second year, by the way, went up to 73 catches, 866 yards. Touchdowns fell from 8 to 6. I expect more from Junior from a stat line this year.
The only team the only Arizona Cardinals team to ever make the Super Bowl had what? 3 1,000-yard wide receivers.
Yeah.
No one would have looked at that Cardinals. That Cardinals team was flawed. They were called the worst playoff team in history at the time. But no one would have questioned Anquan Boldin and Larry Fitzgerald as your wideouts.
No.
And then you had Steve Bruston as your number 3.
But the pass run differential was...
Well, that's true.
They didn't have a James Conner, and they didn't have a Trey McBride.
No, they didn't. Join us today at the DraftKings Sportsbook, TPC Scottsdale. Cheer on your favorite Arizona sports hosts live. We'll be out there today from 2 to 6 for the Arizona Sports Fantasy Frenzy presented by DraftKings Sportsbook. Your chance to take in the action, win some great football prizes. Again, that's today. TPC Scottsdale, 2 to 6. Do not miss it. Coming up next, Travis Hunter says playing both ways in football is easy. But is it actually the most difficult thing in sports? We'll explore it next. Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Kansas City Chiefs visit State Farm Stadium Saturday for preseason game number 1 at the Cardinals. Our coverage starts at 1:30 Saturday afternoon on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
August can be a scorching hot month in Arizona, and if your air conditioning is not getting it done, that heat can be dangerous. This is why Parker & Sons, along with Goodman, they're giving away a brand new air conditioner installed for free to a local senior citizen in need. So if you know somebody on a fixed income who could use it, maybe a grandparent, maybe a neighbor, make sure you nominate them now at parkerandsons.com. The deadline is August 15th. They're going to announce the winner on National Senior Citizen Day. Great way for Parker & Sons to give back. For a half century, Parker & Sons have been helping Arizona homeowners stay comfortable with honest expert service in heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. They show up on time. They fix it right at a fair price. They're going to treat your home like it's their own. They've got your back year-round in every job they do, handled by trust-certified technicians, trained pros who go through background checks, drug tests, who are licensed, bonded, and assured. They are the techs you can feel comfortable entering your home. And if your AC is struggling, give them a call at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
There has never been a better time to join Global Credit Union than right now. Dave Burns here, proud member, and at Global Credit Union, they're all about eliminating fees, no-fee checking and savings accounts, or for accidentally going over your account balance. It's easy to join with 10 branches across the valley, and you can always reach a live person 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Americans may not agree on much, but we agree on Social Security. We all pay in. It ought to be there when we need it. Social Security could face a funding gap in less than a decade, and I don't want to see a pay cut. I'm with AARP in the fight to protect the Social Security we earned.
Pledge to protect Social Security at aarp.org/weearnedit. That's aarp.org/weearnedit. Paid for by AARP.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. My friends at Y-Refi are humbled to be this year's co-presenting sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Giveathon. And at Y-Refi, they understand college didn't turn out how a lot of us hoped. The degree? Check. But the debt and detours, not what anyone planned. That's why Y-Refi helps struggling borrowers refinance private student loans with a plan that actually works. Visit YRefi.com today. That's YREFY.com. Y-Refi is not available in all states.
Hey, it's Ron Wolfley. As a former NFL player, I know what it takes to build something great, and it starts with trust. I chose Legacy Green Solutions to transform my yard. For artificial grass, putting greens, and custom landscaping, these are the experts that you can trust. Family owned for over 25 years and voted best of the valley, Legacy Green Solutions uses premium American-made turf backed by the best warranties. Text GREEN to 620-620 to book your free estimate or visit Legacy Green GreenSolutions.com.
Message and data rates may apply. The UPS store has high-quality, industry-approved packaging materials. So stop by and get 15% off packing materials and protected with our pack and ship guarantee. Visit the UPSstore.com/guarantee or a location near you for full details.
Hey, it's Wolf. Who is the most important player to watch in the Cardinals' first preseason game? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
How hard is what you're doing out there?
It's not hard at all, if I'm being honest. I have the first off day that we had, and I came back and did both sides. That's the only thing that got to me, but after that, I've been good.
You're like a human smelling salt or something. I hear. You just have have you gotten tired at all?
Nah. Like I said, like after the first off day, I got a little tired. I didn't do what I needed to do during that off day, but I bounced back the next day, so I was good.
The unicorn.
It's Travis Hunter talking to Kay Adams on Up and Adams about how hard it is to play both ways. Not hard at all. Everybody's marveling at Travis Hunter. And if there's something to watch that, outside of the Cardinals this weekend, if you're a Cardinals fan, Travis Hunter's going to get snaps both offensively and defensively. Again, we're not going to see massive workload on either side of the ball, but we have not seen anybody do this on a regular basis going into a season, really.
No.
The last guy to do it on a regular basis, and I don't have snap counts in front of me, it might have been Roy Green. Roy Green of the Cardinals, when they were still in St. Louis, started out as a defensive back and then morphed into a two-way player and then into a full-time wide receiver.
Did he really?
Yeah.
Well, I didn't even know that.
There's not really. We saw Deion Sanders tinker with it. We saw Patrick Peterson tinker with it. But the key word's being tinker.
And a lot of those guys, it was more of the defense/special teams.
Yeah.
When Patrick Peterson tried the trifecta, throwing in some wide receiver snaps, that didn't go so well.
Or some quarterback snaps even.
Well, yeah, right. That too.
Yeah.
That too. So the question becomes, is this really legit that it's not hard at all?
Look, he's downplaying it because he's used to it.
Yeah.
This is not normal.
No. And what he's doing now, it's nothing compared to how hard it's going to be when the games begin, when the real games begin.
It's also, he's going to be playing more games this year than he's ever played.
Uh-huh.
And obviously versus tougher, bigger, stronger, faster competition.
Yes, but even for him to do it at the level he did at Colorado for 2 years, where if you look at the snap counts, the dude never came off the field. And he is a specimen, but he's also not – he's kind of spindly. He's kind of wiry.
Yeah, kind of light on his feet a little bit.
Light on his feet. Yeah. He's a bigger dude. Like he's got some height to him, but I wonder with that body type if that can hold up in the pros.
I just wonder, you get off a grueling series defensively. Say you're on the field for 12 to 15 plays. You're dealing with a team that is, running the ball down your throat. Then you as Travis Hunter have to come up and get involved in the run game, and it's a real physical series. You get off that, you got to turn right back around and get in the huddle and play offense. That's going to be a tough pull for him.
How many times do you hear it during the course of a game? You're watching a game, the defense looks gassed. They really need this break.
Yeah, that's
or
it.
The offense putting the defense in a bad spot. Well, he's always on the field.
Yeah.
Well, here there's two options. Because either he is a once-in-a-lifetime athlete who is going to be able to do this, or he's not going to be able to do it at all, or he's able to do it because he's being allowed to do it. We saw this sort of with Shohei Ohtani, that he's probably a once-in-a-lifetime athlete, but he's also the only one in generations that's actually been allowed to pitch and hit. And you don't know, how many athletes actually could be a receiver and defensive back if they were allowed to. Because, in high school, I'm sure a lot of these players did that. In high school, a lot of times the quarterback is also the linebacker. In high school, a lot of times the best pitcher is also the best hitter. And then they have to specialize.
Sure. Absolutely. All right, let me give you three options here. What's the most impressive? Travis Hunter going both ways on a regular basis on the football field. The Shohei Ohtani example of pitching and hitting at an elite level in Major League Baseball. Or the crossover athletes, the guys like Deion Sanders, Brian Jordan, Danny Ainge, the guys that played two professional sports at the highest level. Bo Jackson at the same time.
Oh man, that's a great
Kyler Murray, who drafted top 10 baseball and football.
I'm not throwing Kyler in there because he only got drafted. He's never
okay.
He's never done it at the major league level.
Okay, gotcha. I think I would vote. I think I would go, and I know Jared disagrees with this, and I can't wait to hear him make this case. I think doing it in football, what Travis Hunter is attempting to do, is going to be the hardest thing to do. Now, you don't agree. You think it's Shohei by far.
Yeah, well, first of all, we already have evidence that Shohei Ohtani is the best hitter in baseball and one of the best pitchers in baseball. We don't know if Travis Hunter is going to be on that level as a wide receiver. Is he going to be the best wide receiver in football? And is he going to be one of the best defensive backs in football? But also, to me, defensive back and wide receiver are a lot more similar in skill than it is pitching and hitting, are two completely different skills in baseball. And don't they always say hitting a baseball is the hardest thing to do in sports? So excelling at that and then also being a great pitcher.
Okay, I understand that.
He's a very good pitcher. I'm not convinced he's one of the best pitchers in baseball. Maybe that's unfair. Hitting,
I think he's the best hitter, and he's a top 10.
Look, all three of these examples are off the charts difficult.
I agree with Vinny.
For me, it's the crossover thing.
I was going to bring,
Is that where you go with it?
Deion Sanders played a Major League Baseball game. He played in the World Series while he was playing NFL football.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
It's
but if you talk about what's the most arduous, what's the most difficult to do, if you're Shohei Ohtani and you've been blessed with these skills to play the sport, there's still a lot of downtime for you. The pace of the sport, it's obviously not as physical as football is. Even if you're pitching and hitting in the same game, you've got a lot of time to sit on your backside in the dugout when your team's on offense and you're waiting for your at bat. I just think the relentless nature of playing both sides of the ball in football, that's the most demanding to me.
Just from a cardiovascular standpoint.
And from a physicality standpoint.
Yeah.
Like what Bo Jackson did of being a really good baseball player and a really good running back in the NFL. Like that's, and to Deion's point, like those are people that are unheard of.
Well, Bo Jackson came out after a season with the Royals and said, "Yeah, I'm going to play football as a hobby," and dominated.
Bo Jackson
until he got hurt.
Bo Jackson was a better baseball player than Deion Sanders was.
Yeah, no doubt. There's no doubt about it.
And Deion Sanders had a much better NFL career than Bo Jackson.
Longer. Yeah. I mean, Bo Jackson was a very good football player, but it just didn't. Deion Sanders is one of the best football players of all time defensively, but had a career in baseball, but he was never
wasn't great,
a perennial all-star or anything.
Yeah, but what we are talking about in all of these examples that maybe we're just underselling, some guys are just blessed.
Well,
we all grew up with kids that were good at everything. These guys represent that to the nth degree.
But that goes back to my point about how much of this is them actually being allowed to do it. If J.J. Watt caught touchdowns before, if they said we want to make you, or if he wanted to be a tight end and play defense for his whole career. Could he have done it?
Yeah.
Maybe he could have done it.
Another what if.
The same with you brought up Kyler Murray. If they allowed him to play baseball too, how good would he have been?
Yeah, but the other big what if I have, and I'm not a huge LeBron James fan, but man, it would have been fun to see him play tight end in the NFL.
Only because he's big and athletic, though. We have no proof that he's actually
he was
really good at football.
He was dominant in high school.
Well, he was 3 times the size of.
Take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcast. The Bickley Marotta Show podcast brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. Coming up next, we'll talk Diamondbacks, Major League Baseball with the one and only Buster Olney. He will join us straight ahead here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
When we feel divided, we look to something that can bring us together. It's time to do something powerful and meaningful for kids who need your help.
Be the champion of hope and help kids like me at Phoenix Children.
The Giveathon for Phoenix Children's begins Monday, August 18th. Keep listening to hear how you can make a difference for Arizona kids and families. The Giveathon is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and YRefi.
For the past 2 decades, the accident attorneys at Sweet James have helped enough clients to fill an entire sporting arena. And here's another basketball analogy that proves why you call Sweet James if you're ever injured in an accident. Okay, so there are over 450 players in the NBA. They all play basketball. They're all good, but very few rise to stardom because very few win at that level that puts them in an elite category. Well, it's exactly the same thing with personal injury firms in Arizona. There are a lot of them out there. They all say the same things. Sweet James, one of the very few firms that are elite in everything they do, especially when it comes to litigating. They've got a full in-house trial team. Their attorneys have extensive trial experience, which is rare in their industry, and it means a lot. It gives them a lot of leverage when they're dealing with and negotiating with those insurance companies that will not want to pay you a nickel for your injuries. They're the heavy-hitting firm you need in your corner. Remember, hiring the right attorney when you've been injured in an accident can literally mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. You can expect maximum compensation from Sweet James. Remember, they're proud partner of your Phoenix Suns, and you pay nothing at all until they win your case. 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000. Online at sweetjames.com.
Summer's here, and so are friends, family, and fun. But emergencies don't take a vacation. That's why having naloxone in your home first aid kit matters. Naloxone can reverse an opioid overdose fast. It's safe, easy to use, and it could save a life while you wait for help to arrive. This summer, be ready. Add naloxone to your home first aid kit because seconds matter. And so do the people you love. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Man, look at that Return of the Old King, man. Oh, wow. Emotional.
King of the Hill is back.
They got a Bob's in the airport now. Oh, that's Boba.
World has changed, Dad.
Bobby wants to bring that new girl over for dinner.
The vegan? What the hell am I supposed to feed her?
Can't we just put some grass in a bowl?
From Mike Judge and Greg Daniels.
Ready to make some memories, Dad?
Let's freaking go.
A Hulu original series, King of the Hill. All episodes now streaming on Hulu.
It isn't just any Ford dealer. It is Tim Hovick, Santan Ford, and they're reimagining affordability. We're talking lease deals for $399 a month and zero down on the brand new 2025 Mustang GT, the Escape, and even Bronco Sport. Just sign and drive with a payment real folks can afford. Tim Hovick, Santan Ford, and Gilbert. The summer sale is on. Some restrictions apply, and there's a $649 dock fee. But you got that, man. Affordability is back in style. I am Santan Ford.
Monsoons, wild winds, roof destruction, driving rain. Is your roof prepared?
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing. We offer free estimates and up to 12 months, same as cash. Let's get your roof ready before the storm strikes. Remember, there's only one way, the right way.
Right Way Roofing, we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Hey, it's Gambo. You all know that Christian Brothers is your go-to company for all AC and plumbing needs. But did you also know they can help with any electrical issues you may have at your home? Christian Brothers offers an electrical safety inspection for just $69. This includes a panel inspection, testing all the breakers, tightening down all the wires, and much, much more. Mention me, Gambo, to get the $69 special for your electrical inspection. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535 or online at cbrothers.com.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Tonight, Zach Gallen and the Snakes are back in action against the Colorado Rockies in the first of 3 games. First pitch from Chase Field will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Offensive lineman Will Hernandez announced yesterday that he is returning to the Cardinals for the 2025-26 season on a 1-year contract. The veteran will start on the physically unable to perform list. The Cardinals, however, are in action this weekend for the first of 3 preseason games. They'll play the Kansas City Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes on Saturday. And last night, Alyssa Thomas made WNBA history as she recorded her 3rd straight triple-double as the Mercury crushed the Fever 95-60 for their 3rd straight win. This report is brought to you by APS. Visit APS Solutions for Business for ways to help your business make smarter use of its energy while saving money. Schedule a free consultation today.
Hey, it's Gambo. Can Zach Gallen get a gimme outing tonight against the Rockies? We'll preview the game and his start on today's Burns and Gambo show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
Yeah, D-backs and Rockies, 3 games this weekend. Diamondbacks, for the most part, playing out the string as the trade deadline is come and gone in Major League Baseball. Here to talk D-backs and MLB with us from ESPN, the great Buster Olney, our guest on the Arizona Sports Line. Buster, good morning. Thanks for joining us today. We appreciate it.
Well, yeah, guys. Good morning. How are you?
Good. Dealing with the disappointment of a season. It's been disappointing on a lot of levels. Of course, the Diamondbacks just gutted by injuries, especially in the bullpen, but also a disappointing brand of baseball put forth by the D-backs this year. As we sit here in early August, where do you, I guess, kind of rank or gauge the disappointment level of the Diamondbacks throughout the sport, Buster?
And this is not because I agree with you. I mean, it comes down to injuries, and if you're the Diamondbacks, you don't know if Corbin Burns is going to get hurt like that. You don't know if some of the relievers are going to get hurt the way that they did. Look, for me, probably the most disappointing team would be the Atlanta Braves.
Mm-hmm.
Coming in with a lot of expectations that they're going to make the playoffs, and they're sitting behind the Marlins in the National League East, and never would have guessed that, battling for the Nationals for the last spot. The Baltimore Orioles, a couple of years ago, they won 101 games. As we sit here today, they're 11 games under 500. And then I'd say the Diamondbacks probably would be third, given the expectation. It's so interesting, especially when you get closer to the trade deadline. You're talking with a bunch of executives of other teams and trying to find out exactly what the Diamondbacks' plans are. You got so many wistful responses like, man, they got a good core of players, to the point that, with a couple of people that I talked to, one of my questions was, hey, if the Diamondbacks were in the American League, which is incredibly weak, I've never seen more parity in a league than we have in the American League this year. My question was, the Diamondbacks sell? And every person I talked to was like, no. Right. The Diamondbacks would have been good enough to compete in the American League, even with all the injuries they've had. But, they're playing in the Mount Everest League, and so they reacted accordingly.
When you take a look at Torey Lovullo, we all love Torey. He's great to the media. He was a rock star in that 2023 postseason. But now I know that the Diamondbacks are having these discussions. Have the players tuned him out? I'm curious, from your vantage point and your insight and your great experience, do managers have a shelf life? Does there come a time when change for change's sake is actually a thing?
Yes. There's no question that some managers have a shelf life. Some have, the sort of personality where they're just Bobby Cox was like this, right? Every day was pretty much the same guy. Other managers go high and they go low. There's no question. Larry Boa, who was the manager of the Phillies, if you've been around him for 10 minutes, you can tell he's one of those guys who probably had a shelf life. Because he's super intense. He's super demanding. At some point, bridges are burned along the way. And I think Larry's a great baseball guy. I want to make that clear. The managers who burn hot personality-wise, those are the ones who absolutely have a shelf life. But it is possible. Now, I can't give you an opinion on the Diamondbacks just because I'm not around them on a daily basis. I'm not talking to players off the record. Hey, what do you think about Torey? It feels like that their culture has been relatively consistent, but the players are the ones who are going to be able to answer that question far better than I could about Torey.
Buster Olney of ESPN, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. I read a stat as we got toward the end of July, actually at the end of July, Buster, that for the first time since 1900, there was no team in Major League Baseball heading into August with a 600 winning percentage. That's changed in August. The Brewers have climbed above that mark. My point being, and you mentioned it kind of in the American League, but At this point of a season, is this as wide open as you've seen a pennant race or maybe a battle for real World Series candidacy?
There's no doubt about it. Look, I'll double down on your number. I'll give you another one that my colleague Paul Mbakiti's dug out, that at August 1st, there were 10 – the teams with the 10 best records in baseball were within 4.5 games of each other.
Wow.
I mean, think about that, right? And in the American League right now, it's part of the reason why it seemed like Kansas City, which is kind of in the same position that the Diamondbacks were, rather than just simply sell off guys like Seth Lugo, their feeling was, you know what, with a couple of good moves, maybe we can get back in this thing. The Cleveland Guardians, their closer was put on leave because of an investigation into whether or not he's involved in some gambling thing. Emmanuel Clase, they talked to other teams about trading Stephen Kwan. They traded Shane Bieber. They're like 2 games out of the wild card. It absolutely, if you are, I think especially an American League team, you can dream of being where the Yankees were last year in the World Series, having a chance to, to go against the National League monster, whatever team comes out of the NL, and win. So there is a lot of parity in a way that I've never seen before.
Yeah. People talked about the Mariners being among the teams that won at the trade deadline, adding a couple of Diamondbacks and Josh Naylor and Gino Suarez. And, man, does that Seattle crowd love Gino. Everybody loves Gino, Buster. What do you think of the Mariners post-deadline and this vibe they've got going right now?
So I talked to a GM the other day whose team was among the sellers, and he said, look, from his perspective, the GMs are broken into 2 categories. One was the type of general manager who focused on efficiency and the value model. And this person related a story to me where he's talking with a team and they said, "No, I'm sorry, we just can't do that. Our models, based on our model, we just can't do that." And this GM was saying to himself, "Well, actually, you can. you can actually overrule your efficiency model." And this GM said, in the other category was the GMs that basically said, we're going to do what we feel like we need to do to try to win the World Series. I mean, clearly the Phillies are in that. Johan Duran, he's probably the best closer in baseball right now, going to them. San Diego, A.J. Preller, their general manager, again, buying for his bullpen, picking up Mason Miller. And the other team with that, I think, the Seattle Mariners, where they pay the price to get Naylor, they pay the price to get Suarez. And you knew there was a good chance that these 2 teams are going to make a deal because you guys know this. At the trade deadline, a lot of the deals that are made are based on relationships. And it's pretty clear. Mike Hazen, Jerry Dipoto, who runs the Mariners, they've got a really good relationship, and they know how to make trades with each other. I personally think Seattle right now is the team to beat in the American League.
Wow.
That once they get their rotation back together in mid-August, that's the team that's going to come out of the rubble that is the AL and play in the World Series.
And we know Gino Suarez is about the streakiest player in baseball, and he's not on a very good streak right. He's hitting 118 right now. How much are they going to love him when he gets hot again? Because that's inevitable, Buster.
Well, the good thing about the Mariners, and you've seen them in the past, it always felt like they were heavily reliant on 1 or 2 guys. And they have enough depth now where it buys time for, Suarez to come back. Cal Raleigh, I think, is probably the favorite to win the MVP in the American League. In the second half, he's struggling, not surprisingly, because he's played just about every game. When he doesn't catch, he's the DH. He probably could benefit from, some days off coming up here. Because they have Julio Rodriguez and Randy Arozarena, J.P. Crawford, they don't rely on 1 or 2 guys the way that they used to, and I think that'll give Gino some time to sort it out and to get back and get hot. And you're right. I just watching their game yesterday. That fan base, they are into it right now because they see the opportunity.
Absolutely, Buster. It's always a pleasure to have you on the show.
You're the best, brother.
Thanks so much for taking time for us today.
Yep. Thanks for having me, guys.
Thank you, Buster Olney, ESPN Major League Baseball insider, joining us here on the Arizona Sports Line. Coming up next this year, the W in WNBA could very well stand for weird for a number of reasons. We'll get into some of those reasons next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Arizona Sports Fantasy Frenzy. This afternoon, 2 till 6 at DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale. Join Burns and Gambo for prizes, good times, and fantasy football. Arizona Sports Fantasy Frenzy this afternoon.
Arizona Sports Fantasy Frenzy.
Details at arizonasports.com. Click on contests.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and it feels like it's legit that football season has arrived. It's a great time for you to head on down to Walt's TV and Appliance, upgrade your fandom, upgrade your viewing experience, take it to the next level. Walt's will give you great expertise and an extremely knowledgeable staff. They've been serving the Valley since 1957. They'll give you the wisdom and the insight and the information you'll never get from the big box stores. You'll get great selection, big screen televisions all the way up to 115 inches. All the major name brands you're looking for, whatever you want, you're going to find it at Walt's. And best of all, you don't pay a premium for all that expertise and experience because Walt's also prides itself on unbeatable prices to prove it. Find a price you like somewhere else, bring it to Walt's, they'll match it. They also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. You can enjoy a worry-free installation done by a pro. And when you're at Walt's, make sure you drop my name. Little extra incentive for you. You get 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. You can find Walt's off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can shop online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
At the UPS Store, we understand the importance of a first impression. That's why we're here to help you put your best foot forward and be unstoppable with our printing services. With high-quality paper stock options, banners, business cards, menus, and more, we make sure your small business stands out and your message reaches the masses. After all, we're the one-stop prints that pop store. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, prices, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
Lowe's knows when you're looking for reliability, the right brand makes all the difference. And now, Lowe's is the exclusive home improvement retailer for the Whirlpool water treatment line, including their Wi-Fi softener, under-sink filtration system, and more. With Whirlpool's proven performance and our everyday low prices, better tasting, better quality water is within reach. Shop pro-trusted brands like Whirlpool and more, in-store or online. Lowe's, we help, you save.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Dreaming of escaping the Arizona heat in your own backyard oasis? Presidential Pools and Spas and the Arizona Diamondbacks are making dreams come true. Get ready for the Summer Pool Giveaway by Presidential Pools and Spas. You could win a beautiful brand new custom pool for your home. One lucky winner will receive a stunning new pool with Pentair equipment and beautiful decking. Perfect for endless summer fun. Enter now through September 7th. Visit dbacks.com/splash to enter or for more details. That's dbacks.com/SPLASH.
Hey, it's Gambo, back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz did the LASIK surgery on my eyes over 15 years ago, and to this day, my vision has never been better. I see great at night, in the day, up close, far away, no glasses, no readers, and this is 15 years later. Dr. Schwartz offers the best in advanced LASIK technology, as well as other surgical laser procedures, such as the clear lens exchange and the EVO ICL. Whether it's nearsightedness, farsightedness, and astigmatism, or any other eye care issues, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help improve your vision and change your life as he did mine. There is a reason he is the official eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 valley-wide locations, one in Glendale, one in Scottsdale, and one in Mesa. Schedule your free LASIK evaluation by calling 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or going online at teamidoc.com.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy, and the day has arrived. The fantasy football frenzy is this afternoon at the DraftKings Sportsbook in Scottsdale. Join us for all the fun, starting at 2 on Arizona Sports.
I'm the best player in the world, and I have to go to a communist country to get paid like a capitalist. One time I came back and I was like, man, my parents have just gotten older, and I've missed a big part of it. We weren't making that much money. So generational wealth was coming from going to Russia every year. Now we have to come back home and get paid nothing to play in a harder league in worse conditions against the best competition in the world? The janitor at the arena made more than me.
Diana Taurasi earlier this week on the Taurasi special released on Hulu, talking about having to go to Russia to make money, being underpaid, all of it.
I understand her point also. To be technical, Russia hasn't been communist in about 35 years, but still, the point is made.
It's Russia.
I know, it's still Russia.
Why are you quibbling over that? It's a great turn of a phrase. Let her have it.
Diana Taurasi, when she speaks, she gets a reaction.
Ask Brittany Griner about how Russia rolls.
It's different than being, because there's an idiot caller who calls us in all the time, and whenever we say anything he disagrees with, he goes, "You just need to go back to Russia, you damn communist."
Really? We got somebody like
Yeah,
that?
you probably know who it is.
Oh, I know the guy's name.
Okay.
Wow.
Same guy that used to try to hijack all the post-game shows?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if they're not communists, what are they?
Get a life. Oh, sorry.
Well, what'd you say?
Was that out loud? When Diana Taurasi speaks, she usually gets a reaction. Hey, she got a reaction.
Yep.
From Doug Gottlieb, Fox Sports Radio.
I mean, she sounds obnoxious. That's the only real way to put it. She sounds obnoxious. First, Russia was not a communist country when she went there. I played in Russia.
Oh, no.
Before she did. Russia, look, you could call it a dictatorship now, but it's not a communist country. It has been communist. Second, it's basic economics. Not everything that is valued in this country is valued elsewhere. Not everything that is valued elsewhere is valued here.
So we have identified Doug Gottlieb as the caller that blows up Jared's phone line.
Man. I feel like an idiot now. I didn't mean to accidentally agree with him.
Look, Doug Gottlieb has been called obnoxious on a number of levels. And he also went on to say Diana Taurasi sounds bitter. What retired athlete doesn't sound bitter when comparing their career to the careers of others? Now, it's new for Diana Taurasi, but her tenure in the WNBA ended right at about the time there's going to be a financial windfall for the WNBA. Mm-hmm. And this all bleeds together with what's going on.
All of it does.
Yeah, because Caitlin Clark is supposedly the drink stirrer. Like her presence
the savior of the W.
in the WNBA is thought to have this financial windfall, yet she's being treated unfairly by some. There was an op-ed piece. Sean McClain wrote an op-ed piece in the Washington Post and wrote, Miss Clark faces a textbook hostile work environment. If evidence shows discrimination or retaliation, the Justice Department's Civil Rights Division must act.
Oh, boy.
Stephen A. Smith has jumped on board with this thinking that the government needs to get involved because of Caitlin Clark's work treatment.
Because
she gets fouled?
Because Caitlin Clark and the WNBA has become entangled in the political crosshairs. And a lot of the hate that Diana Taurasi is getting is from that element. The element that wants to prop up Caitlin Clark. Now, listen, I will nod my head in agreement that the WNBA players have been incredibly short-sighted and ungrateful in their treatment of Caitlin Clark. I think they have taken liberties and taken cheap shots at her. And even Sophie Cunningham, former Mercury player, now that she's a teammate of Caitlin Clark, she's come out and said, I've seen it from this side. It's ridiculous.
Here was Sophie Cunningham on a podcast this week.
You have seen players in our league try to toughen up Caitlin. We call her Cece. Cece. Even when I wasn't on her team, I know the talks that Phoenix had in the locker room of no, we're going to prove her. We're going to show her what the W really is. You know what I mean? And I get it to a certain extent. And every rookie coming into the league, that's how you're going to treat them. But there's just more for her. So it's her second year. And now being on her team and seeing it, I'm what are people doing? Actually it's just too much.
I find it interesting. And you mentioned they're teammates now. Sophie Cunningham played for the Mercury for a long time. Where was this talk last year? And to me, this whole movement, the government needs to get involved. I got to call it like I see it. This is the softest stance in the history of sports, if you believe this.
How about it?
We're not hearing any belly aching from Caitlin Clark on it. And Caitlin Clark, what Sophie Cunningham just described, any hotshot rookie coming into any basketball league faces that kind of treatment. Now, it does go a little bit further here because there is jealousy on the eyeballs and the attention, which Caitlin Clark earned for the most part. Now, did they go overboard while she was in college? Probably a little bit. She's a great player. And the TV money coming in is largely due to her presence in the league. But this is not anything that other rookies have not gone through in other sports.
I think there's elements of jealousy that's really over the top. But I think there's some of it that can be understandable for a league that is really struggling, that had been really struggling to stand on its own 2 feet without being funded by the NBA. This has been a terrible year for the W in terms of headlines, from what they did at the All-Star game, which I think was really short-sighted, wearing T-shirts that say "Pay us what you owe us," and as you pointed out, Vinny, saying "owe us" implies that the WNBA reneged on payments that should have been made. That's not the case. It's really become a season of hate for people inside the WNBA from outside the NBA. And Caitlin Clark's at the front of this. There are a lot of people who are using Caitlin Clark as in the political realm, and they're all reflexively hating on Diana Taurasi this morning. Can I remind people that what Diana Taurasi said is egregious, to quote Kyler Murray, that if you're a great player, if you're the GOAT and you have to go to... Do you think Diana Taurasi wanted to go to Russia to play basketball?
I think she wanted to play all year round.
I think she wanted to play all year round. I mean, and people are being so dismissive of her and what she's saying just because everything is reflexive now. She's the enemy. She's Caitlin Clark's enemy, so I now hate you.
It's also, as Vince pointed out, all the old heads and all the sports complain about, their time versus the current time, or either that the new generation is soft or that the new generation gets paid way more money and has better, flying conditions and sleeping and working conditions than we had, and it's not fair. It happens all over.
But it's all rooted in finances. And it makes perfect sense. Ask somebody who played Major League Baseball in the 70s what they think of the salaries in Major League Baseball today. Oh, you know what? Those guys deserve it.
You're so right about that. You're exactly right. You'd be hard-pressed to find somebody who wasn't like, man, wish I would have gotten paid like that.
And then the weirdest thing of all is this whole string of incidents at games where people throwing objects on the court.
Recreational toys.
Continues. And now we know there's a movement behind it. A self-described crypto enthusiast told ESPN he's part of a group that orchestrated recent sex toy stunts that have disrupted at least 3 WNBA games in the past 10 days. I think the teenager who did it here in Phoenix was probably like, oh, I didn't know.
I didn't know I was part of that.
Well, that's it, though. You don't know the legitimacy of this, because when sometimes there's like a attack or something, and like a group will take credit for it that's really actually not involved just so they'll get headlines.
Yes.
Like they coordinated a multi-city, unbelievable.
And they're trying to do it over like gaining awareness and popularity for a recently introduced crypto coin that was just introduced in the last few weeks.
And because they want to make funny memes.
Yeah. We really wanted to make memes funny again.
Because they know you can rage bait people against the WNBA.
This is the dumbest sports story of my lifetime.
It's one of them.
And it's going to continue to get dumber.
Yes. Well, we'll have at 9:30. It certainly will.
Did you get your jokes approved, Ferret?
There's one that I need just sort of clarification on, but that's about it.
Jarrett, would you describe your workplace as hostile?
Occasionally, yeah.
Do we need to get the government involved?
I got this co-host of my show. He won't let up on me.
Stop rubbing your eyes, Jarrett.
He calls me something that's a smelly rodent.
Doesn't even rhyme with my name.
Stop rubbing your eyes, Ferret.
Coming up next, we'll hit the 9 o'clock hour. Sammy's going to take us through social studies here on Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com presented by Y-Refi. I'm Tom Keeble. Trey Benson's confidence is through the roof after a strong training camp, forming a nice 1-2 punch in the Cardinals' backfield. ASU is ranked 5th in the Big 12 based on an analytics-based computer model. And what Cardinals need a really strong preseason to solidify their spot on the 53-man roster. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com presented by Y-Refi.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Building wealth is difficult to do if you're starting from scratch, but the smart people tell you the best way to do it is reduce your debt. So if you're in the market to buy a home, if you're looking to refinance, make your first phone call to Life Changer Loan. If you're a good fit, they are going to save you a ton of money. This is an innovative program where you do your banking inside of your mortgage. Every deposit you make into that account goes to paying down the principal of your home. As a result, you're going to wake up one day shortly down the road, and that house payment is going to be gone. In fact, 5 years is the average length of time it takes a Life Changer Loan client to pay off that mortgage, which now gives them decades to build personal wealth, and that is how you get ahead. You also get 24/7 access to your equity, which does a lot of cool things for you. It gives you the power to pay off, pay down, borrow back from yourself whenever you want. Lots of great features to a Life Changer Loan, but it's not for everybody. You've got to have the right set of financials. They'll be upfront with you if you're not a good fit, but I can tell you this, if you're a good fit, you're going to love the results. 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Lowe's knows when you're looking for reliability, the right brand makes all the difference. And now, Lowe's is the exclusive home improvement retailer for the Whirlpool water treatment line, including their Wi-Fi softener, under-sink filtration system, and more. With Whirlpool's proven performance and our everyday low prices, better tasting, better quality water is within reach. Shop pro-trusted brands like Whirlpool and more, in-store or online. Lowe's, we help, you save.
Draft season is here, and there's no better place to kick it off than DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale. Join Burns and Gambo and your favorite Arizona sports host for the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Draft Party, Friday, August 8th from 2 till 6. And don't forget, you can book your own fantasy football draft party at DraftKings Sportsbook. Enjoy a reserved space, a custom DraftKings draft board, and personalized food and drink packages for your whole league. DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale, the place to be this football season. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
It's time to ace Mattress 101 during the back-to-school sale at Brooklyn Bedding. Now through August 14th, everything is 25% off. There's the best-selling Aurora Cloud Pillow Top, comfort and value with advanced cooling technology, and the budget-friendly signature Hybrid Cloud Pillow Top. Superior comfort at a factory-direct price. Don't be tardy, Basinonians. It's the back-to-school sale at Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Oh, hey.
Hey, thanks for meeting me here on such short notice. This place isn't bugged, is it?
Bugged? Wait, Jamie, what's going on?
It's just, you're my only lawyer friend, and I need your professional opinion. Do you see that brand new Hyundai Tucson out there?
Yeah?
That's all I paid for it.
I think I need to get back to you on that.
Do you know what you want?
Yeah, I do now.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. Get the car or SUV you've always wanted, plus America's best warranty at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. The guilt is real, but so is the savings.
Listen,
I don't want to get in your business, but if that's all she paid for it, I'll have what she's having.
It's a great day for a new Hyundai at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event going on now. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Palisade, Santa Fe, and Santa Fe hybrid models. And check out our other great deals at your Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends September 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Cardinals are now one day closer to their first preseason game against the Chiefs this Saturday. And while head coach Jonathan Gannon said that his starters will see some action, there will be plenty of guys that can help their stock with strong showings this preseason. For more on who that might be, head to ArizonaSports.com. ASU and Kenny Dillingham are up at Camp T, and for those wondering what is Kenny's priority up there, he had this to say.
I try to make this place a place that people look forward to, right? Less than a grind. You know, I'm all about the grind. I'm all about that. I think you come up here to build relationships, one.
22 days and counting until week one. Game one for the Sun Devils tonight in the Valley. The Arizona Diamondbacks will host the Colorado Rockies in the first of three. Zach Gallen will get the ball. First pitch from Chase will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by APS. Visit APS Solutions for Business for ways to help your business make smarter use of its energy while saving money. Be sure to schedule a free consultation today.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by HigherPrice.com. Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Time for the Friday edition of some Social Studies. Here's Sammy Cebulka to take us through it. What do you got, Sammy?
Yeah, good morning. We are on X at Bickley_Murata, where Jarrett mainly, but Jarrett and I will post the questions for you guys at Bickley and Murata elsewhere, and on YouTube at Arizona Sports. And with the Cardinals' first preseason game being tomorrow, we wanted to know, Cardinals fans, what are you most looking forward to in the team's first preseason game against the Chiefs, and why?
For me, clean operation, no injuries.
Yep.
And maybe some positive plays from the starters, either on offense or defense.
I'd like to see the defense, depending on how many of those guys are playing. I'd like to see them kind of suppress the Kansas City Chiefs. Don't let the Chiefs carve their way down the field in the first quarter. Play them close in the first quarter, and then the no injuries thing is obviously very important.
Yeah. Joel says the O-line cohesiveness, Kyler Murray being sharp and accurate, some D-line pressure, run stoppage, and good defensive backfield coverage. Joel, that's how you win a lot of football games right there. Bordertown Kid says, seeing K1 and Marvin Harrison Jr. connect on a few catches, and just seeing Calais Campbell on the other side of the ball back in a Cardinals uniform.
That'd
and then
be cool.
Daylight Film says, a clean bill of health. I'm sure we can all come to agreement on that end. So now we switch to the Diamondbacks. Their offseason is approaching, I think about 45 games left. So Diamondback fans, what should be the team's number one priority this offseason, and why?
Look, I think the number one priority is, we've talked so much about it, establishing or reestablishing identity, whether that's with or without Torey Lovullo. But just underneath that for me is ensuring that this team is going to be able to compete next year.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to have a rotation that can compete. The bullpen has just been ravaged, and it's not going to be close to 100% to begin next season. But I don't think this franchise can go through another 162 games of irrelevance. We've seen that a few times in Diamondbacks history, and it doesn't go over well.
I think they've got to first get a grip on what Jordan Lawler and who he's going to be as a professional. We heard Torey Lovullo tell us that Mike Hazen's going to make him earn his promotion, and yet we heard Derek Hall say, we're going to give him the job and say there's no pressure here.
Yeah.
So they got to reconcile what that means, and I think you got to find out whether he's the guy. And then you gotta get the bullpen right for next year.
Yeah, two interesting responses, both of the similar vein. Andy Bryant says, go all in this next year because he thinks there will be no baseball in 2027. A lockout is looming.
Yeah, I keep forgetting that on the horizon.
That's right.
And most people in the sport believe that it's inevitable at this point. So
right when the Diamondbacks are getting all their guys back, right? Their pitchers. Let's see. Tom Foss said relief pitching, and he wants to see a deep group, kind of like the Padres have. So if people get hurt or some fall apart, you'll be able to have guys to come in. And he also mentioned he wants to see an elite closer for this team next year and maybe get Merrill Kelly back in the fold. And then Revered O'Neill said pitching. It's the only sport where the defense has the ball and you need 5 quarterback ones on this team. That's an interesting way of putting it.
That is.
All right, so we talked about it when we were mentioning Travis Hunter, Shohei Ohtani, Bo Jackson, Deion Sanders, and we just wanted to gain our listeners' opinion real quick. So we asked a poll question of what is more difficult / impressive. Is it playing both ways in the NFL? Is it hitting and pitching in the MLB? Or going pro in 2 sports? And the results are interesting. 58% of the vote say it's most impressive going pro in 2 sports. And then right beneath that, 26% say hitting and pitching in the MLB. And then only 15% say playing both ways in the NFL. Are you guys surprised by that?
I'm not. I mean, all 3 are incredibly difficult. But the 2-sport thing to me is off the charts.
Yeah. Our last question. It is the fantasy football draft day today out at DraftKings. And we wanted to hear a little bit of the listeners of their best or worst fantasy moments. So we asked, what is the greatest prize for winning? And what is the craziest punishment for losing you've ever seen in your fantasy sports league career?
It's something that pops up more and more every year. The punishments just get more and more creative and elaborate.
Yes.
I mean, sitting in the Waffle House for 24 hours and having to eat all your meals there.
That sounds so fantastic. That's for the winner or the loser?
Done that?
No, loser. I'm in a dynasty league and I lost, and it was 24 hours in an IHOP, and every pancake you ate would subtract an hour. So I was there.
Yeah, I've heard of that one.
That's fantastic. I got there early on a Saturday morning. Also, Saturday morning was the worst day to do it. It was packed.
Of course.
Oh, yeah. I brought my backpack, and
can you please leave? We need the table.
I told the hostess, I was like, table for 1, please. And they're like, 1? Okay. Sit down, and I told my waiter, I was like, listen, man, I'm not going to lie to you. I'm going to be here for a long time. And he goes, no, okay, yeah, like a couple hours, no worries. I'm like, no, dude, like, I am on track to be here for...
I'm thinking 17 hours.
I'm on track to be here for 10 plus hours. Like, and he goes, oh my God, I won't even be here then.
Did you think of the strategy of just eating 24 pancakes?
So I ate as many as I could.
Hours?
I ate as many as I could. I had 19 pancakes.
Wow.
So
Yep.
you shaved it off. But how long did it take you to eat the pancakes?
So exactly. So I was there for just over 6.5 hours.
Now, was anybody monitoring you?
So yeah, I had to send the pictures and videos to my league of
Fantastic.
When I got my pancakes and then when they were gone. And I was in Tucson at the time, so a bunch of my buddies came down and had breakfast with me. But I made the mistake. I should have gone all plain pancakes. I decided to switch it up and try some chocolate chips and blueberry.
Consult with me next time.
Mistake.
I'm in a league where the loser has to go to a bowling alley and they have to bowl a 300.
No way.
And for each slice of pizza, hot dog, or beer that they ingest, they get 10 points off of it. You can't leave unless you bowl a 300 in a game.
That's not like it's a given. It's a really hard thing to do.
Right.
Yeah.
So for each,
you get 10 points added to your score?
Off of what you have to get to leave.
Oh, got
so
it,
if you drink 3 beers and eat 3 hot dogs and 2 slices of pizza,
that you need a
220.
220, yeah.
Still, that's like.
Still, that's a yeah.
Oh man.
That's fantastic.
These
I
are
remember
great.
I told the story last year that I was driving through Scottsdale and I saw some dude in a Speedo just standing on a corner.
Yep.
And I'm like, what is this yo-yo doing? And he was holding up a sign and I got closer. I lost in my fantasy league. He wanted to let everyone know that so they didn't think he was like a sexual predator.
We made one of our losers do that in the league, too.
Did ya?
Yeah, it's good. Real good.
Next, combine them. Have a guy just hang out at IHOP in a
the
Speedo for
That's
20
more,
minutes.
that's more of a Denny's thing.
That's fantastic.
Oh, what are some of the good answers on this?
Yeah, so Will Koth, he said for winning, all 12 general managers of our fantasy hoops league, they contribute 1 bottle of high-end alcohol. Those are brought to the end of the season party where the champ gets to keep whatever's left. They call it the liquor locker.
That's
party.
pretty good.
That's
I like
pretty good,
it.
I gotta say.
Yeah.
Again, our man O'Neill said he won $300. That was great, but he'll never get. I don't know if he meant to say this, but he'll never be able to remove the unicorn tattoo because half his team was on IR by week 9. It's tough. It's tough. And then Ross Vegas was a big winner. He won $10,000 in a fantasy league, but in losing one year, he had to spend 24 hours in a Waffle House. And then second place is, he mentioned you having to wear all U of A gear to, we talked about that before.
I've had to do that.
Yeah.
Not for fantasy football. That was for
Right.
NCAA tournament.
Yeah.
Had to wear U of A gear while being followed around by an evil clown. And then one year, Bickley and I had to go up on stage at a club in Scottsdale and sing Barbie Girl. Yeah.
She's a Barbie girl. That was awful.
That's pretty.
That was fun, though.
Truly was.
I was at that.
And then on the way out, quick Mock My World update. For some reason, Jarrett Carlin's team is running away with it.
Hot wings, baby.
52% of the vote leading right now.
Did I get more than 5%?
Yeah, Vince, you're in a close second, 21.
Wow.
I'm right there at 20. And then Dan Bickley's team, 6.5.
Oof.
The dynasty is over.
Wow.
People don't like the hot stove league anymore.
I guess. I thought
Anti-baseball sentiment.
I thought mine was going to perform a little better.
I am shocked by those results too.
Wow.
Jeez.
I thought I was going to be in low single digits again. Thanks,
not.
Sammy.
Yep.
Social studies every day at 9 o'clock. You know where to get involved. Also want to remind you, today's the day. TPC Scottsdale DraftKings Sportsbook. Come by, cheer on your favorite Arizona sports host live for our Arizona Sports Fantasy Frenzy Draft presented by DraftKings Sportsbook. You can come by, say hi, score some epic football prizes. Again, that's today, TPC Scottsdale, 2 to 6. Don't miss it. Coming up next, we told you what we're looking for in the preseason opener for the Cardinals. What will Tyler Drake be looking for? He'll join us next to tell us. Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Arizona Sports Fantasy Frenzy. This afternoon, 2 till 6 at DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale. Join Burns and Gambo for prizes, good times, and fantasy football. Arizona Sports Fantasy Frenzy this afternoon. Arizona Sports Fantasy Frenzy. Details at arizonasports.com. Click on contests.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Turf Monsters, and if you're a golfer, how often do you practice? Do you get to the range a lot? Do you even have a range near your house? This is one area where Turf Monsters can come to your rescue. They are a one-stop shop that can build you anything you want. They're known for creating a backyard oasis that will make your neighbors green with envy. They're especially good at creating state-of-the-art, custom-built putting greens. I've seen their samples myself. They are absolutely fantastic. In fact, the putting course at Dobson Ranch Golf Course, actually built by Turf Monsters. And if you're a golfer, you know it is hard to find places to practice. It's great to have that in the comfort of your home. Highly recommend you go to their website, check out some of their samples if you're a golfer. It's going to blow your mind. They're also a leading installer of artificial turf in the valley, which means they can give you that beautiful green, sparkling lawn without the mess, without the hassle, without the water bills. They will even take care of the maintenance for you if you'd like, making sure your turf stays clean, looks clean, smells good, free of debris. They've got a summertime special going on right now where you can get 25% off that turf care. So if you've ever thought of getting an artificial turf or an artificial lawn in your house, now is a great time. Go check them out online at turfmonstersaz.com or give them a call. Make sure you tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. If you have private student loan debt and are behind or even in default, you got to call my friends at YRefi. YRefi refinances private student loans that others won't touch, and they provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. They work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. They can reduce your monthly payment and your total cost. And YRefi does not care what your credit score is. I've been to their offices and met with them. They're great people. And YRefi is not a debt settlement company. You'll receive a low fixed interest rate that you couldn't get anywhere else. And you'll finally have a pathway to making all that stress and worry come to an end. Just give them a call at 888-YRefi-34. That's 888-YRefi-34. Or go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. And make sure you tell them Jody Jackson sent you.
Not available in all states.
Ghost Skeletor World Tour 2025. Ghost, theatrical, heavy metal, arena rock. August 11th, PHX Arena, formerly Footprint Center. Tickets on sale now at LiveNation.com. Don't miss Ghost.
Hey, it's Wolf. Who is the most important player to watch in the Cardinals' first preseason game? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Boom, 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 boom. Gonna shoot you right down. On your feet.
We continue here in the Friday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings. Cardinals opening up their preseason schedule against the Kansas City Chiefs tomorrow night at State Farm Stadium. A game you can hear right here on Arizona Sports. And joining us to talk about the completed Arizona Cardinals training camp in the preseason, our very own Cardinals insider for Arizona Sports, Tyler Boom Boom Drake, who joined us here on the Arizona Sports Line. There's competition for that name, TD. Derek Hall wanted to assign that to Vinny Boom Boom Murata, so maybe we have to arm wrestle for it if you really want it.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I will say in Cardinals land, our buddy Craig Grelu, he has really made that nickname stick. So I don't know if we can change it now.
Oh, okay. You can have it. Camp is over. Preseason opener tomorrow night against the Chiefs. I mean, if you had to say like one big takeaway from everything that you took in at camp, what would it be, Tyler?
I think just the competition and the level of talent has taken that next step. I think we've all kind of noticed that was going that direction, at least on paper this offseason, but seeing it on the field, especially the defensive side, you can really tell that they've got the pieces to really make this a really, really fun season if everything works out and if the offense can hold up its side of the deal. But I think that's one of my big takeaways. The defense looks another level on field, and that's the one sign that I really wanted to see heading into preseason. Yes, it's training camp, but when you see the Josh Sweats and you see some of the guys that have really taken that next step, it's just really impressive. Baron Browning, I think, has been one of the more underrated guys too, and he could really help fill out that pass rushing rotation. So that's definitely a takeaway. And yeah, right into the preseason, and we'll be looking at those starters right away.
Tyler, what'd you make of Kyler Murray's claim that the offense has kind of won the day against the defense this training camp? Because it seems like there's been some days when he's had some struggles.
Yeah, definitely. I think very much early on, I think once the pads came on, it was a little more 50-50, but yes, definitely. I wouldn't give the offense the full blown, yeah, you won the whole camp. It was very much back and forth for me. So I can see why he would say that. I think the defense would also say that, whoever would come on and talk and say that the defense won. So I get it, but in my opinion, I think it was a very much back and forth affair throughout camp. And that's another reason why I think I talked about the defense to start, just because of how much they really stepped up, especially a guy like Max Melton, who, I mean, had an interception, Garrett Williams, you've got the young corners fighting through that injury to Starling Thomas V. So really impressed to see kind of them take that next step in preseason, if they can really, get into the regular season and be that formidable trio of cornerbacks that we've kind of seen through training camp now.
Tyler Drake, who covers the Cardinals for us at Arizona Sports, joining us here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. I also thought it was interesting, Tyler, to hear Kyler Murray talking with Burns and Gambo and about the things that he needs to improve, or the three things that people have ideas about Kyler. And he really took exception to the accuracy on the deep ball issue, yet the statistics don't exactly show that to be a strength, at least in recent years for Kyler Murray, because they didn't really have that deep, explosive threat last year. What did you make of all that, and how much of a stress has that been in camp, and how much do you think it'll be stressed going into the season?
Yeah, I think for me, when I look back at it, when you look at the beginning of his career, he was really exceptional with that deep ball, especially deep ball accuracy. I mean, there was one year I think he had 9 touchdowns to 0 interceptions on balls of 20 yards or more. So I can get his point for sure. But then when you do look at last year, it wasn't necessarily there. Yes, he had 6 touchdowns, but I believe he had 5 interceptions on those same type of plays. So you've got to clean that up. Was it the worst in the league, though? No, not necessarily. And then for me, I kind of take out the last 2 years, or the 2 years that had something to do with his ACL, because they're not full seasons in my opinion. So I kind of give him a little bit of leeway there. But looking at that full schedule last year, that full slate of games last year, yes, there's some areas that they can improve. And I think that's a reason why they want to get to these off schedule type plays again and really improve upon those. And that's been a big point of emphasis for Kyler, for offensive coordinator Drew Petzing this offseason. So improving upon those can really help those numbers move forward. So I think using the word egregious might have not been the right one to use, but I do understand somewhat of what he's saying, because when you look at his earlier career, he was really doing some good things really far down the field. And yes, he's got to get back to that. And they don't necessarily need to do that 24/7 though. So if you can get a little bit more of that success from the earlier years and blend that in with this run first, want to hit you in the mouth kind of offense, I think that spells a lot of good things for this team moving forward.
I think the whole point of the Cardinals playing their starters tomorrow would be to kind of get the procedural mistakes out of their system, penalties, alignments, barking out plays, getting in and out of the huddle, all that. But how do you think stacking up against Kansas City's first-string offense in the first quarter, how important, if at all, is that going to be?
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. They're not game planning for Kansas City. They want to do the things, and I think you said it right. It's more about procedural. It's more about the routine. It's more about getting ready for the game for these guys in these preseason games. But, I mean, defensively, I think a lot of us are going to be watching to see how much can Josh Sweat get off the edge? How much can some of these guys really push the envelope? Can Calais get there? Can Dalvin really stop the run? Can Darius show us exactly what he's been doing throughout training camp and put it on to that next level? So, yes, I think we all have to take it with a grain of salt, but those first 5-6 plays that these guys might be out there, I think everybody's going to be glued to see how much pressure they can get on Patrick Mahomes and to see what the secondary can do with a lot of young guys, because Garrett Williams, I think, is the leader in that room right now, but you've got to have Will Johnson come along. You've got to have Max Melton come along. They've done really well in camp, but you've got to take this next step, and having a lot of confidence against a guy who's been to the Super Bowl, been to the playoffs all the time, that's a great way to kick off getting into week 1 too.
Tyler Drake, our guest here as we talk Cardinals football and Arizona sports. Walter Nolan III obviously hasn't been out there. He's on the physically unable to perform list. He's going to be there for a while, according to the reporting. Where would you say the concern level is? And I know the depth is way better than it was at that position a year ago, Tyler, but this would be a second straight year where a first-round pick at the defensive line is going to be affected pretty significantly by injury. Where is the concern level on that? And is there any kind of rough timetable on when you could see him coming back?
Yeah, I mean, I would have loved to see him come off the PUP, because that would have given me a little bit of an idea of maybe he's coming back sooner than later. But seeing that he's still sitting there, I mean, when you look at kind of the calf injury, you look at what happened with Darius Robinson last year, I mean, there's it's not out of the question that this could go into the regular season. I mean, and that might be the safe bet. That might be what they need to do. And yes, that depth really helps there because yes, last year, the year before, I mean, they'd be dead to rights. This defense would be very much behind the 8 ball because of the depth that they had. But now, I mean, you've got starters that are going to come in there, and Calais, Dalvin, Darius. You've got LJ, who had a career year last year, Dante Stills as well. Got some guys fighting back there at the back end, Elijah Simmons, Justin Jones. So there's a lot of depth there. So it helps the blow there. But yeah, there's definitely concern. I mean, you'd love to see him out there at least getting some reps or at least being a little bit more mobile. And just right now, it just seems like he's just going through the motions and really just getting it from the mental side of things.
Yeah.
And that's not a bad thing, but you've got to get on the field and start really putting some time on task and some things on tape to really start getting that NFL progression accelerated.
All right, last thing, TD. I've seen some footage of Paris Johnson Jr. in camp, and it's been fantastic. I saw one play where he just completely gobbled up Darius Robinson. We know right now the Cardinals have 2 truly elite players in Trey McBride and Budda Baker. Is this the year Paris Johnson Jr. joins that group?
Yeah, I do. I think a lot of that, the NFL Top 100, I wouldn't have been surprised if he would have found his way on there this year. I think he's very much on the ascent of being one of those top guys, especially, at least for the Cardinals franchise. He's going to be one of those guys that people talk about for years to come. And his one-on-ones are nasty. They're some must-watch TV. And I'll throw another name out there too, though, Tip Ryman. He had a one-on-one the other day that he moved Xavier Thomas completely out of the club with one of his one-on-ones. So just some incredible blocking that I've seen too this training camp. But yeah, getting to Paris, good dude off the field, better player on the field. So, you can't ask for much more from that cornerstone spot at left tackle.
Tip Ryman.
Oh, right. You just made Wolf very happy, TD.
Well, boom. Thanks for the check-in. Appreciate it. Of course, you can read Tyler's stuff all over ArizonaSports.com. Thank you, Tyler. Appreciate it, man.
Thanks, guys.
Tyler Drake joining us via video here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Reminder, you can take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, ArizonaSports.com, or wherever you get your podcast. The Bickley and Murata Show podcast is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. Put your helmets on. The Sports Kebab is next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
We need you to be a champion of hope for Phoenix Children's.
Save the date. Giveathon week is happening August 18th through the 22nd.
Giveathon. Presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and YRefi.
At first I looked in the backyard because my mom had a pool. I did not see anything. So we went and looked in the other places. And then I was like, you know what? Let me just look one more time outside. And I see Eric in the middle of the pool. At that time, my husband had finally come into that backyard. He jumped into the middle of the pool, grabbed him, and brought him off to the side of the pool. And we both started CPR as my mom was calling 911.
And then they landed a helicopter in the middle of the street, picked him up, and flew him to Phoenix Children's Hospital.
That ride took forever.
As soon as we got there, they put us in a little room, and the doctor came in and said, we tried for an hour and a half.
And they couldn't get him back.
Realize that it can happen to you? It takes less than an inch of water for a child to drown. As long as we are able to save one other child's life, that's what this is about.
Fulton Homes remembers Eric and reminds you, 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water. Take action today and visit Fulton2seconds.com.
Hey, it's Ron Wolfley. As a former NFL player, I know what it takes to build something great, and it starts with trust. I chose Legacy Green Solutions to transform my yard. For artificial grass, putting greens, and custom landscaping, these are the experts that you can trust. Family owned for over 25 years and voted best of the Valley, Legacy Green Solutions uses premium American-made turf backed by the best warranties. Text GREEN to 620-620 to book your free estimate or visit LegacyGreenSolutions.com.
Message and data rates may apply.
Do you feel strapped financially? Credit card debt growing, car payments looming, and 25 years of mortgage payments left? Then the Life Changer loan may be the answer you're looking for. 5 years is the average time it takes our clients to not only pay off their home, but all of their debt. With an A+ rating on the Better Business Bureau and nothing but 5-star reviews on Google, maybe you should check out what all the buzz is about. It's not magic, it's just math. So check us out at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031, NMLS number 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb. At least 24 people have died and many more injured because their airbags fired shrapnel at them upon inflating. Tens of millions of cars have been recalled. If you suffered cuts that required stitches, hearing or vision loss, or broken bones, please contact us today. You could be owed money for medical bills and other damages.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You've heard the saying, it's hard to stop a train. When it comes to putting smiles on children's faces at the Phoenix Children's Hospital, nothing will get in the way when the Teddy Bear Express pulls into town. Train is the proud sponsor of this year's Giveathon, giving hundreds of teddy bears to children currently undergoing treatment at PCH. For the past 9 years, Train's commitment ensures that every child's journey through treatment is accompanied by a comforting companion, reminding them they're not alone in their fight.
Everyone needs to have at least one person in their corner in life. When you don't, it's an extremely lonely and frightening place to be. But knowing you have that one person gives you peace and hope. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Since 1988, myself and my firm have been in so many corners for so many clients for so many years. We became the largest injury firm in the world for a reason, and it's not even close. We fought like hell for you. We fight the bullies, automobile insurance companies, the makers of unsafe products, medical providers who injured or killed their own patients. It has been such an honor and made my life complete. If you ever need us, it's easy. On your mobile device or computer, visit forthepeople.com, and then we get to work 24/7. Whether you're hurt in a car crash, injured on the job, or have questions about your Social Security, we're here for you. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Tonight, Zach Gallen and the Snakes are back in action against the Colorado Rockies. First pitch from Chase Field will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Offensive lineman Will Hernandez announced yesterday that he will be returning to the Arizona Cardinals for the 2025-26 season on a one-year contract. The Cardinals are in action this weekend for their first of 3 preseason games. They'll play Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs tomorrow. And last night, Alyssa Thomas made WNBA history as she recorded her 3rd straight triple-double as the Mercury crushed the Indiana Fever 95-60 last night for their 3rd straight win. This report is brought to you by Bud Light, the official beer partner of the Arizona Cardinals. Bring home the tailgate this season with Bud Light.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
Today's Arizona Sports Poll Question brought to you by Sanderson Ford. We'll look at the ASU Sun Devils. What ASU player are you looking forward to watching most this season? Is it Sam Levitt, Jordan Tyson, Clayton Smith, or Xavion Alford, or other?
For me, it's Sam Levitt. I know Jordan Tyson's probably the higher draft pick, but when we had our discussions with Bruce Feldman, he talked about how replacing the intangible stuff that Cam Scadaboo brought to the team is going to be very, very hard to do. Sam Levitt's got the same kind of heat to him. Mm-hmm. Different, but same.
Different, but same. Now show me wax on, wax off. Right. Sam Levitt's the answer. Yes. Looking forward to seeing the whole team play.
Yeah.
Haven't been this excited for ASU football in a long time, but Sam Levitt's the answer.
Yeah, 75% of the vote, Sam Levitt. 16, Jordan Tyson. 4 other. 2, Clayton Smith, and 2, Xavion Alford.
There you go. That's today's Sanderson Ford poll question. Vote on it now at arizonasports.com.
I had a weird thing happen a couple weeks ago. I looked out on my front porch, and I spotted a coyote. And it was kind of my fault because I'd ordered a package from Acme. You have to be a certain age to get that joke.
It's sports news skewered. The Sports Kebab.
And now it's time for jokes you don't need to be any age to just get and enjoy.
Well, if you're over 80, you got an advantage.
If you're under 10 or over 80, that's my wheelhouse.
That's it.
All right.
That's your wheelhouse.
All right, what do you got for us
That
today,
is my
Jared?
wheelhouse, and this is the Sports Kebab, and it's the first Sports Kebab in a while because I was off last week on vacation with my family and nieces and nephew, and look, I love them, and it was great, but it is a lot being in the same house as a 7-year-old, 5-year-old, and 2-year-old. Okay? There is so much chaos and infighting and jealousy, and every day ends with toys scattered all over the floor.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of the WNBA. Some of these you could write your own punchlines for. I don't even need to finish the joke.
Vinny, I were pondering throwing things at you while you did this sports kebab.
That's why they put up this glass barrier between them. Because, yes, the WNBA is dealing with a big problem right now. The league seems to be in the middle of a pandemic, and it feels... pandemic. And it feels like every day over the last couple of weeks, some idiot fan will throw an adult toy onto the court during the game, sometimes during play, sometimes even hitting players. Now, I will be honest, the first time I saw this object and I looked really closely at it, I thought, why is someone throwing a miniature green doll of Adam Silver on the floor?
Oh.
Resemblance is spot on. I mean, but no, it was an adult toy, and this idiocy is happening all over the league, including right here in the Valley, where someone threw an object from the stands during a Mercury game. And as dumb as the move was, I have to admit that after what happened to the D-backs pitchers this year, I was just happy to see someone in Phoenix successfully throw something from 60 feet without getting injured. Now, luckily, they arrested this idiot fan, and I thought his reasoning for throwing the toy was ridiculous. He claims he misread the Suns and Mercury end-of-season prize and thought they were giving out the Hustler Award. And people have been really reacting to this fan who threw the object. Some are asking if he'll go to jail. Some are asking if he'll be banned from the games. Some are asking, when are we inviting him as a guest on our show? That's fair. That's fair criticism. Have you seen the guy, by the way?
We've seen him.
Yeah.
What does he look like?
He's a real dork, a real loser, a real David Ojabo, if you will. It's so absurd. Throwing around sex objects at a basketball game. What do they think this is, a Coldplay concert? But apparently, the real reason for this trend has been revealed, guys. Reportedly, a group of cryptocurrency enthusiasts were throwing adult toys at WNBA games in order to make funny memes. Let me repeat that. A group of cryptocurrency enthusiasts were throwing adult toys at WNBA games in order to make funny memes. Oh, wait. Sorry. Hold on one second. I don't know. Yeah. Hello? Oh. Guinness Book of World Records? Yeah. You're calling to tell me that was officially the lamest sentence ever read on air? Okay. What? My goodness gracious. So maybe we should move on then.
Congratulations.
Yeah, so
record holder.
Good to be. I didn't even know the Guinness Book of World Records was still around. Glad to be in it now. But maybe we should move on because football is back, baby. The NFL preseason is in full swing and networks are getting ready. Today, Fox announced that Rob Gronkowski will officially join their studio show with Kurt Menefee and Terry Bradshaw. Wow. Menefee, Bradshaw, and Gronk. Well, that's a real meeting of the mind. Goodness gracious. Terry Bradshaw and Gronk on the same show every week. It's like a scientific study on the effects of smelling salts and bath salts. I mean, if I want to see someone incoherently ramble about the NFL, I'll just watch a Jerry Jones presser. Mm-hmm. Yeah, my goodness, Jerry Jones. He's an old billionaire, and he talks like a rambling Southern general. He's Civil War and Buffett. He's a rich, ancient old coot. He's Jeff Grados. Grados. He's an incompetent billionaire. He's Steve Doesn't Know Ballmer. He's Carlos Slim Chances at making the playoffs. He's Jeff Zuckerberg. His latest foible is refusing to sign Micah Parsons to a new contract. What is it with Jerry? Why does he have to be forced into signing a new contract? It's not like it's a child support payment. And finally, my God, is the weather brutal right now.
How brutal is it?
No, you're too early. 117 degrees yesterday. Holy crap, is it hot?
How hot is it?
It is so hot. The weather just released a controversial jeans ad. There you go. There you go. There's the sports cabal. And to clarify, the one that was on the board, it was cut.
So we get to hear it during the commercial break?
Commercial, yeah.
Great.
Which means that's probably your favorite joke if it was that risque.
I was applauding myself that it was so clever, but no.
Is it the one you told me, Jarrett?
Yes.
Oh, that's good, yeah.
Oh, I can't wait to hear it.
It's a name for this scandal that we're living through in the WNBA right now. I thought of a name for it.
You did?
Yeah. What a tease.
That's a cliffhanger, folks.
No,
and that
never
will
be
not
paid
get
off
paid
on the
off.
air. Thank you, Jarrett. You can follow Jarrett on Twitter/X at JarrettGC. Get that humor all the time.
And Blue Sky. Follow me on Blue Sky.
And Blue Sky. And
don't follow me on Facebook. You follow the show.
Or in real life. Coming up next, we will have some final thoughts, including filling out our weekend checklists. Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
High school athletes speak about their game, their preparation, competition, and sportsmanship. Every Saturday morning on The Kevin McCabe Show. Presented by Brooklyn Betting. Don't miss interviews with players from your favorite local teams when the Dean of High School Sports in Arizona hosts The Kevin McCabe Show. Saturday mornings at 9 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
You gotta dip your chicken strips. Hey, this is Kiani.
And this is Tabitha.
And a little thing we love about Chick-fil-A chicken strips
is all the different sauces we can dip them in. I like to line up all my favorite sauces so that in every bite, I have a different flavor. Then, with the tenderness of the chicken, the juiciness of it, it's all there.
And for me, I like to mix my sauces so I get a little tang and I get a little sweetness all in one bite.
That's what makes it for me. That's what does it for me.
That's what I'm saying.
It's the summer of Chick-fil-A chicken strips and sauces. Order now on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Protect your home and auto with a bundle from Progressive so you can stop worrying about them and invent new things to worry about, like snakes in your bedroom. Sure, that sounds incredibly irrational, but now that we've mentioned it, you are a little worried. The odds of one snake, let alone snakes plural, are so slim. But you might want to check. Oh, you're not near your bedroom. Guess you'll just have to sit there and worry about it. So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Home sellers, have you heard the news? We're entering a buyer's market. Sellers face more competition and buyers have more choices. Before you make a move, do what I always do and call Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. With Carol's multiple cash offer program, you'll receive up to 6 cash offers plus her guaranteed sale offer, where Carol guarantees the sale of your home at a price acceptable to you, or she will buy it. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com and sell with certainty. Carolyn selling us to grand price and possession.
It isn't just any Ford dealer. It is Tim Hovick, Santan Ford, and they're reimagining affordability. We're talking lease deals for $399 a month and 0 down on the brand new 2025 Mustang GT, the Escape, and even Bronco Sport. Just sign and drive with a payment real folks can afford. Tim Hovick, Santan Ford, and Gilbert. The summer sale is on. Some restrictions apply, and there's a $649 dock fee. But you got that, man. Affordability is back in style. I am Santan Ford.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and Arizona summers are no joke, and if your AC's not cutting it, that heat can be dangerous. That's why Parker & Sons and Goodman are giving away a brand new air conditioner installed for free to a local senior in need. So if you know someone on a fixed income who could use it, a grandparent, a neighbor, nominate them now at parkerandsons.com. The deadline is August 15th, and if your AC is struggling,
Call Parker at 602-2REPAIR.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax, Stuart Willis. Stuart, retirement right around the corner for me. Annuities, good or bad? Should we look into them?
Let me just tell you this. There's the good, the bad, and the ugly. Some of them are oversold. Some are great, some are terrible. I'll tell you this. If you're considering buying one, make sure you buy the right one. And we think it's important to get a second opinion from a real fiduciary. And that's what we're offering to the public today.
Free second opinion. So if you're thinking about an annuity, you're heading into retirement, call Stuart Willis. Call Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Annuities might be right for you, or they might be wrong for you. Find out more by going online at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com. Or get a free portfolio review right now by calling 602-877-PLAN. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
Panda Express has raised an incredible $200 million for Children's Miracle Network hospitals, helping kids across the country, including right here at Phoenix Children's. Thanks to guests and associates who round up and give back, kids are getting the care they need to thrive.
Panda Express helped open the Panda Care Center of Hope at Phoenix Children's, a special space for play, art, and healing. Next time you visit Panda Express, say thanks for supporting kids in our community.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata, Song of the Day.
All right, today's Song of the Day, we went to the Steely Dan archive for some reason.
I don't think there's any reason. Just a widely celebrated band.
But I did read one of the most ridiculous columns of the day was, don't feel bad for these WNBA players. These adult toys, there was no metal in them. They're all soft plastic. That's the way they got them through security. So that couldn't hurt them if they got hit in the head. I literally read that this morning.
Aren't people the best?
They're the worst, Sammy. But not you, Sammy. You're the best. Everybody says so.
Ah, thanks.
This is
we ran into Vinny and I did a teddy bear delivery yesterday. We ran into a nurse who is familiar with Sammy when Sammy was at Phoenix Children's.
Yep.
I love Sammy.
My nurse Patty, the best.
Nurse Patty.
She is the best.
Yeah, she was gushing about you, Sam. Yeah. But that happens a lot when we run into people. Sammy's the man.
Sammy, his reputation is immaculate.
Not just in the gambling community.
There it is. Big NFL.
Yes, we're going to be in his like
wheelhouse.
Home turf tonight.
Oh yeah. Hey, he's gonna be
this afternoon.
He's gonna be distracted.
Don't tell anyone I'm a FanDuel guy, but
a little Steely Dan today. Don't Take Me Alive, today's Song of the Day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
All right, Sammy had introduced this a while back on the Rush Hour reboot, calling it the bingo card. I'm kind of rebranding it. We're putting it at the end of the show on Fridays now. It's now called the Weekend Checklist. The way this works is all three of us, and it was too community-oriented. So now it's an individual thing.
Never ever paid off,
It
right?
never paid off.
Not once.
So the way this is going to work, each of us is going to take three things that we think could happen this weekend, put it on our checklist, and it becomes kind of an in-show competition. We can have bleed over, too. If two people pick the same thing, that's fine.
All right.
So, Bick, you want to give us your checklist for the weekend?
All right. My first item will be Colin Morikawa is going to win the FedEx St. Jude Championship.
Damn it. Okay. Didn't want to repeat anything. All right.
That's funny. I have Merrill Kelly is going to beat the Phillies tonight in his start for the Texas Rangers. He's going to give up less than 3 runs.
He's going to get the win?
He's going to get the win.
Okay.
And he's still in line to face the Diamondbacks next Wednesday, by the way, which will be very interesting. And then finally, this is a little bit...
Against Zach Gallen, by the way.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
How about... that's must-see. There you go. And finally, Camp T tomorrow morning will feel like the 16th hole of the WM Phoenix Open. In fact, our guy Dave Leonard said the one unique thing about Camp T is how it's stuck around for generations. It's rare at ASU because every bar in Tempe goes away. So did the baseball stadium and the golf course. So there's my 3.
All right, my checklist for the weekend. Zach Gallen tonight, 10-plus strikeouts versus the Rockies.
Whoa.
Did you have that?
No.
Oh, okay. This weekend in Major League Baseball, we came close to it. We will see the first no-hitter of the Major League Baseball season. And if I had to pick, I'm not saying this is part of the checklist, but if I had to pick, Framber Valdez against the Yankees. And in football, Xavier Weaver will score the Cardinals' first preseason touchdown.
I was so close to being literally the same person.
Wow.
All right, my checklist. In the first preseason game, Kyler Murray will complete exactly 1 pass before being removed.
Wow. Okay.
The Diamondbacks will not sweep the Rockies, even though they are dreadful. And because this happens...
that limb is not very safe, Jarrett. Be careful.
And because I'm do this every year, I will be a homer, and I will have at least 2 Arizona Cardinals on my fantasy team after today's draft.
Not if I have anything to do with it.
Wow.
Go ahead.
All right, Sammy.
All right, my weekend checklist is Clayton Tune is getting in the end zone via a pass or a run somehow. He will score a touchdown on Saturday. Ketel Marte is going yard in one of the 3 games against the Rockies. And I hate it, but I love it at the same time. Tommy Fleetwood will be your St. Jude champion, getting his first PGA Tour victory.
Very cool. One thing that's happening tonight in baseball that's really cool, too, at Dodger Stadium, Clayton Kershaw facing Max Scherzer.
Yeah.
They first met September 7th, 2008.
Wow.
Randy Johnson was supposed to face Greg Maddux. They both got scratched, and they went with Scherzer versus Kershaw.
Isn't that... Wow.
11 strikeouts for Scherzer in 5 innings. Dodgers still won 5-3. 17 years later, they've now combined for 435 wins and 6 Cy Young Awards.
Who had the better career? Max Scherzer or Clayton Kershaw?
Kershaw.
Yeah,
he gets the advantage for one team. But Scherzer's been amazing. That's going to do it for us. Have a great weekend. Thanks to Buster Olney, Tyler Drake. We'll see you on Monday.
Mustache!
I just spent 4 nights in Sacramento. How are you?
It's always good to be with the girlfriend and not a girlfriend when that comes looking for you.
It's not always good to be with the girlfriend if you have the wife at home.
Well, that's true.
I don't have much retreat experience in my life.
Except for when people say, there he is, get him.
You pickled pork juice drinker. You mucky lump sucker. You sticky blob fist. You slimy fat mucket.
Stop rubbing your eyes, Jared. Stop yawning, Jared. Will you get some energy?
Aaron Cox. Harry Forster.
You're my density.
Hooray. Yes.
Jeremy and Joe Show on WGR Radio.
Real fighting my camp, baby.
I'm not going to watch that series. No big cities in it. I'm not going to watch it. Anthony DiSclafani.
Who takes the 3rd game of the preseason like it's beep? It's beep, bleep. The Bears are what we thought they were.
And we let him off the hook.
Spears. Bears.
That's right, Chicagoans. For the 40th year in a row, your #1 requested song here on the loop. Sharp Dressed Man by ZZ Top.
Okay, Micah, it's time to pay you.
No such publicity as negative publicity. That's a hell of an at-bat by Bickley hanging in there. Hey, everybody, we're going streaking.
Get out of my way.
Get out of the way. You almost made me fall.
Right. Have this human removed.
Who put this prone body here?
Right.
Honestness is not even a word.
Baby, if you've ever wondered.
Was born and raised in West Sacramento.
It's a nice day for a white wedding.
Ding, 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 ding. Have you considered that Jerry Jones is an old coot, the poo factor?
The poo factor.
He was well lubed.
No dinks.
Big wiener. The snarl. El Schmucko, I believe.
El Schmucko, I think he was.
We did have a ringer on the team.
Tim?
Yeah. I'm not really a fighter. I'm not much of a lover either.
The Train Teddy Bear Express gets rolling at Phoenix Children's for Giveathon beginning Monday, August 18th. Keep listening for ways you can make a difference for Arizona kids and families. The Giveathon is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Y-Refi.
Exquisite. This oak door frame offers hints of aged glue, a fine sawdust finish, and delicate undertones of paint. A true culinary triumph for any discerning termite.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. If termites are treating your home like an upscale dining experience, it's time to shut down the feast. Call 602 Blue Sky today to schedule your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Ready! Hi, this is Chris with Ready Services, Air Conditioning and Plumbing. I've been with the company for going on 15 years. What you're going to get is not only get your problems fixed, but you're going to leave with peace of mind knowing that it's done right and done well by a qualified technician. Ready Services won't ever take advantage of any of our customers. Our goal is always to be the most accurate in diagnosing and providing top flight service for any service, air conditioning or plumbing.
ReadyServices.com. Ready.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 and monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. My friends at Y-Refi are humbled to be this year's co-presenting sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Giveathon. And at Y-Refi, they understand college didn't turn out how a lot of us hoped. The degree? Check. But the debt and detours, not what anyone planned. That's why Y-Refi helps struggling borrowers refinance private student loans with a plan that actually works. Visit YRefi.com today. That's YREFY.com. Y-Refi is not available in all states.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Hi, sports listeners. It's Wayne from AMCO. So I know a lot of you have bought new or new used cars that have extended warranties. You know, your salespeople tell you you have to go back to the dealer for repairs. That's not the case. If you have an extended service contract that's hiding in your glove box, please don't forget it's there. And remember that you can use it at any AMCO. Most people think you have to go to the dealer for oil changes and service to keep your warranty valid. That's also not the case. You can have your vehicle serviced at any authorized service center. And AMCO is authorized by all of the major warranty companies. AMCO has dealership quality, rental cars, no hassles, and faster service. Now remember, AMCO does more than transmissions. So if your car needs repairs, or you hear, feel, see, smell, or even think you have a car issue, please call AMCO first. Just Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AAMCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Cardinals are one day closer to their first preseason game against the Kansas City Chiefs this Saturday. And while head coach Jonathan Gannon said that starters will see some action, there will be plenty of guys that can help their stock with strong showings in the preseason. For more on who that might be, head to ArizonaSports.com. ASU and Kenny Dillingham are up at Camp T. And for those wondering what is Kenny's priority up there, he had this to say.
I try to make this place a place that people look forward to, right? Less than a grind. You know, I'm all about the grind. I'm all about that. I think you come up here to build relationships, one.
22 days and counting until Week 1, Game 1 for Dillingham and the Devils tonight in the Valley. The Arizona Diamondbacks will host the Colorado Rockies in the first of 3. Zach Gallen will get the start for the Snakes. First pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Bud Light, the official beer partner of the Arizona Cardinals. Bring home the tailgate this season with Bud Light.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke! Wolf! Hey, my brother! Are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Arizona Sports Studios on this Friday morning, this Football Friday. Wolf, what's going on?
You know, I'm pretty jacked up. You know that, Luke. Here it is. It is Friday night. A Friday is a wonderful thing, is it not? When Saturday you're going to be playing your first preseason game of the year, and that means football is here.
Sammy just walked out. How is his nickname? Maybe it is Sammy Cebulka. How is his nickname not the Bull? I mean, that's
Sammy the Bull.
Sammy the Bull. He sounds like a 1920s boxer.
It's really good.
Sammy the Bull.
It's not bad.
I mean, I know you're
got to
the
let it
nickname guy.
organically. You've got to let it organically.
I feel like
happen,
that was
but
organic.
Sammy the Bull is pretty good.
I know, like I said, I know you're the nickname guy,
Yeah,
but that one in particular,
well, that's okay.
I feel
I'm
like,
not the only guy that nicknames people. Of course,
feel
I'm not
like
that guy.
Sammy the Bull. It sounds like
Sammy the Bull.
You don't mess with Sammy the Bull.
Bull.
Bickley and Murata just call him Sammy.
Well, you know, yeah.
I mean,
that's
not bad.
It's not a
but
nickname.
It's not the Sammy
You
the
say
Bull.
Sammy.
Sammy the Bull's like a name you see on like a fight card.
Yeah.
From like the 40s. All right, well, if you mentioned it, we've got football.
That's not bad, but I'm just going to say this quickly right now, okay? Let's kind of wallow in that and see what comes to mind.
Let's see if the next time he comes through the update door, he bulls through it.
That's
Like he
right.
just charges.
The Bull.
Starters playing tomorrow night. There was football last night.
Yeah.
There's a few games tonight. There's a full slate of games this weekend. We are doing our fantasy football draft this afternoon out at TPC Scottsdale at DraftKings.
Yeah.
I assume you and Rick and Jamal's already out there getting ready.
Yeah.
Ready for this?
Can't wait for this, really. This is going to be an exercise in futility for me, yet at the same time, I cannot wait for it. Here it is. It's our big fantasy draft. Where's it going on, Luke, again?
DraftKings out at TPC Scottsdale.
DraftKings, ladies and gentlemen. By the way, the promo for it, the station promo with the DraftKings is awesome. There's no doubt about it. Hey, bro, can I talk to you from over here? I love it. It's awesome, man.
Rick and I were debating yesterday off air if we should interview whoever wins the whole our whole league, because it's just, it's 3 different leagues, one for each show, right? And if you win your league, there's 12 people in the league. It's not like one of those things where it's like 1 of 1,000 people will win. If you're in, there's 12 of us, the 4 of us on the show and 8 listeners. The winner gets the championship belt, which is customized to each show. It's really cool.
I think there's other prizes as well. I know they're giving away football stuff out there today, even if you're not in a league, if you just come out to watch. But Rick and I were debating, do we interview whoever wins the league after the whole season's over?
Yeah.
And certainly if we do that and one of the four of us wins the league, Wolf, we're just going to, like if Jamal wins, we're just going to interview him tomorrow.
Okay. Yeah,
Not tomorrow, but in January.
I love that idea, man. We're going to do that.
So get ready to interview somebody because it doesn't sound like you're going to win the league.
Okay, no, I don't think I'm going to win it, but you never know. I mean, honestly, with fantasy football, it's fantasy. It's just you pick guys that you think are going to be good.
The only thing that worries me is the couple players I know I would want to draft. I know Wolf likes them as football players, so he'll probably just take them before I can. You're going to take us both out.
Well, maybe.
Who are they?
Let's see.
Who are they?
Let's see. Who does Rick like the least? Kansas State quarterback Avery Johnson. He's on my list. I'm going to take him early.
You know, I was actually being serious with this question.
Oh, well, why would I tell you who I'm going to take 5 hours before the draft?
Who you like. You can say who you like, but not tell me who you're going to take.
Terry McLaurin. They should take him early.
Okay.
And no, I don't know.
Are you kidding me?
He's not signed.
He's all messed up.
Well, he is signed, but he's not.
What are you doing, Terry?
Of course, I guess if you do draft him, you'll probably get him late and then you play. It's going to be great. All right, so let's get into this game tomorrow for the Cardinals, Wolf, and who we want to have a good game, who needs a big game, who, it's interesting because we're going to see starters at the beginning of the game, but for the most part, starters know that they're going to be starting.
Yeah.
There's a lot of guys playing for positions or roster spots tomorrow.
Yeah, right now, early in training camp, Ace and Orleans, I want to see more of Jonah Williams. I want to see more of Jonah Williams out there. Jonah Williams is a guy that, once again, when they signed him, I was pretty high on Jonah Williams. A lot of injuries. He's had injury issues, and he's had to deal with a lot of stuff. But right now, I want to see more from Jonah Williams. I really do. And I would imagine if you walked up to Jonah and said to him, hey, would you like to actually produce a little bit better and more consistently? I think Jonah Williams would probably tell you the same thing.
Yeah.
I want to see more from him with this offensive line because I think this offensive line, especially with the signing of Will Hernandez, Basin Orleans, this offensive line has a possibility to mesh and become seriously one of the best offensive lines, top 5 in the league, if that happens. Right now, for the most part. I mean, you ask A.Q. Shipley as well. Ship knows all about offensive line play. He'll take the Arizona Cardinals and put their offensive line in the top 10 right now based on what they've done over the last 2 years. But to me, they've got to continue to develop and become one of the best offensive lines, not only running the ball, but protecting Kyler Murray as well. Jonah Williams, I think, coming back and being more consistent is a big deal. I think he needs to play and play well.
I'd throw out another name. I'd throw out Darius Robinson. I mean, I think that's kind of an obvious one, but I'm still going to say it because that's somebody we're all going to be paying attention to, I think, ideally all season, but certainly now because his camp last year looked good, and then it got cut short. And we didn't see him until late in the season. And you could tell he was behind at that point. It was almost kind of, I don't want to say a lost season because he went through the lifestyle of living in the NFL. I mean, there was value to last year, but by and large, he really didn't get to have a season. So that's somebody certainly to be keeping an eye on tomorrow and throughout the rest of camp and preseason and on into the regular season. Here's Jonathan Gannon yesterday talking about getting these reps against Patrick Mahomes, of all people.
Yeah, we're going to get it because he's the best of the best. So, the guys are excited. I'm excited. You know what I mean? You want to, you're doing it. One of the reasons is you want to play different people and you want to play, who you're going to be playing in the season. And that's what we're going to get on Saturday night. So that'd be good for us.
What do you think Mahomes is going to think, Wolf? He walks out there, first preseason game after the Super Bowl, okay? I think, I understand Tom Brady is the greatest of all time, accomplished and everything. But it's just as far as quarterbacks I've watched play, I think Mahomes is either the best or right there, number 2. But he had a rough Super Bowl, and Josh Sweat was at the center of it. He's going to walk out there tomorrow, and the first guy he's going to see is Josh Sweat on a new team.
Yeah, there's probably going to be some pregame trash talk involved in that as well, I would imagine. But, for the most part, I love the fact that Mahomes is a guy that is ready to go and wants to go out and perform and produce in a preseason game. It's just amazing to hear him talk about the preseason. You pull up some of his quotes from the past in regard to Andy Reid playing Patrick Mahomes and the other starters, and just to see him embrace it, I think is really, really kind of cool. Who do you want to have a good game tomorrow? Who do you want to have a good? Need is something completely different. Jonah Williams is a need
to win.
We need to see Jonah Williams continue to play and do well. Darius Robinson, I'm with you on that. That was a good one by you. What about who would you want? Who would you like to see play and play well?
I'm going to put two names together. One is a need, one's another need, and one's a want. Max Melton, I think need. Will Johnson, want. I want to see Will Johnson go out there and just look like Will Johnson.
Yeah. That's good.
Not like Melton's like fighting for a roster spot, but I think it would certainly help him to go out there and play well against Mahomes. But Will Johnson's the one I want to see. I mean, can you imagine the excitement around him if he goes out there and picks off anybody, but especially Mahomes?
It'd be fantastic. Absolutely. How about Isaiah Adams? I want Isaiah Adams to continue to have this magical training camp and carry it over into the preseason. And then, basically, carry it over into the regular season. I want to see Isaiah Adams do well. Oh, by the way, look, everybody. It's Chris Jones who just lined up over Isaiah Adams. What's going to happen? What kind of upside could there possibly be for Isaiah Adams doing well against Chris Jones in a preseason game? I don't care if it's 2 snaps. I don't. That's a big deal.
We are firmly in football season now, Rick, because Wolf is talking a lot of offensive line, which bodes well for the next segment because when we come back, how do you think the Cardinals' offensive line is going to shake out this season now that Will Hernandez is officially back in the mix? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Arizona Sports Fantasy Frenzy. This afternoon, 2 till 6 at DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale. Join Burns and Gambo for prizes, good times, and fantasy football. Arizona Sports Fantasy Frenzy this afternoon. Arizona Sports Fantasy Frenzy. Details at arizonasports.com. Click on contests.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. Man, the last thing you want to do is move right now because it is hot out there. Ron Wolfley reporting yesterday. Did you see the temp? 118. Don't try to move yourself. Let the pros move you, Basinonians. Moving is difficult. Moving Team 6, they understand that it is, and they want to remove you from that stress. You can trust the professionals to pack your belongings safely and move your most important possessions securely as well. You'll be glad that you did. Moving Team 6, they strive for excellence. They're the moving and storage pros here in the Basin, whether it's local, long distance, commercial, residential. Moving Team 6, they are the pros. And Moving Team 6, they train all their employees with a foundation of service to bring joy to the job and to customers. Here's what you do. You go to movingteam6.com. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that, and third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger, Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a great opportunity for you to win tickets to the sold-out UMB Bank Fiesta Sports Foundation football kickoff event presented by the Fairmont Scottsdale Princess. This prize includes a VIP meet and greet with former Bears quarterback Jim McMahon, a 2-night stay at the Fairmont Scottsdale Princess, and a chance to hear me MC this awesome event on August 15th. Enter to win at arizonasports.com/contests.
Ghost Skeletor World Tour 2025. Ghost Theatrical Heavy Metal Arena Rock. August 11th, PHX Arena, formerly Footprint Center. Tickets on sale now at livenation.com. Don't miss Ghost. The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. Your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Wolf and Luke talk Cardinals training camp now.
All right, well, just in time for the start of the preseason. I mean, he's not playing preseason game, but just in time for the start of the preseason, Wolf, the Cardinals have done something you were hoping they would do all offseason, and they brought back Will Hernandez.
Big news.
Yeah, I mean, they had a really good offseason in general, and it's funny, every time we've talked about it, you're like, if I could just have one more thing, it would be bring back Will Hernandez. Yep. And they did.
Yes, I know. It's incredible right now. What is this going to do to the offensive line room? How is this going to help the Arizona Cardinals? Because right now, what I can tell you, Basinonians, there's going to be cats that are going to be barking inside that locker room because of Will Hernandez. He's a dog, and we're going to bring some dogs into that locker room. And the more dogs you have, even the cats start barking, as we all know. So for me, I'm really jacked up about this, but how is the starting offensive line going to shake out? That is the question right now. We'll see.
Well, Jonathan Gannon gave at least a little insight on that yesterday. Now, look, it's a head coach talking. We're getting closer to the season, so take it all with a grain of salt. And this is a fluid situation, I would say, because Will Hernandez is hurt still, or at least coming back from injury. But this is what JG said yesterday.
The plan for right now is Isaiah being the starter at right guard and Evan being a starter at left, and get Will healthy, and then get him on the practice field and see where he's at.
That was pretty. I don't mean vague in a like he was trying not to say anything. I think that's pretty realistic. The plan is Isaiah Adams at right, Evan Brown at left, and let's see where Will is when he comes back.
That's right. This is just me, ladies and gentlemen, looking at it right now, and I hope nobody is offended by this, but I get paid to give you my opinion and my thoughts on this. I do believe at some point in time, Will Hernandez, before preseason, provided he stays healthy, and he is in relatively good shape, I believe Will Hernandez is going to be your starting right guard. That's what I believe. And I believe Isaiah Adams will be kicked over to the left side, and he'll be your starting left guard. Evan Brown is an excellent player. And can I just say this once again? I said it the last 2 days. I've been talking about it for the most part all week. But you need three guards in today's NFL.
They're all going to play.
They're all going to play, Luke. Exactly. And what works against Evan Brown, believe it or not, right now, is the fact that I think you've got this young gun, Isaiah Adams, coming up. Will Hernandez is pretty much an established starter in the NFL and has been since he's been a Cardinal. That's for sure. But Evan Brown also can play center and is really, really good in terms of playing center.
So he's a good backup to have because you can move him along the line.
So it's not like you want to throw him Evan Brown he started over 50 games as a center.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a really good point.
So it's a situation where you're like, okay, we got this young gun, Isaiah Adams, and we got to play him. We got to go out there and play him. And Will Hernandez has been an established starter in the NFL for a while. So we need those two guys, and Evan is the perfect backup on the interior offensive line because he could play either guard and center.
It's like the sixth man on a basketball
There is
team.
value that is there for Evan Brown.
Here's more from JG because, as you're saying right there, that's a situation that's certainly worth watching. Until Will Hernandez gets back. I mean, if you're Isaiah Adams or Evan Brown, even you still have a chance to go out there and just play so well that they can't pull you out of the starting lineup.
True.
If the team's winning games and you're a huge reason why, even if Will Hernandez is back and fully healthy, they can find somewhere else to play him. Here's Jonathan Gannon yesterday. He was asked if it was a no-brainer to bring back Will Hernandez.
Yeah, anytime. We're always try to do what's best for the team, obviously. And, when we got on the phone with Will, and I felt like he wanted to be here. I have a good relationship with Will, but he knew we had to do what was best for us first with him, unfortunately coming off the injury. And we had a really good talk with him, sat him down, and here's exactly what we're thinking, Monty and I, with the offense coordinator, O-line coach, and then talk to the O-line, But we honestly, if it's whoever we bring in, he's a little bit of a unicorn because he's been here for 2 years, you know what I mean? But when we bring in new players from anywhere, we kind of have the same process with that too. So I always say, if you're honest and upfront with everybody, then you just go.
Yeah. Honest and upfront. I love that. Take that approach always as a coach, and you're going to do well.
It's the simplest approach.
It is the simplest.
Maybe not the easiest to get yourself to do, but if you do it, you don't really have to worry about a lot of extra stuff.
Yeah, this is, once again, the Arizona Cardinals motor just got a whole lot bigger, and their violence more acute because of Will Hernandez walking into that locker room.
He fits. He fits what they want to do. I don't want to overstate this, Wolf, but I want your thoughts on it because when I hear Gannon talk there, like when you hear Josh Sweat talk earlier in the offseason, you hear it from quite a few guys now. But Gannon said right there, I felt like Will wanted to be here. How nice is it that guys want to be here? That good players want to play. I do believe, by and large, it's for Jonathan Gannon. I mean, I know everybody's different. Obviously, Josh Sweat had played for him before and had success in Philly. But you don't hear a lot of stories with this new regime of guys being like, I just had to get out of there. Or even guys not saying it, but their actions dictating it. You have guys that not only are coming here or coming back here, but they talk about how much they want to be here.
Yeah.
Like I said, I don't want to overstate it. I don't want to make it into a bigger deal than it is, but I don't think it's nothing. I think it's a good foundation to have.
No, absolutely. I agree with that. Once again, though, when you have a culture the way the Arizona Cardinals do, and you're a big believer in that culture, the way that JG is, and even Monty Ossenfort to some degree, you have to bring people in. I keep talking about this, but it's the truth. You have to bring people in who are going to model that culture to everybody else. This is why Will Hernandez, bringing him into the locker room, is really a big deal to me because he is a dog. He is. Motor and violence. You hear it all the time. Motor and violence. In between the white lines, brothers, I will always make that distinction to you. In between the white lines, it's okay to go out there and engage in being as physical as you possibly can. Driving somebody into the ground and getting up and maybe laughing at somebody else's demise on the football field. It's part of the game, and it's okay. Just keep it clean. You know what I mean, bruh? Will Hernandez is that type of guy. And because of that, again, you need models. And it's one of the reasons why I think Will Hernandez is going to be a starter sooner as opposed to later.
He was the guy last year when we had him on in the preseason, and I remember asking him about how, because remember last year, even the rookies were coming in and being like, man, I'm looking around and everybody here kind of like thinks the way I do. Like nobody said aligned, but the whole like,
so true.
Like they have the same sort of work ethic or approach or business-like mentality about things. And we asked Will Hernandez about it, and he was like, well, either these new guys come in and they are naturally cohesive with what we're doing, or they get on board real quick, or they're gone. That was Will Hernandez right there.
Yeah, you know what? One day we ought to sit there and we ought to write down the questions we think they're asking them in the interview when they go to the combine, when they interview these guys, like or bring them in for a free agent visit or something like that. What are the questions that Monty and JG and Dave Sears, don't forget about Dave Sears, ladies and gentlemen. Don't forget about him hiding in the corner, okay? What are these guys asking? What are the questions they're asking these guys to vet them, to see if you have the price of admission, to see if you are the guy that belongs in this culture, belongs in that locker room? What are the questions? One of them, I'll guarantee you, you're going to be okay playing in a preseason game.
You gotta let Wolf in there for one of these. This is the room you want to be in where you're not going to say anything, right? Even though we all know you're going to say something if you're in there.
Yes.
Yeah, they got it. It's a great question. There must be something, and you might be right. Maybe Dave Sears is the one even coming up with it. But there must be some sort of something they're asking, because these guys that they're drafting and these guys that they're bringing in, or even, I mean, this is like a guy like Will Hernandez, the guys that they kept when they came in and sort of cleaned house but kept a few guys, there is a similarity. They're not all the same. You don't want everybody to be the same. You don't want everybody to just be personality-less drones. But there is something about the way these guys are wired that it can't be a coincidence. There's just no way.
No way.
That would be
I'm with you on that.
Crazy level of coincidence right there. All right, so when we come back, let's jump over to college football. We are 3 weeks and 1 day away from ASU's opener. So which ASU football games are the most intriguing this season? We'll run through the schedule next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Train Teddy Bear Express gets rolling at Phoenix Children's for Giveathon, beginning August 18th. Keep listening for ways you can make a difference for kids and families. The Giveathon is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Y Refi.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. If you're shopping for an engagement ring, we want you to feel like a kid in a candy store. All of our diamonds are in stock, in-store and online, so you get to use your eyes, not your imagination. Come in and look at marquee-shaped diamonds right next to ovals and pears. As your friend and jeweler, you can trust you'll get your dream diamond at an everyday competitive price. We have the widest selection in-store and at shaneco.com, because a friend knows choosing a diamond is personal. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hit by a drunk driver who chose to get behind the wheel. Hit by a reckless driver who didn't care about the safety of others. It starts an endless road of pain, uncertainty, and financial hardship. If you've been hit, it's time to hit back.
Call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives. It's not just a slogan, it's who we are.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Dr. Osafi, founder of New Life Dental Implant Center. And doctor, you're doing more than giving people new smiles. You are transforming lives.
It's really about giving patients their dignity back, the ability to have teeth again. For those who are missing multiple teeth or have gum disease where they have loose teeth or just not comfortable wearing their dentures, having problems wearing their dentures, they can't smile, they can't really eat the foods they love. This is giving them the ability to really live their best life.
How do your clients react when they see their new smiles?
to see yourself as a new person looking into the mirror is really life-changing, and it's something that everyone deserves to experience. It really changes your perspective on who you are as an individual.
Go to newsmilearizona.com or call 602-855-0000. New Life Dental Implant Center, where a new smile means a new life.
Oh, hey.
Hey, thanks for meeting me here on such short notice. This place isn't bugged, is it?
Bugged? Wait, Jamie, what's going on?
It's just, you're my only lawyer friend, and I need your professional opinion. Do you see that brand new Hyundai Tucson out there?
Yeah?
That's all I paid for it.
I think I need to get back to you on that.
Do you know what you want?
Yeah, I do now.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. Get the car or SUV you've always wanted, plus America's best warranty at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. The guilt is real, but so is the savings.
Listen, I don't want to get in your business, but if that's all she paid for it, I'll have what she's having.
It's a great day for a new Hyundai at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event going on now.
Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Palisade, Santa Fe, and Santa Fe hybrid models. And check out our other great deals at your Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends September 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals play their first preseason game tomorrow at State Farm Stadium against Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs. Kickoff is at 5, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. The Arizona Diamondbacks begin a 3-game series tonight against the Colorado Rockies at Chase Field. First pitch for that one is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. And there was history last night at PHX Arena and the Phoenix Mercury's blowout win over the Indiana Fever. Mercury star Alyssa Thomas became the first player in WNBA history to record 3 consecutive triple-doubles. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Parker & Sons is there for your air conditioning needs. Beat the heat with their same-day service and never pay extra for nights, weekends, or holidays. Call Parker.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey, and the day has arrived. The fantasy football frenzy is this afternoon at the DraftKings Sportsbook in Scottsdale. Join us for all the fun, starting at 2 on Arizona Sports. All right, Wolf, I was looking during the break. Because, Rick, this was a story on ESPN that you found that sort of inspired this conversation, right? It was like the most intriguing games around college football this year.
It was the Big 12 preview, and they had like the 3 most intriguing games. We already talked about this story earlier this week, but in a different part of their angle, because they had ASU as the top, the only team that should make the college football playoff, but they also had the most intriguing games.
They what we didn't talk about is the story they just put out this morning. So we're going to get to the most intriguing games in a second, but this is all of college football. This isn't the Big 12 right here.
Okay.
And it's kind of a look at the 2026 NFL draft. 12 college football teams with the most NFL prospects. Okay?
Yeah.
ASU's on the list.
Are you serious? Wow. You know what? It makes a lot of sense. And it's one of the reasons why, as we're having this conversation right now, my brothers, I will say, you know, the more and more I look at it, the more and more I'm thinking, why don't people have ASU ranked even higher than 11 and 12? I think we're all just kind of looking, wow, preseason, ESPN's got them number 11. You know, why shouldn't we expect them to truly be in the top 10 when you think of who's coming back for ASU? They're running out basically the same team minus Cam Scadaboo for the most part.
Yeah. That's a fair question, honestly. It's interesting that you thought of that, and I really haven't even had that thought, because my thought is just, if they're ranked 11 or 12 to start the season, if they have a really good 10, 11, 12 win season, then they're going to get their due. You know what I mean? Like, let's say you go 11-1, but you lose the Big 12 championship game, okay?
Yeah.
Last year, that probably wouldn't have even got you into the college football playoff somehow. this year, if you start the season ranked 11th and you go 11-1, I know I'm setting the bar high, but I'm just saying if you go 11-1 but you lose the Big 12 championship game, well, then the Big 12's getting 2 teams in. You're getting in at that point. But just the title of this story, I think, is interesting, Wolf, because it is 12 colleges stacked with NFL draft talent. Why scouts are watching Penn State, Clemson, and then these other teams, and ASU is one of them.
Man, I don't know about you, Luke, but that is heady stuff
crazy,
right there. If you tell me that is the case again, I will say, why aren't they ranked higher?
I mean, think the other teams on this list, some of them, it's like, okay, you're looking Oregon, Texas, Alabama, Georgia, Notre Dame, Ohio State, ASU.
Yeah. I just think, once again, Luke, for us, it's just, wow, this is fantastic. Are you kidding me? They're ranked number 11, number 12 in the coaches poll. I think we're satisfied with that because we just haven't had a lot of that around here for a long time.
And because if I had told you a year ago ESPN was going to do a story with NFL scouts talking about the teams stacked with NFL talent, and it was Ohio State, Alabama, Georgia, Oregon, Texas, ASU, Penn State, and some of these other ones, you'd have been like, really?
Yep.
So anyway, let's get into the schedule. And they've got 12 games guaranteed starting on Saturday, August 30th. And in this story, they have, again, going through each of these main teams, they have their game to watch, like their game that they're highlighting, that ESPN and NFL scouts are highlighting, and theirs is October 11th at Utah. That's obviously one to highlight, certainly. There's quite a few on the schedule, honestly, Wolf, to highlight. Like I don't believe they have the world's easiest schedule. So that, I think, is also good for a team that should be as good as they are, that if they put together another strong season, it's going to be hard to deny what they did because there's a lot of quality opponents on the schedule.
Okay, so let's go ahead and pick the one game that is going to be a grudge game based on these, and that is Texas Tech. Yeah, that's what I said.
Man, they never beat Texas Tech.
Texas Tech beat them last year, 32-22, Ron Wolfley reporting. And they're going to play Texas. They're going to play Texas Tech. I believe it's October 18th, is it not?
Yeah.
Okay, 4 days after my birthday.
Oh, well, that's how you remember.
It's not that I'm dropping that in there for any reason. 63 and savage, of course. But Texas Tech rushed. Taj Brooks, as a matter of fact, ran for 117 yards against the Sun Devils.
Oh, I'm aware.
And the Sun Devils last year, of course, were very, very good. As a matter of fact, going into that game, they were one of the best rush defenses in the National Football League. They were one of the best in college football when you think about it. 63.5 rushing yards per game. That's really, really good. And they were tough in terms of stopping the run, and yet Taj Brooks ran all over them. And Texas Tech beat them 30-22.
Yeah.
That is a grudge game on the schedule.
Going back to even when, Cliff was the coach at Texas Tech, ASU just never seems to beat them. They didn't used to play them very often, but it felt like every time they played them in a bowl game in San Diego, they would always lose. So, yeah, I'm with you. And there's a stretch there because the Utah game's the week before. So you're going to go to Utah and then come home and play Texas Tech. That's tough. I would, since those two games are off the board, and I'm going to take the U of A game off the board because obviously it's the Territorial Cup. It's going to be a grudge match.
I had that on there as well. Yes.
The Baylor game, it's actually the first Big 12 game ASU plays this year.
Yep.
Baylor, September 20th.
On the road.
Yeah. That's one of those teams that you didn't play them last year, but that's one of those teams where when you're looking around the rest of the Big 12 and you're like, who's a team that could be better than maybe they're getting credit for, or at least just a team that could be dangerous and could kind of come on this season? I think Baylor could be that sort of team. Now, Baylor might not be, but I'm just saying, a team that could kind of come from relative obscurity right now and make a run in the Big 12. I think that Baylor game, again, first conference game of the season, and it's on the road. That's one that's circled on my schedule.
I did the same thing, yeah. At Baylor, I think that is definitely a still point game for the Sun Devils this season, and also at Iowa State.
Yeah.
Those two, right? Rick, why are you saying that? You're shaking your head, yes. Why?
Iowa State could be tough weather. They have a pretty good crowd up there. They were good last year. Iowa State's going to be out for revenge because of how the Big 12 championship went. I'm really intrigued with that game. And even though they were picked last in the SEC preseason poll, we know that SEC preseason polls don't really matter. or any preseason polls don't really matter after last year with ASU. I'm really intrigued about how they're just going to handle the environment when they play Mississippi State, because that place is unique because of all of the cowbells.
It is true.
So, I think that's going to be their toughest environment they've played since the Utah game in 2023.
Yeah, their road games this season are Mississippi State, like Rick just said, Baylor, Utah, Iowa State, Colorado. Now, I mean, it's only 5 road games, so that means you have 7 home games. But that's none of those are easy. I mean, Colorado obviously doesn't have Shedeur anymore, but you never know with Colorado. And by that time in the season, they could be dangerous. That's late in the year, and you're going there, so it could be cold, and it's right around Thanksgiving. But for your road games to be against an SEC team in Mississippi State, Baylor, Utah, Iowa State, and Colorado, those are. That's not an easy schedule. I don't think Texas State is easy. I mean, you saw them last year, and they were tough. That's a home game for ASU. I don't think TCU is easy because Josh Hoover's a really good quarterback. And I was looking at the odds to lead the conference in passing, and he's actually the favorite from TCU.
And, of course, it's West Virginia. It's West Virginia, the pride of every mountaineer. Here it is. West Virginia, it's West Virginia, the pride of every mountaineer. Come on, you old lads, join with the young grads. It's West Virginia, now we cheer. Hey, hey, hey! Okay, it just, that always gets me. Come on, you old grads, join with us young lads.
That feels like a line that was
written
a while ago.
All the time, yes.
That we have 3 months to figure out what we're going to bet on that game. That's November 15th.
We also need to get Wolf on the sidelines. That needs to happen. He needs to be like Michael Irvin in that one Miami game where he was doing the bear crawl.
Honestly, I've thought about that so many times. I would love to just stand on the sideline like I was a sideline reporter, minus the microphone, minus saying anything. I just love to stand there with my brothers, once again, my blood brothers, and just be around the contact.
So
I love that.
You want to be a sideline reporter, you just don't want to be the reporter part of it.
No, I want to be the guy that's called the sideline guy.
You just want to be the sideline.
The sideline guy.
Because you don't want to do the
just
reporting.
Up close and personal, watching some guy get faced. It's beautiful.
What if Calvisi, who's sideline reporting, walks up and tries to interview you? No time for Paul?
No time for Paul. Got no time
that's
for
harsh.
That. Paul, do your job.
Join us today at the DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale and cheer on your favorite Arizona sports hosts live. We're going to be out there today from 2 to 6 drafting our teams. Come say hey, soak in the action, and score some epic football prizes. It's the Arizona Sports Fantasy Frenzy presented by DraftKings Sportsbook today at TPC Scottsdale. Don't miss it. Boy, Wolf, these teams that we draft are going to follow us around for the next 4 months, too. So we need to make sure we draft well.
Hey, they're going to follow you around. As soon as I draft my team, I'm handing it over.
That's what you think. Every time you lose, it's getting brought up on this show. All right, when we come back over to baseball, what does Jody Jackson expect from the Diamondbacks when they play a series against the Colorado Rockies starting tonight? Please sweep the Rockies for what it's. I don't even know what it means in the standings at this point. Just sweep the Rockies. We're going to ask her. She's going to join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Jody.
The Kansas City Chiefs visit State Farm Stadium Saturday for preseason game number 1 at the Cardinals. Our coverage starts at 1:30 Saturday afternoon on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, my friends, Ron Wolf here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. Dr. Chris, of course, at DISC. He's helped me in the past, Basin Orleans, as a former professional football player. My back has been jacked up. Maybe your back is all jacked up, spine, back issues, whatever it may be. You got to go see DISC. That's right. Listen, DISC surgeons have developed a personalized pain mapping system that pinpoints the pain generator to diagnose back and neck problems and customize a treatment plan that caters to your goals. Now listen, DISC, they treat a wide range that includes sciatica, herniated disc, bulging disc, spinal stenosis, neck pain, low back pain, and degenerative disc disease. Man, it's time for you to enjoy life again. Go to sciatica.com, Basin Earnings, or call 602-944-2900. 602-944-2900 for disc.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 Gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s, and less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635, and you are guaranteed a $10 Gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These Gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 Gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
Monsoons, wild winds, roof destruction, driving rain. Is your roof prepared?
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing. We offer free estimates and up to 12 months, same as cash. Let's get your roof ready before the storm strikes. Remember, there's only one way, the right way.
The Right Way Roofing, we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
What if your next AC could help a child and bring happiness to your home? At Rias, we're proud to support Phoenix Children's Hospital through our Cool for PCH campaign. Make a qualifying donation and receive a free AC maintenance from Rias. Or donate $10,000 and receive a high-efficiency Train HVAC system. The unit is donated by Train, and installation and service are donated by Rias. Sponsor limited. Visit cool4pch.com to give back and get started.
Rias, you'll be happy to see us.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. If you have private student loan debt and are behind or even in default, you got to call my friends at YRefi. YRefi refinances private student loans that others won't touch, and they provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. They work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. They can reduce your monthly payment and your total cost. And YRefi does not care what your credit score is. I've been to their offices and met with them. They're great people. And YRefi is not a debt settlement company. You'll receive a low fixed interest rate that you couldn't get anywhere else. And you'll finally have a pathway to making all that stress and worry come to an end. Just give them a call at 888-YRefi-34. That's 888-YRefi-34. Or go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. And make sure you tell them Jody Jackson sent you.
Not available in all states. Leading off with Jody Jackson on the Wolf and Luke Show.
It is gone!
Brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com.
All right, D-backs starting a series against the Colorado Rockies tonight. Zach Gallen facing a team that has given him issues this season. Wolf, more than any other team, actually. The Rockies. He's already faced him twice. He'll face him again tonight.
Man.
Jody Jackson is joining us on the Arizona Sports Line to talk some baseball. Jody, what's going on?
Yeah, guys, busy weekend for sure at Chase Field. I know football's going as well. But yeah, it should be interesting. I think, yeah, you hit on it. Zach Gallen tonight is a big storyline. Trying to get back on track against the Rockies, who have really given him trouble this year. D-backs actually won the last game that Gallen pitched against the Rockies, even though he gave up 7 runs. So it's been a little crazy for him against the Rockies. So hoping he can get right.
Jody, the Padres series, after the trade deadline now, we all know it's a completely different team. But the Padres series, to me, they should have won the series. And you know me, I don't like saying shoulda, woulda, coulda. You didn't. And you got to tip your cap to the Padres. How do you evaluate what you saw in the Padres series?
Yeah, no, it's a good question. It came on the air for the post-game show. I kind of did a quick evaluation in the disappointment that was that Padres final game, really the last 2 games. And, here's the reality. They won the first game 6-2. The second game, they tied it on the ridiculous homer by Lourdes Gurriel Jr., which was just quite a sight to see. Really cool moment. Improbable, yes, but I'll get to another improbable moment, too, in that series. But improbable, but still quite amazing and pretty cool to watch. And they tied that game up. So basically went toe-to-toe with the Padres for 10 innings and then faltered. And you guys watched it, Jake Woodford went out there. He did a job, and then the D-backs couldn't score in that bottom of the 10th, and he went out for the 11th. They've had to ask guys, and he's a multi-inning guy. They've asked guys to go out for that next inning, and and he didn't. It didn't hold up there. And the Padres hitters, you do tip your cap, but you look at not only the bullpen there, but you look, you got to score an extra inning, and then you could have won that game right then and there in the bottom of the 10th. So the next game. So, again, 10 innings, and you're finding a way to stay in these games, regardless of what the Padres just did at the deadline and what the D-backs just did at the deadline. And that means something to me. I know it's a bottom line game, and as Gracie always says, there's no moral victories. I know that. But this team found a way to do that despite whatever limitations. And then in the third game, they go out there with a 2-1 lead in the top of the ninth. It's and look, these are the way the Padres games go. You guys know, they pitch well. Their offense is not as explosive as some of the other teams that the D-backs have faced recently, but these are well-pitched, well-played games. It was a clean game. It was a good game. And Kyle Backus, did a great job. The previous inning went out, they asked him to go out there and do it. And he's a good pitcher. Like this young guy, he's doing good things. But, yes, Ryan O'Hearn hit a homer off of him, first of the season against a lefty, another improbable moment. And this is what makes great baseball games. But it was hard. It was difficult because if you want to look at two plays, or a play, I should say, I look at Blaze Alexander running back to the bag at third to try to keep that game where it was, and then Ketel Marte keeping his toe on first base. These are things that, I know everybody's upset about this way the season has gone, and I get it. It stinks. But, this team is still playing pretty good baseball. They just can't finish at times, whether it's in the offensively, and we know what's happening in the pen. They're relying on a lot of young guys. They don't have multiple closers with great, with unbelievable shutdown dominant stuff like the Padres do. So, bottom line, Wolf, yes, I totally agree with you. They should have won the series. They could have even swept the series, and that's what hurts so much.
We're talking to Jody Jackson. Jody, it feels like the plan, at least, in the best case scenario, is that Tyler Locklear just is their first baseman of the future and Jordan Lawler just is their third baseman of the future. Obviously, Lawler's not up here playing yet, but I would assume he's going to be up here as soon as he's ready, and we're going to get a long look at him to close out the season. How tied do you believe they are to that plan? Like if one of them is struggling the final 40, 50 games of this season, would they go out and get somebody at one of those positions, or do you think they're going to ride with those guys now for a while?
Well, that's the big key, and it's a great question, Luke. But I think really you hit on it. The 40 plus games left that's going to tell the story, and hopefully Lawler gets healthy. Unfortunately, he's been hampered by these injuries that have not allowed us to see him and now, yes, the team's in a different situation. They can give him that long look like they're giving Tyler Locklear. Like Tyler Locklear, we see some really good things out of him. He did hit a homer the other day. He's taken some walks. We've seen the swing and miss too. So we've seen all of it. And we look, I think the other thing that I like to see is I think he's already pretty good at the defensive side. He can run a little bit. There's some potential there for this young man to be a pretty good big leaguer. And with Lawler, we just need to see it. So I'm hoping that he gets that stint in Reno under his belt and then can come up and, he's still got, we still have a whole month and a half plus here. So, yeah, I think you kind of answered your own question in that we need to see it and then make that decision, because I think that if they need to upgrade, they will. It's just a matter of, how far away are these guys when you evaluate them at the end of the season.
So, Jody, we were talking a little bit about Zach Gallen right now. What do you think is more likely for a Zach Gallen return in 2026? The fact that he goes out and pitches like the Zach Gallen we all know and have seen over the years, over these last games or the Zach Gallen of 2025? What's more likely for a return?
Yeah, I mean, these are all those burning questions. Of course, there's the qualifying offer that will probably come his way, and then will he find that more appealing, or is there going to be a market for him to sign a multi-year deal that is in that realm for him? I think, unfortunately for Zach, I think the trade deadline told us a lot about his market value, at least right now for the postseason coming up. He's struggled pretty consistently. We talk about consistency mostly in a positive realm. I think on the negative side, he's been consistent in his struggle, and that's what's tough for teams that were looking for the stretch run. They were probably thinking how can we count on him to upgrade that quickly? We know his ERA for most of his career has been a little over 3, and his ERA now is like 5.5. So I just don't know, Wolf. I don't really know. I know that post deadline, he's got the one start that was pretty good. So is there a factor of is he just going to take a breath, relax the shoulders,
right,
go out there today? And that's a real, as well as I do, it's a very mental game. So is that something? Because the Rockies have really, they've gotten a lot of hits and homers off of him, both here and at Coors Field, both. And maybe that changes tonight. If he does well against them tonight, that tells me that maybe it is something where he's able to relax a little bit more and just go out and pitch.
Jody Jackson, great stuff
Thank
as
you,
always.
Jody.
Have a good weekend.
All right, you too, guys.
All right, that's Jody joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. Just to follow up on the Zach Gallen point she made. His numbers against Colorado this season, Wolf, 2 starts. He's 1-0 with an 11.70 ERA and a 2.10 whip.
Just awful.
And if you're like, well, yeah, he's had a bad year. No. Those numbers against Colorado are so much worse than his numbers against any other team.
And yet you and I were speaking before the show, and we were saying, man, if he gets it against these guys, that might be the best indicator. He's back.
It is so symbolic of how weird this season he is.
Yes.
If Zach Gallen goes out there in a game in early August and can pitch well against the Rockies, that's a story because he's pitched great against the Mets and the Yankees and some of these other San Diego, but against the Rockies, for whatever reason, he cannot seem to get them out. All right. Thanks to Jody for that. When we come back, what do the Arizona Cardinals need to do to have a successful 2025 season? We're going to ask NFL on CBS analyst Charles Davis. He'll join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Leading off with Jody Jackson on the Wolf and Luke Show. Brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. Your home for everything Diamondbacks. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Picture this. You find your dream home, you just move in right away. None of that monotonous waiting around to sell your old place first. You just move in right away. It sounds perfect, right? Well, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Find the new home you want, buy it now. Sell the old one later. Don't worry about it right now. Just buy the new home. Here's how they're going to make it work by giving you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves, no living your life on everyone else's schedule. If you've ever had to do that before, you know how inconvenient it truly is. So the Orchard experts are going to take it from there. They're going to handle repairs on your old home and make price-boosting upgrades. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent is going to list and sell your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first, sell your old home later, buy before you sell, but still get top dollar for your old home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Ready to elevate your everyday? Quince has the luxe staples insiders swear by, minus the markup. From 100% European linen styles and 14-karat gold jewelry to gorgeous leather bags and elevated home finds, Quince has it all. And by partnering directly with top artisans and ethical factories, Quince delivers premium quality at half the cost of similar brands. Discover everyday luxury without the markup at Quince. Go to quince.com/style upgrade for free shipping and 365-day returns. Quince.com/style upgrade.
Americans may not agree on much, but we agree on Social Security. We all pay in. It ought to be there when we need it. Social Security could face a funding gap in less than a decade, and I don't want to see a pay cut. I'm with AARP in the fight to protect the Social Security we earned.
Pledge to protect Social Security at aarp.org/weearnedit. That's aarp.org/weearnedit. Paid for by AARP.
At the UPS Store, we understand the importance of a first impression. That's why we're here to help you put your best foot forward and be unstoppable with our printing services. With high-quality paper stock options, banners, business cards, menus, and more, we make sure your small business stands out and your message reaches the masses. After all, we're the one-stop prints that pop store. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, prices, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and last year during the heat of summer, I had an air conditioning bill of $666, and I thought it was proof that we live in purgatory. In reality, that obscene bill arrived because my windows are shot, and I cannot wait to get them replaced by Advanced Window Products, a great company co-owned by former Utah great and NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, and the highest-rated window company in Arizona. They also offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state, and they can do all of this because there is no middleman. They have their own factory in the valley. They build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life. And get this, Advanced Window Products currently running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows, and you'll get $2,500 off. So do what I'm doing. Call now and beat the rush. 480-764-2002 or visit advancedwindows.com.
I'm with another one of the founders of Moving Team 6, Garrett. You guys stress teamwork. Talk about that connection to team.
There's difference of opinions. There's personalities that are involved. You're not always going to agree, but you have an end goal. Obviously, our end goal is to serve the customer at the highest standard and giving everything we got, and knowing that, hey, we're not leaving until the job's done. In order to get the job and accomplish a 10-hour move, I can't do that by myself. I need my team.
Go to Moving Team 6 for your next move. Spell out that word 6 to get to the right website. MovingTeam6.com.
And Team Bravo, backyard recon complete. And Command, lounge chair secured. Requesting permission to flank the watermelon at the picnic table.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Your backyard is for summer fun, not an ant invasion. Call 602 Blue Sky today. We'll defend your pool deck, secure your picnic spots, and stop ants before they overrun your summer. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals play their first preseason game tomorrow at State Farm Stadium against Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs. Kickoff is at 5, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Arizona Diamondbacks begin a 3-game series tonight against the Colorado Rockies at Chase Field. First pitch for that one is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
The Red Reckoning. Red Reckoning. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Wolf and Luke talk Cardinals training camp. Now.
Oh, we finally got a preseason game for the Cardinals tomorrow night at home against Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs. And we are pleased to be joined on the Arizona Sports Line right now by NFL on CBS analyst Charles Davis. Charles, thank you for the time. How you doing?
I'm doing great. How about you guys?
We're doing good, Charles. Really appreciate your time as always, big guy.
Thanks for having me on. It's always great to talk with the two of you.
Let's just start big picture with the Cardinals. What is your view of this team? What would you consider like a successful season for them in 2025?
Playoffs. Absolutely playoffs. It's one of those situations where we're probably the three of us are all old enough to remember when a coach would go up to the podium, a brand new coach, and say he had a 5-year plan, and we'd all nod sagely and go, yeah, let's see how this works, and would legitimately have a very good chance of getting 5 years. Like that was kind of the standard. Like when you hired a coach, that first contract, you kind of hired that coach to get through it. We all know that's no longer even close to being true. So with Jonathan Gannon and crew, I think they've done a very nice job building to this moment. But unfortunately for them, the moment's here. And people do remember after they whacked the Chicago Bears last year, right? I believe they were 6-4, first place in the division.
That's right.
Everything was out in front of them. And then it didn't happen. Now, in the old days, that was kind of normal. Like you had to have some bumps to get there. Michael Jordan with the Chicago Bulls did not waltz through the Celtics, did not waltz through Detroit, had to take some beatings and some losses and a lot of bumps and bruises before the breakthrough happened. Then once the breakthrough happened, they kept his foot on everyone's neck. The Cardinals need that breakthrough. Had a chance last year, didn't happen. This is the one in front of them now. And I think that Matthew Stafford's injury in the preseason has probably put even more pressure on them to make the breakthrough.
Yeah, I'm in total agreement with you on that one, Charles. What are your questions for the Arizona Cardinals in 2025?
I think you guys know by now I've been a huge fan of Drew Petzing as offensive coordinator, huge fan of Nick Rawls as defensive coordinator. Yeah. From the time I started talking with them to get ready for games, they really, really impressed me, and nothing has really changed. I don't care what the numbers say and all. I like the way they go about their business, like their countenance. I like the way that they coach. I like all of those things. The questions I would have is, can a wide receiver core come alive? Marvin Harrison, Wilson, all that crew. Can they get more out of that? McBride, you're going to get what you're going to get, which is really good play. It'd be fun for everybody if he was able to get into the end zone a little bit easier. That got to be weird last year.
Little red zone.
The game we had in against Chicago, heck, they were running trick plays trying to get him a touchdown. Right. So it was kind of wild to think that this guy is destroying the league and can't get in the darn end zone. But that's a small thing. Just want to see those things pay off as they go forward. Can they continue to run the football with authority with James Conner and crew? Because that sets up everything they do. And the bigger one is going to be Nick Rawlins' defense. They're scrappy, they're feisty, they do things, but can they become a little more of a unit that really imposes their will on people on a continual basis? They did it. Listen, I keep going back to Chicago because that's the game our crew did last year. And that was a weird day, right? We had the hail and they had to close the roof, which I thought you couldn't do once the roof was open. I thought that was how'd they get away with, all that was strange. The Bears had that weird game against Washington the week before with Tyreek Stevenson screaming at the crowd and the tip ball and the touchdown. So we didn't know what we were getting out of them. But the way that Arizona closed that game out, the way Nick Rawls' defense just kept coming and coming and coming. And I actually said from the booth, if the Bears were smart, they'd get their quarterback out of the game because there's no lessons to be learned. There's no toughness he had to demonstrate. It was done. And I'll be darned, next play, he's rolling around grabbing his ankle. Luckily, he got out of it okay. But that way, the way they closed that one out, I want to see that on a continual basis. And, I'm not saying they can't do it. All right. I'm just looking forward to watching that team.
Talking to NFL on CBS analyst Charles Davis. Charles, you sort of alluded to it when you mentioned the Rams. How do you see the rest of this division playing out, at least in terms of going into the season? Like, how wide open do you believe the NFC West is right now?
A lot more wide open than it has been in past years. I think San Francisco is the biggest mystery of them all because I don't know that any of us truly believe that last year was San Francisco.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
But let's flip it around, okay? Because what we're saying is, well, with good health, we're going to get the old 49ers back. Okay. That sounds great on the surface. But Trent Williams is now Joe Lewis's age and coming to America, right? He's 137 years old. And that doesn't mean he can't still play, because I believe Trent Williams can still play.
I'm with you.
But he's coming off of injury-riddled season. Will he go back to being the Trent Williams we know? Or, Wolf, you can speak to this better than any of us. Once the injuries start, it's hard to stop that slide.
Yeah, no,
right?
You're right.
It's hard to get back to being indestructible. I'm hoping that he is, because he has some incredible talent, as we know, right?
Incredible. First ballot
Okay.
Hall of Famer.
Can they get all those injuries on the rest of the defensive side back and playing at a high level? Some of those are in other places now. Hufunga's in another spot. Dre Greenlaw's in another spot. Now you get Robert Saleh back as your coordinator, and that's a very good thing for them. But they are the biggest mystery we have of them all. Brock Purdy's got his money now.
Yeah.
But we do, I think for those of us who are bullish on San Francisco, and I probably lean that direction, we expect them to be the 49ers we've known, which means a very tough out. If we take the Cardinals, we've already discussed them. The Rams, my biggest concern now is Stafford, because if he's not working out at all in preseason, is this something is he going to have to knock rust off? Is this going to work? Remember, he's 37 years old or somewhere in that neighborhood either. And by the way, one of the most underrated tough guys at quarterback that I think we've had in the last 20 years.
Wow.
I just don't think people give him enough credit for just how tough he is and how many times he gets up and plays. The amount of times I watched him play hurt in Detroit, barely practice all week, go out there and play at a high level. We all remember the Cleveland game where he said, no, I'm not coming out. And he threw the last pass and then collapsed. This guy has a toughness to him. But again, you're getting up in age. Can you reel it back and make it work? Now, the Fort Rams tend to do that. So Seattle, I watched a little bit of their preseason game last night, and then I'm going, why am I watching this? This doesn't tell me anything. But at the same time, Mike McDonald and crew, he's going to make it hard for you with the defensive side of the ball.
Yeah.
It all comes down to Sam Darnold. Are we getting Minnesota Sam Darnold?
Right.
Are we getting Sam Darnold, unfortunately, through the rest of his career, which hasn't all been his fault?
Charles, we appreciate this so much. Always good to talk to you.
Great to talk with you guys. Enjoy the preseason, so to speak. And let's get to the regular season sooner rather than later, right?
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you, Charles.
Take care, guys.
Thanks, Charles. That's Charles Davis joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. When we come back, we will get back into baseball. And the Zach Gallen conversation takes center stage because he needs to have a good start against Colorado. As crazy as that sounds, specifically against Colorado, that would go a long way for a lot of people. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The future of Arizona sports. High school athletes speak about their game, their preparation, competition, and sportsmanship. Every Saturday morning on The Kevin McCabe Show. Presented by Brooklyn Betting. Don't miss interviews with players from your favorite local teams when the Dean of High School Sports in Arizona hosts The Kevin McCabe Show. Saturday mornings at 9 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. I sat down with Trajan Wealth. I got straight talk from Trajan Wealth, and I love that. Not a sales pitch. I left that meeting feeling really, really good. They're fiduciaries, Basinonians, which means that their advice is built around what's best for you. Yeah, the better you do, the better they do. That's why I'm a client with Trajan Wealth right now. You ought to pick up the phone, give them a call at 480-990-3300. As a veteran, Trajan Wealth CEO, Jeff Jr., that's right, he's a former Marine, Basinonians, fully appreciates the importance of true independence. He founded Trajan Wealth as an independent firm allowing fiduciary advisors the ability to customize a portfolio that's going to meet your unique goals and needs. Pick up the phone and call 480-990-3300, 480-990-3300. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
You've heard the saying, it's hard to stop a train. When it comes to putting smiles on children's faces at the Phoenix Children's Hospital, nothing will get in the way when the Teddy Bear Express pulls into town. Train is the proud sponsor of this year's Giveathon, giving hundreds of teddy bears to children currently undergoing treatment at PCH. For the past 9 years, Train's commitment ensures that every child's journey through treatment is accompanied by a comforting companion, reminding them they're not alone in their fight.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Lowe's knows when you're looking for reliability, the right brand makes all the difference. And now, Lowe's is the exclusive home improvement retailer for the Whirlpool water treatment line, including their Wi-Fi softener, under-sink filtration system, and more. With Whirlpool's proven performance and our everyday low prices, better tasting, better quality water is within reach. Shop pro-trusted brands like Whirlpool and more, in-store or online. Lowe's, we help, you save.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and all over the valley, New Life Dental Implant Center is changing the game. They offer amazing quality, great convenience, and the best prices you are going to find. And your new smile, crafted from pure zirconia, no metal, just strength and comfort that lasts. And their flexible financing makes it all possible. That new smile, that new life, just one phone call away. 602-855-0000, online at newsmilearizona.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz did the LASIK surgery on my eyes over 15 years ago, and to this day, my vision has never been better. I see great at night, in the day, up close, far away, no glasses, no readers, and this is 15 years later. Dr. Schwartz offers the best in advanced LASIK technology, as well as other surgical laser procedures, such as the clear lens exchange and the EVO ICL. Whether it's nearsightedness, farsightedness, and astigmatism, or any other eye care issues, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help improve your vision and change your life as he did mine. There is a reason he is the official eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 valley-wide locations, one in Glendale, one in Scottsdale, and one in Mesa. Schedule your free LASIK evaluation by calling 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or going online at teamidoc.com.
Like we always do with this time, I go for mine, I get to shine.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi. I'm Tom Keeble. Trey Benson's confidence is through the roof after a strong training camp, forming a nice 1-2 punch in the Cardinals' backfield. ASU is ranked 5th in the Big 12 based on an analytics-based computer model. And what Cardinals need a really strong preseason to solidify their spot on the 53-man roster. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi.
Thanks to Charles Davis for joining us last segment, and Jody Jackson earlier in the show as well. And going back to something we were talking about with Jody Wolf, Diamondbacks playing tonight, starting a 3-game series with the Rockies. I get it. You know, they would have to win about 20 games in a row to climb back into the wild card race. But Zach Gallen, I think all of his starts the rest of the way, at least for me, are probably the games I'm highlighting the most at this point. I mean, don't want to see Erod get into a groove. He really hasn't gotten into that other than that month. What was that, June this year with the Diamondbacks?
Yeah. Right.
It'd be nice to see him get into that. But, you know, he's here for a while. And Brandon Pfaadt's had like an up and down year, and you feel pretty good about Ryan Nelson. But Zach Gallen, to me, he's got about 10 starts left this season, maybe 9. What does he do with those starts? And specifically against Colorado, because they have hit him very well this year.
Yeah, and it's not just against Colorado. I can't help but, when we talk about Zach Gallen, basically, let's talk about the big picture as well. Not just the rest of the season, because we all know he becomes a free agent at the end of this season right now. What is going to happen? I think it's a fascinating topic and a fascinating question to talk about. What should you root for Zach Gallen? if you want Zach Gallen to be a Diamondback in 2026, do you want to see him go out there and light it up the rest of the way or not light it up the rest of the way? You get my point.
Yeah, it's a really...
What might be the better scenario that he's a Diamondback in 2026?
It's a great point because I don't even totally know what I'm looking for then. Because if he pitches too well, he might price himself out of Arizona. But if he doesn't pitch better than he has so far this season, do you really feel comfortable bringing him back?
Yeah.
Because if you bring him back and Corbin Burns is not healthy to start the year, which by all accounts he shouldn't be, if you bring Zach Gallen back, you're going into next season with him as your number one starter, right? I mean, I can't imagine a scenario where they bring Zach Gallen back and then go out and get an even more high-priced starter, and they're paying Corbin Burns, when he comes back. I mean, I guess it's possible, but for the most part, if you're bringing Zach Gallen back next year, I'm guessing you're bringing him back as the number one to begin the year and the number two when Corbin Burns gets back. So he's got to pitch better than he has this year for you to even feel good about doing that.
Yeah. Listen, if he goes out and pitches like Zach Gallen, the Zach Gallen we know, not the Zach Gallen we know of 2025 Basinonians, but the Zach Gallen we all know and love, if he goes out and finishes that way, the grass is greener on the other side, is it not? You always you covet what you don't have. And that's why, to me, if he goes out and looks like Zach Gallen the rest of the way starting against the Colorado Rockies here tonight, to me, it's going to be a situation where I think Zach Gallen's going to get an offer from somebody that the Arizona Diamondbacks are going to have to say, we just can't match that.
I think the path to him coming back it's wider than I would have thought 2 weeks ago. I thought he was gone for sure, but I don't think it's very wide because there's a very fine line, like you're saying, of if he's too good, some other team's going to be like, we're taking him. And if he's not good enough, I don't know how confident the Diamondbacks can be unless, as you've been saying, they know something, because they know him better. They look and say, we can fix this. But I feel like if they believe they can fix it, they would be fixing it now going forward. So that would show up here in these final 9 or 10 starts. Now, he's facing Colorado tonight, and as I said, Colorado, he has an 11.70 ERA and a 2.10 whip against Colorado this year.
In how many games?
2 games.
2 games.
But this is a lineup he should be able to do well against.
I mean, 11.7 ERA, is that what you just said?
Yeah. I mean, I can give you here.
He's gotten destroyed by the Colorado Rockies.
Twice.
Historically, one of the worst teams in the history of baseball.
Like against the Mets this year, I know this is extreme, but 2 starts for Gallen, a 1.38 ERA, a 0.77 whip. Against San Francisco, a 1.29 ERA, a 0.71 whip. Against the Yankees, a 0 ERA and a 0.45 whip. I mean, those are the teams he's been the best against, but there's other teams where he's just been, against the Padres, 2 games, 1-0, a 2.92 ERA, a 1.30 whip. He has teams he's struggled against this year, but not like this. And not over 2 games. Like against the Dodgers, he's faced them once. He has a 6.35 ERA. But that's once, and it's the Dodgers. This is Colorado. So it just, you got to pay attention to it tonight because it's been such a weird year for him, and specifically against the Rockies. Here's Derek Hall from Bickley and Murata yesterday talking about Gallen and his future.
Zach never changes. He's even keel. He's the same guy, whether he's winning or losing, whether he's pitching 7 innings or 4 1/3. I mean, this guy is he's a pro. He goes out, he does what he has to do. He wants to win. He's competitive. And by the way, we could have moved him. We didn't want to just, move him to move him. And it's good that he's here now, especially with a young staff that he can still, pave the way for and show them what you have to do for preparation and how to get ready for games. But he handled it great. And I hope he has a great end of the season here because it was a big season for him. And he's had some bad breaks. And there's been glimpses where he looks like himself. He looks like the all-star that he's been in the past. So I'm hoping he gets back to that. He's making adjustments, and he's as smart as anybody. And we've talked about it before, Vince. I mean, this guy, if there's anybody that you can bet on to figure it out and to work extra hard and to, maybe overanalyze to get there, it's him.
And that's exactly why I think if he goes out and looks like himself, Zach Gallen, everyone's around the league is going to go, he's figured it out. Yeah. There we go. Now Zach, we'll give you this. I would love to see Zach Gallen back with the Diamondbacks in 2026.
You're not worried about the idea that it might be a one-year deal and the worst year of his career has come in a free agent year?
Yes, I'm not worried about that.
I think the way that he comes back is if he looks better here. In the last, his first start coming out of the trade deadline, he looked good. He looks good, but not dominant. But he looks better than he did, obviously, before the trade deadline. Combine that with him wanting to stay in Arizona. I think there's got to be some combination of that where he would maybe take a little less to be here than from a different team, but also he's good enough where the Diamondbacks feel like they can invest in bringing him back.
So it's so funny because everyone listening right now, go ahead and watch Zach Gallen as he pitches against his nemesis, the Colorado Rockies, tonight. Go ahead and watch it. And what are you going to say when Zach Gallen, if he goes out and shuts it down? I mean, he just goes out. What if he posts a 0? 7 innings, 8 strikeouts, 0 earned runs, 3 hits, whatever it might be. What if he locks it down against the Colorado Rockies? Are you not going to read into that a little bit? Are you not going to just read a little bit? Oh, the Rockies own him. And he went out there and he pitched great. Now he's back on track. Are you going to say that to yourself? I can't. I can't bring myself to doing that against the Colorado Rockies in one game. The sample size, obviously, has got to be bigger. Is it a step in the right direction? Yes. But I can't look at it and go, oh, man.
No, it's going to take the rest of the – I mean, they're going to evaluate, I would assume, if the post-All-Star break Zach Gallen looks significantly enough different to them than pre-All-Star break Zach Gallen, because then I think his track record prior to this comes into play, and you could say, okay, look, we know who this guy is.
I think you're right on that.
I kind of like what Derek Hall was saying right there. I mean, you know who he is. This year's just been weird. I went in the YouTube live chat because we're talking about Gallen. I just wanted to see how angry people are.
Yeah.
Robert wrote, the good news is that we probably won't have 6 pitchers who need Tommy John surgery next season. That's a good point, Robert.
Yeah, you know what? I love the positive approach on that.
And I just like, somebody who's probably not in Phoenix or hasn't followed the Diamondbacks closely sees that and they're like, oh, Robert, I get it, man. You're making your point, but you're going to exaggerate and say 6? Well, no, it's actually been 6.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the sort of year it's been.
The number of men.
Yeah. Inspector Todd said Charles Davis is awesome. He threw that in there as well, which is it's true. Charles Davis.
We love Charles.
Charles Davis is awesome. Friend of the show. Take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, on arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Wolf and Luke Show podcast is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. All right, when we come back, how big could it be for the Cardinals if Trey McBride can find the end zone more this season? We were going to talk about this yesterday. We got derailed. Imagine that. It's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Arizona Sports Fantasy Frenzy. This afternoon, 2 till 6 at DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale. Join Burns and Gambo for prizes, good times, and fantasy football. Arizona Sports Fantasy Frenzy this afternoon. Arizona Sports Fantasy Frenzy. Details at arizonasports.com. Click on contests.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. Man, I love going to Santan Ford. Are you kidding me? Their lot is full right now. The inventory that they have. Tim Hovick, Santan Ford. They are reimagining affordability for you, Basinonians. We're talking about lease deals. Lease deals here for $399 a month and 0 down. Yeah, that's right, 0 down on the brand new 2025 Mustang GT. And the Mustang GT, there are some people like Paul Calvisi, loves to put the top down and drive around pacing, whatever it might be. Listen, the Ford Escape as well, even the Ford Bronco right now, 0 down. That's right, just sign and drive with a payment you're going to be able to afford. Tim Hovick Santan Ford is in Gilbert, man, and the summer sale is on right now. Some restrictions apply, and there's a $649 dock fee. But you got that. Affordability is back in style. I am Santan Ford.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Juice box. I'm a mom.
I'm good, seriously.
Let me check. Oh, hot sauce. Take it.
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins, a balloon. Wait one sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line, $100 per month on Experience Beyond. Finance agreement $829.99 and qualifying ported. For well-qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay out via virtual prepaid card. Allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Bring bold flavor to your lineup at Doghouse Downtown Phoenix. Open 24/7 and stacked with gourmet dogs, sausages, burgers, chicken, and more. Planning a watch party? Doghouse Catering knocks it out of the park with breakfast burritos, sliders, wings, tenders, and our legendary build-your-own dog bar. Don't forget the tots and chili cheese fries. Load the bases with flavor and let us deliver the ballpark feast straight to your door. Order now at downtownphoenix.doghaus.com.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon. You wish would never end.
The homemade taste of Bluebell and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
Open the lid on a carton of Bluebell Homemade in the Shade, and you'll have it made, so to speak. It's a combination of our top-selling homemade vanilla ice cream with a swirl of rich chocolate fudge sauce. Enjoy an instant classic.
The good old days are being made right now.
The good old days are being made right now.
Bluebell half gallons are $5.99 each when buying two at Fry's Food and Drug Stores now through August 12th.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals play their first preseason game tomorrow at State Farm Stadium against Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs. Kickoff is at 5, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Arizona Diamondbacks begin a 3-game series tonight against the Colorado Rockies at Chase Field. First pitch is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And there was history last night at PHX Arena, and the Phoenix Mercury's blowout win over the Indiana Fever. Mercury star Alyssa Thomas became the first player in WNBA history to record 3 consecutive triple-doubles. This report is brought to you by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning, home of the no-fee emergency. Want to save money on your AC or plumbing issues? It's ReadyServices.com, saving you money since 1957. Get ready, because here we come.
The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. Your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Wolf and Luke talk Cardinals training camp now.
You know, we had Charles Davis on earlier, and he brought up, you know, the anomaly that is Trey McBride lack of touchdowns. When you look at the production that Trey McBride, who joined us on the show earlier this week, has had, it's not really production we've seen from a tight end with the Cardinals before.
Yeah.
Wolf.
Significant.
Even 2 years ago, 81 catches for 825 yards. but last year 111 catches for 1,146 yards and 2 touchdowns. In his career, Trey McBride has 6 receiving touchdowns. He has a rushing touchdown that I believe he recovered a fumble in the end zone, if I remember right. But in his career, Trey McBride has 6 receiving touchdowns.
Yeah.
Marvin Harrison Jr. had more receiving touchdowns last year than Trey McBride has in his entire career.
Yes.
Think about that.
Yeah, and it's, one of the reasons why you want to see Marvin Harrison Jr. really pick it up as well. Now, he had 8 touchdowns in his rookie year. It's pretty doggone good.
Yeah.
Yet at the same time, you could see him really being one of these guys that gets into double digits on a yearly basis going forward. And I'm talking about some of them maybe 14, 15, 16 touchdowns. I could see that actually being the case at some point in time for Marvin Harrison Jr. And if that happens, man, so much of the time, that middle of the field, even in the red zone, is going to open up a little.
Yeah.
And that's going to help Trey McBride once again. That's why you want to see some type of chemistry really develop on the outside, especially how many times you can get a fade in the red zone and run the ball as well as James Conner runs the ball and the Cardinals run the ball in the red zone. That helps Trey McBride on play action as well.
It all logically makes sense. They just have to execute it, obviously. And with McBride, it's like, it's hard to look at the season that guy just had and be like, we need more from you. I mean, obviously, you want to get better every year.
Yeah.
And he was on with us earlier this week, and he said that, and it was unprompted. And you know that, I think we know him well enough now to know that that's not just words, that he is out there trying to get better consistently. But it's hard to look at everything and say, who we need more from is Trey McBride. But the 2 touchdowns is... his over-under, I looked this up in Vegas, is 4.5 touchdowns for Trey McBride. You would look at somebody who's an elite receiver or tight end and be like, wow, it's only 4.5. What are they thinking? But at the same time, he's never had 4 in a season. It's the one thing you look at and statistically with him and you're like, well, that could easily get better. Would it be crazy if he had 7? 7's not like some absurd number. And if he had 7, that would do wonders for this offense.
Yeah, once again, especially how well the Cardinals run the ball. I can't emphasize this enough, brothers, especially in the red zone.
And that probably isn't going to change.
No, that's not going to change. It is not going to change, especially when you bring the biggest dog you can possibly bring in here, and Will Hernandez, you bring him back into the locker room. Meow. No. Woof, 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 woof. You're going to have dogs.
Must be Friday.
And it is Friday, and I'm hungry, by the way. Barbecue Friday is coming up at some point in time. But, honestly, you run the ball as well as they do. I cannot tell you in the red zone how critical that is for a tight end who is really, really good in terms of running routes and catching the ball. And that is Trey McBride in play action. How huge that's going to be. That's one of the reasons why it was interesting. We're getting ready to do our fantasy draft. What's it called officially?
The Fantasy Frenzy.
The Fantasy Frenzy.
The Arizona Sports Fantasy Frenzy.
The Arizona Sports Fantasy Frenzy. I was going to say that.
Well, there you go.
I tried to tell you that.
Yeah,
but
I know.
Here it is. We're gonna draft later on today. We're going to do that. And that's why barbecue is really, really important as well.
Yeah,
can I just say that? We're going to go draft, but Trey McBride, scoring touchdowns is a big thing, is it not, in fantasy football?
Yeah.
Yeah, scoring touchdowns. How many people are going to go out on a limb and take Trey McBride, even though he has not? He hasn't had 4 touchdowns in a year, correct?
His career high is 3.
It's
2 years
3.
ago. Yeah.
Think about that. So, are you going to draft him? Are you, Base Earnings, going to draft Trey McBride in regard to scoring a lot of touchdowns for you? Now, I know yards matter and receptions as well. There's no doubt about that. I'm going to draft him if I get the opportunity, because I think his numbers are going to sky.
He's definitely going to be drafted. The question is how early. He's going to be drafted, fairly high in the draft. The question is just how early. And you got to factor in, too, I'm guessing a lot of the people we are drafting with are Cardinals fans. but maybe not, and maybe that makes you draft him earlier or later. I don't
exactly. Maybe you're thinking to yourself, this guy's never had 4 touchdowns in a season. We're not going to draft him high. Yeah, you know what? You might want to.
So you're taking the over on 4.5 touchdowns?
I'm taking the over. Yes.
I think I would too, but I always take the over on everything. Here's Trey McBride when he was on with us earlier this week.
It's psychological with Luke.
Where's the fun in taking the under? Trey McBride, we talked to him about if they're working with him on getting more touchdowns this year.
Yeah, obviously, you want to score as many touchdowns as you can, but I think last year was just kind of a weird year where whatever reason, we just weren't connecting in the red zone. We weren't, he'd miss me a couple times. I'd miss him. I'd run a bad route, whatever the case may be. But ultimately, man, it doesn't really matter to me. As long as we're winning games, we're scoring a lot of points. Whether I'm scoring, Marvin's scoring, James is scoring, it really doesn't matter to me. But, obviously would love to get that touchdown number up. But ultimately, I just try to catch the ball as many times as I can when it's thrown to me. And hopefully more of them are in the red zone for sure.
It is crazy, Wolf, because it seems like this dude gets open all the time, and he and Kyler have that sort of on-field chemistry now where you don't even they don't even have to look at each other. It feels like there are times where Kyler's not even looking at him, and he'll just almost throw him a no-look pass, and McBride has the play. But in the end zone, they just could not get on the same page. And I think the first 2 years of his career where he had 1 and 3 receiving touchdowns, they were a little bit different. That first year was the old offense. He was a rookie. The second year, Kyler missed a good chunk of the season. But last year, 2 touchdowns did not add up with the way he played all season. And, Kyler did miss him a few times in the end zone last year. Like, he just flat out missed him, or he spiked the ball off his head against the Rams. But that's what's so wild about it. Their chemistry, the other 99 yards of the field, is some of the best in football right now.
Yeah, there was one game, I forget, it was in December, though. There was one game where I remember Trey McBride literally being wide open
in the back of the end zone. Yeah, I remember too.
And Kyler never saw him.
Yeah.
Never saw him. And, that happens. Of course it does. You're going to go through your read. It's going to happen from time to time. But, yeah, I think they need to get better, and they will get better.
Join us today at the DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale and cheer on your favorite Arizona sports hosts live. We're going to be out there today, 2 to 6. Come say hey, soak in the action, and score some epic football prizes as we draft these teams that are going to follow us around all season. It's the Arizona Sports Fantasy Frenzy, presented by DraftKings Sportsbook today at TPC Scottsdale. Don't miss it. When we come back, we'll go around the NFL, get you an update on the Rams quarterback situation. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals Training Camp 2025, the Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. 90 players enter State Farm Stadium at the beginning of camp. Only 53 can earn a spot on the final roster.
Motor and violence.
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. The Red Reckoning. On your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7. The app. YouTube channel. ArizonaSports.com.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. Listen, installation is all done by in-house teams at All Pro Shade Concepts. That's right. There's never any subcontractors. The installers are shade experts, and they've installed thousands and thousands of shades right here in the basin. They'll work around stucco, Basinonians. They'll work around tile, your pillars, and they'll do it for a seamless fit, allowing you to close in your patio with a shade where all you need to do is push a button, man, and you're going to close it, and then you can open that shade with one button as well. Privacy, of course. Neighbors can see in your patio. Maybe you want that shade or awning, whatever it may be. You need to go to allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. The best in the business.
The UPS Store has high-quality, industry-approved packaging materials. So stop by and get 15% off packing materials and protected with our Pack and Ship Guarantee. Visit theupsstore.com/guarantee or a location near you for full details.
Hey, everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and Arizona summers are no joke. And if your AC's not cutting it, that heat can be dangerous. That's why Parker & Sons and Goodman are giving away a brand new air conditioner installed for free to a local senior another in need. So if you know someone on a fixed income who could use it, a grandparent, a neighbor, nominate them now at parkerandsons.com. The deadline is August 15th, and if your AC is struggling, call Parker at 602-2REPAIR.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Let's go!
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to What's Next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating, or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us on Monday. Full recap of the Cardinals preseason opener and how the Sun Devils fared in their maroon and gold scrimmage. It all starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
Time to go around the NFL, and Wolf, we're at that time of the year where there are certain little checkpoints that hit where I'm like, oh yeah, okay, it's officially football season now. Like when we had Tim Healy on, I think it was yesterday. It's like, oh, okay, it's football season. Tim Healy talking ASU. There's been a few other ones, and then there's this Sean McVay audio. Okay,
here we go.
Sean McVay talking about the latest on Matthew Stafford's injury.
I'm sure you guys have questions. That's nothing new in terms of what's been reported on Matthew. The aggravated disc is what led to the sore back. So all those things are true. And part of getting the epidural was part of the plans dealing with Dr. Watkins in terms of what we felt like was the best case and best scenario to be able to allow him to be as healthy as possible. He's due to get a good workout in on the day of our preseason game where he's going to throw. And that was on par with the schedule that we always had. You'll see him in practice next week. He won't participate in the Chargers practice just because of we're looking at it like he's got an acclimation period that'll really start on Saturday once we play the Cowboys.
Wow. Yeah, there's a lot of detail right there. The one thing we don't need any more detail in, quarterbacks and backs, not a good thing. Really is not. It's kind of like having a wide receiver that is coming off an ACL. That's a serious injury for a wide receiver, or a corner coming off an ACL as well.
Yeah, it's the Rams, they're set up very nicely this year, and they got a really good team, and it's a very balanced team. But if Stafford's hurt, like if this is going to be lingering all season, if he's going to be dealing with a back issue that's limiting him on the field, I mean, there's not many worse things for a quarterback. Like you said, that's going to hold that team back at some point. I do think they are a team that can withstand it better than most teams just because they are pretty bad. But withstanding a quarterback injury, that doesn't mean like you make the playoffs and make a deep run and win the Super Bowl. It just means like you can remain around 500 probably.
Yeah, for me, all bets are off if Matthew Stafford has back issues in 2025.
Yeah, because then it's
as good as their team is and was, all bets are off.
Part of what makes them so good is Puka Nacua. If you can't get him the ball, then he's largely irrelevant. You added Devontae Adams, okay, but if you can't get him the ball, he's largely irrelevant. Yeah, I don't know. It's certainly something to watch. Again, Jimmy G is their backup, but you also could get caught in that middle area where Stafford, you're playing him over Jimmy G, but he's not Matthew Stafford because his back hurt. I don't know. It's something to watch because I think that's the team a lot of people believe is going to win this division, and they absolutely might. They were the team that really played the Eagles maybe the best in the playoffs last year. But if your quarterback's messed up, it's really hard to go anywhere significant.
I will say right now, the L.A. Rams are the team that I think will win the NFC West.
Even with the Stafford news so far.
Yeah, well, I'm assuming that Stafford's going to be okay. But if you tell me that this lingers through the first half of the season, or, yeah, you know what, they're in trouble.
They had Jared Verse was dealing with something yesterday at practice too, but it sounds like he's okay. In fact, the quote from him was he's fine after he left practice to get his knee checked out. So, I mean, such is football, right? You can be a team that's really set up for success, and all of a sudden, it sounds like Verse is fine, and McVay is making it sound like Stafford will be fine. But if the Rams all of a sudden didn't have those two guys, they would not be fine.
Wolf, can you shoot up a back with the tee shot with the blue juice?
Yeah, you could. I just don't think it's very wise.
You can't do it a lot, that's for sure.
Just don't think it's very wise to do it, especially if you're a quarterback.
Yeah. Other news around the NFL. How about Cameron Hayward not really practicing with the Steelers? What's the phrasing was, hasn't fully participated in practice yet this summer, as he awaits a restructured contract that has not gotten done per sources. That is via Adam Schefter yesterday.
So he's got the hold-in going right now.
Essentially, yeah.
Yeah, he's got the hold-in going. And, yeah, Cam Hayward, it's very unlike him, Cam Hayward. Because, again, Pittsburgh's a very provincial team. Mm-hmm. The ownership, the Rooneys, a very provincial family.
He's kind of the leader of that team, isn't he?
Yes. And Cam Hayward has always had a great relationship with the Pittsburgh Steelers, of course. So for me, this is really, really odd to see this kind of standoff. And you have to wonder if it involves Aaron Rodgers.
He was vocal.
He was the vocal guy.
Yeah.
He was the guy that, and hey, listen, I'm not crazy about this. And then Aaron Rodgers kind of torched him.
Yeah, and that's a great start because, Aaron Rodgers, say what you will about, the way he has been as a teammate the last couple of years, but he is an all-time great quarterback, even if he's not now. And Cameron Hayward he's not, I wouldn't say he's the Steelers' best player, but he's up there, and he really seems like he's their main leader. If you had asked me to rattle off like 4 or 5 players around the NFL, Wolf, that I would have been like, they're not going to be guys that are holding in or whatever, he would be on the list. For all the reasons you said, the way the Steelers have traditionally been set up, the fact that they don't really negotiate like this anyway, and the fact that he's seen by many, including the guys on that team, as the leader of the team.
Yeah, I know for a fact that, once again, when the Steelers have a player sign a contract, they'll film him. Or they did, at least in the past.
Yeah.
Go ahead and film him and tell him, don't come back to us in 2 years and tell us your 4-year contract is outdated.
Yeah.
Don't do it. You're signing a 4-year contract. We're giving you more money up front because you're signing the 4-year contract.
Which is what he's essentially doing.
It's a very provincial approach to managing a professional sports team.
The other quote from Schefter in that post said, Hayward is scheduled to make $14.75 million this season, with $13.45 million of that already having been earned as a roster bonus in March. So, again, I'm not saying he's wrong or right. I'm not going to tell him how to negotiate his money or if the Steelers are doing it the right way. It's just surprising, considering who he is and who that team is. And like you said, if that's still a rule internally, Cameron Hayward would know it better than anybody. It's a rule, because this goes back to I remember we were talking about when Monty first got here and Buddha was like, hey, I'm not sure I want to stick around. And you brought up the Steelers example back then. And you're like, if you make an exception for any guy, even if it's Buddha Baker.
That's right.
The Cardinals aren't set up necessarily that way, but using the Steelers as an example, if you make an exception for any guy, you've opened the door of somebody's agent coming through and being like, hey, I had better stats than Cameron Hayward last year or whatever. So the Steelers are going to be a team to pay attention to because you wouldn't expect them to sign Aaron Rodgers and you wouldn't expect stuff like this to go on.
Yeah, Antonio Brown comes to mind. Think about it, how badly that went for the Steelers, of course, and for Antonio Brown.
Yeah, Le'Veon Bell, too. That whole
Le'Veon
contract
Bell,
thing.
yes. That's, once again, they are a very, very conservative ownership group and their approach to how they manage.
Micah Parsons is missing practice with back issues, and this is a quote from an ESPN story. It's not a direct quote from anybody individual, but it's a quote from the story. It said, speaking on Saturday, a day after Parsons requested a trade in a social media post, Cowboys owner and general manager Jerry Jones said the back issues were as much a part of the negotiation process as the trade request. Unquote.
Okay.
That's an exciting time for the Cowboys.
Boy, bring up an injury situation and make it sound like it's going to be chronic for the most part.
Yeah.
That's how you fight that.
Wow. Here's Mina Kimes yesterday talking about
personal.
That situation is so very personal between Jerry Jones and Micah Parsons at this point. And not only personal, Wolf, but personal, and they're just playing it out publicly for all to see. Here's Mina Kimes yesterday.
I think what's so frustrating about the story is we all know how it's going to end. Micah Parsons isn't getting traded. If he is, I will come back on this show and eat my words, but I do not believe there is a chance in hell he is traded. He's going to get paid. When he gets paid, I don't know. Maybe he actually does skip a game. But we know he's going to get paid, and we know he's going to get paid a premium because of Jerry Jones's tactics, procrastination, because we've seen this with Jerry Jones now for several years with his star players. And I think for Cowboys fans, paying him maybe $5, $10, $1 million a year more than you would if they had gotten the deal done early, it's not the worst thing in the world. But all of these little premiums add up with all of these star players. And when you're trying to compete with the likes of the Eagles, who are the best run franchise in the National Football League, a team that gets their deals done early, it puts you at a competitive disadvantage. Jerry Jones is a competitive disadvantage for the Dallas Cowboys.
What it is what it is. And we'll work through it, or we will not work through it.
I don't know. You know what, Base Learnings? I think, Jarrah, we ought to nominate him for the Possum King. Just call him the Possum King. Google it, my young Kronks, okay? The Possum King.
She's right, though. I mean, Micah Parsons is just going to end up on the Cowboys. He's going to get his money. Either they're going to pretend that they like each other or they're just not, but he's going to probably end up – they're going to trade Micah Parsons. How do you justify that to your fan base, to his teammates, and also Exhibit A as to why you don't want your owner to also be your general manager?
Yeah.
There's zero separation there because he's the same guy.
Well, that's why I call him the Possum King, because he gets all jacked up on a Saturday night and then walks all around the neighborhood doing stupid things.
All right, we come back. We'll take you through the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Join us for Giveathon Week, August 18th through the 22nd. You'll hear from the patients and families getting life-saving care at one of our country's premier children's hospital networks. The Giveathon for Phoenix Children's is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Y-Refi.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and when was the last time you hopped out of bed without your knees or back screaming at you, or walked down a flight of stairs without groaning step by step, and you're thinking, maybe it'll disappear, I'll just tough it out, but nothing changes? If that sounds familiar, it is time to schedule that free consultation with the medical pros at QC Kinetics, and there are thousands of patients who will tell you they wish they would have done it sooner. And that is because QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in regenerative treatments that work with your body to help restore and repair damaged joint tissue, and these are all natural cellular therapies, no scalpels, no pills. So bring your x-rays and MRIs to QC Kinetics for a free, no-pressure evaluation. Find out if you're a good candidate. They've got clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler, and you can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. My friends at Y-Refi are humbled to be this year's co-presenting sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Giveathon. And at Y-Refi, they understand college didn't turn out how a lot of us hoped. The degree? Check. But the debt and detours, not what anyone planned. That's why Y-Refi helps struggling borrowers refinance private student loans with a plan that actually works. Visit YRefi.com today. That's YREFY.com. Y-Refi is not available in all states.
It's Gatos, and I'm sitting here with Jake Byrne, president of America Roofing. Jake, it's great to see you.
Thanks, Gatos. It's great to be here.
Tell everybody why America Roofing is getting involved with Phoenix Children's this year.
To be part of it makes us feel very proud. PCH is a big part of the community here. Growing up in Phoenix, it's a great honor to be part of it and help them. In my own life, I've seen many families take their children to PCH for help, and PCH has done a great job taking care of them and helped them get back on their feet. America Roofing is very proud to be part of the PCH Giveathon. It's an honor to be here and glad we can help.
Thanks, Jake. You know, I trusted America Roofing with my roof, and you should too. You know, for every roof replacement or repair, America Roofing will donate a portion of the proceeds to Phoenix Children's Hospital. America Roofing, longtime members of the community, they always want to give back, they always want to help, and now they're helping the kids at PCH, and they're even the proud sponsor of the Raise the Roof tote board. America Roofing, in more ways than one, they've got you covered.
What if your next AC could help a child and bring happiness to your home? At Rias, we're proud to support Phoenix Children's Hospital through our Cool for PCH campaign. Make a qualifying donation and receive a free AC maintenance from Rias. Or donate $10,000 and receive a high-efficiency Train HVAC system. The unit is donated by Train, and installation and service are donated by Rias. Sponsor limited. Visit cool4pch.com to give back and get started.
Rias, you'll be happy to see us.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-486-9600. That's 800-486-9600.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW. And Shane, you're not just my friend, you're a friend in the business for every one of our listeners.
That's right, Bick. I take personal pride in all of the listeners coming in, asking for me, and taking a personal interest in their case so that I can find them the right car at the right price. With payments on a new BMW i4 starting at $399, there is a car for everyone's budget at Chapman BMW.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
KMVP FM Phoenix. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals play their first preseason game tomorrow at State Farm Stadium against Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs. Kickoff is at 5, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Arizona Diamondbacks begin a 3-game series tonight against the Colorado Rockies at Chase Field. First pitch is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
And I'm hungry like the wolf.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, can I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
It is noon. It is Friday. It is time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Rick is here. What do you got, Rick?
What's up, guys? The Arizona Cardinals host Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs tomorrow in their first preseason game. Wolf wanted to get back into this topic, so I'm going to ask you guys, who needs to have a good game, and who do you guys want to have a good game?
I want Will Johnson to have a good game. I just think it'd be fun. That's probably going to be a theme for me for a good chunk of this season. And I want to see it against, he's looked so good in camp, but I want to see it against another team. Who needs to have a good game? I do think Darius Robinson. I think that would really help him. He's not that he's behind, but he probably feels like he lost a year in there, lost a season.
I actually like your pick of Darius Robinson better than mine. Mine was Jonah Williams. I think Jonah Williams right now, when Monty signed Jonah Williams and he was an Arizona Cardinal, I was thinking to myself, man, this is really an excellent signing at right tackle. And Jonah Williams has not had the impact for whatever reason. Injury, largely because of injury. That's had a lot to do with it. But Jonah Williams got to step up and play up to that contract that he was signed to. I think Jonah Williams, I think he needs to go out there and play well. Who do I want to play well? I think Isaiah Adams and Mac Wilson Sr. I think those two guys, Isaiah Adams and Mac Wilson Sr.
Why Mac Wilson Sr. real quick?
He's the new inside linebacker. He's the new Mike Backer. He's the new green dot for the Arizona Cardinals. So because of that, I'd like to see him get off to a good start.
All right, Arizona State football has its annual scrimmage tomorrow at Camp T, and head coach Kenny Dillingham spoke today on how it will go.
100% scrimmage. Yeah, all scrimmage, all live, all tackle to the ground. We haven't done a lot of tackle to the ground. I told our guys with our ones and twos, we've really tackled to the ground one time since we lost First Texas. So, we got to be able to do that a couple more times before we kick off versus NAU.
How much will this help the Sun Devils?
The similarities between you and Kenny Dillingham, and you're not like identical, but they're in terms of football philosophy.
Oh, he's way more crunk than I'll ever be.
But you yell the word crunk, so how is that?
Yeah.
No, the overlap, though, in your football philosophies, I marvel at it every year, and here we go again.
Kenny Dillingham knows so much about the game of football based on things that I will never be able to comprehend or understand. Yet at the same time, it's what I love about him the most. He's got an old soul. He's very much like Jonathan Gannon. An old soul is what he's got, and he appreciates the blood sport for what it is. And that's what's got me so jacked up and fired up. Can you say some 12 personnel with Sam Levitt under center?
That was something that happened today for sure.
There you go.
Also, when I was at
you told me that before the broadcast.
Yes. On Saturday when I was at practice, he mentioned that they might run 14.
I think he mentioned to us
1 back, 4 tight ends.
I think
we go.
He mentioned Jumbo said at one point when we were talking to him out at Media Row that week of the Super Bowl. So what was that now? That's a couple seasons ago. It was like as he was stepping in, he brought that up to you, Wolf.
Yes.
All right, sticking with Arizona State, our Sanderson Ford poll question is up now at arizonasports.com, and it asks, what ASU player are you looking forward to watching most this season? Sam Levitt, Jordan Tyson, Xavier Alford, Clayton Smith, or other?
I mean, for me, it is the defense. I know we're going to get back into this later on in the show because we were talking about that story that we found earlier on ESPN where there was NFL scouts identifying 12 college teams that are loaded with talent, and ASU is one of the 12. And a lot of that, when you read into it, they rattle off like 8 defensive players that could get drafted. But specific, I mean, if you're going to make me pick one of those 4 names or other, I'll go with Jordan Tyson. I will. He had his season cut short last year. It was rough to see that because he's such a he's like the personality of this team, and so for him to have to miss the Big 12 championship game and the playoff game, a lot of people believe he's the top NFL prospect on this team. So I'll go with Tyson.
I'm going to go with Sam Levitt, man.
That's
Sam
going
Levitt
to win.
Right now, think about it. If he goes out and has the kind of year he had last year, he had 24 passing touchdowns, of course, last year. Ran for 5, I believe. This is a guy that if he goes out and does it again, where this becomes who Sam Levitt is, oh yeah, man. I'm going with Sam Levitt.
I'm going to vote Tyson because I'm just excited to see him play football again. We haven't seen him play football since the Territorial Cup, so that means he missed 3 games at the end of the season. So I'm excited to see him play football again. All right, Sam Levitt with a whopping lead, 76%. Jordan Tyson, 16%. Other, 4%. Clayton Smith, 2%. Xavier Alford, 2%. All right, there was history last night at PHX Arena. I was there. Phoenix Mercury star forward Alyssa Thomas, or the Engine, as she has been dubbed, had 18 points, 11 rebounds, and 10 assists. She became the first player in WNBA history to have 3 straight games with triple doubles. How cool is this?
You said this before the show too. I'm blown away by the fact that that's never happened before.
Shocked.
Not that it's like some easy thing to do, 3 straight triple doubles, but I'm just surprised nobody has ever done it. I'm not surprised that somebody from in a Mercury game is able to do it, because it feels like a lot of historic moments have involved the Mercury, mostly because you have Diana Taurasi. But I'm shocked that that's never happened before. I really am.
Yeah, that was my same reaction to that. I just could not imagine the fact that they did not have, especially even Caitlin Clark. And, Caitlin Clark is prime cut to do just that, as far as I'm concerned, have a triple-double. And, yeah, you know what? I was surprised.
I mean, she probably will pull this off at some point, but she hasn't yet.
Was disappointed to not see her last night. She was out with a groin injury, so that was unfortunate. Did get to be in a scrum with friend of the show, Sophie Cunningham, so it was nice to see her return to the Valley. All right, last one for you guys. Zach Gallen gets the start for the Arizona Diamondbacks tonight against the Colorado Rockies. He has struggled mightily against the lowly Rockies this season in 2 starts with an ERA over 11. What do you guys want to see out of Gallen tonight?
I mean, am I sitting here looking at the schedule and trying to figure out which teams he's still going to start games against this year as a Diamondback? Maybe I am. In fact, Wolf, it's possible he would start against the Rockies again in like a week, although they would have to move the rotation around a little bit. In a weird way, this is one of the teams I'm most interested to see what he does against.
Right.
Of the teams left on the schedule, it's the Dodgers, who they still play 6 more times because it's the Dodgers. And it's the Rockies because he has an 11.70 ERA against the Rockies in 2 games this year.
11.70. Think about that, basically.
And a 210 whip.
I'm fascinated to watch Zach Gallen for the rest of the way, Basinonians, because once again, I'm going to have a hard time not reading into his performance and how well he does from this point forward, and the way it might impact the odds that Zach Gallen is a Diamondback in 2026 or not. And it's all Zach Gallen. And it starts, to me, tonight against a team that has been his nemesis, which blows my mind. The Colorado Rockies have owned Zach Gallen in 2025.
Colorado Rockies haven't owned anything in 2025, but for whatever reason, they have owned Zach Gallen in 2025.
It's going to be interesting to watch his intensity level the rest of the way, and that intensity level starts tonight.
If you're looking for a somewhat off-the-radar way to get your game back on track, facing the Rockies is about as off the radar as it gets. There's not a whole lot of national focus on Zach Gallen against the Rockies tonight. There just isn't.
He's very aware that the Rockies own him, though.
Yeah, how could you not be?
Of course.
The 210 whip that's almost crazier than the ERA. All right, that was Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Rick. When we come back, Cardinals' first preseason game is tomorrow. The starters are going to play. Is one side of the ball or the other more important to pay attention to? We'll discuss that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This afternoon at 2:30, Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 this afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app at 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you live in Arizona, you know the desert sun can do a number on your windows, and if you've been here a while, chances are you need your windows replaced, which is why I am stoked to tell you about Advanced Window Products, a great company that is family-owned and locally operated, a company that treats customers like friendships. They are Arizona's premier window replacement company. They are co-owned by former Utah great and NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, and they offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state. And that is because there is no middleman. They are the manufacturers. They build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life. Even better, Advanced Window Products running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows and you'll get a $2,500 discount. So call today and beat the rush. 480-764-2002 or online at advancedwindows.com.
JTV Jewelry Television knows you love to sparkle, so now's your time to shine like the star you are. Enter JTV's Shine Like a Star sweepstakes for your chance to win $5,000 in dazzling jewelry from top brands, including Rachel Zoe Jewelry and Judith Ripka Jewelry. Plus, just for entering, get $30 off your next qualifying JTV purchase of $99 or more when you opt in for emails. Enter now at jtv.com/likeastar. And remember, if you love jewelry, you'll love JTV.
It's back to school season, and Clorox is donating 2 million disinfecting wipes to classrooms across America. Because back to school means things can get a little bit messy. Just ask second grade teacher Mr. Torres.
Put me and just one Clorox wipe on a team, we can take on crayon smudges, sticky fingerprints on every surface, sneezes on the door handle, juice box explosion by the sink, snack crumbs, and don't even get me started on the bathroom passes.
Clorox disinfecting wipes, teacher's #1 wipe.
Think about it. Bathroom passes.
Clean feels good. Based on unit sales data.
Sonic Drive-In is a proud partner of the Giveathon for Phoenix Children's. Become a champion of hope for our local children and families in need. Dine at any of the Arizona Sonic locations from now through August 31st, and Sonic will donate $1 from every Wacky Pack Kids meal sold to Phoenix Children's. That's $1 for every Wacky Pack meal sold. Feed your kids and help the kids at Phoenix Children's. With your support, we can continue to improve specialized children's care in Arizona. Live free, eat Sonic.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. Your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Wolf and Luke talk Cardinals training camp now.
Well, the preseason opener for 8 teams has already happened. And it'll happen there's 3 more games tonight. There's another 10 this weekend. The Cardinals are one of the 10 this weekend. They're playing the Chiefs tomorrow at State Farm Stadium. And the Cardinals starters are going to play in that game. NFL.com, Wolf, put out a story yesterday, something to watch for with every week 1 preseason game, something to watch for all 32 teams. Okay,
Yeah.
so you go through all these different games. Like I said, there was a few last night, and you get to the Cardinals one against the Chiefs. On the Cardinals side of things, they really focused on the defense. It says there's no guarantee we're going to see much of them, but the Cardinals invested heavily in defenders this offseason, and then they rattle off Josh Sweat, Dalvin Tomlinson, Calais Campbell, Akeem Davis-Gaither, Will Johnson, Jordan Birch, Walter Noel, all these guys.
Yeah.
And so their focus tomorrow night is on the defense. I ask you, what are you going to be watching tomorrow night?
Yeah. For me, the fact the Arizona Cardinals did not go out and bring another wide receiver in here, especially an established wide receiver, it's drawn a lot of criticism across the league for the most part as to why Monty Ossenfort did not do that. For me, it's because of the expectation of what's going to happen with Marvin Harrison Jr. going forward. You know the way I feel about this. He is the Passepartout. The chemistry between Kyler Murray and Marvin Harrison Jr., the Passepartout, the key that unlocks all locks for the Arizona Cardinals in 2025. So I'm going to go with that. I want to see that first. I know you can look at the defense and say, man, they've invested so much. But you know what? They invested an awful lot in not going out and acquiring a wide receiver, a veteran wide receiver, who was going to want the ball as well, believing that Marvin Harrison Jr. was going to take that next step.
I wonder, too, what it says about how they feel about Zay Jones. I don't know, because he didn't really get to play much last year. I was certainly, I'll raise my hand for people that wanted a veteran wide receiver this offseason, specifically a veteran when the offseason started. You've got young receivers. Give me a veteran receiver. But they do have Zay Jones, and they really didn't have him much of last year. And we've seen him kind of make some plays at camp. So I don't know if they are expecting him to really be like a solid number 3 who can perform like a number 2 receiver sometime. I don't know. But that's somebody to pay attention to, I would think. As well.
Yeah, I thought for sure they were probably going to bring in some speed guy.
Yeah.
A speed guy if they possibly could, because that, of course, would open it up, I think, for Marvin Harrison Jr., underneath short and intermediate routes, and of course with Trey McBride taking the top off. But this is one of the things, again, you can take the top off with Marvin Harrison Jr. as long as he elevates and goes up and gets the ball. You can still throw the ball downfield. And that, to me, again, is the biggest question mark going forward. It's not the defense, to me. I think they're going to be just fine. It's Marvin Harrison Jr. and Kyler Murray.
When the season starts, I'm more interested personally in the defense. I really am. I just want to see what this looks like with Nick Rallis and with all of these now new pieces he has to work with, and how much can this mirror what the Eagles built with their defense over the last couple of years. But as far as tomorrow, it's got to be the offense. Kyler Murray playing in a preseason game, that in itself is something that how are you supposed to miss that? You have to see that.
Right.
Kyler and Marv both being out there. Yeah, it's as far as tomorrow, for me, it's clearly the offense, because also the depth at the receiver position, I think, is a big deal. Depth on offensive line is a big deal. I want to see Trey Benson. I feel like you and I have talked about this, but sort of the under talked about piece of the offense. Nationally, you don't hear about him at all. Last year, you heard about him a ton nationally, and then he, had a season, and now he's kind of forgotten about nationally, and even locally, he gets talked about, but he doesn't get talked about nearly as much as James Conner, Marvin Harrison Jr., Trey McBride, Kyler Murray. I would say Paris Johnson Jr. gets talked about more. I would say Michael Wilson gets talked about more. And yet that's a guy that at any given moment could swing a game for the Cardinals potentially this year.
Yeah, talking about a guy that could swing a game, it seems ridiculous to say, but how about Isaiah Adams? This is a guy that I want to see closely as well. When we start talking about what you're going to be looking for tomorrow and, what's the most important thing to watch? Is it going to be the defense? Is it going to be the chemistry that we might see? Maybe it's one pass, one shot for Marvin Harrison Jr. and Kyler Murray, whatever it may be. I think Isaiah Adams, man, his confidence level is so high right now, Luke. And I want him to remain confident and build on everything that he has built this last year, of course, at the end of 2024 and in training camp right now. I want to see him do well. He needs to carry over that confidence and production into the regular season. And that starts with one game, a preseason game. That's right, it does. I'm sorry. One game, a preseason game. And oh, by the way, it might only be 3 or 4 reps, but there's a really good chance Chris Jones is going to line up over him.
I'm going to laugh.
One of the best 3 techniques in the history of the game.
When Kyler goes out there, hands off to James Conner 3 times, waves to the crowd, and doesn't play anymore. Even that, I think there would be some value, but I also don't think that's going to happen. I think if you're putting him out there, he's at least going to throw a pass, Kyler Murray, right? I mean, you figure he's at least probably going to drop back and throw one. I mean, I know you don't want him to take a hit, but this goes back to the original conversation from earlier in the week. Can't play scared. And if you're gonna play your guys, you can't play scared. You're not going to have Kyler out there chucking passes for 3/4 of the game. We're not going to be stupid about this.
Right.
But I don't know. To me, the answer is the offense. But talking about the defense, Nick Rallis, this is from Wednesday, was talking about his new defense. And he was asked, is there a number he uses to quantify how well his defense is playing? This is what he said.
Wins and losses. Yeah, wins and losses. But you can use analytics in a lot of different ways to find growth. You know what I'm saying? I mean, ultimately, it's about wins and losses, and then we're going to always look at takeaways and explosives because we feel like those are 2 very winning statistics. But you can look at a lot of different areas. You know, like when we self-scout, we're going to pull analytic reports, and it's not just necessarily say that that's the, end-all, be-all, but it's a good reference check and go see if it matches up with what you're seeing on the tape. If you feel like you were low in a certain category, like, is it showing up on the tape that, okay, we're not good at this because of this, or is it maybe coincidental? Well, these 3 plays happened because maybe it was a mental error or we lost this, whatever. So it's, I think that's not necessarily a real thing. So you can use those numbers, I think, through a lot of things. You look at takeaways, where were we with punching the ball out, strip sacks, our recovery rate, things of that nature.
Just incredible. It really is when you think of this. Listening to Nick Rallis talk, Basinonians, there were 14 teams that finished in the plus in terms of turnover. 14, 12 of them made the playoffs.
Yeah.
It's just the
not
way
a coincidence.
It's just the way that it goes, man. It's still about the takeaway.
I was looking at this stat earlier. Cardinals and Eagles, the exact same amount of sacks last year defensively. And I don't know, you look at the Eagles and you say things went pretty well for the Eagles, right? I mean, they won the Super Bowl after all, and their defense was pretty good all year. Cardinals came into last season without very many household names on defense at all, and then proceeded to, I think, exceed expectations defensively for a little bit, and then everybody got hurt. And then they still exceeded the new expectations. So that was, of all the stats that we've looked at, I feel like I've seen every possible Cardinals stat over the last few months, but that one somehow had escaped me because I was looking specifically at the Eagles, exact same amount of sacks last year as the Cardinals. That's crazy. And I certainly think the Cardinals number's going up because I have them over 50 sacks. I would guess the Eagles are probably going to do.
But you always take the over.
That's true, but I created that over, so that's different. Take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, on arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Wolf and Luke Show podcast is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. All right, when we come back, where do you rank ASU among all the college football programs right now? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
It's all about taking care of the kids at Phoenix Children's. Listen during Giveathon to hear stories of hope presented by Madame E. Homes.
I owe everything to Phoenix Children's. I owe them my literal life. My outlook would have been worlds different if I didn't go to the hospital that day.
The Giveathon for Phoenix Children's is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and YRefi.
1877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident, it is so important that you get medical treatment right away, and then you call the attorneys at Sweet James. It's critical that you make your health a priority and get representation quickly so Sweet James can help you with medical care, with your car, and getting you the most money for your injuries. Remember, you pay nothing at all until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION, 800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Hi, I'm Don Barano, Division President for Mattamy Homes. We're proud to be the Stories of Hope sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Giveathon. Donations go toward research, clinical programs, state-of-the-art equipment, and family-friendly services that ensure world-class care. Your support will continue to grow specialized children's care here in Arizona. Call 602-933-4567.
You can also text GIVE to 620-620.
The children at PCH need our help now more than ever.
All right, grab some buds and listen up. Grilling season's here. Now we find out what we're made of. Are we gonna fold under pressure and overcook the burgers? Or are we gonna nail the carne asada and the brisket and pack the coolers with ice-cold Budweiser and Bud Light? Because that's the difference between winning and losing, between flipping burgers and grilling like a pro.
This summer, grill like a pro with Bud and Bud Light. Stock up today. Anheuser-Busch, Budweiser, and Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
You've heard the saying, it's hard to stop a train. When it comes to putting smiles on children's faces at the Phoenix Children's Hospital, nothing will get in the way when the Teddy Bear Express pulls into town. Train is the proud sponsor of this year's Giveathon, giving hundreds of teddy bears to children currently undergoing treatment at PCH. For the past 9 years, Train's commitment ensures that every child's journey through treatment is accompanied by a comforting companion, reminding them they're not alone in their fight.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals play their first preseason game tomorrow at State Farm Stadium against Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs. Kickoff is at 5, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Arizona Diamondbacks begin a 3-game series tonight against the Colorado Rockies at Chase Field. First pitch for that one is at 6:40, and you can also listen to it on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And there was history last night at PHX Arena in the Phoenix Mercury's blowout win of the Indiana Fever. Mercury star Alyssa Thomas became the first player in WNBA history to record 3 consecutive triple-doubles.
I've got another confession to make.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us on Monday. Full recap of the Cardinals' preseason opener and how the Sun Devils fared in their maroon and gold scrimmage. It all starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
All right, welcome back to the show. Wolf and Luke on a Friday, which is now officially a barbecue Friday. It arrived during the break. Wolf, you put yours on the plate, but you didn't get to eat it, so that's even more torture for you.
I know.
And then I decided, do I have enough time to go get plates with 1 second left in Rick's update? I was like, I could probably make it to the other side of the building and back in 1 second, right?
And I told you no.
You did.
I said,
They
you
have
don't
plates.
have
They
time.
provided us plates this time.
Yeah, you know what? They gave us plates. That's very, very cool.
Zero.
There's
Well,
no doubt about
nice
that. I forgot to cut the sausage, though.
Oh,
Interesting.
I put cut. That's weird. Okay.
Yeah.
This
Okay.
is unacceptable.
Right.
We referenced this story earlier in the show, Wolf. We didn't. I didn't see it in prehab. I saw it right as the show was starting, and I want to go a little bit deeper on it here for just a second. It's on ESPN today. It's on their college football page, and it's talking about 12 teams in college football this year that are most loaded with NFL draft talent. The title of the story is 12 colleges stacked with NFL draft talent. And
Okay, let's see. So how many are in the SEC? I'm
going
to say 11.
Yes.
10?
It says why coaches or why scouts rather are watching Penn State, Clemson, and these 10 other teams this season. Okay.
Okay.
So just to give you a sense of some of the teams, Penn State, Clemson's on that list. Oregon, teams you would expect, Texas, Alabama, Georgia, Ohio State, Notre Dame, ASU.
Okay.
And
ASU, just out of nowhere, ASU is right there.
And this is, I'm glad somebody talked to scouts and finally quantified this, because I've suspected this, maybe not these exact numbers, but I wanted to see what they think of ASU's defense. Okay, so let me give you. They go through at the end of each write-up and they say predicted first rounders in the 2026 draft, and then predicted total draft picks in 2026. So like Ohio State, they predict 1 first rounder and 10 total draft picks.
Okay.
ASU, 1 first rounder and 10 total draft picks. Wow. 10.
Wait a minute. 1 first rounder. That's interesting right there.
Which I would guess would be Tyson.
Yeah, Jordan Tyson. Yeah. Okay.
Like, I'm going to go out on a limb and say Ohio State ends up with more than 1 first rounder because they always do. But I understand what I don't think you can draft Jeremiah Smith yet. So he's probably not. But Ohio State's going to have more than 1 first rounder. But it's the 10 predicted total draft picks for ASU. Now, I get it. This is going to change over the course of the season. That number might drop by 2 or 3 or 4. It might go up even. But people talk about Sam Leavitt and Jordan Tyson like that's the whole team.
Yeah.
NFL scouts are looking at 10 players right now.
Luke, I can't believe that. When you brought this up to me, it blew my mind based on these. It really did. And the reason being is because this is what teams like Ohio State and the SEC teams.
The fact that it was the same numbers as
Texas.
Ohio State was, that was crazy to me.
It's incredible that ASU is grouped in with all of these teams that are blue bloods in regard, and better than a lot of teams as well. I just am blown away by this. Once again, ASU, the fact that they're out of the top 10 in most of these coaches polls and the ESPN poll, I had no problem. When I first saw it, hey, 11, man, they're number 11. That is great. Little preseason poll right there, number 12 in the coaches poll, correct?
Mm-hmm. 11 in the coaches poll.
11 in the coaches poll. 12 in the ESPN poll. Okay, so I had that backwards.
AP comes out on Monday, by the way.
AP
right
coming
before
out
our
on
show,
Monday.
so
Okay,
that'll
that's
be
great.
Interesting.
But, it makes you think, wow, if they really have that many NFL prospects, man, why aren't they ranked higher? It gets you a little greedy, doesn't it?
It does, but I think the other way to look at it is it sets them up pretty nicely for this season, because specifically on the defense, here's some of the names that they throw out that scouts are looking at. CJ Fight, Clayton Smith, Prince Dorba, Keyshawn Elliott, Jordan Crook, Keith Abney, Xavier Alford, Miles Rouser. And not all, they say, look, some of these guys have day 3 grades. Some of them have late day 3 grades. A couple of them have day 2 grades. Jordan Tyson is the one that they're looking at as a first rounder. Sam Leavitt obviously has the ability to play himself into the first round too. But I just think it's telling that now you look at it from the other side. You look at NFL teams, because we talked about this earlier in the week. They have that sandwich board out in front of practice that says, like, here's these NFL scouts are here. was it Monday or Tuesday? They had like 10 different teams with NFL scouts at ASU's practice. They're not all there just to watch Sam Levitt and Jordan Tyson. If it was just a two-man team, it would be a fun season, but I don't think they would be going all that deep unless Levitt won the Heisman. But when your defense has like potentially 5, 6, 7, 8 NFLers on it, and they've all played together.
Yeah, that's really, really encouraging again. And one of the reasons why we're all so optimistic about this. Here's the thing that I love about this base innings. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Preseason poll, forget about it. It doesn't matter ultimately. Yet here I am reminding myself of this because I was so greedy going, man, hey, look, you're going to tell me they've got 11 guys who could be NFL players or 10 guys who could be NFL players and drafted, who are scouted by the NFL and could be drafted by, I mean, are you kidding me? Based on what they did last year and who they have coming back? Why in the world should our expectation not be that they're going to be in the college football playoff again? Why should it not be that?
The reason our expectation isn't that is because we're all trying to temper expectations in this city to a certain extent.
And here's the great thing that I remind myself right now. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, man. You can say whatever you want to say. You could put them number one. You could put them in the top 10 over and over and over. It doesn't matter. None of it matters. We're going to decide it on the field. That's the best thing about it. Prove it, dude.
Yeah. No, I mean, the expectations are real, and that's, I think, a great thing for a college program that's trying to build itself up to an elite tier or, whatever, however many tiers you want to use, but up there.
And that's why this is important.
It's a good thing.
It's important that you can use it as a recruiting tool.
But exactly. Well, we had Tim Healy on yesterday. He agreed, though. I mean, there's a good chunk of sports fans in this city that are like, yeah, don't preseason rank too high because it never works out. I don't know. I had this conversation with Jared about a month or so ago. I mean, he was like, this should have been U of A. A year ago, U of A was supposed to be amazing. And he's right. U of A was. But U of A had, they're switching coaches, moving all these players around. They didn't have a ton of NFL caliber players at that moment. The expectations are raised. There's another story on ESPN where they rank every college football team going into this season, ranking all 136 FBS teams. Okay, Wolf? And they broke them into tiers.
Okay.
I know you're a big tier system guy.
Tiers. Oh, no. Here we go.
I might even try to use a tier system at the draft today if I can figure out how to do it on the fly.
Okay.
What you say 3 or 4 tiers? What's your number for tiers?
Typically 4.
Okay.
I would say.
This list has 20 tiers. And some of the tiers are like tier 1A, tier 1B. So they really have like 29 tiers.
It's so accurate, the tier system. It just makes you think you've got to be kidding me. What separates tier 5 from tier 7? What separates it? They must be getting into minutia for the most part.
Let's see. I'll find you ASU's tier. ASU's tier is tier 4. But it's kind of weird how they broke them up. Last year's playoff surprises, that's their tier. So it's ASU, Boise State, Indiana, and SMU. Now, I don't know about...
Okay, so the tiers are not necessarily they're better. Tier 2 is better than tier 3.
Yeah, that's what's kind of weird about it.
Okay.
I mean, Boise State lost Ashton Genty, and he was like 80-90% of their offense last year. So I don't know. I mean, Boise State, maybe they'll put up a similar record this year. They don't play in the world's toughest conference, but I would consider them probably a team that's going to take a drop a little bit this year. Do you see Boise State in the college football playoff?
No.
Probably not. So I don't know. Interesting. I really just brought it up just to see your reaction when I said there's a tier system that involves 20 tiers.
It's just crazy, and you know that.
Join us today at the DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale. Cheer on your favorite Arizona sports hosts live as we draft these teams for this season. We're going to be out there today, 2 to 6. Come say hey, soak in the action, and most importantly, score some epic football prizes. It's the Arizona Sports Fantasy Frenzy presented by DraftKings Sportsbook today at TPC Scottsdale. Don't miss it. All right, when we come back, how quickly should the Diamondbacks be bringing up their newly acquired pitching prospects to the big leagues right now? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Arizona Sports Fantasy Frenzy. This afternoon, 2 till 6 at DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale. Join Burns and Gambo for prizes, good times, and fantasy football. Arizona Sports Fantasy Frenzy this afternoon. Arizona Sports Fantasy Frenzy. Details at arizonasports.com. Click on contests.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Legacy Green Solutions. Oh, yeah. As a former football player, I know what it takes to build something great on and off the field. And it starts with trust. You have to trust the guy that lines up with you and next to you. That's why I chose Legacy Green Solutions to transform our backyard into an oasis. From artificial grass, putting greens, and custom landscaping, these are the experts that you can trust, Basinonians. I know that because I know the family. That's right. They are family-owned and operated, and they have been in the Basin for over 25 years. They were voted best of the Valley. Legacy Green Solutions uses premium American-made turf backed by the best warranties. Your kids and your pets will love it. Go green with Legacy. The grass may be artificial, but trust me on this one, these guys are the real deal. Text GREEN to 620-620 or go to LegacyGreenSolutions.com.
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install a Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Americans may not agree on much, but we agree on Social Security. We all pay in. It ought to be there when we need it. Social Security could face a funding gap in less than a decade, and I don't want to see a pay cut. I'm with AARP in the fight to protect the Social Security we earned.
Pledge to protect Social Security at aarp.org/weearnedit. That's aarp.org/weearnedit. Paid for by AARP.
Today at Burke Simpson, we're helping another client who's seriously injured. We're taking on the insurance company to help that client with their medical bills. We're helping them get access to great doctors and great therapists. And today, we're joining that client on their road to recovery because their better future begins with our help. Help that starts today.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
Hey, it's Gambo. Can Zach Gallen get a gimme outing tonight against the Rockies? We'll preview the game and his start on today's Burns and Gambo show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
Yeah, D-backs Rockies tonight. Just under 50 games remaining this season, so still plenty of baseball to be played. Probably more from the developmental side of things. I know Mike Hazen has said he wants to see his team be competitive and still win games. We had Ami El-Sadeh on Wednesday. Similar sentiment, Wolf. And they have been. They've been much more competitive in these couple series since the trade deadline than they were leading into it, where they couldn't score runs at all. They scored 1 run in a series against the Pirates. They scored 5 runs in the series against the Tigers, 7 in the series against the Astros. That stretch, they ended up going 1-8 heading into the trade deadline. Since then, they are an even 3-3 against the A's and Padres, but, coulda, woulda, shoulda, but easily could have gone 3-0 against the Padres, and they'd be on a 5-game winning streak right now. Now they get Colorado tonight, and you brought this question up in prehab today. At what point do you just start bringing these pitching prospects up? Now, where did this question come from?
Yeah, it was something that I actually heard on Minch was talking about it, as a matter of fact. I heard him broadcasting. I'm going to actually be broadcasting with him all of next week for the most part. So I'm going to ask him as well, but was talking about, hey, you know what, you've got all these prospects right now. Why don't you bring them up? Why don't you go ahead and bring them up and give them some big league experience and see where you're at and where you need to go on this? Man, I really like the idea when you think about that. But then immediately I also think about the player and the prospect himself.
Yeah.
And I think you have to handle that situation specifically. It has to be, is this guy ready to handle this? Where's his confidence level right now? There is a possibility, I think, you could bring a guy up too early and you could ruin him. I've seen it happen myself. I've seen guys where a coach will take a sophomore in college and say, you know what, we're gonna start this guy. He's ready to do it. He's ready to start. And maybe there was a lot of us that were like, man, his confidence level isn't very high.
Yeah.
If you're ready to start this guy right now, and suddenly you bring him up and things go badly. They go badly. I've seen some guys never recover from that.
Yeah, it's a real thing.
And I think we've seen that with human beings in life as well.
No.
Some bad things happen, and you know what, folks? It's hard to recover sometimes.
You lose perspective of, if you're that sophomore in that case, that you're way ahead of all the other sophomores because you're out there going up against juniors and seniors who are just running all over you. But in the back of your mind, you have to remember, but when I'm a junior and a senior, I'm going to be dominant because of this. Unless, to your point, it really destroys your confidence.
So I thought it was a fascinating question brought up by Minch. I thought it was awesome. Yet at the same time, I think you have to individualize that policy.
That's the tough part, right? Because a lot of these guys that we're talking about, if we're just talking about the pitchers specifically, right? That's kind of where we're going here. Because obviously Locklear's already playing. And Jordan Lawler, I know they didn't just trade for him, but when he can play, he's going to be playing. It would make no sense to not give him a shot. If you're talking about the pitchers, though, and those 8 that they got in those trades, I guess Hoffman's not technically considered a prospect, but so the other 7 that they got, those pitchers, those make up most of their main pitchers in their farm system right now. It's not all of them, but it's most of them, and you just got them. Like, you might be aware of their game because you were scouting them because they were in the Mariners system and you just trade for all the Mariners all the time, but you don't know them. So isn't Ashton Izzy's like 21? I mean, I'm guessing probably not in a rush to bring him up necessarily, but some of these guys, I think Cole Drake is 25. Yeah, maybe we will see Cole Drake here down the stretch.
I think there's no doubt about it. We're going to see Cole Drake.
Because now's the time to see him. I mean, but I say now, I mean like the end of this season. Maybe he's not ready quite yet, but this season is the time as opposed to trying to work them out in a game in next June or something.
And here's the great thing about it. The Arizona Diamondbacks, they know the guy. They know these guys. They know their personality. They're doing all their research on this right now. They're talking to these prospects, of course. I think they're going to get a really good idea as to who could weather the storm and who couldn't.
Yeah.
And make it specific to each prospect as to when you might want to bring him up. Give him a shot. Let him go.
Got to be good
Let's
at this
see what
stuff.
he does.
Got to be good at this stuff.
I think it's fascinating.
Really good.
It's a fascinating conversation. Why base learnings? Because of the psychology that is behind it.
Well, because you can go out there and execute a bunch of good trades. It sure looks like on paper they really got a lot from Texas in particular, from Merrill Kelly. But if you can't develop your guys, it really doesn't matter.
I know.
Unless you traded for some just elite, can't miss prospect, his talent is so great and he's so self-driven that your coaching it's not going to hold him back. you need to be able to develop these guys. And that person I'm talking about is like 1% of the league.
Okay, so are we seeing a little bit of this already from Jordan Lawler? Are we seeing him with a little, hey,
sure
you know what,
not.
you bring him up and listen, he's raking at the AAA level. Let's bring him up and let him go. And how did that all go? Not great. And, again, I've seen many guys come in with a pedigree based on onions. Many guys come in with a first-round draft pick attached to their back, come into a football team, and suddenly things didn't go well. And can you imagine being a first-round pick where all of a sudden you've succeeded at every level? Are you kidding me? High school tore it up. College tore it up. Got drafted in the first round. And you know what? Things didn't go so well when we got up to the NFL level. A lot of times that can do a lot of damage.
Yeah, if you haven't faced adversity too, if that's your first time.
And I think everyone listening right now could apply that to your own life.
Yeah.
And what you've experienced and what you've seen other people experience as well.
Yeah.
Very talented people. Could be trouble. Got to be careful. It's individualized.
Yeah, the individualized part is maybe the most important part of this, because you can't just say, oh, we got 7 pitchers. Okay, they're all coming up next week. Oh, okay, some of it's working, some of it's not. I don't know why.
And that's not what Minch was saying. He was not saying that.
But you understand, like, you think about it, you're like, yeah, you want to prioritize getting a look for most of these guys here before the end of the season. We've already seen, like, Brandon Garcia is an interesting example of this, because he is one of the main guys they got from the Mariners.
Yeah.
So he pitched the first game with the Diamondbacks against Pittsburgh on July 27th. Went an inning, walked a guy, no runs, no hits, whatever. But then his second outing against the Tigers gave up 3 earned runs in the third of an inning, and they sent him down. Because they saw
that
something.
Would be a negative. We're going to put that in the negative column, what happened there.
Negative in the sense that, yeah, he gave up the runs and he got sent down. But I think positive towards what you're saying of, let's not just leave this guy up here to get lit up if he's not totally ready yet. Let's let him go down and hopefully dominate AAA. And he's not behind schedule. He's 25. But he's one of those guys that's probably at the age and the development you're hoping where he's going to be a significant part of this team next year. You're hoping. I mean, not all these prospects are going to pan out, but you're hoping that they do. And that's not somebody you traded for the 2028 Diamondbacks.
It's the developing part of it, isn't it? It's the developing, and you want to see this continued development. It's one of the reasons why the Diamondbacks from a couple of seasons ago, we were so jacked up, and we've talked about this before in the past, but again, you think about it, Corbin Carroll and Alec Thomas and Jake McCarthy, these young guys, Brandon Pfaadt, these young guys, Ryan Nelson, these young guys that were being brought up and developed. This year, some of them have taken a step back.
Yeah, it's undeniable. And it's not always linear. You don't always just get better each year. Everybody isn't Trey McBride. But when you're built when you're not the Dodgers, Yankees, Mets, those few teams that can just spend and it doesn't matter, you have to be better at this stuff. That's what makes the Dodgers so frustrating, is because they're also good at this. They're also good at finding prospects and developing them. Here's Derek Hall on with Bickley and Marotta yesterday talking about the pieces they got back at the dedeadline.
I'm happy with the haul that we got back. We got 9 players back. 8 of them are pitchers. We needed arms. And what could be, our first baseman of the future, which is a good thing. And what I've seen so far in Tyler, he looks good. I mean, he's shown a very good approach at the plate. He's looked good at first base defensively. So, and I got to tell you, I mean, I like to go and watch early hitting and watch early BP and early infield. And this kid is out there. Locklear's out there, first one out, taking ground balls, working on his defense, working on his hitting earlier than anybody, and works really hard. I love seeing that work ethic, and we had heard that about him.
It's an opportunity for him, too.
Yes, it
opportunity
is.
for all these guys.
Big time.
Yeah. Something to probably the main thing, honestly, to watch the rest of this season. All right, when we come back, which players are we watching the most in tomorrow's Cardinals-Chiefs game? We're going to tell you next with our first round of Fulcrum football for 2025. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Kansas City Chiefs visit State Farm Stadium Saturday for preseason game number 1 at the Cardinals. Our coverage starts at 1:30 Saturday afternoon on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Presidential Pools and Spas. Go to presidentialpools.com. Maybe you're looking to build that dream pool in your backyard like we were some 7 years ago. We of the Wu Fang Clan. You got to go with the name Arizona trusts the most, and that is Presidential Pools. That's right. As the #1 pool builder in Arizona by volume, they earned our business. We of the Wu Fang Clan, they earned our business, and I'm recommending them to you because of what they did at the Wolfley compound 7 years ago. I kid you not. And right now, Presidential Pools is sponsoring our PCH Giveathon and triple down on it, as a matter of fact, backing the kids at PCH. For every pool sold now through August 22nd, they'll be donating a portion of proceeds to Phoenix Children's Hospital. This is why they're the best, man. They give back to our community and want to make an impact on everyone that is in need at PCH. Go to presidentialpools.com. Presidential Pools, voted Arizona's #1 pool builder.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and Arizona summers are no joke, and if your AC's not cutting it, that heat can be dangerous. That's why Parker & Sons and Goodman are giving away a brand new air conditioner installed for free to a local senior in need. So if you know someone on a fixed income who could use it, a grandparent, a neighbor, nominate them now at parkerandsons.com. The deadline is August 15th, and if your AC is struggling, call Parker at 602-2REPAIR.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Hi, sports listeners. It's Wayne from AMCO. So I know a lot of you have bought new or new used cars that have extended warranties. You know, your salespeople tell you you have to go back to the dealer for repairs. That's not the case. If you have an extended service contract that's hiding in your glove box, please don't forget it's there. And remember that you can use it at any AMCO. Most people think you have to go to the dealer for oil changes and service to keep your warranty valid. That's also not the case. You can have your vehicle serviced at any authorized service center. And AMCO is authorized by all of the major warranty companies. AMCO has dealership quality, rental cars, no hassles, and faster service. Now remember, AMCO does more than transmissions. So if your car needs repairs, or you hear, feel, see, smell, or even think you have a car issue, please call AMCO first. Just Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AAMCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Hi, I'm Don Barano, Division President for Mattamy Homes. We're proud to be the Stories of Hope sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Giveathon. Donations go toward research, clinical programs, state-of-the-art equipment, and family-friendly services that ensure world-class care. Your support will continue to grow specialized children's care here in Arizona. Call 602-933-4567.
You can also text GIVE to 620-620.
The children at PCH need our help now more than ever.
KMBP
WTOP-FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals play their first preseason game tomorrow at State Farm Stadium against Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs. Kickoff is at 5, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Arizona Diamondbacks begin a 3-game series tonight against the Colorado Rockies at Chase Field. First pitch is at 6:40, and you can listen to that one right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Worried about scorpions? Blue Sky Pest Control gets results. Call 602 Blue Sky. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
Arizona's sports.
It's part of the NFL. It's not easy. It's not easy to win in the NFL. Everybody want to win.
Who or what is the tipping point?
That's going to be key to our success.
This is
Fulcrum Football with Wolf and Luke.
All right, the first Fulcrum Football of the 2025 NFL season. Wolf, now it's preseason. So normally when we do this, we just draft players that we think are going to swing the game. I think a little bit different for a preseason game. It's just players that you're going to be paying the most attention to tomorrow night. You can pick Chiefs if you want. I don't know why you would.
Okay.
I don't know if you're debating drafting Sky Moore in our fantasy football draft in like an hour and a half, Wolf. But you can pick Chiefs, but I'm guessing most of these will be Cardinals. Rick, do you have the coin toss? Oh, look, Wolf, I won. I was going to say you won, but you pointed to me.
I'm still trying to get over the barbecue.
It'll take you a second. That was pretty good barbecue. All right, first pick for me. Who am I most interested in seeing what they do tomorrow night against Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs? You know what? I thought this would be tough. It isn't. Give me Will Johnson.
You bring up a point. I don't think it's a very good point. Will Johnson.
Let's see what the rookie's got.
Okay, Basinonians. I think this one's really, really easy. I'm going to go my first Fulcrum football player for the Arizona Cardinals. Who do I want to see
I know who it is.
in preseason?
I know who it is.
It's Kyler Murray.
Oh, not who I thought.
Oh, yeah. Kyler Murray, here we go. When's the last time he played in a preseason game? 2021?
Yeah.
I'm very interested in watching Kyler Murray go out there and play. I don't know. That's right. I don't know how many snaps Kyler Murray is actually going to get, but I love the fact that he's going to go out there tomorrow night, and he's going to play in this first preseason game. I'm fired up to see Kyler Murray.
Oh, all right. I'm fired up that your first pick of the Fulcrum football season was a quarterback, Wolf. And that leaves me to take the first offensive lineman of the Fulcrum football season. Give me Isaiah Adams.
Oh.
I like big butts and I cannot lie.
Take that.
Okay, why do you say Isaiah
Mostly
Adams,
because I know that's really who you're going to be watching most closely tomorrow, and I couldn't believe you left him out there. And this is just setting us up for our fantasy football draft at 3 o'clock at DraftKings today. But no, look, Isaiah Adams we've talked about him so much this offseason. They didn't go out and address the offensive line really in free agency, really, or the draft either. Not at all in free agency until bringing back Will Hernandez this week. That must mean they saw something they liked in Isaiah Adams last year as a rookie as the season wore on, and he's looked good in camp. But camp is camp. You're going up against your own teammates. Pretty good defensive line, but they're your teammates. Let's see what it's like against another team tomorrow.
And you could have Chris Jones lining up over Isaiah Adams.
That's a test.
Which is not nice. But Isaiah, let's see. He's had a great camp. That's a great pick by you.
My picks are so much better than yours already.
Okay, my second Fulcrum football player has got to be Max Melton. Yeah, Max Melton right now. Will Johnson or Max Melton? Will Johnson, a rookie, of course. Well, Luke took Will Johnson.
The clear
so
right
I can't
answer.
do
Gone,
it.
yeah.
And then I took Max Melton year 2. This is a corner that has had a very good camp as well. And this is a guy that I could see taking that big jump in year 2. And it starts with a preseason game. Max Melton is my second fulcrum football player.
Okay. You left the door open for me to take another player that I like, that I know you want to see what they do. Give me Darius Robinson.
But came in like a wrecking ball. Darius Robinson. He was not one of my fulcrum football
all right,
players.
Then you're not allowed to watch him at all tomorrow.
Okay, great. You know what? I'll do that. I'll enjoy that.
Okay. Credit to Rick too for being. We didn't plan that I was going to say Darius Robinson.
Yeah.
And he had the wrecking ball drop ready to go.
Okay. Let's see. Who is going to be my third fulcrum
You
football
gonna take another
player?
quarterback? Jacoby Brissett?
No, as a matter of fact, it's going to be Jonah Williams.
I like big butts and I cannot lie.
Yeah, Jonah Williams right now. You know what? They need that right tackle position to be solid, to be above solid, to be better than average, as a matter of fact. They need Jonah Williams to play up to his contract and be available as well, because Jonah's had a hard time staying healthy for the most part, and I understand that. Guys get hurt, especially in the game of football. It happens, but I'd love to see him stay healthy first and then see Jonah Williams be able to play up to the contract that the Arizona Cardinals signed him to. I'm going to be watching him specifically because it's going to be some of the first live action that we have seen him go up one-on-one.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see.
We're at the point of this draft now where I'm just taking players that I know that you're going to be watching closely tomorrow, but there's another one available. So you can give me Mac Wilson Sr.
You picked Mac Wilson Sr. just so you could play that cut.
That sounded like Homer Simpson or Peter Griffin.
I think it was earlier this week.
Do you know what that was for? Do you remember what that was for?
No,
like
I don't.
Why I made that
was
noise
that really
right
this
there?
week?
No, it was somebody. It was an offensive lineman who you don't want to look at him in the huddle, and a guy who's like,
yeah, whatever that is.
Right. Like I'm about ready to burst into a million pieces. You don't love to see your offensive linemen, who are your first line of defense or offense. You don't like to see them looking that way.
And what was the sound again, Rick? You get in the huddle, and what's the sound your offensive line's making?
It actually sounds like the chef from the Muppets.
The one that's,
Yeah.
like the Swedish chef.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Whatever. Is it my turn?
Yeah, I took Mac Wilson. He's wearing the green dot. I don't know why you didn't take him earlier.
My fourth. I believe it's my fourth.
It is your fourth,
fulcrum
yeah.
football player based on It's got to be Josh Sweat. Come on, here we go. Josh Sweat. You were talking about this earlier. The last time Patrick Mahomes saw Josh Sweat, he got intimate
He
with
saw
him.
way too much of Josh Sweat.
Way too much, as a matter of fact.
In the Super Bowl, 2.5 sacks.
Yes, he's very familiar with Josh Sweat, who sacked him 2.5 times. Not that you could actually say 2.5, but you get my point.
I think we have time for one more pick each. So I can't believe this guy's still out there. Marv.
What it is what it is.
I love where this is going, where we just have the most ridiculous sound bites after our picks going forward.
Yes.
Because here's the thing. That's a resource that will never run out on this show. All right, I got Marv. You got one more pick, Wolf.
Okay, I have one more pick right now. Okay, Baselonians. My fifth fulcrum football player is Trey Benson.
Hey, guys. Hey, Wolf's here. Hey.
Stop it. I want to see Trey Benson go off. I'd love to see him rip one off, too. Just, you know what, he's going to get the opportunity.
Yeah.
He is. He's going to get the opportunity. I'd love to see him rip one. Big play, explosive play, 20 yards or more. By the way, if you're going to get 20, Trey, might as well go 70.
Why stop at 20? If the field's open in front of you, just keep going. All right, that was the first Fulcrum football of the season. Preseason edition, who we're watching tomorrow night. Wolf has Kyler, Max Melton, Jonah Williams, Josh Sweat, Trey Benson. I have Will Johnson, Isaiah Adams, Darius Robinson, Mac Wilson Sr., and Marv. The UMB Bank Fiesta Sports Foundation football kickoff event is sold out, but you can still get 2 tickets, a VIP meet and greet with Jim McMahon, and a 2-night stay at the Fairmont Scottsdale Princess. Head to the contest page at ArizonaSports.com for your chance to enter. When we come back, what stood out from that first round of preseason action around the league last night? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke at Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
When we feel divided, we look to something that can bring us together. It's time to do something powerful and meaningful for kids who need your help. Giveathon week is coming, August 18th through the 22nd. Keep listening to hear how you can make a difference for Arizona kids and families.
Become a champion of hope and help the kids at Phoenix Children's.
The Giveathon for Phoenix Children's is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Wi-Fi.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-1728. That's 800-275-1728.
JTV Jewelry Television knows you love to sparkle, so now's your time to shine like the star you are. Enter JTV's Shine Like a Star sweepstakes for your chance to win $5,000 in dazzling jewelry from top brands, including Rachel Zoe Jewelry and Judith Ripka Jewelry. Plus, just for entering, get $30 off your next qualifying JTV purchase of $99 or more when you opt in for emails. Enter now at jtv.com/likeastar. And remember, if you love jewelry, you'll love JTV.
It's back to school season, and Clorox is donating 2 million disinfecting wipes to classrooms across America. Because back to school means things can get a little bit messy. Just ask second grade teacher Mr. Torres.
Put me and just one Clorox wipe on a team, we can take on crayon smudges, sticky fingerprints on every surface, sneezes on the door handle, juice box explosion by the sink, snack crumbs, and don't even get me started on the bathroom passes.
Clorox disinfecting wipes, teacher's #1 wipe.
Think about it. Bathroom passes.
Clean feels good. Based on unit sales data.
The hot summer months are here, and here comes the monsoons. Both of them do a lot of damage to the roofs. If you're a homeowner out there in the Phoenix metropolitan area, anywhere in Arizona, in the valley, the heat, the 110, 115-degree weather, it does a lot of damage to your roof. So does overgrown trees that are peeling apart some of your tiles. And when the monsoons come, could lead to a lot of damage if your roof is not in working condition. We're talking about insurance claims, drywall, paint, flooring, baseboard damage if your roof is not ready for the monsoon season. That's why I want you to call JLC Roofing, a roofer-owned roofing company right here in Arizona. 3 generations of roofers right in the family, going back many years from the grandfather to the father to the son. They offer free estimates. Get your roof checked out right now. Get a free estimate. You might just need a simple repair. Call them at 602-ROOFING. That's 602-ROOFING. Or go online at JLCRoofing.com.
Well, you can tell everybody. Yeah, you can tell everybody. Go ahead and
Vince Marotta. Join us on Monday. Full recap of the Cardinals preseason opener and how the Sun Devils fared in their maroon and gold scrimmage. It all starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
The maroon and gold scrimmage is here. Finally, tomorrow morning. It's a happy day, right? It's a Friday afternoon.
Yeah.
Well, if we're going into the weekend, we're going to go do our station drafts with 8 listeners as well. All the listeners can come watch, but 8 listeners are going to be in the league. That's coming up. It's just a good way to go into the weekend. And then Rick sent me this miserable email, which I'm now going to share with you to ruin your day as well. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. It's the Diamondbacks opening day roster. Okay, so from 2025 this season. Doesn't feel like it as I read through some of these names, but it's the opening day roster. Wait, now some of them aren't. Well, one of them's not right. So, Rick,
it's got to be really different.
One of these, they have Ketel Marte crossed off, and he's definitely still on the team, isn't he?
That was a mistake by me.
Oh, you crossed him off. Is there?
Oh, that's awesome.
Are the
No,
colors?
I didn't. I guess I was just fooled by the internet. My apologies.
Okay. Well, so it's a 31. It's a list of 31 players who were there to start the season. Okay.
Yeah.
And they crossed off all the guys that are either currently hurt or are traded or onto other teams. But they definitely missed a few because I'm looking at like Erod's still on the team. So I can't give you the full definitiveness of this list, but let's just say about half these guys are gone when you start to read through guys that were on the team to start the year that are significant players that are either hurt or on different teams right now. It's depressing. I'll send it to you, but they also crossed off a bunch of guys that are on the team too, so it's confusing.
Just brutal.
The NFL preseason really got going last night. There was a game, obviously, last week, but it really got going last night, Wolf, and now it really, really gets going tonight and into this weekend. There were 3 games last night, Baltimore and Indianapolis. Anthony Richardson got hurt in that game, busted pinky finger, I believe. They say he could be back, though, very soon. But you had that one. You had Eagles-Bengals, which was on one of the TVs in here earlier. And you had Raiders-Seahawks, who finished in a tie.
Yes.
How do you tie a preseason game?
I don't know, but my favorite game by far and away, it was the Ravens-Colts.
That's
what it was. Absolutely loved it, basically.
Because you like watching Daniel Jones play football, or for a different reason?
No, because I love watching the Ravens go and assert their culture in your face, the opposing team's face. Here's what you're going to get. How about 42 rushing attempts in a preseason game? 42! They threw the ball. The Ravens threw the ball 16 times in the game and ran it 42 times. You know, does that sound like John Harbaugh? Does that sound like a plan that you went into? Yes, you went into this game and you said, you know, it really isn't about you. It isn't. It's about us and who we are. And this is what preseason is all about. It's about us and who we are and establishing our culture. And this is what we're going to teach off of as well. So we're going to run the ball 42 times. Not because we think you're weak, not because we think this is the best way to win, because this is who we are. I love the fact that John Harbaugh did that. And it's a preseason game, and everyone knows, let's get this thing over, shall we?
Let's get this thing over.
But let's establish our culture.
It's the Ravens in a preseason game. Remember they won 24 preseason games in a row until a couple years ago?
That's right. Yes.
So they're 1-0 this year in the preseason. I don't think they were very good in the preseason last year, record-wise. I think they were.
That just blew my mind.
To basically just go out there and say we're going to run, and Derrick Henry didn't play, and it was just Keaton Mitchell and Dearness Johnson and Rasheen Ali and Devin Leary, and we don't care. We're just going to keep running.
We're just going to keep handing it off.
The Colts quarterback situation is one to monitor. I mean, if you're into that sort of thing. But Anthony Richardson and Daniel Jones. If Anthony Richardson cannot beat out Daniel Jones, that was a missed pick by them.
Yes.
There's just no way around it. He hasn't lost the job to him yet. He only got to throw 3 passes last night. Like I said, he got hurt in the game. But that was the number 4 overall pick 2 years ago. And he was the guy that came out of the game last year because he was tired. Remember that the absolute scandal that erupted around that in Indianapolis. So If you're just watching for storylines around the NFL, I would say that actually is a fairly compelling one.
Yeah, I thought one of my other big takeaways was the fact that Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase, they played.
Yeah.
Preseason game number 1 for the Cincinnati Bengals, they played. This is not typically the case. They have not gone through preseason. Joe Burrow has not played in a preseason game.
The Bengals don't typically play in September either. They don't usually get the season started until early October.
Exactly.
So maybe that's why they're doing this.
This is what I think they were doing. And by the way, did Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase, did they play? They played well.
I mean, that
Joe Burrow in particular is just fantastic. I love Joe Burrow. I'm a Joe Burrow fan, have been for a long time. But, man, he looked good getting some reps out there. And I think this is, once again, I think something is going on in the NFL. The approach to preseason is changing. And it's interesting to me because I think as we go forward in the next 3, 4, maybe 5 years, we're not going to have preseason games.
Right as guys are starting to play. We're going to end up getting rid of the preseason. But the Cincinnati Bengals playing their starters in a preseason game makes a lot of clear sense right now because they really have not started seasons well the last few years. I mean, if you're
True.
We get to the point, in the next couple of weeks where you're making predictions and you're trying to, everybody doesn't want to pick, hey, it's going to be Chiefs Eagles again in the Super Bowl. Like, you're going to want to pick somebody different, right? Cincinnati would be a team that's kind of not off the radar, but probably not getting picked a ton. That's a fun pick because they have beaten the Chiefs in the playoffs before. Yep. Burrow and Jamar Chase, I don't think there's a better combination in football right now, and yet their defense is a mess, and they start every season so slowly. Now, credit to them trying something new here because they're obviously trying to avoid starting the season slowly.
Yeah.
Here's Joe Burrow after the game yesterday.
Today was average, but overall, I'm happy with where I'm at. Next week, I'd like to be a little better. I wouldn't say I didn't like anything. I think, for myself, I could have been better. I missed the first throw. I put all the other ones where I wanted to put them. Would have liked to have spun it a little better consistently today, but, we scored 2 touchdowns, so go learn from a couple reps and get better.
That was very introspective.
That was, it's a preseason game. And I know I'm playing in a preseason game, and I'm not going to equate a preseason game with a regular season game. He was 9 of 10 Basinonians for 123 yards and 2 touchdowns. Okay, typically most quarterbacks would say, "Oh yeah, that was good."
Did you guys all see that out
there?
Yeah,
right.
Pretty nice, huh?
I mean, this is him just saying, "Will you knock it off? It's a preseason game. You can ask me about how I feel about my performance. I played in some big games in my time, and I kind of stand and applaud him.
Yeah, but the Bengals.
I played, and I think that's a good thing that he played. But let's not build this up to something it isn't.
They their last 3 seasons, Wolf. Last year they started 0-3. The year before they started 1-3. The year before they started 0-2.
I know.
It's not what is that? That's a pattern. 1's a point, 2's a trend, 3's patterns.
There you go. Bada bing.
And they have probably cost themselves. I don't know if they've cost themselves a Super Bowl, but they've probably cost themselves some pretty memorable seasons in there. Now, the year they started 0-2, they managed to get it together. You always hear that stat after the first 2 weeks. Oh, teams that are 0-2 never make the playoffs, and they get taken out of the league. They still made the playoffs. They made it to the conference championship game. But 2023, let's see. They didn't even make the playoffs after their start. And last year, didn't even make the playoffs after their start. You have Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase and T. Higgins and other weapons on that. Joe Mixon for a while, now Chase Brown. And you can't even make the playoffs?
Yeah.
They have to start better. More than probably any other team in football, they got to figure out how to start their season better.
Yes. So much more to say about this in no time, Basinonians.
All right, when we come back, how is ASU looking so far at Camp T before tomorrow's scrimmage game, the Maroon and Gold game at 9 a.m.? We're going to ask Arizona Sports Arizona State reporter Damon Alred will join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Arizona Sports Fantasy Frenzy. This afternoon, 2 till 6 at DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale. Join Burns and Gambo for prizes, good times, and fantasy football. Arizona Sports Fantasy Frenzy this afternoon. Arizona Sports Fantasy Frenzy. Details at arizonasports.com. Click on contests.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. Man, go to Aria Dental Implant Center if you want the all-on-4. If you want new teeth, maybe your teeth are all jacked up, Basinonians. I can tell you mine were. I got the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. I can tell you right now it's a game changer. It's a game changer, I would say, professionally. Maybe you're in sales and you want to smile. It's a game changer socially. It certainly is. And not only that, you're going to be able to eat some food that you haven't been able to eat, biting into that steak maybe. Aria Dental will save you thousands and thousands of dollars compared to the corporate dental implant centers that are out there. What I love about Aria, they're locally owned and operated, and they pass the savings on to you. Basinonians, right now, if you want a brand new set of beautiful teeth and overall improve the quality of your life, go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Did your AC unit just go kaput? Now you need a new one ASAP? Christian Brothers has been servicing the Valley since 1976. They carry Train, Goodman, and Bryant units and offer 18 months interest-free financing with no prepayment penalties. They also can replace most units the same day, so no need to stay in a hotel for days waiting for some other guy to get to you. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535 or go online at cbrothers.com, and let's make sure you get the right AC unit at the right price.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Cardinals fans, football is back, and Kill Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Celebrate kickoff the right way by entering the Kilt Lifter Kickoff Sweepstakes for your chance to win 2025 Arizona Cardinals season tickets and take your fandom to the next level. Grab your crew and head down to Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe. Look for the QR code and get entered to win. Four Peaks Pub is the home of Kilt Lifter, Arizona's favorite award-winning Scottish-style amber ale. Bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals play their first preseason game tomorrow at State Farm Stadium against Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs. Kickoff is at 5, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Arizona Diamondbacks begin a 3-game series tonight against the Colorado Rockies at Chase Field. First pitch is at 6:40, and you can listen to that one right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. This year, America Roofing is proud to sponsor the PCH Giveathon. When you choose us for a roof repair or replacement, you're helping kids at Phoenix Children's Hospital. Make a bid and help a kid online at americaroofingco.com.
Vince Marotta join us on Monday. Full recap of the Cardinals preseason opener and how the Sun Devils fared in their maroon and gold scrimmage. It all starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
All right, welcome back. It is Wolf and Luke on a Friday afternoon, Football Friday. That means college football as well. ASU Camp T is going. The scrimmage is tomorrow morning. Rick is driving up at 2 a.m. Is that what I heard, Rick? 5 a.m. Okay.
Wow, that's so cool, man.
And
trip. Who you going with, Rick?
Wolf's going?
Yes, Wolf is coming for sure. I'll be going with Jeremy, and we'll be meeting up with our next guest, Damon.
Very
Yes.
cool.
Damon Alred is joining us right now as our ASU reporter here at Arizona Sports. He's joining us from Camp T. Damon, it's always tough to get reception up there, or at least it's dicey. So how you doing?
I'm good. We're actually at the Payson Public Library, so got a little bit of the free Wi-Fi hotspot and everything, so.
Nice. This is great. We got him. There he is at the Payson Public Library.
Whoa, that's so cool. Okay, Damon, what's the coolest thing you've seen so far?
The coolest thing has got to be the dodgeball tournament that they just did to end Friday's practice.
So why? What do you mean, the dodgeball tournament? Explain, my friend.
So Kenny Dillingham has made competitiveness a core part of the ASU football program, of course. And, you know, having fun is as big a part of that as anything because, as you know, Wolf, competitiveness is having fun. When you're competing, you're having fun.
It is fun.
And so I think that that's just exactly what everyone got a taste of. It's been a long week for them. This has been their longest week so far. 5 straight practices, and then tomorrow we'll make it 6 straight days of football activities. And so it's good to just kind of let them, you know, let loose a little bit and enjoy each other's company with the dodgeball tournament. And I think just based on how it looked, that they had a great time.
My goal is now to get it so a librarian walks in there and tells Damon to quiet down during the session. That's the hope here.
I asked for the secluded room specifically.
Damon, how does the running back group look for this team? I mean, obviously you've got multiple guys that are trying, maybe not to replace Cam Scatterboot, but to at least replace a chunk of the void he leaves behind production-wise. So has anybody stood out there?
Yeah, like you said, you're never going to just replace Cam Scatterboot. I mean, he did so much last year. I think he did something by like week 9 or 10 that no one had done since Christian McCaffrey. And so you're just not going to get that level of production out of a single guy. And I'll quote Moneyball a little bit, you're going to replace him in the aggregate. And so it's guys like Kyson Brown, who sat behind Cam Scatterboot, learned from him, looks a lot like him in some of the ways that he hits holes this fall so far. I think that is definitely something that he picked up from Scatterboot. And then there's, of course, Kanye Udo, who comes in from Army, and he's got the pedigree of being a 1,000-yard rusher last year. But it's just not quite the same system from Army to Arizona State with Marcus Arroyo, of course. He, I think, had 2 catches for 3 yards over his entire Army tenure, and ASU just asks a lot more of their running backs in the pass game. And so I think that there's been a little bit of an acclimation period for Kanye. That doesn't mean he's not going to be able to contribute immediately. I do think he's going to be an impact guy in that second string running back role, where he can kind of get some of the short yardage roles, some of the third down looks, things like that. And I think it's going to be a really nice dynamic for Kyson to be more of that all-around guy, and then Kanye behind him. And then you also have Raleek Brown, who's a threat in the passing game, probably more than either of those 2 guys. And you can kind of use him wherever on the field that you want, whether out wide, out in the slot, or motioning into the backfield, in the backfield. And, we've seen plenty of sets, throughout this week and in fall camp and spring camp as well, of some multiple back sets and some heavy tight end sets. So I think that you're still going to get that heavier look at times, but it is going to be more of a by committee approach.
Damon, Kenny Dillingham is one of my favorite coaches in all of football. I kid you not. And I don't say that because he's having success right now. I say that because of his mentality and his approach to the game of football. I absolutely love it. Having said that, what is your favorite Kenny Dillingham quote so far in camp?
Honestly, a little bit of today with the dodgeball tournament. There was a little bit of the BYU ending to how that tournament ended, where, there was an apparent ending, and then there was a do-over. And, Kenny comes on the mic right after and talks to the media, and he says, disappointed in our coaches. I think we didn't know the rules. And so it's very funny to think back to the BYU game and some of those situations that, reveal themselves again later. And so that's just a bit funny. As far as overall, I think that his have more fun working harder than anybody in the country. I think that that's the thing that I appreciate the most, just because, like you've talked about so much, there is a fun aspect to what you're doing here. It's not always super fun. You get knocked up sometimes and things like that, but the game should be fun. At the end of the day, you're playing a game. And so I think that what he gets out of his players in having fun and working hard and getting the best of both worlds, I think shows itself on a daily basis.
You know what? I love it. Anytime he starts talking about expectations, and you know that, and you know what? Just because it worked last year, this is a brand new year. That's anytime Kenny starts talking about that stuff, I love it.
Damon, as far as leadership on this team, it's widely known that Sam Levitt is a leader. He showed that last year. They had a lot of good leadership last year, and a lot of those guys are back. But Wolf and I were talking about this earlier. A lot of the focus for people that maybe didn't get to watch all of last season, they kind of jumped in at the end when they realized just how exciting this team was. They maybe don't know some of these other guys on this team that are in big leadership roles. Give us like 2 or 3 other guys outside of Sam Levitt that you see that other guys really kind of listen to on this team.
I think maybe the under-the-radar guy, as far as someone who's been on the leadership council and hasn't really gotten the credit from the fans, is Clayton Smith. And that's someone, defensive end and on the freaks list, as I'm sure you guys have talked about, from Bruce Feldman and everything. Clayton looks awesome. I mean, the physical aspect of being on the freaks list is obviously the biggest one. And the weight that he's put on, I think he's up to 252 pounds now and still running over 22 miles an hour, which when you put those two things together, it's just insane. It makes sense why he's on the freaks list. But the leadership that he's shown in the defensive line room, first of all, that's a room that has so many guys coming back. I think almost the entire defensive line rotation is back. I think there's maybe 1 or 2 guys that were in the regular rotation who aren't. But, the young guys who have come in, a couple of, there's a JUCO transfer in that room, Joshua Shanklin, who's been on the State of the Sun Devils podcast with us, and he's having some early signs of impressive stuff. But it is, of course, a veteran group, and so you're not really expecting any immediate impact guys as far as the newcomers in that room, but you can tell with those younger guys, okay, Clayton Smith is bringing along these guys. CJ Fight, more of an inside defensive lineman, is helping these guys along. And so that's a room where I feel like there's going to be a lot of turnover after this year, but it could be one where that turnover is there, but they're still able to pick up right where they left off just because of the leadership of guys like Clayton Smith and CJ Fight. And then on the back end of the defense, you also have like a guy like Xavier Alford, who is one of the stars of this team, and you guys have had him on the show, but I still don't think he gets enough credit for what he does as a vocal leader of this team. Really, he's kind of taken that Scadaboo vocal leader. If anyone has done what Scadaboo has done vocally, it's been X, I feel like.
Damon, great stuff, man. We appreciate this. Way to not get thrown out of the library up there in Payson, too. Good job.
Appreciate it, guys.
All right, take care. Enjoy the rest
Did
of
not
Camp
look like
T.
a library.
No, well, it's
in the
I mean,
background.
I thought somebody would come up in the background with like a big ASU sign, like College Game Day.
Yeah,
but then
kind of looked like a bus station in the back that somebody was trying to decorate.
Damon Alred from either the Payson Library or a bus station in the middle of being decorated. We can't be sure. All right, when we come back, one more segment this week. Join us today, though, first of all, at the DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC. Join us. I mean, you're going to have to get in your car, now. And cheer on your favorite Arizona sports hosts live because we're going to be out there today from 2 to 6. Wolf and I will be out there from 2:30 to 6 because we got to get there. But we'll be drafting our football teams for this entire season. Come say hey, soak in the action, score some epic football prizes. It's the Arizona Sports Fantasy Frenzy presented by DraftKings Sportsbook today at TPC Scottsdale. All three shows are going to be drafting simultaneously, I believe, so don't miss it. All right, when we come back, which players have the most on the line in the Cardinals preseason this year? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Kansas City Chiefs visit State Farm Stadium Saturday for preseason game number 1 at the Cardinals. Our coverage starts at 1:30 Saturday afternoon on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Rick, what do you say you bring me that Brooklyn Bee? That's what I'm talking about. Listen, it's time to ace Mattress 101 during the back-to-school sale at Brooklyn Bedding. That's right. The back-to-school sale is going on right now at Brooklyn Bedding, now through August 14th. Everything is 25% off. Everything in store, 25% off. Everything online, 25% off. There's the best-selling Aurora Cloud Pillow Top, comfort and value with advanced cooling technology, and the budget-friendly signature Hybrid Cloud Pillow Top. Superior comfort at a factory-direct price. Man, don't be tardy on this, Basinonians. It's the back-to-school sale at Brooklyn Bedding. We are the Woo Fan Clan. We love our Brooklyn Bedding Sedona Hybrid Mattress, courtesy of Brooklyn Bedding, for the best sleep ever. Get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding. Go to brooklynbedding.com.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s. And less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635 and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 28 best lawyers in America, 17 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Hugs from patients, like Patrick. It's something QC Kinetics medical professionals experience every day.
I hugged them. You should hug somebody who does that for you. They gave me my life back, and I really didn't know where I was going to go because I was definitely afraid of having a knee replacement done.
No surgery, no downtime with QC Kinetics regenerative treatments. They give patients relief from joint pain using their own healing properties to repair and restore damaged tissue. And the results? Well, that's why we see a lot of hugs at QC Kinetics.
Everything is back that I thought I was never going to be able to do again. I'm still smiling, and sometimes it gets emotional. I get a tear in my eye because of how I was before I went in there.
Those smiles and hugs never get old at QC Kinetics. It means patients are finally getting relief. And now, it's your turn. Call QC Kinetics today for your complimentary consultation and see if you're a good candidate for these amazing treatments.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
Ghost Skeletor World Tour 2025.
theatrical, heavy metal, arena rock. August 11th, PHX Arena, formerly Footprint Center. Tickets on sale now at LiveNation.com. Don't miss Ghost.
The Red Reckoning. Red Reckoning. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Wolf and Luke talk Cardinals training camp. Now.
Well, this feels like the moment we really kind of step into this season, Wolf. I mean, I know there's layers to it, right? Well, once we were out there at State Farm Stadium starting 2 weeks ago, like you're walking into that stadium, like, okay, here we go. It's football season, and it doesn't stop till well after the holidays. But now it's like this is the Friday going into the first preseason game. We're all going to go do our first fantasy football draft of the season. Wolf, I know you have like 14 of these lined up this year because all you can do is play fantasy football. You can't help yourself.
Yes.
But we're all doing that here in the next draft starts in like an hour and 15 minutes. And we've got a preseason game where the starters are playing for the Cardinals against the Chiefs, who almost always play their starters in at least one preseason game.
Yeah, very exciting it is that there has been a paradigm shift within the organization, whether it's Monty, whether it's JG, a combination of both, whatever it may be. Year 3 of the rebuild is a little bit different than year 1. There's no doubt about that. We know the talent level has really increased right now, and I think it's kind of counterintuitive when you think about the fact that, okay, the talent level is at the highest it's been since JG took over as head coach. There's no denying that.
Yeah.
Talent level is the highest it's been, and now we're going to go play preseason games. It just makes me laugh just thinking about it. But this is the way I think the NFL is going. I think the NFL is moving more towards, this whole idea of sitting starters in the preseason throughout the entire preseason. It sounds good, but many times it backfires in September.
Yeah, I mean, unless you're the team that wins the Super Bowl, it's certainly something you can look back on and be like, man, maybe we should have not. And not that you're taking the month off. I mean, you're having camp, and a lot of times you're having the joint practices, but it's just like you look back and you're like, was there a wasted opportunity in there to kind of get a little tune-up before the season started? And ironically, the team that always wins the Super Bowl plays their players in the preseason in Kansas City.
Yes. Again, it's not an all-the-time thing. It really isn't. I don't think this is a situation where these coaches and these organizations are changing their philosophy on preseason because of who's winning and who's not. I think it's more a personal approach by coaches.
It's not everybody either.
It's not everybody, once again, but I think it's more a personal approach by coaches. And I think JG kind of summed it up. Where are we at right now? In terms of our development, in terms of our injury situation, that's what you've always got to evaluate before you make a decision. I'm going to run these players out there. I'm going to run the starters out there and play them.
Baltimore really didn't play any of their main guys, but Baltimore goes undefeated in the preseason every year, so nobody's going to tell Baltimore how to run their preseason.
They just lined up, ran the ball 42 times, by the way.
Let's all pick a number for Kyler Murray snaps tomorrow, okay? And I know, I know
this is good.
Some of this is left to luck because you don't know how deep into the first quarter they're going to play or how many drives or if he only gets one. But give me a number Kyler Murray snaps in the preseason opener.
5.
Oh, okay.
5 is the number.
All right. Wolf went with 5. I was going to go with 7. I'm going to go with 7, which now seems absurdly high. But let's get Rick's pick.
10.
Oh, doesn't seem nearly as
long
absurdly
drive.
high.
Can I change my 5 to 6? Can I go ahead and change it to 6?
Yeah, I mean, your price is writing yourself because I have 7.
Yeah.
So you're giving yourself
so
no.
I could, maybe 2 3-and-outs or maybe 1 drive of 6 plays. Okay. And they kick a field goal.
All right.
Sound good?
6 for. I'm going to write this down, and I'm going to probably forget to not throw this piece of paper away in 4 minutes. But all right, so 6 for Wolf, 7 for me, 10 for Rick.
Okay.
All right.
I like that. You know what? Honestly, once again, this is a good thing. I think. It's a good thing that Kyler Murray is embracing it and saying, yeah, it's not a problem. Now, it might not be his first choice, Basinonians, but that's even more impressive to me. That he is,
embrace it anyway.
Not making a stink about it. I'm going to go do what JG asked me to do. It's a good thing.
Any names, now this isn't just specifically for tomorrow, but any names that stand out to you for the rest of camp and this preseason that really need strong performances? Here, I'll play a cut while you think about that, Wolf, of Jonathan Gannon talking about Justin Jones, who I think would fit into that category.
Oh, he has to be an impactful player for us, why we acquired him, He's another one that battled to get back, through his injury and things like that, and went through spring, and it's good to see him out there. There's no doubt. He's a good player. So I'm excited for him.
Probably going to be a couple players in that defensive front that their name, if you're a Cardinals fan, that aren't on the Cardinals when the season starts. They'll end up on some other team, but they can't keep all these guys up front.
Yeah. What was your question again?
Give me somebody that needs a strong rest of camp / preseason.
How about this right here? Denzel Burke is a guy. I'm going to bring him up.
Okay.
Yeah, Denzel Burke, Basinonians. Here is a guy that is starting to quietly turn some heads. He was the 5th-round pick, 174 overall out of Ohio State as a cornerback. And you're starting to hear some people around the organization, in and around the organization, mentioning Denzel Burke and the fact that he has turned more than one head in training camp so far, which, again, wouldn't that be a wonderful thing, knowing that you're not going to have Star Thomas?
Yeah.
You're not going to have him this year, unfortunately. Star Thomas is one of my favorite guys, and you know that. This kid came from nothing.
His path to get there is an easy one to
exactly right. And he played so well last year. I'm happy for Star because Star's going to be in the league for a decade. He's going to, Lord willing, he's going to be in the league for a decade. But Denzel Burke starting to turn some heads.
Yeah, that's an interesting one because when Star Thomas went down, the conversation was, okay, well, who's going to have to step up, take that playing time? Who is Max Melton ready? Is Will Johnson ready? But either way, everybody has to move up, right? So who's going to just step in terms of just being a corner on the roster that maybe wouldn't have been before? Denzel Burke, 5th rounder. Monty's been pretty good with the later round picks so far in these first 2 drafts. We don't know about the 3rd one yet, but that would make the 3rd one look pretty good, too.
Here's another one for you, Basinonians. Owen Pappo. Mm-hmm. Owen Pappo. Weak side, inside linebacker. Looks an awful lot like Darrell Washington, the track and bagger himself. 6 foot, 230 pounds, can run all day. Owen Pappo. There's a really interesting guy. He's also starting to turn heads and get some reps.
I'm surprised none of us took, or neither you or I took Jordan Birch in Fulcrum football. We can do that in the future.
Man.
We're about to go do this draft. Rick, do you have any idea where we pick? Do we know what numbers we're picking, or we find that out?
No idea. Okay. I have zero idea. I've not been told.
I've got one last over-under for you guys, okay?
Yeah.
So we're going to be in a 12-team league, the 4 of us, Jamal as well. 6 teams make the playoffs. How many of the 4 of us are going to make the playoffs? Not really an over-under. Just give me a number. Of you, me, Jamal, and Rick, how many of us will be in the top half of the league?
3.
Ooh. You don't think Rick's going to make it?
No, I'm not going to make it. You kidding me?
How's that for confidence?
Fantasy football. Basinonians, I played reality football.
Oh, here we go.
Kidding me? Fantasy football?
But also can't really argue with it.
Just saying. We're going to start. My goodness.
I would encourage you to go with your original plan of having a general manager named Vetter James. Because
that's going to happen.
I think you'll be fine at the draft. But over the course of the season, when you have to manage your team over the course of the year,
we'll be arguing.
You might want Vetter to get involved. You don't want a Jerry Jones situation where you're owner of the team and GM of the team because, well, as you're seeing Dallas, that doesn't really work. All right, that is it for us here. Thanks to Rick behind the glass. For Wolf, I'm Luke. We've got Burns and Gambo coming up next. You'll be able to hear the draft through their show. That's next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Get ready. Giveathon week runs August 18th through the 22nd.
Benefiting Phoenix Children's. Giveathon! Presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Wi-Fi.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s. And less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635 and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
All right, grab some buds and listen up. Grilling season's here. Now we find out what we're made of. Are we gonna fold under pressure and overcook the burgers? Or are we gonna nail the carne asada and the brisket and pack the coolers with ice-cold Budweiser and Bud Light? Because that's the difference between winning and losing, between flipping burgers and grilling like a pro.
This summer, grill like a pro with Bud and Bud Light. Stock up today. Anheuser-Busch, Budweiser, and Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and Arizona summers are no joke, and if your AC's not cutting it, that heat can be dangerous. That's why Parker & Sons and Goodman are giving away a brand new air conditioner installed for free to a local senior in need. So if you know someone on a fixed income who could use it, a grandparent, a neighbor, nominate them now at parkerandsons.com. The deadline is August 15th, and if your AC is struggling, call Parker at 602-2REPAIR.
I'm fixing to tell you something that the insurance industry does not want you to ever hear. Bullies often delay and deny. I see them sitting on premiums paid and making money and dragging it out for as long as they can. Many times, we're forced to take them to court. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Their high-paid lobbyists are on a mission to make sure that at trial, jurors are not allowed to learn that the at-fault party has insurance, and in some cases, lots of it. I can think of no case in all my years where there was no insurance for the at-fault party. So let's fight back. It's all these bullies understand. Tell everybody you know the truth. If you've been injured in a car crash or hurt at a store or business, visit forthepeople.com. We're here 24/7. It's that easy. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
And Team Bravo, backyard recon complete. And Command, lounge chair secured. Requesting permission to flank the watermelon at the picnic table.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Your backyard is for summer fun, not an ant invasion. Call 602-BLUE-SKY today. We'll defend your pool deck, secure your picnic spots, and stop ants before they overrun your summer. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
There has never been a better time to join Global Credit Union than right now. Dave Burns here, proud member, and at Global Credit Union, they're all about eliminating fees, no-fee checking and savings accounts, or for accidentally going over your account balance. It's easy to join with 10 branches across the valley, and you can always reach a live person 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
KMBP FM Phoenix. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. We're broadcasting live from the DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale. I got Gamble to my left, Burnsy to my right. It's the Fantasy Football Frenzy contest taking place about an hour from now. Come visit us. Come say hi. I saw Vince Marotta. He's here. Hi, Vinny. Let's go. All the shows will be drafting sometime around 3 o'clock. Be sure to come by. Come say hi. We'll be here until 6 p.m. Diamondbacks will be back in action as well. They're in downtown Phoenix. They're looking to stop a 2-game slide at the hands of those pesky Padres. 3-game series against the Colorado Rockies at Chase Field. Zach Gallen makes the start for the Snakes. He'll go against the left-hander Austin Gomber. First pitch at 6:40. Pregame coverage at 6 right here on 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. We've also got Cardinals preseason tomorrow taking on the Kansas City Chiefs. That one will be from State Farm Stadium. We've got kickoff at 5. Pre-game coverage starts at 1:30 in the afternoon right here on the home of the Cardinals, Arizona Sports 98.7 FM. This report is brought to you by your Valley Hyundai dealers. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event is going on now. Get deals so right, it almost feels wrong. Don't miss out. Visit your Valley Hyundai dealers today.
Huzzah! Live from DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale, Arizona Sports presents Burns and Gambo Fantasy Frenzy.
Straight up 2 o'clock on this Friday afternoon. Good afternoon and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns alongside the one, the only John Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo!
Burnsy, what's going on?
Happy Fantasy Football Frenzy Friday to you. Yes.
Listen, I don't play very often, but when I do play, I usually do well. So,
wait, hold on. Time out on the floor.
Yeah.
I'm calling it 20 here.
Yeah.
You were practicing that line in the car, weren't you?
No.
You were rehearsing that. I don't play fantasy football often, but when I do,
you're
I play very well.
Is that the beer guy commercial?
That's the beer. Yeah, it's the beer guy. I don't do this very often, but when I do, I dominate. That's kind of what you sounded like there for a second.
Yeah.
But you do, huh?
I played it with my friends a few years ago.
Yes.
And it kind of made me miserable. I'm not gonna lie, but I finished in the money. Yeah.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Do you think that's just because you're kind of generally miserable anyway, or?
No, I think.
Okay, I was just asking.
I think it's because I'm so competitive.
Oh.
And I hate my friends.
Oh.
You know, I don't like. You know,
okay.
I don't like my friend group.
So you made it your life's mission to destroy them, basically. And you
yes,
were
I don't.
with
I don't want to
okay.
lose to them.
I got you. Okay.
We're all like really competitive people.
You ever read like Moby Dick? So it was like you going after the whale, right? Like you had this unhealthy obsession.
Yeah.
Okay,
I couldn't lose to Bacala.
Okay, I see.
Or Frankie Peach.
So it made you unhappy, is what you're saying.
It stressed me out.
Yeah. Do you think?
But now I'm going to play against a bunch of people I don't know, so it might be not so bad.
Well, I mean, you will know.
I don't really care about losing to them.
Lauren, and you'll know Mitch, and you'll know me.
Right.
But then we've got 10 of our listeners who are going to be in our league with us. Eight of our listeners
okay.
who are going to be in our league with us. And while we're drafting our league here at DraftKings Sportsbook at the TPC of Scottsdale, Wolf and Luke are going to be here. They're going to be drafting their league. Bickley and Marauder are going to be here. They're going to be drafting, and it's all going to be going on at the same time.
Wow.
So if you're in one of our leagues, congratulations. If you're not, you can still come down and say hi. We'll be here until 6, and should be fun.
And we've got some great football giveaways today.
Yes, we do.
Can't tell you what they are, but they're really cool.
Great football
giveaways.
Indeed. And we also, with fantasy football season coming up, if you're looking for a place to draft your team, to hang out while you're drafting your team, the DraftKings TPC Scottsdale Sportsbook is the place for you. You absolutely.
Tell me why. Tell me why this is the place.
Well, because you can hang out with all your friends. You got a fully stocked bar. You got a great menu. You got lots of space to be able to. You got these little pits that are like carved out where you can hang out with all of your friends.
Is it where everybody knows your name?
Well, it is where everybody knows your name.
Yeah.
You're sitting around looking at each other, talking smack like you would with Bacala and Frankie Peach and everybody. And it's fun. It's just like it adds a whole new element to it.
So check this out. You could book your own fantasy football draft party at DraftKings. You could enjoy a reserved space, a custom DraftKings draft board, personalized food and drink packages, and the first 25 commissioners who book their draft party, we're going to give you a $100 NFL shop gift card.
What more do you need?
We're going to give you a $100 NFL shop gift card for the first 25 commissioners who say, you know what, I'm going to book my party right there.
What more do you need?
So you can visit DraftKingsSportsbook.tpc.com. I'm going to say that again. DraftKingsSportsbook.tpc.com for more information. Or just come down here and ask for Carly Petty, and we'll get you all taken care of.
Okay, there you go. Wow.
All right?
Fantastic.
Is that good, Linda? Linda, is that all right? All right. I got to check with Linda. It's good.
Let's weigh in on our top story of the day here on the Burns and Gambo.
What are you laughing at, Ben? Turn around.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
Weighing in on the Arizona Cardinals, who open up their preseason tomorrow against the Kansas City Chiefs. Andy Reid has already said his starters will play for a quarter or so. Jonathan Gannon hasn't been as specific about how much time his starters will spend on the field, but we know we're going to see them for at least some of it. It's our first look at the Cardinals, and we'll kind of be talking about it throughout the course of the day.
Yes.
Training camp, as we know it, as we kind of think of training camp, is officially done. They'll go back to Tempe, work out for a few days there. Then they'll go to Denver and do a couple of joint practices. They got a long way to go before the season starts, right? Like we're a month away. But we both thought this little nugget that was out there from Teo Mackey was kind of interesting now that training camp is over. And what it means, I'll kind of leave it up to you, the audience, to decide. But Teo did a great job of every time there was 11 on 11 at training camp, right? So, like, they're playing football, and maybe they're not tackling, and maybe they're not doing it hardcore, but there's 11 on 11, and they're playing out there.
Who are they going to?
Who are they going to? Who are they throwing to? Who are they handing the ball to?
By the way, this includes the 2 days that Marvin Harrison Jr. missed.
Yeah.
The 27 targets for Marvin Harrison Jr. and Trey McBride. The rest combined is 16. That's 6 players. 6 players combined for 16 targets. Marvin Harrison Jr. and Trey McBride, including the 2 games Marvin Harrison missed, combined for 27.
27 targets. Everybody else had 6. Zay Jones had 5. Trey Benson had 4. Dortch 3. Mike Wilson 2. Elijah Higgins 1. James Conner 1. What's the first thing you think of when I tell you that Marvin Harrison Jr. and Trey McBride combined for 27 of the, 33 available targets in 11 on 11 work?
That there's a big drop-off after their first 2 best offensive weapons to their next best offensive weapon in the passing game.
Okay.
Not the running game, because James Conner's not included in there. But there's a big drop-off. They have 2 guys that they like a lot, and they're very comfortable throwing the ball to, and they want to get the ball to. After that, there's a big drop-off. Huge drop-off. Zay Jones 5, Greg Dortch 3. With the wide receivers, Marvin Harrison Jr. had 14. Zay had 5. Dortch had 3. Michael Wilson had 2. So that's the next 3 guys had a total of 10. Marvin Harrison Jr. had 14, and he missed 2 days.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it tells me that the drop-off is gigantic.
Does that make you nervous they didn't add anybody else? Is this? I don't know. It's just 2 weeks worth of 11 on 11, so we're not talking about a lot. But does this make you nervous they didn't add anybody?
It's a really fair question.
Okay.
I'm gonna have faith in Monty Ossenfort.
Okay.
That he knows what he's doing and he knew how to bypass certain guys, because it's hard to go get. They had a little success with AJ Green a few years ago.
Mm-hmm.
They brought him in, and everybody's like, "Oh, he was actually not bad."
Other than that Green Bay game.
When he didn't turn around.
Turn around.
Right.
Turn around, AJ. Turn around.
Turn around, Bright Eyes. Turn around. But I remember me and you going over all the wide receivers that were signed that year. Mm-hmm. I'm like AJ Green was the best out of the group.
Yeah.
Do you know how many teams signed guys that were a total waste of money?
Yeah.
Because AJ Green was like one of the best out of that wide receiver group, and they didn't pay that much for him.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So I think it's a little bit of fool's gold when you go reaching for these free agents. They like the guys they have. They very much like Zay Jones. But I think it's going to be very dominated by James Conner, Marvin Harrison, and Trey McBride.
Yeah, and I think it's funny to hear you talk about what it says to you, and you keep saying they. I'm going to turn this into a he. I think it's Kyler. I think it's Kyler and his level of comfort, especially when it comes to Trey. I mean, I think it's just so natural and easy for him to look for Trey out there. I think, and so for me, it's not even so much
that they want the offense to channel through those two guys, though I think they do. I think ultimately at the end of the day, they want the ball in the hands of their best guys, and those are their best guys. I just think there's a comfort level that Kyler has in, okay, where's Trey McBride? You know, things got sideways. Where's Trey? And I kind of hope that he feels the same way about Marvin, that he's looking for Marvin, that he's targeting Marvin. And like you said yesterday, Marvin was targeted a ton last year. It just didn't result in a ton of catches because they, for whatever reason. The other interesting thing is that Teo Mackey, again from AZ Central, who did a nice job with this, looked at the running back carries in the same scenario, 11 on 11. Who got the carries? Trey Benson, 11, James Conner, 6.
Okay.
Nobody else got 1.
Okay, but what that says to me is we're not going to – James is a professional. He knows how to get his body right. We don't need him getting all these reps. Look, you watching this preseason game, I bet you it's very similar. They'll give all the reps to Benson, and Conner will get a few carries here and there. He's a professional. He's been in the league for a long time. He knows how to take care of his body. They're not going to wear him out in preseason.
Yeah, and Gannon said as much. We know the tread on the tires. We want to be careful with them. And we're going to talk about Trey Benson a little later on in the show. I don't think we're going to get any clues in the preseason, but I do wonder when the regular season starts, will we see – I know we're going to see more of a balance between the two. I just don't know how much more of a balance we're going to see between the two. I know we're going to get more Benson and less Conner. I just don't know how much more Benson and less Conner we're going to get. But that to me was that's a lot of Trey Benson compared to James Conner.
James Conner goes out there in the first game and he has 22 carries for 112 yards. They're going to keep feeding James Conner.
Yeah, when we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader, a chance at redemption for Zach Gallen. What does Zach Gallen need to redeem himself for? Have you seen his numbers against the Colorado Rockies? That's next on the Burns and Gambo show.
I don't know when the commercial is because I All right, it's Gambo back to tell you about Christian Brothers, AC, plumbing, and electric. And if you are looking for a new AC unit, nobody does a better job than Christian Brothers. Now, a lot of AC units are going to break down in August. Very heavy month for AC units breaking down because why? Your AC unit's probably on like 24/7. And if you have an older unit, that wear and tear, it very likely it could break down if you have an older unit. The brutal summer heat brings a lot of air conditioning units to a halt. Now, Christian Brothers would love to come out and fix your AC unit. And obviously that's their first priority is to fix it and get you up and running. But if you need a new AC unit, they've got great pricing. They've been around since 1976. They carry all the major brands like Trane and Goodman and Bryant, so they can get out to you. Trane, Goodman, Bryant, 18 months interest-free financing. So you're panicking. Your AC unit goes out. You need a new one. You could pay it off over 18 months, interest-free. You could pay it off. So you don't have to worry about coming up with this big amount of money right off the bat because Christian Brothers offers 18 months of interest-free financing. You get that new AC unit, your family stays cool all summer long, and you're also going to save money every month because a more efficient unit is going to help you. You're going to love having a more efficient unit because it's going to it's not going to run as much because it's efficient compared to a unit that's 15 years old. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Juice box. I'm a mom.
I'm good, seriously.
Let me check. Oh, hot sauce. Take it.
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins, a balloon. Wait one sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line, $100 per month on Experience Beyond. Finance agreement $829.99 and qualifying ported. For well qualified, plus tax and $10 connection charge. Payout via virtual prepaid card. Allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Hey, it's Ron Wolfley. As a former NFL player, I know what it takes to build something great, and it starts with trust. I chose Legacy Green Solutions to transform my yard. For artificial grass, putting greens, and custom landscaping, these are the experts that you can trust. Family owned for over 25 years and voted best of the Valley, Legacy Green Solutions uses premium American-made turf backed by the best warranties. Text GREEN to 620-620 to book your free estimate or visit LegacyGreenSolutions.com.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and last year during the heat of summer, I had an air conditioning bill of $666, and I thought it was proof that we live in purgatory. In reality, that obscene bill arrived because my windows are shot, and I cannot wait to get them replaced by Advanced Window Products, a great company co-owned by former Utah great and NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, and the highest rated window company in Arizona. They also offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state, and they can do all of this because there is no middleman. They have their own factory in the valley. They build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life. And get this, Advanced Window Products currently running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows, and you'll get $2,500 off. So do what I'm doing. Call now and beat the rush. 480-764-2002 or visit AdvancedWindows.com.
Arizona Sports Fantasy Frenzy with Burns and Gambo. Live from DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale.
I haven't heard this song in a long time. Welcome back to the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. We are live from DraftKings Sportsbook here at the TPC Scottsdale. Our fantasy football frenzy, our drafts with all the different shows begin coming up at 3 o'clock. We'd love it, even if you're not a part of it. Come out, hang out with us on a Friday afternoon. You're probably not at work anyways. Just come on by, hang out with us. We'll be drafting our teams and things like that. Tonight, Chase Field, the Arizona Diamondbacks are hosting the Colorado Rockies, and the Rockies are historically miserable. I mean, they're historically miserable. But since we're on the topic of miserable, there is a little bit of a redemption arc, Gambo, in tonight's game that we need to look at, and that is Zach Gallen going into tonight's game. Now, if you look at the record, he's 1-0 this year against the Colorado Rockies. But in two starts this year, Zach Gallen is rocking an ERA of 11.70.
Yeah, crazy.
And a whip of 2.10 against the Rockies. This is kind of a big start for him tonight, I think.
You're going up against a team that's coming off one of the worst three-game series in the history of Major League Baseball. Colorado got outscored 45-6 when they got swept at Coors Field by the Toronto Blue Jays. This is a bad baseball team. They're throwing a guy out there in Austin Gomber who's got an 0-5 record with an ERA over 6, okay? So Zach Gallen has been pitching better. About 15 minutes before the trade deadline ended, we reported that the Diamondbacks were not going to trade Zach Gallen.
Yes.
So about 15 minutes before it ended, we said the Diamondbacks are not barring this last-minute call, Zach Gallen is not going anywhere. Mike Hazen called him. He told them, you're not getting traded, you're not going anywhere. I think since that time, I think he's pitched better. I think he's can calm down a little bit, not worry about the contract, not worry about being traded. Just go out there and pitch and leave it all on the line. You're not in a pennant race. You're not pitching to try to, get the team over the hump. You're pitching for you. You're pitching for you, trying to get back on track.
For you and the other 25 guys in the clubhouse. But yeah, I understand what you're talking about.
Yeah. But not towards a team goal of trying to make the playoffs.
Not yet.
Just
no.
When you're out of it, a lot of guys, and this is just, it's true, but a lot of guys start looking at individual things, like individual accomplishments when you're out of it. I want to pad some of my own stats. I want to do some of my own things. Now, for Zach Gallen, it's very much about taking the final 10 starts of the season and getting back on track for two things. One, to try to, make the interest in him great again. Because if you would have said a year from now, Zach Gallen we're going to go through the trade deadline, and D-backs are going to be out of it, and nobody wants Zach Gallen, you would be like, what are you talking about?
Right.
Nobody Zach Gallen's available, and nobody wants him?
He's one of the better starters in the National League.
Right.
Nobody wants him.
But he's had such a bad year. So he's had 3 quality starts in his last 6 outings.
Okay.
I want to see him continue to pitch well.
Yep.
And, again, if nobody signs him, the Diamondbacks can extend a qualifying offer, which they're going to do, and you can bring him back for $22 million. Now, what you root for is very interesting, because if he pitches well, there might be a team that pays him more than $50 million and he leaves. If he doesn't pitch well, you'll probably get him back. So if you want him to do well, it's true. If he pitches,
I know. I just hadn't thought about it.
If he pitches really well,
I hadn't framed it up in my own mind.
Some team might say, okay, look at Zach Gallen. He's back on track. We can give him a 3-year deal for $75 million.
Yeah.
And then maybe the Diamondbacks are out of it.
You might disagree with this. I don't know. I don't think it's in my nature to root for Zach Gallen to do poorly.
Me either. I'm a fan.
It's just not my nature. He's been. I know it's been a rough year for him. I know he's taken a big step back. I can't work it up in my soul to I want him to do poorly because maybe he'll come back if he does. I want him to do well because he's a good guy. He's been a good Diamondback guy. He's been on our show a dozen times, if not more. And that doesn't make him a good guy, but you know what I mean? Like he's really easy for Diamondback fans to root for, I think, even though it's been such a struggle.
I root for him.
So I want him to do well, and we'll just kind of let the chips fall where they may. And just sort of see what happens after that.
You know what's interesting too? You mentioned the struggles against Colorado.
Yeah.
Overall in his career, he's had 17 starts against the Rockies. He's 8-1 with an ERA of 3.5.
Usually he dominates them.
But even with those numbers from this year, he is still 8-1 with an ERA of 3.53.
Yeah, but can you imagine what his numbers would be? When you take those numbers out, right?
It's 2.75.
It speaks to what sort of a year that he's had. Yes, there have been moments. The Yankees game comes to mind. The Mets games come to mind. There's a Padres game. There's a Giants game that comes to mind when you think about Zach Gallen and how well he's done. But I tell you, when I think about Zach Gallen in 2025, I also think about Colorado Rockies game where it's like, come on, man. I mean, they're terrible.
Yeah.
You're Zach Gallen. Dominate. Go out and dominate. And tonight's his chance to change that narrative. And look, I know half of our audience, if not more, is probably going to roll their eyes a little bit when I say this. 7 of the next 10 games the Diamondbacks play are against the Colorado Rockies. Now, that doesn't mean they're going to get back in it. That doesn't mean – I think what it means for me is that if there's a Hail Mary for this team to be relevant again – at least in a tiny bit in the last month and a half of the season, this is that window. You're playing a team, Gambo, with a minus 316 run differential, 7 out of your next 10 games. The next closest team in the majors is the Washington Nationals, more than half that behind. They're minus 148. They're brutal how bad they are. If there's a window for you to even kind of make this interesting the last month, 2 months of the season, this is it. This is your window because you're playing the worst team in baseball 7 times in the next week and a half. I don't know if that means they can do it. I'm just saying that's what's kind of on the table right now.
There was a stretch in June in which the Arizona Diamondbacks had 3 games against the Rockies, 3 games against the White Sox, and 3 games against the Miami Marlins.
I remember it well.
Who, by the way, the Miami Marlins, with Jeremy sitting right there, the Miami Marlins are playing some great baseball right now.
Jeremy,
really good
did you
baseball.
hear that?
I just gave the Miami Marlins. They're playing great baseball.
Is that all? You just sit there and smile? That's it? Don't you want to
swept the Yankees?
2 thumbs up. Yay!
In that 9-game stretch against Colorado, the White Sox, and the Marlins, we were talking about they got to go 7-2.
Yeah, we were.
They went 4-5.
I know.
So
I know.
And I understand what you're saying. Oh, go beat Colorado 7 times in a row, and maybe you can find a way to get back into this thing. I get it. They went 4-5 against 3 bad teams when they really needed to win baseball games.
I know. But I'm Gambo. You know me. The fire of optimism burns bright.
Yeah,
it burns bright in my soul. But I also know we've had this conversation a dozen times about this team. Here's your stretch. Here's your chance. Here's your opportunity. And it feels like that ship has sailed a lot.
I haven't even looked how many games are out of the wild card. Have you?
I think it's 9.
I mean, I stopped paying attention.
I mostly have 2, but you know what? Just to humor you, I'll look. Give me a second.
I stopped paying attention. I pay like I told
9.
you.
They're 9 games out of the last wild card spot.
Yeah, I'm paying attention to the young kids like Locklear and Hoffman and Brandon Garcia.
But you mentioned Zach too yesterday when you were talking about things that you're looking forward to.
Yeah, because I think Zach's future is in the balance of a lot of times, you kind of know if you want to bring a guy back or not. Or I think Zach's future is very much dependent on what happens to these 10 games.
By the way, also starting tonight in Major League Baseball is Merrill Kelly, which means we are pacing for a Merrill Kelly versus Zach Gallen game on Wednesday afternoon from Globe Life Field in Texas.
Wow.
Yeah, you talk about Twilight Zone weird, man. That is Twilight Zone weird right there. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, we'll stick with the Diamondbacks conversation because it is our weekly visit with the manager, Torey Lovello. He will join us next here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This afternoon at 2:30, Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 this afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app at 98.7.
On Saturday, August 23rd, arrive early to the D-backs versus Reds matchup and pick up a Serpientes replica jersey. Secure your tickets now at dbacks.com.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to GoodRx.com/GLP. That's GoodRx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
Americans may not agree on much, but we agree on Social Security. We all pay in. It ought to be there when we need it. Social Security could face a funding gap in less than a decade, and I don't want to see a pay cut. I'm with AARP in the fight to protect the Social Security we earned.
Pledge to protect Social Security at aarp.org/weearnedit. That's aarp.org/weearnedit. Paid for by AARP.
Would you rather stand in the sun or in the shade? It's a no-brainer, so why would you let your patio roast in this heat? At All Pro Shade Concepts, we can save you from burning feet, fading furniture, and being stuck inside all summer. Custom-fit patio shades and awnings that cool with the touch of a button. Get free installation from our Shade Pros plus a 10-year warranty. Call or visit allproshade.com for your free estimate. That's allproshade.com.
Gotta call All Pro Shade, Shade, Shade. Call All Pro Shade, Shade, Shade.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com. Viking.com.
Viking, dedicated to creating travel experiences for the thinking person with programs designed for cultural enrichment on board and on shore. Discover more at Viking.com. That's Viking.com. Viking.com.
Born in the birthplace of tequila, Estrella Jalisco is the golden Mexican Pilsner with roots in Jalisco, Mexico since 1910. The finest ingredients are always used to deliver a smooth and flavorful taste with a crisp finish that leaves you refreshed. We're proud to bring you this authentic and delicious Mexican beer, perfect for pairing with food and enjoying with friends. Estrella Jalisco, official cerveza partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
I'm Mitch Varelvis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. We are broadcasting live from the beautiful DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale as we're soon to begin our Fantasy Football Frenzy contest. We've got Burns and Gambo here. Gambo's to my left, Burnsy's to my right. Broadcasting live. We got all three shows here as well. Bickley and Murata and the crew, Wolf and Luke and the crew, as we're getting ready to begin our fantasy football journey. Come say hi. We're going to be here until the conclusion of Burns and Gambo. Diamondbacks will be in action right after Burns and Gambo are done. They're in downtown Phoenix. They're hoping to stop a 2-game slide at the hands of those pesky Padres. They got the perfect opponent to do that, realistically speaking. 3 games against the Colorado Rockies coming up. Zach Gallen will make the start tonight. He'll go against the left-hander Austin Gomber. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And then tomorrow, it's the Cardinals' first preseason game. They're hosting the Kansas City Chiefs at State Farm Stadium. Pre-game coverage will start at 1:30. Kickoff is at 5. You can listen to it all here on the home of the Cardinals, Arizona Sports 98.7 FM. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Worried about scorpions? Blue Sky Pest Control gets results. Call 602-BLUE-SKY. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
Your exclusive home of the D-backs.
Diamondbacks.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs manager Tori Lavello joins Burns and Gambo to talk D-backs baseball. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco, official cerveza partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Our weekly visits with the manager of the Arizona Diamondbacks as they are hosting the Colorado Rockies for the first of 3. He's joining us via the video air link. If you're watching on the YouTube video or on ArizonaSports.com or the Arizona Sports app, we welcome in from his office at Chase Field, Tori Lavello. Tori, we cannot see you, but I'm told you can see us. Hello, how are you, sir? Good to see you.
Yeah, I got you guys locked in right now. You guys look very comfortable. I like that whole setup there. Way to go.
You like it? Hey, I've got the 5th pick in this fantasy football draft. Who should I take?
Are you looking for a QB or
I'm thinking running
back?
Running back. I'm thinking running back.
Yeah, I had the Detroit Lions running back last year. Gibbs, I think.
Jahmyr Gibbs. Okay. All right, you
basically won me the Super Bowl, so that's always a safe bet right there.
So you want me to go? You want me to go Gibbs with the 5th pick? All right, I'll think about that. I'll definitely think about that.
Yeah.
All right, couple things. Lourdes Gurriel's home run, 104 miles per hour. Take me back to you. No, take me back to you playing. Who is the hardest thrower you ever faced?
Probably say the big unit was pumping it up there in the upper 90s. Nolan Ryan one night, and it was one of his last starts of his career, and I know that he was leaving it all out on the field. He was up there in the mid to upper 90s. Goose Gossage had a little carry. I'll probably say he was in the upper to mid 90s. As I go back to it, I would probably say the Goose. He had that little extra gear where it took off, and I'm going to say he's throwing close to 100 for sure.
One of my favorite players all time was Goose Gossage. It's a true story. I have a baseball signed by him, and I'm not a big autograph guy, but he was one of my favorite players ever. The reaction from the dugout when Gurriel hit that ball, it was a special reaction because Miller throws the ball so hard. We don't really know how fast the pitch is until we see, it's 104 miles per hour. But in that dugout, do the guys know? Did they know? Oh my God, that's 104 miles per hour.
Well, we saw it. He was sitting up 101, high 101s, and then the pitch before he popped a 104.1, or 104.2. So we all saw that. We look up there. I look up at every pitch. I see the movement, the angles, and then the speed, because I like to see the speed separation off the fastball. That's always an indication of what kind of success a pitcher is going to have. So I saw the 104. He fouled it back. I'm like, ooh, that was a really nice swing. He was on that. If he throws that again, there's a decent chance he's going to put the barrel on it. Did I think he's going to hit it as hard as he did, 105 miles an hour, 106 miles an hour out of the ballpark? No, it was an impressive sound. You don't hear that a lot, and a very good swing, and a great moment for him and this team as well.
Yeah, special moment. Definitely a special moment for this season. All right, one more before we talk about some of the games. You called Gino Suarez 7 hours after the trade, and he had a picture of the Mariners on his phone?
Yeah, kind of. I got to get on him about that. I haven't done it yet. It was also new to us. Yeah, literally about 7 hours after the trade. It was the first call I made the next morning because it was a little bit late in the evening and I didn't want to bother him and his family. I knew that their world had been flip-flopped upside down, so I called him the next morning, already had the Seattle Mariner photo up. Kind of a letdown. What are you going to do?
Wow.
What are you going to do? 7 hours later. I mean, embrace change, right, Tori? Right? Change is
Yeah.
inevitable. You got to embrace it.
It's like getting divorced. Like immediately once the paperwork comes through, you just take her off your photo. She's gone.
Out of here.
Tori Lavello is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo show. I obviously haven't had a chance to talk to you the last couple of weeks, so it's good to be chatting with you. 29 innings against the San Diego Padres. I believe the number I saw is that you led in 20 of those 29 innings. So obviously there's going to be baked-in frustration with that series anyway. What was it about that series that you're still gnawing on a couple of days later? Is there anything that you're still gnawing on when it comes to that series a couple of days later?
Yeah, a couple things. Clearly, we felt like we had the pieces in place, and we were within, a few outs here or there from potentially sweeping them or winning the series to having it end up the way it ended up. So that kind of eats at me. One personal decision that I made, I didn't bunt Perdomo in Game 2. I felt like it would have taken the bat out of his hands, which inevitably would have taken the bat out of Gurriel's hands, and he'd already hit 2 home runs. I felt like those two guys were our best hitters. Put it in the hands of Locklear against Miller. I wish I would have known what that outcome would be. But, I was proud of the way we fought. I was proud of the way that, given the set of circumstances that we've been dealing with over the past 2 weeks now, these guys are still fighting and they're hungry. And, we want to catch the Padres. We want to catch the next team above us, and that's the Giants. And we can't do it in one day. We got to do it patiently, game by game. And we had some really good opportunity to close up that gap on the Padres, inevitably the Giants. And we let it get away from us. So those are the things that really bother me at the end of the day. We might be a little short in the bullpen. We know that. And I always say, as long as I know the playing field and I know the landscape of what's going on, we're going to find our way to do what we got to do. And we couldn't close the gap up, and that's what's really, really frustrating to me.
Do you still have conviction in the decision not to have Perdomo bunting, despite how it all ended up?
I would have bunted him.
Yeah, I know. I know that there's a group that says, yeah, you got to do that this way. And I'm sure if I bunted Perdomo and they walked Gurriel and Locklear popped up, I'd have the other half of the decision makers or the naysayers saying that I should have done it that way. That's the space that I live in. But, I did it with conviction. At the time, I added everything up. I had a conversation with Jerry at the time, and he wanted to hit. He wanted to go out and win the baseball game. And I felt like that's one of our best hitters. When he's got that kind of a target and he's got that kind of a convicted answer, I tend to get out of their way. There are times where I'll jump in, but I felt like he was going to put a good swing on the ball and we were going to win that game.
Okay, I understand the philosophy, because then they walk Gurriel and then you take the bat out of his hands and you've got Locklear. I understand that. I still think you bunt, but I want to ask you, is that decision that you made there to have him swing the bat, is that based on what the analytics and the numbers say, or is that based on a gut feeling?
No, that was a gut thing right there. That was a conversation that Perdomo and I had, right? It was drawn up a route in the sand, trying to say, hey, look, what do you want to do? And I got out of the dugout to talk to him somewhere in front of the dugout near the on-deck circle to ask, hey, what's on your mind? What do you want to do? And he said, I want to win this game. I want to end the game right now. And I said, that's what I want to do too. Go ahead and put a good swing on this guy, and let's walk off this field a hero. They're going to be talking about you on SportsCenter tonight, and that's what we all want. So, that was a total gut feeling. The the analytics would say to bunt him over. The analytical side of it would be bunt him over, put it in the hands of the next batter, which in this case would have been Locklear. But clearly, we wouldn't know what that result would be because it didn't happen.
Okay. When I look at the rest of the season, if somebody says, "Hey, what do you want to see out of the Diamondbacks? What has to happen for the team, for Torrey?" To me, it's cleaning up the mistakes. It's McCann getting thrown out at third base, trying to tag up. It's, Blaze booting what could have been a double play ball that bring Backus in earlier. I think, I don't blame you or anybody for the reliever problem. I mean, A.J. Puck goes down, and Martinez goes down, and Manaply, and wasn't able to pitch, and Ginkel's hurt all year. The bullpen is what it is. You're bringing a knife to a gunfight. We all understand that. But I know you, and I know fundamental baseball is in your blood and what you believe in. And, how important is it, and what can you do to get this team to play more fundamentally sound baseball games?
Yeah, create awareness. Have these guys understand that everything matters. Every little small detail of a baseball game matters. And that's what's important to us. We talk about it ad nauseum here, and we go over it. We don't let any coaching opportunity pass us by. So when something happens we don't like, we coach on it right away. And, instinctually, I want these guys to perform and I don't want to hold their hand when they're between the white lines and say, do this and do that. So we educate them and we talk about all these things so they know what it looks like and feels like when they do something right versus wrong. But I agree with you, Gambo. I'm on that flight every single day of the week. If we pick up the baseball to end that inning, to end the eighth inning, Backus comes into the game fresh and ready to go instead of having a little bit of a emotional dump after he struck out Machado, having to come back in the dugout and balance that out. It's hard for a young pitcher to do that. But he learned, and he's going to figure it out the next time it happens to him. I bet there's a different result. But it hurt at the time. But what hurt us was the error by Alexander. That's good posture, good hands, practice fast, go out and do all those things that are so important to me and the Arizona Diamondbacks to execute and make that play and walk off the field high-fiving rather than having to scramble to make good plays to get out of that. The base running portion of it, we're going to take some more risks. We're not a station-to-station type of team right now. We got a little more athleticism that's sitting inside of our dugout. So we're going to press the issue. But when you press the issue in certain situations with Marte on deck, and you could be standing at second base comfortably with Marte hitting versus the inning over, I want Marte to hit. So we're going to try to eliminate those mistakes. We're going to create awareness. We're going to talk about it. We're not going to sweep it under the rug. We don't do that here. We run to coaching every single day.
All right, before we let you go, just real quick, we're already talking about it on the show. How weird is it going to be for you if everything goes according to plan and it's going to be Zach Gallen versus Merrill Kelly on Wednesday when you guys play the Rangers?
Yeah, first of all, it's going to be odd seeing him in another uniform. I don't know how much I'm going to like that. I was extremely close with Merrill, but reminds me, at our foundation event, they got into a bidding war for a trip overseas, and they kept going at it. There was haymaker after haymaker, and it was raising good money for the foundation. But I thought those are two of our players going at one another right now in real time. It's great. So we'll get another view of it here in the next couple days on Wednesday, and I'm looking forward to it. I love competition. I love to get out there and duke it out with the best, and Merrill's one of the best that I've coached, and should be a really exciting time. But it's going to be very awkward to see him in a different uniform.
All right, I expect the next time that me and John Morosi are at a game and we're down there with you, I want you to be able to have a conversation with us in Italian.
Yeah, you know what? I think I might have told you this personally one-on-one. Like, my grandma, my whole family was speaking Italian, and I checked out on it. I'm like, I am so mad at myself for not logging on and paying attention to it. But it is what it is. JP's a good man. I love watching you guys talk Italian. It was a great moment for me to watch.
Torrey, we appreciate the time as always. Best of luck against the Rockies. We'll talk to you in a week, okay?
Okay, guys. Talk to you soon. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Torrey. We appreciate it. Torrey Lavello got a game to manage coming up. Our weekly visit with him at 2:30 here on the Burns and Gambo Show every single Friday. When we come back on this Friday, ASU football. How many players might get drafted from the Sun Devils off of this year's team? We'll tell you next here on Arizona Sports.
D-backs manager Torrey Lavello, brought to you by Estrella Jalisco, official Cerveza partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Arizona Sports is the home of Diamondbacks baseball.
Get ready. Giveathon week runs August 18th through the 22nd.
Benefiting Phoenix Children's. Giveathon! Presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Rye-Refi.
Love telling you about Sanderson Ford, 51st Avenue in Glendale, and they've got their summer sales event going on right now. I'm looking at some incredible deals. How about right now a brand new 2025 Ford Explorer ST line, $39,995, or you could choose 0% financing for 48 months. You said, okay, that's pretty good. And that's no payments for 90 days. So you can have 0% financing for 48 months and no payment for 90 days on a brand new Ford Explorer at Sanderson Ford. They've also got 0% for 48 months with no payment for 90 days on the 2025 Ford Mustang EcoSport. And the same deal on a 2024 Ford Bronco Sport and a 2025 Ford Escape. 0% financing, 48 months, 0 payments for 90 days. You want to head on down to Sanderson Ford. They're on 51st Avenue in Glendale, or go online for more information at sandersonford.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Lowe's knows when you're looking for reliability, the right brand makes all the difference. And now, Lowe's is the exclusive home improvement retailer for the Whirlpool water treatment line, including their Wi-Fi softener, under-sink filtration system, and more. With Whirlpool's proven performance and our everyday low prices, better tasting, better quality water is within reach. Shop pro-trusted brands like Whirlpool and more, in-store or online. Lowe's. We help, you save.
All right, Basinonians, Presidential Pools and Spas and the Arizona Diamondbacks are giving away a pool, and you could win. It's the Summer Pool Giveaway by Presidential Pools and Spas. One winner will win a stunning new pool with Pentair equipment and beautiful decking, perfect for endless summer fun. Enter now by visiting dbacks.com/splash for more details. That's dbacks.com/splash and win a new pool from our partners, Presidential Pools and Spas, voted Arizona's #1 pool builder.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW. And Shane, you're not just my friend, you're a friend in the business for every one of our listeners.
That's right, Bick. I take personal pride in all of the listeners coming in, asking for me, and taking a personal interest in their case so that I can find them the right car at the right price. With payments on a new BMW i4 starting at $399, there is a car for everyone's budget at Chapman BMW.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll, presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, Lauren is here with us as we're live from DraftKings Sportsbook at the TPC of Scottsdale. Our draft is just getting ready to get underway. We've got the Burns and Gambo League. We've got the Bickley Murata League. We've got the Wolf and Luke League. I just went and met all of our lucky listeners, Gambo, who won our league, won a spot in our league. They're very excited to be competing against us.
There it is. You just met the group, right?
I met the group, went over there, said hi.
All right. Did you tell them you got to kick their ass?
As a matter of fact, I did.
You did?
I did. I said, it's nice to meet you all. I'm going to mop the floor with all of you.
That's right. That's what you tell them.
Yeah. I learned it from you. I learned that, that kind of, I didn't walk in and go, well, it's really nice to have you here, and good luck to all of us.
You guys, this is the loser group right here?
I'm gonna going to mop the floor. In fact, I think I even said, I'm going to mop the floor with all of yous.
With all of yous.
I think I did the all of yous. I'm going to mop the floor with all of yous.
You're loser 1, loser 2, loser 3. You're all losers.
I didn't go that far, but that would have been a good idea. Lauren, who will also be drafting this year in our Burns, she's here with today's Twitter poll update of the day. What you got? What are we asking today?
Well, we're obviously asking about this fantasy football frenzy.
Clearly.
And that is, our league is made up of us 3, Mitch, and 8 lovely listeners.
Okay. I met them. They're not that lovely.
Predict now who will win our league. Is it you, Burnsy? Is it Gambo? Is it Mitch or I, or one of our 8 listeners?
It's me. It's me. I'm going to win.
Your ego is sky high now.
I'm going to win. You know why? Because I'm wearing the Anquan Bold throwback jersey. That's why. With the state flag on it and everything. I'm going to win.
I'm going to win.
Will you be drafting your team today?
I have veto power, and I have somebody helping me.
He has a consultant.
I have a consultant.
But he has veto power over
but
the
I
consultant.
have the ability to, make the picks.
That's a very important asterisk in this scenario, that you have veto power.
Oh, yeah. I do.
Okay.
I will. I'll have a look. We're doing a radio show, so it's really going to be hard to pick a team, especially for me, because I don't follow this the way you guys do. So I will have. I do have a consultant.
Okay.
But it is my team, and I will have the ability to override or I'll have a suggestion on a pick, and then we could go with that or go with something else.
Lauren's going to be keeping track of it for us, and then when it's my pick, she's going to bring a sheet of paper over to me, and which is basically have everybody who's been taken, and I'm going to, on the air, if I'm on the air, I'm going to look at it and scratch name off. So
now, I did joke that I was just going to start crossing off people who hadn't been taken and sabotage your team.
Yeah, I appreciate that. What does the audience say on this one?
Our audience is not very confident in our show's abilities whatsoever. 60% of our audience is going with one of the 8 listeners joining our league. 20% going with Mitch or I. 11% going with Gambo. And Burnsy, I hate to break it to you. You have 9%. You're bringing up the rear.
Wow. And you're the guy who plays all the time. I will say that there is a 75% chance that we play the breaking news sounder and I report my pick before I put it in.
My sources are telling me that I'm going to draft Jahmyr Gibbs, number 5 overall.
Before the pick even comes in.
I'm reporting this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to draft Jahmyr Gibbs.
Breaking
sources
news.
Close to me are telling me this.
That's right.
Okay, that's good. You know what? Your stature as Arizona's premier sports newsbreaker is secure, Gambo.
Yes. The greatest insider of all time.
Now, if you can break my picks before I bake them,
nobody cares. Your pick to finish last.
Fantastic. I love it. Thank you, Lauren. Appreciate that.
Thank
and good
you,
luck.
guys.
Good luck to you in the draft as well. Good luck. Speaking of the drafts, today on ESPN.com, the real draft, the actual draft. Jordan Reed, who's one of the mock drafters that come NFL draft time, does a lot of work in scouting the players or whatever, he was listing the college football teams with the most top prospects. He listed a dozen teams in college football that have the most pro prospects on their roster. ASU made the list. He listed a dozen teams. ASU made the list. He believes predicted first-rounders in 2026, 1. Predicted total draft picks in 2026, 10.
Wow.
He thinks there are 10 players that are going to get drafted in the NFL on this roster right now. The first-rounder, by the way, is not Sam Levitt. It's Jordan Tyson. It's who he has as the projected first-rounder.
Is Jordan Tyson
the first Jordan guy? Tyson is the first-rounder, yes.
ASU was the Big 12 champions last year. And they punched their ticket to the college football playoffs with that drubbing of Iowa State. And they were going up against a Texas team that most people gave them absolutely no chance. And the reason why is exactly what we're going to talk about right now. Texas had all the players that were going to the NFL. ASU had one. ASU had one guy that people expected to get. It was a complete mismatch on paper, a complete mismatch. ASU against Texas. Texas was supposed to drub Arizona State because the simple reason is talent. It was talent. Texas was bigger and stronger and faster, and they had more 5-star recruits and 4-star recruits and 20-star recruits. Like, that was you had Cam Scottaboo. It was almost like one guy against everybody else. But ASU had a lot of talent that was overlooked. And they should have won that football game. They should have shocked the world and won that football game. But the thing that and I thought about this when you sent the story over. It really was such a, David versus Goliath battle between ASU and Texas, because when you broke it down position by position, Texas was better at every position.
Yeah.
Except for running back. They were better everywhere. Like, they had bigger players, they had stronger players, they had faster players, they had more 4-star recruits. They had more guys that were highly rated than ASU. And we did I wish I could go back and find the stories on this, but we did a lot of previews on that. Like, it's a complete mismatch on paper. No, you still got to play the game, and Arizona State gave them everything they could handle, and again, should have won the game. But it was clear that one of the reasons that Texas was supposed to win that game by a lot is because they had all the players that were going to the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
And Arizona State is like, where's Cam Scottaboo going to get drafted? And nobody talked about anybody else.
Yeah.
Now, a year later, we're talking about ASU having 10 players drafted?
Yeah. And Texas, for what it's worth, 12. I looked it up because you were bringing it up.
Look at you.
They've got 2 projected first-rounders. They've got 12 projected draft picks. The number 1 team on the list, just for comparison's sake, is Penn State. They're projecting 3 first-rounders and 13 total draft picks off the Nittany Lions roster.
A lot of people think that if Penn State doesn't win it this year, they're never going to. Like, enough of this. Like you want to get back to being, the dominant Penn State. Like, they're always there, and they never win anything. That this is the year that Penn State has to do it.
Yeah. We'll go over some of the names maybe a little later on in the show, but it is interesting to think of all the things. All we all want for ASU football is for them to be consistently good every single year. So the sleeping giant is awake permanently.
Yes.
To use that phrase. Sometimes I do wonder if this is the way to do it. If consistently putting guys in the NFL is the way to consistently sell this program in a way that will allow you to consistently be there and be in that position to be good every single year, because it's just so much easier to recruit, I think, when you're putting guys in the NFL. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, James Conner is running back 1 for the Cardinals. Trey Benson is running back 2. That much is obvious. How much ground has Benson made up on Conner this offseason? We'll talk about it next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
The Kansas City Chiefs visit State Farm Stadium Saturday for preseason game number 1 at the Cardinals. Our coverage starts at 1:30 Saturday afternoon on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
As parents, we watch our kids grow up, cheer at their games, help with homework, and worry about the choices they'll face. One bad pill laced with fentanyl, that's all it takes. That's why I've talked to my older kids about carrying naloxone. It's not about expecting the worst. It's about being prepared, because one dose can save a life. Please carry naloxone. Be ready. Be safe. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
Ghost Skeletor World Tour 2025. Ghost, theatrical, heavy metal, arena rock. August 11th, PHX Arena, formerly Footprint Center. Tickets on sale now at livenation.com. Don't miss Ghost.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and Arizona summers are no joke, and if your AC's not cutting it, that heat can be dangerous. That's why Parker & Sons and Goodman are giving away a brand new air conditioner installed for free to a local senior in need. So if you know someone on a fixed income who could use it, a grandparent, a neighbor, nominate them now at parkerandsons.com. The deadline is August 15th, and if your AC is struggling, call Parker at 602-2REPAIR.
Oh, hey.
Hey, thanks for meeting me here on such short notice. This place isn't bugged, is it?
Bugged? Wait, Jamie, what's going on?
It's just, you're my only lawyer friend, and I need your professional opinion. Do you see that brand new Hyundai Tucson out there?
Yeah?
That's all I paid for it.
I think I need to get back to you on that.
Do you know what you want?
Yeah. I do now.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. Get the car or SUV you've always wanted, plus America's best warranty at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. The guilt is real, but so is the savings.
Listen, I don't want to get in your business, but if that's all she paid for it, I'll have what she's having.
It's a great day for a new Hyundai at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event going on now. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Palisade, Santa Fe, and Santa Fe hybrid models. And check out our other great deals at your Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends September 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Hi, I'm Don Barano, Division President for Mattamy Homes. We're proud to be the Stories of Hope sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Giveathon. Donations go toward research, clinical programs, state-of-the-art equipment, and family-friendly services that ensure world-class care. Your support will continue to grow specialized children's care here in Arizona. Call 602-933-4567.
You can also text GIVE to 620-620.
The children at PCH need our help now more than ever.
Hey, it's Ron Wolfley. As a former NFL player, I know what it takes to build something great, and it starts with trust. I chose Legacy Green Solutions to transform my yard. For artificial grass, putting greens, and custom landscaping, these are the experts that you can trust. Family owned for over 25 years and voted best of the Valley, Legacy Green Solutions uses premium American-made turf backed by the best warranties. Text GREEN to 620-620 to book your free estimate or visit LegacyGreenSolutions.com.
Message and data rates may apply.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The drafts are underway here at the DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale, the Burns and Gambo League, the Wolf and Luke League, and the Bickley and Murata League, heavily in a heated battle of drafting. I can tell you right now, yours truly, with the first overall pick in the Burns and Gambo League, took Jamar Chase, so I'm probably going to win. We're broadcasting live here until 6 p.m., so be sure to stop by. Even if you're not in a league, you can still have a great time. We have some awesome giveaways that you can learn more about, but you have to come here in order to see what we're giving away. We're here till 6 p.m. at the DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale. Diamondbacks back in action in downtown Phoenix. They're looking to end a 2-game slide at the hands of those pesky Padres. They start a 3-game series against the Colorado Rockies at Chase Field. Zach Gallen will make the start for the Snakes. He'll oppose the left-hander Austin Gomber. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6 here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And tomorrow, the Cardinals' first preseason game is at State Farm Stadium. Kansas City Chiefs coming to town. Cardinals will get the first look at their starters. Pre-game coverage is going to start at 1:30. Kickoff is at 5. You can listen to it all on the home of the Cardinals, Arizona Sports 98.7 FM. And that is what's trending now.
The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. Your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Burns and Gambo talk Cardinals training camp now.
All right, we're live from the DraftKings Sportsbook at the TPC of Scottsdale. And we are going to be here where fantasy football frenzy draft is underway as the Burns and Gambo Show League is drafting, the Bickley and Murata League, the Wolf and Luke League. Everybody is drafting right now. Some of the first few picks are off the board. The first pick overall was Jamar Chase, followed by Bijan Robinson. I took Saquon Barkley, number 3, and then after Jahmyr Gibbs, Gambo took C.D. Lamb of the Dallas Cowboys.
I went with C.D. Lamb.
Number 5
I was going to,
overall.
yeah. So it was between him and Jefferson.
Okay. So you went with,
I went with
Dak
Lamb.
throwing in the ball instead of J.J. McCarthy throwing the ball, which I think is probably
and
a
I think
wise
Jefferson,
idea.
I think Jefferson's got a hamstring injury, too,
Okay,
right now.
so there you go. So the draft is underway. We're competing against some of our listeners over there on the other side of that wall here. But I'm here to tell you right now, if you're not down here joining us right now, that's great. But you can book your own fantasy football draft party at DraftKings Sportsbook here at TPC. You'll get a reserved space. You'll get a custom DraftKings draft board. You'll get personalized food and drink packages for your whole league. And the first 25 commissioners who book their draft party will get a $100 gift card from NFL Shop.
A $100 gift card? Just
Yes.
for booking your party here?
Just for booking your draft party here.
Okay, I'm in.
Visit DraftKingsSportsbook.tpc.com for more.
One more time.
DraftKingsSportsbook.tpc.com.
Okay, there you go.
And hold your draft party right here. DraftKings Sportsbook, TPC of Scottsdale.
Did you make a pick yet?
I did. I took Saquon Barkley.
Saquon Barkley, okay.
I took Saquon Barkley.
Okay.
Yeah, Bijan Robinson was not getting past me, but he was taking number 2.
Yeah.
I was all over Bijan. He was not going to get past me. Nope, was not. So yeah, that's the pick. The draft is underway, and
I wanted a running back, but the best ones were gone.
Yeah, that's fine. That's
those,
fine.
yeah, Barkley, Bijan, Gibbs.
And if it's my pick, I don't think you're going to do it this way. If it's my pick and we're on the air, I'm going to make a pick on the air. I'm just going to say I'm taking this.
I'll do it too.
Are you going to do that too?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, solid. All
I just got to know who's available. It's hard. Like,
well, I know, but we're working on
I thought
that.
we could see it on the computer.
Yeah,
and
we're actually doing it old school right now, kind of almost by hand with the stickers, and we're not posting it online.
Oh, I thought it would be like on, so I could like see who picked, like who's available and all of that stuff.
We're working on getting you that.
Okay.
We're trying. We're working on getting you that,
Right.
but we're not quite there right now. All right. Justin Jefferson just went. Amon-Ra. You didn't take Amon-Ra St. Brown?
No.
That's your boy.
That's my boy.
That's your boy.
I know.
Oh, Gambo.
Pickens is with the Cowboys now. Lamb's their number one guy. He's going to get a lot of. I love Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Okay. Just a little brokenhearted for you.
Yeah.
It's okay. A little brokenhearted for you.
Listen, if he's there in the next round, I might take him. Second round.
Who?
Amon-Ra St. Brown.
He just got taken.
Oh, he got taken?
He got taken. No, that's what I mean.
Okay.
He just got taken. He's out. The question is, when will somebody take James Conner? And then the question after that is, when will somebody take Trey Benson to handcuff themselves so that they've got a little insurance in case James Conner gets hurt? It's one of the things to watch for, certainly. Maybe not so much in the preseason, because I really don't think we're going to see much of James Conner. At his age, and I don't want to make it sound like he's an old man, but he's old in football years. They're going to want to be careful with him. One of the things, Gambo, we're going to be watching a lot this year is how much more of a balance there is between James Conner and Trey Benson when it comes to carries and usage and things like that. With some, and I don't think this is going to happen, but some have wondered, is it going to be a Jahmyr Gibbs, David Montgomery kind of a
I don't
mix,
think so.
Where it's, that wasn't quite 50-50,
Yeah.
but it was really close to 50-50.
No, I don't think so. I think that they still are going to rely more heavily on James Conner. He's a proven commodity. He's coming off a great year. He gets stronger as the game goes on. He wears guys out in the fourth quarter. He's great at the end of the season. He's still playing really good football. Go look at how he finished the season with all those big 100-yard games. He was so good. So I still think it's going to be – so I would say to you, I think it's probably going to be more like 3 out of every 4 carries is going to be Conner.
Okay.
And so if they have 20 carries total in a game, it'll be 15 Conner, 5 Benson. If they have 6, 12, 18, 20. If they have 24 carries, it'll be 6 go to Benson. I think it's still going to be predominantly dominated by James Conner because he is, again, he wears defenses out. Now, all of that could change if Trey Benson just pop. Like, even with Detroit, they loved Montgomery, and then Gibbs started popping some big runs. It's like, we got to get Gibbs more carries.
Yeah.
So it happens all the time. You just got to wait for that one guy. The Bears, they had like 3 running backs. It was like, can any of these guys going to pop? And so if Trey Benson pops, he can earn himself more time. But I would say to you that I would think right now that they're still planning on James Conner being more of the bell cow. And being the guy that gets the majority of the carries.
Last year, Jahmyr Gibbs got about 15 carries per game. David Montgomery got about 13 carries per game.
Yeah, because what they would do is Montgomery would start the game, and he'd go the first series. Whether it was 3 plays or 10 plays, Montgomery would play the first series. Then Gibbs would play the second series. And then Montgomery the third, and then Gibbs the fourth. Now, there were times short yardage, so Gibbs could be in the game, but there were times short yardage situation, you could bring Montgomery in at the goal line because Montgomery's the bigger, stronger back.
Yeah.
So they could do that. But they would, they really split the carries between the two of them.
I think in a vacuum, I would be foolish to disagree with you. Of course, James Conner is a major part of what they do offensively, and they'd be foolish, absolutely foolish, to go away from that and minimize that somehow. The only X factor in this to me, and you kind of alluded to it a second ago, is how much of a leap has Trey Benson made? How much of a push does Trey Benson make? How much of a larger role does he demand? You know what I mean? I don't mean demand by going in like Jonathan Gannon's office and demanding. I mean like the eye in the sky don't lie, and the tape shows Trey Benson needs to be handed the ball. But will we come in here? Is it at least possible that we come in here on a Monday, halfway through the season, a third of the way into the season, and say, hey, you know what? Not for nothing. Love James Conner. They got to get Trey Benson involved a little bit. Is that even possible?
Sure.
That we're having that? And if so, then we have to look at a different ratio in terms of the carries.
First of all, the kid's got all the confidence in the world right now. He's playing really well. He's got that first year out of the way. It seemed like last year he was very hesitant to hit the holes. Now he got better as the season went on. But he didn't get a lot of carries, and he didn't get a lot of opportunities. And part of that because of how good James Conner was, and part of it was because he needed a year under his belt. But now it seems like, okay, I got this, and Connor's pushing him and working with him, and has no problem with that. But yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's no question. Now on the contrary, if you look at the other, I mean, if he has 6 carries for 8 yards, that might tell you another story. So we're all hoping that he's the guy and that he takes advantage of his 6 carries and he has 37 yards or 40 yards or he breaks a big one. But if he doesn't, then that's another telltale sign that you've got to continue to just go with James Conner.
His yards per carry, where he had at least more than one carry. Talking about Trey Benson now. From November 3rd on last year, yards per carry, 4.6, 6.2, 4.5, 6.7, 7.5, 4.4. Right? So like good numbers. Now with not a lot of carries, right? He had 4, he had 6, he had 5, he had, so he was getting the ball in a way that you would suggest. James Conner himself has referred to Trey Benson as a running back 1 on this team, which, he's complimenting his guy, and obviously Trey Benson's been working very hard. This, to me, given how much emphasis the Cardinals put on running the football, I really do think is one of the biggest things to watch this season, and how it evolves, how the season goes, what can Trey Benson do to take some of those carries away from James Conner? And then of course Conner himself, given his age, he's usually good to miss a couple of games a season, right? I mean, that's just kind of the nature of the position and the violent way that he runs. I know this. They are a much better football team when James Conner is in that backfield. They just look different when he's back there, and I don't know if Trey Benson could duplicate that, no matter what the numbers might say. James Conner just gives them a nastiness that I don't know if Trey Benson quite brings to the table.
And he's just so hard to tackle.
Yeah,
and he's so hard to bring down. But Benson has some of that home run speed too. So if that's a little bit different than James. So if it can be more of a 1-2 punch, that'll be a little bit beneficial. But I don't know. They were like, even when we had Kyler Murray on, he talked about how explosive they were in the run game because Kyler runs too. So he did talk about how explosive they were in the run game. I think they're going to want to keep that up.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show live from the DraftKings Sportsbook here at the TPC of Scottsdale, we'll turn our attention back to the Arizona Diamondbacks, who, if what they say is to be believed, they're going to be turning some of that money that they saved at the trade deadline back into the organization. How much? We'll tell you next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Giveathon for Phoenix Children's is coming soon.
Phoenix Children's Hospital.
You can make a difference for Arizona kids when you listen beginning Monday, August 18th. The Giveathon for Phoenix Children's is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Y Refi.
Back here for Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. Unbelievable pre-Labor Day sales going on right now when it comes to the Hummer EV, when it comes to the GMC Sierra 1500, the GMC Sierra 1500 HD, the heavy-duty, very popular truck. Also, when it comes to the service department, deals that are just simply unmatched. Whether it's a service department that stays up late so you can drop your car off at night and have it ready for you the next day, whether it's their tire deal, buy 3, get the 4th for $1, whether it's, monsoon season around here, you go in for a premium oil change, they'll get you a free pair of wiper blades to go with that as well, so you can make sure you're covered when those monsoon rains hit here in the valley. Either way, whether it's buying, whether it's leasing, whether it's servicing your vehicle, no better place for you to be than Liberty GMC. 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. Liberty, GMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done. This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Cox, we're always a step ahead, like your dog who barks before the doorbell rings. Senses trouble before there's trouble, like advanced security that blocks online threats before they happen, and knows when the peanut butter's hiding medicine. That's why we keep surprises off your bill. With Price Lock, the price of your internet and mobile plan won't go up for up to 3 years guaranteed. Right, Sir Berkelot? Cox, a step ahead. Requires at least 500 megabits per second speeds and gig unlimited mobile taxes and fees excluded from Price Lock. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody. Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
You've heard the saying, it's hard to stop a train. When it comes to putting smiles on children's faces at the Phoenix Children's Hospital, nothing will get in the way when the Teddy Bear Express pulls into town. Train is the proud sponsor of this year's Giveathon, giving hundreds of teddy bears to children currently undergoing treatment at PCH. For the past 9 years, Train's commitment ensures that every child's journey through treatment is accompanied by a comforting companion, reminding them they're not alone in their fight.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi. I'm Tom Keeble. D-backs assistant GM Emil Sade shares which series made it clear the team would be sellers at the MLB trade deadline. Cardinals running back Trey Benson's confidence is through the roof after a strong training camp. And how dodgeball is helping ASU football players connect at Camp T. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi.
All right, welcome back on the show live today from the DraftKings Sportsbook at the TPC of Scottsdale. Am I on here? For some reason, oh, there
Is it your pick?
It's
Are
my
you up?
pick. Yeah, it's my pick.
Okay.
So who'd you take?
I took Brian Thomas, the wide receiver out of Jacksonville. I went 2 wide receivers. So I went CeeDee Lamb, Brian Thomas.
Okay, so you're going 2 wide receivers. Okay,
Yeah, I'm going to nab the best wide receivers available.
My dilemma here is that I'm going to go running back. I want to go back-to-back running backs here. The problem is the guy who's on the board shares the same bye week as the running back that I've already taken. So I already feel like I'm sacrificing week 8 a little bit because the two guys I'm drafting. But the value I just can't pass up on. So I'm going to take Kyren Williams, running back out of the Los Angeles Rams, with my pick, please. Thank you very much. See? Look at that.
Did you read the report about practice today? I don't think you read the practice report from the Rams.
Don't mess with me like that, man. Don't. What? Now you're going to make me Google Kyren Williams?
I'm teasing.
Okay.
I'm teasing you. Burns, he got carted off today.
That would be funny. So you've got 2 wide receivers. I've got 2 running backs so far.
Yes.
Okay, sounds good. The draft continues. The Bickley and Murata League is over there. The Wolf and Luke League is back there. And it might even be my pick again by the time we're done with this segment, potentially. So we've got that. I know you've said this a lot since the trade deadline was, a week and a day ago, right? Last Thursday. The idea of reinvesting what money they save back into the roster.
They saved $18 million on the trades. The plan was to reinvest that money back into the roster. But even Tim asked me, they're going to have the same payroll. And I said, no, I don't expect they're going to have the same payroll again. The payroll will come down a little bit. But they're going to use that money. It's like we're going to save that money and pocket it. They're going to put that money back into the team.
Derek Hall, in a conversation with Nick Picoro on AZ Central, quote, "We had those conversations. The money we saved, we can reinvest into the product for next year. We're going to have to, because we're still going to have so many guys on the IL. We're going to have to do some work on the roster." Now, here's the interesting quote to me. Quote, "Do I think we need to have the payroll number where it was this year? Probably not. But I think we can have just as good a team as we constructed by reinvesting the money that we have saved and then some." So I translated that as do I think we need to have the exact same payroll a year from now to be good? No, I do not. I still think we can be good even if we don't spend as much money. The question everybody wants to know, and obviously Derek didn't say, was what exactly is the payroll going to look like next year? Where is that number going to be?
It's not going to be as high as it was this year. It'll come down a little bit. Now, you got a lot of guys leaving, right? Some of those guys have left already. But Merrill Kelly's off the books. Zach Allen will be off the books. Jordan Montgomery will be off the books. Suarez is off the books. Naylor's off the books. Shelby Miller's off the books. There are a lot of guys that are off the books. But they also have some extent. Justin Martinez gets a little bit more of a bump. Corbin Carroll's number is going to go up a little bit. Ketel Marte. So you've got that. Geraldo Perdomo is going to go up.
Look at
a little bit. Yeah, if I speak fast, I say Perdomo. I don't know why. But if I go slow, I can say it the right way. So I think that the payroll will come down. But are they going to? Is the payroll going to come down $50 million? No. But it's not going to be as high as it was this. This was an all-time high payroll. It's not. They're not going to top that, or they're not going to duplicate it. The payroll will come down, but it's not going to come down like dramatically to the point where you're like, oh my God, you're spending like the Pirates now.
It was nearly $200 million this year, which was an all-time high.
Yeah, and they're not going to do that again.
Obviously,
it's just they're not going to do that.
It was
again.
a franchise high, but it's they do. I hope. I believe that you're right. I have no reason to not believe you. I hope it's high enough that they can give us a reason to believe that everything's going to be okay next year. You know what I mean? I hope it's like this offseason. God, we say this, when you're as perpetually disappointed as we are here when it comes to Arizona sports and watching our teams fail to live up to expectations, you get a little sick of saying this is the most important offseason ever. But this is an important offseason for the Diamondbacks. It is. They've got holes to fill. They got a lot of things to figure out. They got to figure out what level of competitiveness they're willing to pay for this offseason and how far they're willing to go, especially when you consider that inevitably attendance is going to drop off a little bit. The money that Ken Kendrick has been very transparent about it. When we make a bunch of extra money, we pour it back into the franchise, right? And he's been phenomenal about that the last couple of years.
Phenomenal.
We made a bunch of money in the postseason, pour it back into the roster. We made a bunch of money with tickets and season tickets and postseason tickets. We're going to pour it back into the roster. My concern is that the revenues this year won't be as good, and that that will dictate what the payroll is going to be more than their willingness to, hey, let's keep this going. Maybe we don't have to spend $200 million, but let's spend $175 million on our roster so we can keep this level of competitiveness.
I'd love to get Ken Kendrick on the show maybe when the season's over, because the underlying question here is the following year we could have a lockout in baseball. We might not have baseball.
27, yes.
So,
well, I was wondering when that was going to come up.
But you don't have Corbin Burns for next year. I mean, Ken's not getting any younger. If you're worried about 27, do you try to go all in for 26, or do you just kind of wait and see what happens and maybe go all in for 28? Because you're not going to have Burns or AJ Puck or Justin Martinez most likely in 26. So, like, how does that? But the looming lockout the following year, if they shut baseball down, that might be a factor for some teams.
Yeah, it might be.
It might be.
It might be, and it might be. And we're speculating here. We don't know. I mean, you're right. Ken Kendrick, and you say he's not getting any younger. He has said that to us too. On the record. Hey, that kind of motivates me here a little bit too. I want to see this thing through. When it comes to that, I don't know. I'm strangely, Gambo, and I don't know if I have a reason to be. I'm actually kind of confident that we'll be pleasantly surprised by their spending levels this offseason. Now, maybe I'm setting myself up for failure, and maybe I'm setting the fan base up to be disappointed. I have no insight on this. I want to be very clear about that. No one's whispering on my shoulder in terms of what the payroll is going to be. I'm just kind of confident that they've gotten a nice taste of what being a competitive payroll team is like, and I just don't see them backing that far away from that. This has been a nice little run these last few years. And I understand it's not my money and it's easy to say that, but they just got rewarded these stadium renovations. They just got rewarded this public funds to help them renovate Chase Field.
They still have to get a lease deal done because they haven't done that. That's an issue.
But they might feel almost like a civic obligation to a certain point to, we got to spend a little bit, and we got to try to be competitive here.
But just let me just, if you budgeted, we're going to make $100 million this year. Just giving you a number. We budgeted you're going to make $100 million. So you spent like you were going to make $100 million, but you only made $75 million.
Oh, I know. I get it.
That usually affects the next year. Like if you go back to the pandemic year, the Diamondbacks lost a lot of money. So that affected their payroll the next year. Because Ken Kendrick's like a lot of typical owners. He's never taken a paycheck. He's never taken money out. So it's not like Ken Kendrick pays himself $20 million a year. He doesn't.
Yeah.
But he'll spend the money that comes in, but he doesn't like spending money that hasn't come in.
Totally get it.
So I'll spend every dime that comes in, but I'm not going to spend $20 more million on top of that because that comes out of my pocket. That would come out of my pocket.
It's a fact I'm feeling, not a feeling. It's a feeling. It's not a fact when it comes to that. When it comes to the Burns and Gambo show, the preseason opener for the Cardinals is tomorrow at 5:00 in the afternoon. What are we watching for? Who can help themselves? What's on tap for the Cardinals in preseason game number 1? We'll talk about it next here on Arizona Sports.
The Kansas City Chiefs visit State Farm Stadium Saturday for preseason game number 1 at the Cardinals. Our coverage starts at 1:30 Saturday afternoon on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center and Dr. Jay Schwartz, a team eye doctor for the Arizona Diamondbacks and your Phoenix Suns. He does a great job taking care of my family's eye care needs. My daughter Gabriella, who's a doctor herself, goes to the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. I had my LASIK surgery done there. My buddy Vince Murata had his LASIK surgery done there. My good buddy Kevin Ray, went there for his vision correction procedure. Dr. Jay Schwartz is the most advanced LASIK technician in the Valley. Over 60,000 LASIK procedures performed. If you're nearsighted, you're farsighted, you have an astigmatism, you just want to see better, contact the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. They'll get you in, they'll do a free, thorough eye exam, and they'll give you all the options for which procedure is best for you. I can tell you from experience, 15 years after my LASIK surgery, I don't wear glasses, I don't wear contacts, I don't need readers. I see great in the daytime, up close, far away, all thanks to Jay Schwartz. All you have to do is call the Schwartz Laser Eye Center at 480-483-EYES or go online at teamidoc.com.
You still have 40 million plus vehicles globally that are driving around with a potential ticking time bomb, a grenade in either their steering wheel or their dashboard. When we look to what injuries may have transpired from a defective airbag, we generally see loss of vision in an eye, or we see facial lacerations. We also see hearing loss. Unfortunately, we started seeing death after death after death. When that passenger airbag exploded, it basically degloved his entire face. He lost his nose, he lost his right eye. The type of catastrophic injuries that one is more accustomed to seeing in a Hollywood movie, and not something from a device in an automobile that's supposed to protect you. Morgan & Morgan has a national reach in terms of handling and prosecuting cases, notwithstanding the team of lawyers that we have collected that focus only on product liability day in and day out.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-329-2121. That's 800-329-2121.
Hi, I'm Don Barano, Division President for Mattamy Homes. We're proud to be the Stories of Hope sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Giveathon. Donations go toward research, clinical programs, state-of-the-art equipment, and family-friendly services that ensure world-class care. Your support will continue to grow specialized children's care here in Arizona. Call 602-933-4567.
You can also text GIVE to 620-620.
The children at PCH need our help now more than ever.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
I'm Mitch Varel, with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The drafts are underway here at the DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale. I can tell you that Gambo just made his pick. I won't tell you who he picked. He'll have to tell you. You'll just have to hang around to see who he got into the third round of the Burns and Gambo show. Bickley and Murata group, they're fast and furious moving along. Wolf and Luke group, I hope Wolf is doing okay with his favorite activity. We'll keep you updated all night long. Come join us, too. We've got some fantastic prizes that you have a chance to win if you come visit us, but only if you come visit us. We're here till 6 p.m. when Burns and Gambo is done, so stop by, say hi, and have yourself a good time. Diamondbacks, they're back in action in downtown Phoenix. They're looking to end a 2-game slide. They've got the perfect team to do that, realistically. They've got the Colorado Rockies, first of 3 at Chase Field. Zach Gallen will get the start for the Snakes. He goes against the left-hander Austin Gomber. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And the Cardinals' first preseason game is tomorrow night against the Kansas City Chiefs. We'll get to see the starters in action for the first time this year. Pre-game coverage will start at 1:30 with kickoff at 5 from State Farm Stadium right here on the home of the Cardinals, Arizona Sports 98.7 FM. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. Do you need a new roof? Well, America Roofing's got you covered, and we're giving back. A portion of every job goes back to Phoenix Children's, so visit AmericaRoofingCo.com. Make a positive impact on a kid's life with every roof repair or replacement now through August 22nd.
The Red Reckoning. Red Reckoning. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Burns and Gambo talk Cardinals training camp. Now.
So we're live from the DraftKings Sportsbook here at the TPC of Scottsdale. Our league, the Burns and Gambo Show League, is right over that wall. Gambo, they're drafting.
Yes.
And then when it's our pick, we're yelling our pick over that wall. Sometimes we're on the air, sometimes we're not. We both made a pick during that commercial break.
Yes.
I went with A.J. Brown, which means I have 3 players who all have the same bye week in Week 8. That's not.
I hope I play you in Week 8.
I was going to say, whoever's playing me in Week 8, I'm just conceding right now.
Yes.
You will beat me. It's a bold strategy. We'll see if it pays off. You, on the other hand, you have an advisor who's kind of helping you with this during this process. You just vetoed your advisor with the last pick.
Well, we had a couple of guys we were looking at. I'm not going to tell you who they were, but just in case one of these guys last. And I went with Lamar Jackson.
Okay.
But that was one of the guys we were looking at, and there was a running back.
Okay.
And I went with Lamar.
So he was saying, hey, maybe running back here, and
yeah.
you're like, no, I'm Gambo, and I want Lamar Jackson.
I definitely wanted Lamar.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
I wanted Lamar there.
Okay, yeah, so the 3 quarterbacks.
Because there was some running backs. So quarterbacks just went, right? Burrow went.
Burrow's gone. Josh Allen's gone.
Josh Allen's gone.
Yeah, and you just took Lamar Jackson. So, yeah, we're cooking. I just see.
I wanted to the quarterbacks kind of went early, so I thought the quarterbacks weren't going to go to later. I was like, I didn't want to.
Yeah, you wanted to get one.
Those are your 3 best right there: Burrow, Lamar, and Allen.
Jalen Hurts is a good fantasy quarterback, too, I would think. Jaden Daniels is a good fantasy quarterback if he follows up what he did. But those would be the 5.
Does he have Terry McLaurin?
Yeah, that's a good question. After that, there's kind of a drop-off. I'm looking at our board. Can barely see it from here, but it looks like there's been a little bit of a run on tight ends, too. Kittle's gone. McBride's gone.
Oh, Trey McBride's
gone. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so.
I considered him there.
Did you? Yeah. Okay. So, anyway, we're here drafting. If you want to come hang out with us, please do it. We won't be doing this every break, but it's a lot of fun that we're sitting here talking about. The football that matters, the football that counts, is starting tomorrow at State Farm Stadium when the Cardinals take on the Kansas City Chiefs. We know the starters are going to play, Gambo. We don't know how much. We don't think it's a ton, but they will play. Our own Tyler Drake had a list of guys who need to start impressing the coaches in these preseason games. You can either go off that list or you can pick somebody on your own. Who do you think needs to pop in the preseason for the Cardinals?
I'm not going to go with Marvin Harrison Jr.
Okay.
But I will go with Will Johnson.
Okay.
Because I think that you need to have a shutdown corner in this league. And I think he's the guy that has the best potential to be the shutdown corner. And although I like Max Melton and I like, I like Rabbit and I like the guys that they have in the secondary and at safety, I want to have that one guy that can shut, and he's big and he's strong. I want to have that guy. So I would love to see him be that guy where after the 3 preseason games are over, that's the guy that's covering the best receiver on the other team. It's that guy right there.
Yeah.
So I want to see him pop the most. A lot of people are going to say Marvin Harrison Jr. I get it. But to me, I want to see one of the cornerbacks emerge, and I'm going to look at Will.
Yeah, I don't know if we'll see a ton of Marvin Harrison Jr. this preseason. I don't know if we're going to see a ton of Will Johnson. Will Johnson, to me, is a really interesting guy to wonder about how much we might actually see him. Because you can make an argument that you should see a decent amount of him, not a lot, but a decent amount of him in the preseason. Kind of in that same vein, I would put Darius Robinson as a guy I'm looking at this, again, with the same kind of caveat. I don't know how much he's going to play. I don't know how many snaps I'm going to get. But I got to think Darius Robinson's motor is running pretty hot right now, given how his rookie season went and maybe his desire. In fact, I remember I was out at camp like a week and a half ago before I went to Yosemite, or right when I got back. And Gannon was talking about Darius Robinson, and like a couple of times they had to tell him, hey, you're getting a little too close to the quarterback, right? Like you're getting a little too easy now. This is just camp. That's Kyler. We don't want to hurt him. That to me tells me that his motor has been running real hot so far in this camp. And I think when you turn him loose, even in a preseason setting, I think you might see some of that specialness pop a little bit. Yeah. That might make you think that he could have that big second-year jump we talk about.
Yeah, I hope so. I was listening to one of the coaches last night. I can't remember which one it is, but, talking about hey, I like that, we're out there now because then the quarterback's got to get hit. He's got to be uncomfortable. He's got to feel that pressure. He's going to get hit. He's got to feel that. That's all good. Darius Robinson, he was almost like B.J. Ojulari. When you miss a few years and you're not playing, you become more of an afterthought. Darius Robinson just missed the 1 year. There's been plenty of guys that missed a year. They struggled. They had injuries, but and then they popped. Darius Robinson absolutely has the ability to pop. Now they went out there and they addressed defense in the draft and in free agency. They did that, and there was still the chance that B.J. Ojulari was going to come back and play. We knew Darius Robinson was going to come back and play. We knew he'd have a full year of Baron Browning instead of just a partial year after the trade deadline. So those guys are all really good football players. Browning has been good, and I think Darius Robinson has been great. Obviously, BJ hasn't been able to get back yet. And so that makes them just even deeper and better with everything that they did.
Yeah. Now, if we're going to dig a little bit deeper beyond, like starters or projected starters, one other name I'd throw on there, too, is Isaiah Adams. Again, not knowing how much we're going to see him, but given how everybody's raved about him, I kind of want to see him in action in game. We had a big conversation about Trey Benson about 45 minutes ago. I think he'd be high on my list in terms of somebody, because I think he might get some look this preseason. Maybe not a ton, but I think he'll get some look. How does he look? Does he look better? Baron Browning is a guy, especially given the continued absence of Ojulari, like you mentioned. Browning, I think, is really one to watch in the preseason. I think he'll get some looks because he's kind of toggling back and forth between, is he first team, is he second team, is he a starter? He's a guy who sounds like he's very comfortable in the system. Sounds like it took him a little bit to kind of get his feet wet in it. Now that he's here, I think could put up good numbers. He's somebody I really think is to watch in the preseason, depending on how much he plays. Anybody else pop to you?
I mean, Trey, to see what Trey does. The offensive line as a whole.
Okay.
Everybody's raved about Isaiah Adams and, but I think the offensive line as a whole, because, there wasn't a whole lot, of effort put into the offensive line either. We brought back Will Hernandez. He's not going to play right away. So I think that's probably, an area. I am fascinated by the 3-4-5 wide receiver.
Okay.
But, I am fascinated because I would like to see one of those guys pop. I think Zay Jones has the best chance, but I'd like to see one of those guys.
So you're talking about guys like Xavier Weaver. You're talking about Tejon Palmer.
Yeah.
Tristan Jackson.
Sure.
Simi Fehoko as guys.
Because for number one is, you always got to be wary in case one of your guys goes down, one of your top guys.
On the defensive line, right? I've seen cut-ups of Elijah Simmons.
He's one of the biggest.
On the defensive line, right? I've seen cut-ups of Elijah Simmons.
He's one of the biggest human beings in the world.
He's eating dudes up, man.
Yeah.
I've seen some cut-ups of him, and he's just
He's
mauling
a huge
guys.
human being.
Yeah, and
he's got a chance. I spoke to them the other day about him. I did. I asked about him specifically. He's got a chance.
Yeah, there's
big kid.
There's only a couple of spots on the defensive line that are kind of up for grabs, and I think guys like Elijah Simmons, guys like Justin Jones, guys like DJ Mustapher, those are the guys who are going to be fighting for that one spot, two spots, and I think they're going to get plenty of look-see in this preseason to see what they can do, so guys like that stand out too. When we come back here on Arizona Sport, Diamondbacks back at it tonight, taking on the Colorado Rockies. We all know what the weak spot is for this team. The question is, when are the reinforcements coming? That is next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Listen during Giveathon week for Phoenix Children's Stories of Hope, presented by Mattamy Homes.
We were scheduled for a bone marrow transplant. It got postponed. It turns out that extra month gave us our last month to be with him.
The Giveathon for Phoenix Children's is presented by Your Valley Hyundai dealers and Y Refi.
With Progressive's Home Quote Explorer, you can easily find the right home insurance for you, even if it's not with Progressive. But if you don't choose us, then sure, okay, it's not going to work out. We're not going to cry about it or stay awake wondering what our future together would have looked like. We can't get emotionally invested, even if it sounds like we are. Progressive's Home Quote Explorer allows you to easily compare home insurance rates and coverages in one place, even if it's not with us. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy. I love you. I shouldn't have said that.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that, and third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Celebrate Hispanic Heritage Weekend with the D-backs. On Friday, August 22nd, enjoy a free post-game concert featuring Banda La Adictiva, presented by Estrella Jalisco. Get your tickets at dbacks.com/HHW.
At the UPS Store, we understand the importance of a first impression. That's why we're here to help you put your best foot forward and be unstoppable with our printing services. With high-quality paper stock options, banners, business cards, menus, and more, we make sure your small business stands out and your message reaches the masses. After all, we're the one-stop prints that pop store. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, prices, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install a Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 Cars for Kids.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey, it's Wolf. Join us Monday at 10 a.m. as we will be discussing which players stood out from the Arizona Cardinals' first preseason game. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Live from DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC, where our fantasy football frenzy is underway right now. The Burns and Gambo League, the Wolf and Luke League, the Bickley and Murata League. We're drafting it sometimes in the middle of a segment on the air, but you can come on down here and hang out with us today. We got lucky listeners who are part of our league right now. But more importantly, as we get closer to fantasy football draft season, you can book your own fantasy football draft party right here at the Sportsbook TPC. Enjoy a reserved space like we've got over here, a custom DraftKings sports board like we've got over there, a draft board, personalized food, personalized drink for the entire league. The first 25 commissioners, Gambo,
Ooh, it's a big deal right
who
here.
book their draft party are going to get a $100 NFL Shop gift card.
You're the commissioner.
You're the commissioner.
Have your party here.
Your
You
party
get a $100 NFL Shop gift card.
Yep.
Here's how you do it. Reach out to DraftKingsSportsbook.tpc.com. I'll say that again. DraftKingsSportsbook.tpc.com. Or just reach out to Carly Petty here and you can set that up. And again, if you're a commissioner, you'll get a $100 NFL Shop gift card just for booking your draft party.
Tons of great space, lots of opportunity here for you to come.
Great food menu.
Great food menu. Again, they'll customize things to you into your league, the draft board. You can come hang out with your crew, with your league, have a great time out here. So again, you're going to want to have your draft out here at the DraftKings Sportsbook at the TPC in Scottsdale. Come hang out and do your draft here. It's going to be a lot of fun. And if you're going to come see us today, happy hour, and that includes a special football frenzy happy hour that's going on right now as well. So we are in the middle of happy hour. So another reason for you to come see us.
Every hour on this show is a happy hour, right, Felicia? Right.
Yeah.
Every hour is a happy hour.
Every hour is a happy hour.
Exactly.
While we were away, we both made picks.
Yeah.
Who'd you take?
I took Mike Evans. I don't have a running back yet, but I have 3 great wide receivers.
Okay.
And I have Lamar Jackson, so he runs a lot. He's my running back. And I pissed Mitch off because Mitch wanted Mike Evans. He was like, "Were you picking right after me?"
Mitch wanted him bad.
Mitch wanted Mike Evans, and I snuck in there. I took Mike Evans.
Mitch wanted him so.
I loaded up on the wide receivers. My wide receivers are great.
Okay, so it's actually my pick right now. I'm looking at the board. Yeah, and I think I know. Oh, and I took. Just real quick. Well, I took Terry McLaurin.
Ooh, okay.
I know, right?
Okay.
A little bit of a ooh,
Okay.
yeah, right? Like, okay, like I hope they figure it out. I hope
Anthony's
they get it
sending
done.
pictures of the draft board, so I'm looking at that with my consultant because I have a consultant.
You have a consultant who's helping with
just
you on
helping
this
me
one?
because
Sure.
we're doing the show too. So
yeah, we're trying to do live radio and this at the same time.
You're up right now. So
I'm up
two
right
picks
now.
away.
Yeah, I'm up right now. So I think I'm gonna have to take me. Give me Kenneth Walker, please. Kenneth Walker, running back out of Seattle. To Kenneth Walker. So
okay, I'm not kidding. I think he is hurt.
Is he? Well, it's too late now. I took him.
Oh, yeah, it's too late. Yeah.
It's too late now. I took him.
Because I was thinking about him in one of the other rounds.
Kenneth Walker, news. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think.
No, okay.
I don't think he's hurt. Yeah, I don't think he's hurt. So okay, he's on the team too. Anyway, so that's our draft that's going on right now. I think your pick is coming up. I think we're sneaking back the other way, so it'll probably be your pick here in a minute.
Two away. I just need to know who the next pick is, and then I can figure it out.
And then you can figure it out. Okay.
Figure out who I want.
Diamondbacks bullpen. You sent me a story today.
A little bit. I want to see more of him. They mentioned Hayden Dirk, just 23 years old, and he's putting up good numbers. So, this bullpen just vanished this year. What we thought was going to be a great bullpen turned into an absolute disaster of a bullpen. So, I'm looking for almost like reshuffling the deck altogether and starting new with a whole bunch of young arms that all throw heat. So I would love for Hoffman and Garcia and Burgos, and I'm not saying I want all the guys gone. I still like Saul Frank, and I like the Bacchus kid.
Sure.
But I don't know, I honestly don't know next year if I can count on Thompson and Ginkel, and I know I can't count on Puck and J-Mart. So the best 4 guys you had in the bullpen this year going in, I don't know that you can count on any of them for next year, which is why I think it's so important that some of these young guys pop.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about paths to them being relevant and interesting next year and competitive next year. I mean, I don't think it's that crazy as it suggests. Certainly, some of it has to do with their rotation, obviously, and how how Jordan Lawler does clearly. But we've seen the value of a great bullpen. Now, I don't know if these guys are going to comprise a great bullpen. I have no idea. But if 2 of them, 3 of them can make up a good bullpen. Like, think about all the things that you can overcome when you have a good bullpen, right? Like, and I know that's a lot to ask of these kids.
Think about how many games they would have won if their bullpen. They had a 3-2 lead after 6 against San Diego. They had the game that the Padres scored 5. Like, so many. We're gonna look. They're gonna look back at the end of the season and gonna kick themselves because there's probably 15 games that they should have won that they didn't because of the bullpen.
Yeah, and it's within those margins. That is the difference between them being out of it and in it. That's the difference between them being 9 games out of a wild card spot and 6 games out of a wild card, or 3 games out of a wild card spot. It's just the bullpen. You can just factor it down to that. Now, when it comes to guys that we've talked a lot about, the young guys that we'll be watching, the guys who came over in the trades. There's no doubt that whether it's Burgos, whether it's Garcia, who, like you said, we saw. Hoffman, you mentioned him. Dirk is a really interesting guy because his arm is a live arm. And there's a lot of potential there for not only bullpen work, but back-end bullpen work, like real closer, potential closer type stuff. I know he's further away, but he's also old enough that you would think he might make his ascension pretty quickly. I don't know. It's just that's clearly, in addition to the starters they got from Texas, clearly one of the things they were going for were bullpen arms who could be relatively ready right away. And I think if even a couple of those guys can hit, it makes the gap between where they are and where they want to be next year a whole lot smaller.
Sure, absolutely. All right, I'm going to make my pick online. Ready?
Okay, yeah.
Am I up right now?
Is Gambo's up? All right, here we go.
From the Denver Broncos. Was this going to be your pick? I'm going to take R.J. Harvey.
Okay.
From the Denver Broncos.
I think Mitch maybe thought you were going to take Bo Nix, which is, I don't know why you would. Do you think he was going to take Bo Nix? Just a Bronco period makes you mad. Okay, I got you.
Mitch wanted to take the whole Broncos.
Of course he did. Of course he totally did.
I love my New York teams. I don't know that I want anybody from those teams. They're so bad. When your home team, when your hometown team sucks so bad, you don't take any of their players.
Yeah, at this point, with the way I'm ignoring quarterback, I might end up taking Justin Fields.
I got to try to hit a home run or not. This kid's a rookie. But he may get a lot of playing time, so I got to try to hit a home run or two I got to try to surprise with some of my running backs.
This draft is testing my theory in how I really don't care that much about quarterbacks. By the time I take one, you're going to tell I really didn't care that much about taking a quarter. I like to load up on the wide receivers and the running backs.
Oh yeah.
I take a quarterback much later, and the quarterback it's getting thin for sure. When we come back, we're going to pull her away from the draft as well. Lauren is going to come in here. She's got the 4 o'clock reset. We'll get you caught up on everything going on in sports. That is next here on Burns and Gambo.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Love telling you about asset preservation, wealth, and tax. And if you are looking for a financial advisor, I'm going to recommend the guy that I've been working with for a long time. And he does an absolutely fantastic job. His name is Stuart Willis. And I've worked with him for so long. He's done such a good job in helping me with my financial plan, retirement plan, even a tax plan. Because eventually we all have to pay taxes on money that we are saving tax deferred. If your financial advisor doesn't have a tax plan for you, you might have the wrong financial advisor. They always should be talking to you about a tax plan. That's why I recommend Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. 5 locations in the Valley, and he does a fantastic job of helping you have the right plan. Now, I will tell you there's never a bad time to start, but the sooner you start with a fiduciary, a financial advisor, I believe the better off you're going to be. All statistics and surveys and studies show that working with a financial advisor, you're going to do a lot better than trying to do it on your own. I recommend getting a free portfolio review by calling Stuart right now at 602-877-PLAN. That's 602-877-PLAN, or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Hey, home sellers. Arizona has had more homes that didn't sell in the past 6 months than in the previous 2 years combined. Thousands of sellers left stuck with no offers and no sale. Do what I did so you don't get stuck. Call Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. With Carol's Guaranteed Sale Program, sell your home at a price acceptable to you or Carol will buy it. If your home didn't sell or you're thinking about selling, call Carol Royce today or visit CarolHasTheBuyers.com. That's CarolHasTheBuyers.com. Carolyn Seller must agree on price and possession.
You still have 40 million plus vehicles globally that are driving around with a potential ticking time bomb, a grenade in either their steering wheel or their dashboard. When we look to what injuries may have transpired from a defective airbag, we generally see loss of vision in an eye, or we see facial lacerations. We also see hearing loss. Unfortunately, we started seeing death after death after death. When that passenger airbag exploded, it basically degloved his entire face. He lost his nose, he lost his right eye. The type of catastrophic injuries that one is more accustomed to seeing in a Hollywood movie, and not something from a device in an automobile that's supposed to protect you. Morgan & Morgan has a national reach in terms of handling and prosecuting cases, notwithstanding the team of lawyers that we have collected that focus only on product liability day in and day out.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. What was your experience with Dr. Joe like, Cynthia?
He's a genius. He's amazing. He's great with his staff. He makes you feel like family.
So if you guys were to be asked by somebody that is listening right now, would you get the all-on-4 dental implant treatment? Why would you tell them to go to Aria Dental Implant Center?
They take care of you. The price is right. They work with you. They have a great system there.
Yes, they do.
Can't beat it.
And what about your confidence level as well?
You remember when you used to be really confident in your 20s and 30s?
Yep.
Well, you gained that back.
Big time.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms.
I'm Mitch Varel. With Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The drafts keep on rolling here at the TPC Scottsdale DraftKings Sportsbook. The Wolf and Luke League, Burns and Gamble League, and the Bickley and Murata League are in a furious frenzy to finish up their 15-player drafts. We're rocking and rolling here on Burns and Gamble. We'll get you an update on where things stand in the draft coming up in the reset. But if you're not already out here and you're off work and you're looking for something to do, come hang out. We'll be here until the end of Burns and Gambo drafting away. It's also a great place to be in general. Great view. There's lots of sports on the TVs. Plus, we've got some fabulous prizes that you have a chance to win. So you got to come down, check us out. Again, the DraftKings Sportsbook here at TPC Scottsdale. You've also got Diamondbacks baseball that you could watch tonight. Looking to end a 2-game skid. They got a 3-game series that starts tonight against the Colorado Rockies. You got Zach Gallen on the mound for Arizona. Goes against the left-hander for Colorado, Austin Gomber. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6 right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And then tomorrow, it's our first look at the Arizona Cardinals in football action against an opponent. The Arizona Cardinals' first preseason game against the Kansas City Chiefs from State Farm Stadium in Glendale. Pre-game coverage is going to start at 1:30 in the afternoon with kickoff at 5 right here on the home of the Cardinals, Arizona Sports 98.7 FM. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gamble, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
4 o'clock reset time here on the Burns and Gambo Show. We are halfway home on this Friday afternoon, live from the DraftKings Sportsbook out here at TPC. Lauren is here. She is drafting her team as well. We're in the middle of our fantasy football frenzy with listeners of the Burns and Gambo Show. How's your draft going? You feel good about it?
Well, I thought let's lead the reset with an update on all 3 of our fantasy football teams.
Let's do it.
All right. Burnsy, we'll start with you because you were talking a big talk when we showed up here earlier. You started with Saquon Barkley. You moved to Kyron Williams, A.J. Brown, Scary Terry, and then Kenneth Walker.
All running backs and wide receivers so far.
How do you feel about that?
The quarterback's going to be a little slim pickings, and I'm probably going to have junk at tight end. But
don't look at the bye weeks, too.
And I don't look at the bye weeks because 4 of my 5 guys have the same bye week, which is just terrible strategy. But my strategy is always to load up on running backs and wide receivers and get as many as I possibly can. That's always my goal. That's what I'm going for. I'll figure out the quarterback tight end thing later.
Gambo, your team right now looks like CeeDee Lamb, Brian Thomas Jr., Lamar Jackson, Mike Evans, and R.J. Harvey.
Yeah, very heavy at wide receiver. I'll probably play 4 wide receivers. I can, right?
No.
You can play 3.
I can play 3 wide receivers.
Yeah,
but you got the flex position, though, too.
We counted the flex. Yeah, that's the third one.
You still have to start 2 running backs.
I still have to start 2 running backs.
Yeah.
Okay.
You might want to start concentrating on that position here pretty quick.
I added one. I added Harvey.
Okay.
I'm really debating whether I should have gotten Montgomery, because you know how much I love Montgomery.
Oh, I'm surprised the Lions. Yeah, you need some Lions
I think
on your
I
team.
might have made a mistake there with Montgomery. I might have made a mistake there, because I really love Montgomery.
Okay. Well,
All right.
you love your Lions. Lauren?
I don't love the Lions, and that's why I don't have any on my team. My team right now is Bijan Robinson, Brock Bowers, Ladd McConkey, Alvin Kamara, and Xavier Worthy.
I like that team. It's a little high for a tight end for me, but Brock Bowers is kind of special, so that's good. Yeah, there's not going to be anybody left at tight end by the time I get around to picking that position. I'll tell you that right now.
We both don't have quarterbacks, so we can split that later.
Yeah, we can figure that out later. But yeah, so the draft is going on right over there. The Bickley and Murata draft is going on over there.
Oh, I'm almost up.
Are you almost up?
I'm 2 picks away.
Oh.
Kyler Murray just went.
Uh-oh.
So Kyle Big TDs just took Kyler Murray. And the McMillan kid from U of A just went to I'm Jaded.
Really?
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm marking this off as we're going.
Oh, Caleb Williams just went.
Who in our league took Caleb Williams?
Somebody just to spite you, probably. Somebody just
joke's on them.
So
Christopher Columbus. Some guy named Christopher.
That's funny.
I meant Christopher. That's a phenomenal pick. I will support you all season long.
There you go. I like it. Our draft continues. Gambo's pick is coming up. In the meantime, what else is going on in sports? What else we got?
All right, well, let's lead off with what headlined Gambo's email to all of us today. What do Gino and the great Gambo have in common?
Geno Smith.
Yes.
What did Geno Smith and the great Gambo have in common?
A certain digit on your hand. They have a certain one of the fingers on the hand.
We both gave the middle finger yesterday.
Yes. Gino, as he was walking off the field during the preseason
and me
game,
live to a studio audience.
And Gambo
Twice,
live
by the way. You doubled down on it.
On YouTube yesterday during the broadcast. Yeah.
What do you mean I doubled down?
You did it once, and then you reenacted you doing it the first time, so then you did it twice on air.
Oh, well, Gino did the double fist.
Yeah, don't do it again. Don't do it again. Don't do it again.
I'm not. I got to close his
fist.
He did the double bird. Yeah. So okay. Well, now is Gino. The question is Gino or the great Gambo are either going to get fined for this?
Who? Travis Kelce just went.
I'm gonna say no right now.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm leaning no.
There's a decent chance Gino might get fined for that, but the great Gambo, no way.
No way.
No way.
An update on somebody else's finger. Anthony Richardson went down early in the preseason game yesterday. He did not return a finger injury.
Okay, so what's interesting about he dislocated his pinky. It was kind of nasty. What's interesting about that is, I mean, the Cardinals don't play the Colts until like week 6, so that's probably not really a relevant factor there. But Anthony Richardson and Daniel Jones are having a QB1 battle in Indianapolis. It might impact who the starting quarterback is going to be for the Colts this year, potentially, if he has to miss any time and he sits. So maybe this does, somewhere down the road, impact the Cardinals when they play the Colts. I think it's in week 6, like I mentioned, because this might impact the quarterback battle there, for sure.
I'm just thinking about my pick right now. So I'm not thinking about, thinking about the injuries because
I
am on the clock right now. So
okay.
I'll listen in.
You
Lauren and I will just
it's
go.
The Burns and Lauren show.
Here we go. Let's do it.
All right. Shedeur Sanders, he will play the majority of the snaps against the Panthers today. Kevin Stefanski announced it'll be roughly 50 plays of game work.
Wow. I know they've got some injury, like Dylan Gabriel's hurt. One of their other quarterbacks is a little dinged up, so it's almost out of necessity. That game is actually on right there here at the DraftKings Sportsbook, and there's Shedeur right now getting ready to take the field. Something worth keeping an eye on. Gambo, you're getting fidgety over there. You've got a pick to make?
Yeah, because I'm going to take Mark Andrews, the tight end.
All right, we got a thumbs up from Paul. Mark Andrews, the tight end,
yes,
has been taken.
I'm going to play the entire fantasy football league without a running back.
I was going to say, that's a strategy.
Who's this guy advising you? Does he just not believe in running backs?
No. I mean, wait.
Doesn't believe in
He just
running
doesn't believe in running backs in this league?
Just like Burns, he doesn't believe in extending
I
running backs.
I could have taken a running back there.
Okay.
But I got Lamar, so now I got Lamar to Mark Andrews.
Okay. All right. That's fair. That's fair.
I mean, it's a good combination.
Okay.
And for what it's worth, Shedeur just handed the ball off. It was really elegant and really graceful.
Hey,
a lot of people think that they're almost setting him up to fail by having him play in this game.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, they know they took him in the 5th round of the draft. I don't know why they would set him up to fail, but obviously there's going to be a lot of attention on Shedeur Sanders. Yeah, they're half their quarterbacks.
They're going to keep 4. They said they're going to keep 4 quarterbacks on the roster. Is what the predictions are.
So he has to play.
And the Cardinals, they have their first preseason game tomorrow against the Chiefs. Pre-game coverage for that one starts at 1:30 with kickoff from State Farm Stadium at 5 p.m. You can listen to that game right here on 98.7.
We've been talking about that game a lot today. Obviously, how much run will the starters get? We're not expecting it's going to be a ton, but it's certainly going to be some. Given the depth that they've got, certainly at corner, certainly among the defensive line, I think those are 2 positions that bear a lot of watching. The inside linebackers and how that kind of shakes out behind the starters. I think there's a lot of beyond the starters and what little run they're going to get tomorrow. I think there is a lot of interest to watch out of the Cardinals in their preseason opener tomorrow.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, it's because as much as we're talking about the starters playing a whole lot, it really has a lot to do with like the defensive line depth and the 5th wide receiver. And there are a lot of jobs that are open that are going to be determined by this.
And the Mercury, they got the win last night, 95-60 over the Indiana Fever. Sophie Cunningham's return. We get another triple-double from Melissa Thomas in that one.
Her 3rd straight game with a triple-double, which I was shocked to learn today is the first time that's ever happened in the WNBA.
Is that good?
Yeah, that's pretty good. It's pretty impressive. Her 3rd straight triple-double in a row. Over the last 3 games, Alyssa Thomas has 41 points, 33 rebounds, and 32 assists. I think that's pretty good. And with the win, obviously without Caitlin Clark, the Phoenix Mercury have matched last year's win total at 19.
And they had a little bit of a struggle, after they lost that home game to the Dream. Then they went on the road to New York. They struggled a little bit there to find their footing, but it was a big win last night against Sophie Cunningham's team. Sophie hit a deep 3 last night. Did you see that?
Yeah, she was 5 of 8 from. She had herself a nice game in her homecoming last night.
Yep.
And the D-backs, they return to action tonight. Zach Gallen is on the mound. They'll face off against the Colorado Rockies. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. But let's dive into the NBA to end this reset because opening night for the NBA will be the Rockets versus the Thunder and the Warriors versus the Lakers.
Okay, so obviously there's not going to be nearly as much interest in the Phoenix Suns this year. And that is also reflected in the Christmas Day schedule, which Shams Charania leaked as well.
Would you like that?
Burge is like, I don't got to work Christmas Day!
I'm like that.
For the first time in 5 years, the Phoenix Suns are not playing on Christmas Day.
Is this the first time in 5 years?
First time in 5 years they're not on Christmas Day.
They played Dallas. They played Denver.
Yeah, Denver a couple of times.
Yeah.
A couple of times, yeah.
There was a Bucks game in there. Yeah, it's nice not having a game that you have to watch. I know it makes it sound like we're complaining about having to watch sports, but sometimes it's nice to not feel like there's a game you have to watch because you're talking about it the next day. It does make me a little bit sad though
that they don't get a marquee game.
Yeah, that the Suns are not a marquee franchise anymore, and they don't. The Christmas Day games is a badge of honor.
It's going to be a long time until they get a Christmas Day game.
I know. It's just
going to be a while.
And that makes me a little sad. That makes me, because it was a fun run there where they were relevant enough to demand being on Christmas Day every single year. And now that phase has ended. And that actually makes me a little bit, as excited as I am as not having to have to work on Christmas Day.
It's like when your team gets a Monday Night Football game.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, wow, we got Monday Night Football. Oh, we got Christmas Day.
I'll tell you, he was happy about it. The guy over that wall right there, Vince Marotta, maybe you've heard, the PA announcer of the Phoenix Suns.
Oh, yeah.
He's thrilled. My Christmas Day. Thrilled, I tell you. I'm sure he's thrilled about it.
Those Christmas Day games for you guys are Cavs at Knicks, Spurs at Thunder, Rockets at Lakers, Mavs at Warriors, and T-Wolves at Nuggets.
The usual suspects.
So I know what Mitch will be doing.
Yeah, the usual. And the Suns used to be a usual suspect.
What game are you most looking forward to? Give me T-Wolves Nuggets.
T-Wolves Nuggets for me, too.
I'll take T-Wolves Nuggets out of that group.
Give me
peace on earth. Give me love. Give
Please.
me love. Give me peace on
Spurs at Thunder. Give me Spurs at Thunder.
Ooh,
yeah, give me Spurs
okay.
at Thunder. Let's see what the Spurs got this year. Let's see if they belong. Yeah.
And with that, that's your 4 o'clock reset.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, I think it's my pick.
I think it's your pick.
So I need to get a little caught up. All the impatient people over there are waiting for me to make my pick. I just got to get caught up on what's happening.
Burnsy wants Xavier Weaver.
No, I do not. I'll make my pick, and then when we come back, we're going to talk about Kyler Murray and his expectations on this team this season, and that's next on the Burns and Gambo show.
The Kansas City Chiefs visit State Farm Stadium Saturday for preseason game number 1 at the Cardinals. Our coverage starts at 1:30 Saturday afternoon on the home of Arizona Cardinals football, Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
We're back here for Global Credit Union. So many reasons for you to be a member. You could bank at a bank. But why bank at a bank when the benefits of banking with Global Credit Union are just so much better because they're answering to you? I'm a member of Global Credit Union. They're answering to me as one of the members. They want to make it as good for me as they can, whereas banks are worried about Wall Street and their shareholders and their stockholders. They're answering to a totally different set of people. Global Credit Union's answering to me. And as such, Global members, there's a complete commitment by Global Credit Union for low to no fees. So between the low to no fees on your accounts, the better interest rates that you can get on your accounts, Global members collectively saved $195 million last year. It makes a difference. That's why I'm a member, and that's why you should explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Enter the Kilt Lifter Kickoff Sweepstakes to win 2025 Cardinals season tickets. Just head to Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe, scan the QR code to enter, and enjoy Arizona's award-winning Kilt Lifter.
Summer's here, and so are friends, family, and fun. But emergencies don't take a vacation. That's why having naloxone in your home first aid kit matters. Naloxone can reverse an opioid overdose fast. It's safe, easy to use, and it could save a life while you wait for help to arrive. This summer, be ready. Add naloxone to your home first aid kit because seconds matter. And so do the people you love. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW. And Shane, you're not just my friend, you're a friend in the business for every one of our listeners.
That's right, Bick. I take personal pride in all of the listeners coming in, asking for me, and taking a personal interest in their case so that I can find them the right car at the right price. With payments on a new BMW i4 starting at $399, there is a car for everyone's budget at Chapman BMW.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
At Spark Men's Health, we treat ED differently. Instant, lasting solutions tailored to you. 87% of our patients see results on their very first visit, or it's free. That's the Spark Guarantee. Reignite your confidence, your performance, your life. Book now at sparkmenshealth.com or call 480-550-8579. Again, 480-550-8579.
The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. Your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Burns and Gambo talk Cardinals training camp now.
All right, we are live from the DraftKings Sportsbook here at the TPC of Scottsdale. And once again, a reminder for you, while our fantasy football frenzy is going on right now, the Burns and Gambo League, the Wolf and Luke League, the Bickley and Murata League, and we've got a bunch of our great listeners here. So many people have come up and said hi, and we really appreciate that. They're drafting in our leagues right now, which is awesome. But there is also an opportunity, as we've mentioned before, it bears repeating. There is an opportunity for you to have your draft here. You can book your own fantasy football draft party here at DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC. You can enjoy your own space, a custom DraftKings draft board, a personalized food and drink package for your entire league. The first 25 commissioners of your league who book their draft party will get a $100 NFL Shop gift card. So if you're thinking about getting the guys together, getting the league together, and having a draft somewhere where you're all face-to-face, right here, all the food, all the drink, all the customization, your own draft board. And
this is great.
If you're one of the first 25 people to do it, you're getting an NFL Team Shop gift card.
$100 gift card.
Yes.
If you're one of the first 25 commissioners to book your spot. So get in here, book your spot. If you're a commissioner, you're going to benefit with 100. Plus, this is a great place to have it. You're going to be thrilled with just how awesome this place is, the food, the beverages, all the TVs. You'll have a great time with your group.
The website, if you need more information about booking your draft party here, is DraftKingsSportsbook.tpc.com. Again, that's DraftKingsSportsbook.tpc.com for more information on that. I just took a quarterback finally. I took Baker Mayfield.
Steve Young was not available.
Steve Young was not available.
I know you asked about him.
I did. I asked about him. He was not available. I did take Baker Mayfield, though, which I feel like in the 6th round is decent value, you know, knowing that I need a quarterback and I don't want too many more to go off the board before I do. I don't love it, but I'll take it. My pick is like 2 picks away, and Lauren is working on getting my draft board caught up so I can make a pick when it does. Kyler Murray, we had him on our show a couple days ago when we were at a Cardinals training camp, and we appreciate the Cardinals making him available to us. He also spoke to their in-house media team, Danny Surek, who does a really good job for azcardinals.com, along with the rest of the crew over there. Did a one-on-one sit-down with Kyler. Now, we didn't get time to flip the audio. We've had kind of a busy day here, but you and I both watched the video.
Yes.
And I had two what I thought were interesting takeaways to the video, and I just want to match them up to see if you had the same takeaways.
Yes, he hates defense.
That was one of the takeaways.
Defense wins championships, but you know what? I'm an offensive guy.
Yeah,
Screw that.
I play offense. I don't necessarily agree that defense wins championship, but he was kind of asked about the idea that hey, this organization went out and really invested in the defense and kind of trusted that the offense was fine, trusted that the offense didn't need anything. And he's like, yeah, I get it. You know, defense wins championship. But I'm an offensive guy. I don't know if I really subscribe to the idea that defense wins championship. I don't know if he was saying he wanted them to go get him some help and some bodies, but he has a firm belief that the offense will still be the reason why the Cardinals win games.
I thought the other thing was the stats don't matter, right? I mean, you could look at the stats all day long. This guy throws for this many yards, and this guy throws this many touchdowns, and, like, wins matter. The stats don't matter. Whatever we need to do to win a football game matters. It doesn't matter if I throw for 350 yards and 3 touchdowns if we lose the football game. We got to win. And if there's games where I throw for 200 yards because we're running the ball really well and we're dominating on the ground and time of possession and I don't throw for more than 200, that's okay as long as we win the football game. So he talked a lot about, and I'm kind of like putting it verbatim, but stats don't matter so much. We just have to win football games.
Stats don't. I mean, I hope. Look, for all the conversation that we've had about Kyler Murray, and trust me, he is going to be the most talked about guy over the next 4, 5, or 6 months. So just get used to it because there's a big referendum on Kyler. For as much as the conversation there is about Kyler, man, if we can come in here every Monday and Kyler Murray doesn't have a great game or doesn't put up great numbers and they're winning, fine. You know what I mean? Like I'm not putting Kyler Murray's personal success ahead of the team. I don't, now we could have conversations about whether he's worth the money that he's making or things like that. But if you're telling me that Kyler Murray comes in here and on a Sunday he puts up okay stats, so numbers, and they're winning, fine.
But with that being said, I mean, we've talked about this a lot over the years. There are times in a game you need your quarterback to win the game.
Yeah, of course.
We could sit there and say, okay, if you've got a great running game and you've got a great defense, and that was one of the things I really enjoyed about the Bickley and Murata conversation with Jim McMahon. he talked about Buddy Ryan and how Buddy, when Jim McMahon got here, it was like, hey, we don't have to do very much. Our defense is going to shut them out and just hand the ball off, and we're going to win football games. And it didn't work out very well for him because Buddy Ryan hated offense, just hated offense. And that was a good conversation with Bickley and Murata, and I enjoyed it because McMahon, he talked about, that when I got to Arizona and Buddy was here, like I told Buddy, like, you don't know anything about offense. Like, you don't know anything about it. But there are times in a game when you can have a great running game. There are times in a game where they'll stack the box, they'll take the running game away, and like, okay, now my quarterback's got to make a play.
Yeah.
We talked about that with Sam Levitt. Like, okay, Camp Scottaboo's so great, but, there are games you're going to have to make some plays to win a football game for them.
Well, of course, and when I say what I said, obviously there's a middle ground, and I think you point out the middle ground. You can't have a terrible quarterback and expect to go. Your quarterback, you're going to have to lean on him to make plays to win games. I'm just talking about those almost like, so it's funny, we're doing our fantasy draft here, almost from a fantasy perspective. Hey, Kyler Murray went 31 of 40 for 350 yards, and he had 3 touchdowns and no picks and a quarterback rating of 152.5 or whatever. That's all fine and well. But Kyler Murray can also have a day where he completes 60% of his passes, throws for a little over 200 yards, and as long as he's not turning the ball over, he doesn't, if you can get to the point where he doesn't have to do spectacular things all the time, like you're dependent on Kyler being spectacular for you to win, that's a great place as a football team to evolve to. We're not relying on our quarterback being awesome every play all the time, because that's just a lot to ask of anybody. And Kyler's not good enough for that. But Kyler's never going to be good enough to be the guy, hey, we need you to be great all the time. That's the only way we're going to win. He's not good enough for that. He's just not, I don't think.
No. But, there's, especially when you get to the playoffs, your quarterback's got to make plays for you to win. He's got to convert that 3rd and 10, when you're at your 20-yard line and you don't want to have to punt from your 10, to give them good. You got to make some plays. And it's not about, like, again, that's not stats. That's just, can you make 4 or 5 plays in a game that help your team win? Doesn't mean throw them for 300 yards. It just means there's 4 or 5 times you need to bail your team out when things don't happen. You throw an incompletion on 1st down, the running back gets stopped on 2nd down. You've got to make a big third down play.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Lot more. We'll see how much we see out of Kyler tomorrow when the Cardinals take the field against the Kansas City Chiefs. Of course, you'll hear that game right here on Arizona Sports, the local.
You're close. You're up.
I'm on the clock.
You're on the clock.
I'm on the clock. I'm looking at my team.
Burnsy's on the clock.
Real quick, and oh boy,
Jacoby Brissett.
No,
he wants Jacoby Brissett.
I'm not taking Jacoby Brissett, but I will. Oh boy. You know what?
Aaron Rodgers.
I'm going to need a minute. You're going to have to. I'm not ready to make a pick right now. I'm going to have to look at this and contemplate. All right. I'm sorry. I'm just not.
You listen. Everybody else gets 1 minute. You get 10. Well, true. You get 10 minutes.
I don't know if you know this. It is the Burns and Gambo show. I mean, there's a reason why my name comes first.
Right.
On the billboard, right? Like, I get 10 minutes, everybody else gets a minute. So
you speak first, so your name comes first. You speak. You're the first person to speak.
When we come back here on the Burns and Gambo show, the Phoenix Suns booted off Christmas Day for the first time in 5 years. There's a reason why. We'll talk about that, and we'll talk about the leadership on this basketball team and where it's expected to come from next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Join us for Giveathon Week, August 18th through the 22nd. You'll hear from the patients and families getting life-saving care at one of our country's premier children's hospital networks. The Giveathon for Phoenix Children's is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Y-Refi.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. My friends at Y-Refi are humbled to be this year's co-presenting sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Giveathon. And at Y-Refi, they understand college didn't turn out how a lot of us hoped. The degree? Check. But the debt and detours, not what anyone planned. That's why Y-Refi helps struggling borrowers refinance private student loans with a plan that actually works. Visit YRefi.com today. That's YREFY.com. Y-Refi is not available in all states.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844. Online at lifechangerloan.com.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, what's it? Juice box. I'm a mom.
I'm good, seriously.
Let me check. Oh, hot sauce. Take it.
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins, a balloon. Wait one sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line, $100 per month on Experience Beyond. Finance agreement $829.99 and qualifying ported. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay out via virtual prepaid card. Allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Monsoons. Wild winds. Roof destruction. Driving rain. Is your roof prepared?
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing. We offer free estimates and up to 12 months, same as cash. Let's get your roof ready before the storm strikes. Remember, there's only one way, the right way.
The right way roofing, and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Hi, I'm Trisha, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, where we're all about you, your style, your budget, your dream engagement ring. Are you looking for a style that's classic, modern, vintage, or something in between? Not sure? At Shane Company, we're here to help. We have so much style under one roof because a friend knows you like options. Drop by or visit us at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
I'm Mitch Varell. This is Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The drafts roll on here at the TPC Scottsdale DraftKings Sports Book. It is a party down here, but we're only going to be here for another hour and a half. So if you want to come by, say hi to Burns and Gambo, say hi to Bickley Murata, say hi to Wolf and Luke. We're drafting away. Come see us. Come say hi. We've got some awesome prizes that you have a chance to win as well, but you can only enter if you come down here. Come check us out in Scottsdale. We're going to be here until 6 p.m. Diamondbacks are going to be back in action as well later tonight in downtown Phoenix. A 3-game set with the Rockies starts at Chase Field. Zach Gallen will get the start for Arizona. He'll go against the left-hander Austin Gomber. First pitch at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6 right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And then tomorrow, what we've all been waiting for, local football. The Arizona Cardinals, the starters no less, will be playing in their first preseason action tomorrow against the Kansas City Chiefs. Kickoff is at 5. Pre-game coverage will start at 1:30 at State Farm Stadium, right here on the home of the Cardinals, Arizona Sports 98.7 FM. This report is brought to you by Presidential Pools. Presidential Pools and the Diamondbacks are giving you a chance to win $40,000 towards a brand new pool. Enter now at dbacks.com/splash. That's dbacks.com/splash. Say that 5 times fast. The Presidential Pools Summer Pool Giveaway.
Arizona Sports Suns. A new horizon shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Burns and Gambo.
Kind of a sad day, I guess, for the Phoenix Suns. A sad day? A little bit.
booted
That
off.
they're not
off
on
of Christmas Day. A little bit. I mean, look.
I'm
This
happy they're not on Christmas Day.
Well, I know, but this is where you and I differ from people who are listening to us, and I want to make sure I'm really clear about this because neither one of us would ever complain about our job. We have one of the coolest jobs in the world.
It's a cool job.
Right? It's a cool job.
It's a lot of work.
I love my job.
Yeah.
But, there have been a couple of times the last few years, especially when the Cardinals and the Suns are both playing on Christmas Day.
Yeah.
And we might have a show the next day, and you go, "Oh boy, Merry Christmas to me!"
I
got to watch them.
6 hours watching
a bunch of
NBA
sports,
basketball.
and, so I can talk about it the next day. And again, that makes it sound like I'm complaining about it. Maybe we are a little bit, but I don't mean to make it sound like that. It's just it is. When you're expected to have watched these games and you're doing a 4-hour radio show about it, you kind of have to know what went down and be ready to speak on it. So in that regard. Okay, yeah.
It doesn't sound good if you come in and you do the show like the Suns played yesterday.
Oh, they played? I was opening presents and carving a turkey all day. I have no idea what the Suns did. What are we going to talk about today,
I was watching the night
the night before Christmas.
What was the Scrooge one? What's a Scrooge one called?
It was.
I'll just go with It's a Wonderful Life. I was watching It's a Wonderful Life. I didn't even know the Suns
Christmas
were on.
Carol. It's a Christmas
Carol.
Yeah.
Christmas Carol. I like the one with George C. Scott.
Yeah, the one with George C. Scott
That's my favorite.
is the classic.
That's my favorite.
But it is, for if you're just a fan of a basketball team, Shams Charania leaked the 5 games that are going to be on Christmas Day today. And for the first time in a half decade, the Phoenix Suns aren't on them. Now, look, no one's surprised, but it is kind of the end of a little mini era for the Suns.
Right.
An era of relevance and attention and expectation and belief around the league that, hey, this is one of the premier must-watch teams in the league. And that's gone. And like you said during the reset, it probably ain't coming back anytime soon.
Yeah. They beat Denver this past year.
Okay.
They beat Denver. I'm just going to go back as we talk about these. I'm going to go each one because I just don't.
There was a Dallas game in there, maybe a couple of Dallas games.
Yeah, I'm just going to go one by one. So then the year before that, they lost to Dallas.
Okay.
That was at home. They lost to Dallas 128-114. Now let me go to 2023. We'll just do this. 2023, they played on Christmas Day, and they lost to Denver in overtime. Landry Shamet led the team with 31 points. They lost to the Nuggets in overtime.
You know how I think I remember that game for?
Okay.
That was the game Devin Booker re-injured his groin badly. Do you remember the game where he hurt his groin in like mid-December and really wanted to come back and play on Christmas Day? And he came back and played on Christmas Day, and he lasted like 5 minutes.
4 minutes.
And he re-injured the groin, and he was out for weeks after that. Yeah, I remember that because I remember coming in the next day like, oh, man, why did he play?
Yep.
Why did he play?
And then the first one was 21-22. That was the first time, I think, and I'm going to look regular season here. And that was their first, and they lost to the Warriors.
Okay.
So the first Christmas Day game, it was Chris Paul and DeAndre Ayton, and there was no Kevin Durant there or Bradley Beal. They got the Warriors on Christmas Day, and they lost at home 116-107. So I think they were 1-3 in the 4 Christmas Day games. That was Booker. Booker was 5 of 19 from the field, 1 of 5 from deep. He only had 13 points in that game against the Clippers. Steph Curry had 33. That was Jay Crowder, Mikal Bridges, DeAndre Ayton, Chris Paul, Devin Booker. Cam Johnson coming off the bench, JaVale McGee coming off the bench, Cameron Payne, Landry Shamet coming off the bench. They lost. So that was the first time, 116-107 to Golden State, and then the Dallas and the Denver games.
Yeah, the first year of Chris Paul being here, they did not play on Christmas Day. I'm just looking at it now. But that was also, all right, I remember now. The reason they didn't play on Christmas Day that year, that was the year where the season started late because of COVID. That was the year they were coming off of the bubble, and the season didn't start until like the day before Christmas.
Right.
So that was the wonky year.
The year before.
The year before, where the season started in late December and ended in like August, right? Because and that was the year the Suns were in the finals. So anyway, it doesn't. Look, there are bigger fish to fry than whether the Phoenix Suns are on Christmas Day or not. I'm just kind of looking back on it like you are one of the most relevant teams in the NBA when you're scheduled on Christmas. And when you're not, you're not. And the Suns aren't anymore. They have been booted out of that hotel. You sent me a story today, since we're talking about the Suns. I thought it was interesting. ranking like who the expected leaders are going to be on the Suns.
Yeah.
And I was really surprised by who number 3 was on the list because I get it. There's not a lot of great options on this roster, but I was kind of surprised who they thought the third most leadership guy should be on the Suns.
It was the Phoenix Suns on SI. I like this kid. He does a good job. Brendan Mao. And I met him a few times and talked with him. And so, he did a story, and I took a look and I read through it because I like to read some of the young guys' articles. And it says, who are the Suns' top leaders for this season? Obviously, they had Booker number 1, I agree with, and they had Dillon Brooks number 2, and I agree with that. And then it was number 3, and number 3 shocked me. Number 3 was Colin Gillespie. So they had Gillespie number 3, then Royce O'Neal number 4. But here's a kid that barely played a whole lot last year, was on a 2-way contract, and he has him as the number 3 guy. I really truly believe that they believe that Colin Gillespie can be a TJ McConnell type.
Okay.
They really truly they liked him. He did some tremendous things last year. He's not afraid to shoot the ball. He's an excellent passer. He doesn't turn it over. High basketball IQ, smart player. He's a tricky guy to watch out for. Like when we talked about point guards and everybody kept saying to me, why don't they go get Chris Paul? Why don't they go get Russell Westbrook? Why don't they go get Ben Simmons? And I kept saying, no, they're not getting this guy. Even major national publications were saying, the Suns have interest in Ben Simmons, and I'm like, no, they have zero interest. They even have less than zero. I went to the movie reference. Less than zero interest in Ben Simmons. They didn't have interest in Chris Paul. They like Colin Gillespie. They like him. They're putting their faith in him. They believe that he warrants some serious playing time. Now, the way I see it is Booker and Green are going to start, and then at some point Green's going to come off, and Gillespie's going to play the end of the first quarter and the beginning of the second quarter. And then that's when Booker may come off. So he'll play a little bit with Book in the first quarter and a little bit with Jalen Green in the second quarter. I think that's the plans for him now. We'll see if that's the way it materializes.
But with all due respect, that's a different conversation. The conversation you just had is like pecking order and playing time and how
we're talking about
this
leadership.
Is leadership.
Yeah.
This is a different deal now.
Unless
and I'm looking at the roster, and I'm not saying I disagree with it necessarily, but if the backup point guard who's going to get 15 minutes a game, 18 minutes a game, if you're counting on him to exude the third most leadership, you're lacking.
Yeah. Unless you
believe
that he's going to get more playing time than that, and that a point guard has to be a leader, that the point guard is the natural leader. And they are. The point guard has the ball in his hands. He's the natural leader. He's the floor general. But I understand your point. Your point is, how could a guy – it's almost like how could a starting pitcher be the leader of the team when he plays once every fifth day?
That's exactly it.
How can a guy who's only going to play 15 minutes be a leader of the team? I understand your point.
That's exactly it.
We don't know how many minutes he's going to play, but he's going to play.
Yeah. I think it speaks to, and I know they had to swing the pendulum the other way, but who you're going to pick? Mark Williams? He's 23. You're going to pick Jalen Green? He's been around for a while, but he's not an older player. Like in a perfect world, Jalen Green should be in the top 3 on this list and not Colin Gillespie, because Jalen Green's going to play, and he's going to play a lot, and he should exude, and maybe he will be. And this is just one list. I'm not going to make this out to be like the commandments or anything. It's one guy, one list. But in a perfect world, Jalen Green should be the guy who's a leader on this basketball team, because he's going to get a lot of run on this team.
I think Dillon Brooks is a great leader. I do think he's a great leader.
I agree.
I think Booker has to be the leader of this team.
Of course. I'm not saying
and Brooks will take it. If Booker doesn't do it, this is what we know. If Booker doesn't take the lead on that, Brooks will take it.
Yeah,
because Brooks is going to speak up.
It's non-negotiable.
Yeah.
I'm just talking about who's the third guy on that list. Is I think it needs to be Jalen Green and not the other. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, there were a couple of preseason games last night, and as crazy as it sounds to say it, they might have an impact on the Arizona Cardinals. And we'll tell you how, and we'll tell you why, and we'll tell you next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Who's on top in high school sports in Arizona and who's building up a powerhouse to unseat Arizona's best programs? Kevin McCabe talks with Arizona high school coaches and athletic staff Saturday mornings at 9 on The Kevin McCabe Show, presented by Brooklyn Betting. The Kevin McCabe Show, Saturday morning at 9 on the local sports leader, Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Love telling you about JLC Roofing, and if you need a new roof, nobody does that better than JLC Roofing. Matter of fact, they offer our listeners $1,500 off a full replacement roof. $1,500 off a full replacement roof with JLC Roofing. They do a fantastic job. They'll help you right now if you need a new roof or if you need a repair. They get free estimates on repairs. All you have to do is call 602 Roofing. It's a real simple number. By the way, they're third-generation roofers. They're a great local company right here in the Valley. 8 employees have been with them over 20 years. Third-generation roofer. The grandfather started the company, the father, and now the son. They go up on roofs. They fix roofs. This isn't a company that was bought out by another company, bought out by another company. This is a great local roofing company. Second largest in Arizona, by the way. Call them at 602 Roofing. That's 602 Roofing. Or go to jlcroof.com.
Eggland's Best, the only eggs with more fresh and delicious taste, plus superior nutrition, available in so many delicious varieties. Classic, cage-free, organic, free-range, and pasture-raised. Eggland's Best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s, and less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635, and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and Arizona summers are no joke, and if your AC's not cutting it, that heat can be dangerous. That's why Parker & Sons and Goodman are giving away a brand new air conditioner installed for free to a local senior in need. So if you know someone on a fixed income who could use it, a grandparent, a neighbor, nominate them now at parkerandsons.com. The deadline is August 15th, and if your AC is struggling, call Parker at 602-2REPAIR.
These days, there's nobody more important than my guy Robert from All Pro Shade Concepts. My backyard stays cool and private thanks to the roll-down shades he installed. Robert, you're saving backyards, man.
That's what we do, Wolf. We block the brutal Arizona sun so you can actually use your backyard even when it's triple digits.
Absolutely. Your team did an awesome job from the console to the install. I can't thank you enough.
We're happy to help. Call or visit allproshade.com for your free estimate and free installation. That's allproshade.com.
Draft season is here, and there's no better place to kick it off than DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale. Join Burns and Gambo and your favorite Arizona sports host for the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Draft Party, Friday, August 8th from 2 till 6. And don't forget, you can book your own fantasy football draft party at DraftKings Sportsbook. Enjoy a reserved space, a custom DraftKings draft board, and personalized food and drink packages for your whole league. DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale, the place to be this football season. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
The D-backs face Jose Ramirez and the Cleveland Guardians for a 3-game series starting August 18th. Secure your tickets now at dbacks.com.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll Update. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, in the middle of drafting our teams here.
Who gave the middle finger better, me or Geno Smith?
That's the poll question?
That's the poll question.
Well, Geno Smith did it because as soon as you did it, you're like, I shouldn't have done that. Whereas he is like, yeah, double birds, let's go, right?
There you go.
You know, whereas you were like, what did I do? Oh, I shouldn't have done that. Should have done that. No, that's not the poll question today.
I enjoyed your Gambo, by the way. I think that went unnoticed.
I shouldn't have done that. Sorry. The Cambo sounds nothing like that at all, so I'm not really sure why I went there with that. Hi, Lauren. You got a poll question for us. We're in the middle of our fantasy football frenzy here at the DraftKings Sportsbook at the TPC of Scottsdale. The draft is well underway. I think we're about halfway through, So,
our draft, the other shows, I believe, are done.
Are they really?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
are we
we're on air?
Okay, well, all right.
Yeah,
we have to try. Yeah, people have to wait for us to get off. To make our pick.
Pick up the pace here a little bit here, people. Let's go. You made your pick. I made my pick.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, that means it's my.
Well, that means you're holding us up. So read that poll question.
Okay,
I have not been holding this thing up.
I don't think I have either. I've been very quick.
I think that you two are being too kind to yourselves. All right. Our poll question today is: our league is compiled Burns, Gambo, me, Mitch, and 8 of our greatest listeners of the Burns and Gambo show. Who do you think will win the league?
Me.
Burns, Gambo, Mitch and I, or one of our listeners?
Me. I'm going to win.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah. Loud and clear.
Wow, something just happened. Byron, come here. I'm going to go me.
Okay.
I'm going to go me, but there's something wrong. I can't hear anything right now.
Oh, really?
Byron,
okay.
check out my headphones.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Well, then I will give you the results of today's poll question, which is 58% of our audience is going with one of the 8 listeners.
Okay.
22% going with Mitch or I. And Burnsy, I've got some good news for you.
Did I pass Gambo?
No, you're tied.
Okay.
10% going with you or Gambo.
All right. That's the poll question. Go make your pick.
Thank you.
Keep my sheet updated if you would, please. And thank you, Lauren, as the draft goes on here. And I'm sorry that we're holding everybody up, but we'll get over there. Oh, Gambo, what are we doing? We're changing things out here for Gambo. Something happened. Boy, that's what you get for,
Can you hear me?
Oh, I hear you fine. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah. No, that works now. Hold on.
Live radio is the best, isn't it? Try that again. Let's see. Check 1, 2.
Now
you got it.
Yeah,
You're good.
the box just got fried or something. Something
really?
happened, but the headphones are just went out.
Okay. But you're good now. You're
but
okay?
thank goodness we got Byron here to save the day.
You know what? Amen to that, man.
Yes.
I don't know what we would do without Byron. Byron,
I can't hear any of you guys.
But you can hear us now. You're good.
You.
Yeah, you're fine. You're fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. So there have been some picks that have made. I just took Chris Godwin, the Tampa wide receiver. Yeah, we got to pick up the pace a little bit. We're only about halfway through our draft right now. We got to go.
I'm leaving once the show's over. So if the draft isn't done, I'm not staying.
We gotta get going tonight. I mean, Luke Lipinski, he's already done, for goodness sake. So we got to go. We got an hour and 15 minutes, and we got to pick it up. Last night in the preseason, and again, no one's ever gonna look at the preseason and go, ooh, this means this, or ooh, this means that. It's more like, here's a little something to keep an eye on, here's a little something to pay attention to, sort of thing. There's something that happened last night in 2 of the preseason games that maybe somewhere down the road could impact the Arizona Cardinals. Maybe. Thing number 1 was Anthony Richardson got hurt again for the Colts. Now, the Cardinals play the Colts in Week 6.
Right.
It's a dislocated pinky on his throwing hand.
They listed him as day-to-day.
Yeah.
But, that's big news.
It's big news because he's competing with Daniel Jones for the starter spot in Indianapolis, and maybe this opens the door for Daniel Jones to win that job, which means that maybe Daniel Jones is the starter against the Cardinals in Week 6 and not Anthony Richardson because of it, potentially.
Yeah. I mean, Daniel Jones is a veteran quarterback. He led the Giants to the playoffs that one year, and they got clobbered by the Eagles, but he's one of those guys that's very capable of coming in and being a starter. And he might be better than Anthony Richardson for all we know. So we'll keep our eye on that. Anthony Richardson, with the injury, this was the kid that was their first-round pick in 2023. They're bringing Daniel Jones. He's bounced around a little bit now. But that's something to keep your eye on, obviously, because the Colts are playing the Arizona Cardinals this year.
The other thing that happened last night, admittedly, I had this game on in the background. There is this rookie out of Seattle. He's a 5th rounder out of Colorado State. His name is Torrey Horton. And you know what I'm talking about?
Yep,
have you read all the stories?
Yep.
Apparently, he is just a who dat guy in Seattle.
Has anybody taken him yet in the draft?
I don't think so. His teammates are calling him the steal of the draft. His teammates are calling him Jerry Rice Jr. He had a knee injury that wiped out the second half of his senior season at Colorado State. He's back. He's healthy now. He's been turning heads at practice. He impressed in his first preseason game. Again, I know it's just the preseason, and everything about this is like grain of salt. But it is interesting that a division rival of the Cardinals has a guy that is becoming one of the talks of the preseason for how he's played in camp and how he's done in the preseason so far.
Yeah, there's no doubt. I mean, this is one of those guys that's really taken the league by storm with what he's done, and like all the stories. Torrey Horton, hype train build steam with touchdown in Seahawks wide receivers preseason debut. It took one game for the Seahawks rookie to make the 49ers look foolish. Rookie wideout Torrey Horton could be pivotal part of the Seahawks' success. They're very, very excited about him. Might have gotten themselves a steal right there.
Yeah, and now look, they've already got Jackson Smith-Jigma. They've got Cooper Kupp, Marquez Valdez-Scantling as well. I mean, they've got a decent group of wide receivers. Of course, they don't have DK Metcalf anymore. They don't have Lockett anymore. They've moved on from both of those guys, so they're kind of reinventing their wide receiver core on the fly. But, I mean, that's one of the things that, if you're a Cardinals fan, it's kind of annoyed you with the way the Rams have been drafting the last couple of years that have maintained their relevance. And if Seattle starts doing the same thing where they're drafting really well, I mean, it makes it that much harder for the Cardinals to kind of gain any footholds in the division if everyone's going to keep doing so well in the draft. It's not just one guy. He's just a fifth rounder. I get it, but it makes it that much tougher for them to make any run. Is it my pick? Yes, Lauren. Am I up? Okay, give me
peace on earth.
Ramondre Stevenson, running back out of New England, please. I'll take him.
Okay, Stevenson.
Yeah. Okay. So far, so good.
I'm up next, I think.
You're not up next after whoever picks after me. So it'll time out perfectly with the commercial break for you to be able to make your pick.
All right, perfect.
Because when we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, it's going to be about Marv and it's going to be about Trey. Is that going to be good enough when it comes to the Cardinals passing game? We'll talk about that next here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings.
Marvin Harrison Jr. with knee soreness, which has been chalked up to not much to worry about. We're just erring on the side of caution. When you went into a red and white practice, all due respect to Zay Jones, he was your number one receiver on Saturday. That, to me, kind of illuminated some of the concerns that people like us have had. Why didn't you go out and address the wide receiver position?
This could be the position that you look back at the end of the season and say, we knew it. Why didn't you go after this? We all knew it.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Love telling you about the Lund Mortgage Team. They're available nights, weekends, anywhere you are in the Valley. All you have to do is call them at 623-889-0130 for all of your mortgage needs. Let the Lund Mortgage Team help you. A lot of people getting pre-approved for a mortgage right now, and they're doing it absolutely free. You can get pre-approved absolutely free with the Lund Mortgage Team. Now, they've been around for over 30 years, so they can help you when it comes to a refinance, new home loan, pre-approved for a mortgage. Let the Lund Mortgage Team give you a call. They're available for you, whether you need to do the refinance or you want to do a home equity line of credit, or if you absolutely are looking at a home and you're saying, hey, it's time. It's time for me to buy a home. I'm tired of renting. Matt Oliver, Lisa Lund, the whole crew over there is absolutely fantastic at what they do, and they will help you every step of the way. So call the Lund Mortgage Team for all of your mortgage needs at 623-889-0130 or go online at lundmortgage.com.
Ready! Hi, my name is Brent Sanderson with Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. What makes Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning a great choice for customers is that you know when Ready comes to your home, you're going to get an honest assessment, a positive experience from start to finish, a very comfortable, no sales experience. Our mission is to come in, assess the situation, troubleshoot, and solve your problems and leave you smiling.
ReadyServices.com. Ready.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code DRIVER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code DRIVER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code DRIVER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a great opportunity for you to win tickets to the sold-out UMB Bank Fiesta Sports Foundation football kickoff event presented by the Fairmont Scottsdale Princess. This prize includes a VIP meet and greet with former Bears quarterback Jim McMahon, a 2-night stay at the Fairmont Scottsdale Princess, and a chance to hear me MC this awesome event on August 15th. Enter to win at arizonasports.com/contests.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. We're broadcasting live from the DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale. We're only here for another hour. So if you want a chance to see Burns and Gambo, we're the last group drafting for what it's worth. Wolf and Luke show are done. Bickley and Murata show are done. As we're wrapping things up here at the DraftKings Sportsbook, TPC Scottsdale. Come hang, come see us. We'll be here for another hour if you want to say hi. Diamondbacks will be in action in downtown Phoenix, looking to end a 2-game slide. They start a 3-game set against the Rockies at Chase Field. Zach Gallen will get the start for the Snakes. He'll go against the left-hander Austin Gomber. First pitch at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6 right here, 98.7 FM, Arizona Sports app. Also on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM, but not tonight, tomorrow, the first preseason game for your Arizona Cardinals taking on the Kansas City Chiefs at State Farm Stadium. Kickoff is at 5. Pre-game coverage starts at 1:30 in the afternoon here on the home of the Cardinals, Arizona Sports 98.7 FM. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Parker & Sons is there for your air conditioning needs. Beat the heat with their same-day service and never pay extra for nights, weekends, or holidays. Call Parker.
The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. Your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Burns and Gambo talk Cardinals training camp now.
Camp is over. At least the State Farm Stadium portion of it, as they wrapped it up with a practice yesterday. Off day for the team today. They're back on the field tomorrow for preseason game number 1, as we welcome you back to the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Tomorrow, Gambo, at 5 o'clock, we get our first look at the 2025 Cardinals, albeit a preseason look. And we get to start to see some of these battles, some of these younger players. We'll see the starters. We'll find out how much they play, et cetera, et cetera. And we'll see what decisions are starting to be made. It was interesting. We talked about this earlier in the show. And what conclusions you want to draw from it, man, if you're a Cardinals fan, it's entirely up to you. Teo Mackey, who covers the team for AZ Central, looked at the moments in training camp where they went 11 on 11, right? It's like the closest thing to football that you're going to get in a training camp. And in those moments, he counted the number of times Marvin Harrison Jr. was targeted, the number of times Trey McBride was targeted, the number of times the ball was handed off to James Conner or Trey Benson. And it was interesting, not interesting. It was very predictable in that it was, maybe as you would expect, heavy targets for Marvin Harrison Jr. and Trey McBride, and not a lot for anybody else.
Well, the first thing that sticks out to me is what a gap there is between their top two best offensive weapons that aren't a running back and then the next one, because it's so heavily slated towards Marvin Harrison Jr. and Trey McBride, and not towards like the next guy, which is A. Jones or Dortch or any of the other players. So it's very heavy with the first two guys. So I do think there's a big talent drop after those two guys to the next best guy. And the other thing is I would love for somebody to establish themselves as the next best weapon in the passing game. And I don't know who that is. I mean, I think it should be Zay Jones because he's done it before and he's proven. But could it be Dortch? Could it be Weaver? Could it be Palmer? I think the preseason's going to tell a lot about those guys and their opportunity to jump into that spot.
Yeah, I think so too. And look, I understand. They're full speed 11 on 11 practices. It's not a perfect representation. It's not like, oh, this is football and this is how it's going to be. But it was, Marvin Harrison Jr. got 14 targets. Trey McBride got 13. Then you go all the way down to Zay Jones. He got 5, and Trey Benson got 4, and Greg Dortch got 3. Mike Wilson only got 2 in those moments. Now, Michael Wilson missed some time with the concussion. That obviously plays a factor in this. The other thing that plays a factor is that Marvin Harrison Jr. missed a couple of those 11 on 11s, and Michael Wilson had 5 targets in one of those games when Marvin Harrison Jr. was out. But it does kind of paint this picture, I think, of an offense that is still going to run the ball a lot, is still going to throw the ball to their running backs a lot, and is going to be very, very, as you would expect, Trey McBride and Marvin Harrison Jr. centric. Like that is going to be the bread and butter of the passing game, is going to be those two guys. And I don't know. This might be one of those deals where, for a Cardinals fan who's been saying, man, they need to go out and get Terry McLaurin, they might look at something like this and say that's the reason why. For a Cardinals fan out there who said, man, I wish they would have drafted a wide receiver in the 3rd round, they might look at this and say that's the reason why. It's just too much going to just these two guys, and we need a better third pass catcher out there to be able to rely on. And the Cardinals, some fans might look at it and say, hey, they made a mistake by not going after a guy like that.
Yeah, it could be. But think about how many guys they passed on already that they could have got. How many guys have they passed on? Like, we talked about Keenan Allen and Amari Cooper and Gabe Davis, and they could have had with those guys. Like, they could have went and got one of those guys, but they didn't. They didn't. Monty has faith in the players behind Marvin Harrison Jr. That includes Michael Wilson. It includes Zay Jones. And it includes whoever's, Dortch and whoever's going to end up being the 5th receiver. They know the guys. They like the guys. They didn't go out and get anybody else. Now, will that come back to bite him in the ass? I don't know. I don't know. I think we're all waiting to see if Michael Wilson can step up or not. You talk about guys that have a big year. This is a big year for him.
Oh, yeah.
They really like Zay because Zay's done it before, so they really like Zay. So I think it's important for one of those guys to establish themselves, maybe even in these preseason games.
Yeah, and Zay is, look, he had a very uneven year last year because of the suspension and missing the first half of the season. And then, all eyes are on him. But you're right about Michael Wilson. Michael Wilson is the X factor in all this. Michael Wilson is the guy who, and there's pressure on him. There's a lot of pressure, I think, on Michael Wilson. Hey, show us why, and he's acknowledged this. He said this out loud. Show us why we were justified in not drafting another wide receiver. Show us why we were justified not signing Amari Cooper or one of these veteran free agents that were out there. And Michael Wilson knows the spotlight's going to be on him because of that he needs to. That doesn't even mean he has to put up extraordinary numbers. We're talking about, 4 catches a game, 5 catches a game? It's not much that you'd be asking out of Michael Wilson.
4 catches a game is, I think, quick math, 68 catches for the year.
Yeah.
68 catches for the year.
Which I think would be 14 or 15 more than he had a year ago, if I remember right. It's not on a team with Marvin Harrison Jr. and Trey McBride. I mean, there's just only so many targets to go around. So we're not asking about a whole lot out of this guy, whoever this guy is going to be.
But it's games, too. Like when you start talking about your second and third wide receiver, when you've got when your top two options are McBride and Marvin Harrison Jr., you're not looking for consistency. You're not looking for a guy that just gets, I want 4 catches every. You're looking for a guy that's going to pop 2 or 3 times because you're playing a great defense and they take Marvin Harrison Jr. out of the game. Or you're playing a great defense and they've got a great linebacker that could cover Trey McBride. I'm looking for you to pop in those games. I'm not looking for consistency out of Michael Wilson. I'm looking for, there's going to be 3 or 4 times each year that a defense is going to take Marvin Harrison Jr. out of the game. They're going to take him out. Or they're going to take Trey, they're going to limit Trey McBride's production because they're going to go all out to stop him. Those are the games you've got to step up in. Those are the games you've got to have 7 catches for 80 yards and a touchdown because Trey McBride only had 4 catches, or Marvin Harrison Jr. only had 3 catches for 40 yards. So for me, when I look at the production from Michael Wilson, I'm not looking at, I need you to be a consistent player. I need you to pop when those guys are shut down.
Yeah.
I need you to pop when good defenses take those guys out.
But this is also kind of like the James Conner conversation we had earlier in the show, too, in that there's part of me that says, hey, you're telling me that on most games, Marvin Harrison Jr. and Trey McBride are going to have way more targets than anybody else, and I'm going to tell you that's probably how it should be. Because they're 2 of the best players you have on offense, and I want the ball in their hands a bunch. Those are 2 guys. You know what I mean? Like it's. I'm not going to sit here and go, oh man, we really got to spread it out. It's got to be more even, and it's got to be equal. Like no, Marvin Harrison Jr. is a special, singular talent. He was drafted to be that. Getting him fully integrated with this offense is of utmost importance to everybody. Target him a lot. Now, we get 4 or 5 games into the season, and it's like it was last year. He's getting a bunch of targets and not a lot of catches. I'm going to be concerned. I'm going to be worried. But for now, get Marvin Harrison Jr. the ball as much as you can. Get Trey McBride the ball as much as you possibly can. That's how the passing offense here needs to function. It's not we've got 3 great wide receivers, let's spread it out and get everybody. No, you've got 2 elite players out there. You need to get them the ball as best you possibly can.
Yeah. And I think when it comes down to it, again, I think it's not just, it's not just, the Trey McBride and the Marvin Harrison Jr. What happens when a team loads the box and says, our goal is to just shut down James Conner?
Yeah, and I think a lot of teams will do that.
Right, and now,
Cardinals,
now instead of throwing the ball 24 times a game, you say we got to throw it 35 times a game. Those are the games when you expect that number 2, number 3 wide receiver to pop.
All right, so we're live here at DraftKings Sportsbook at the TPC in Scottsdale. Well, our draft is still going on right now. I think we're getting to the point where it's just that Gambo is actually on the clock right now. You are on the clock for what it's worth. As we are grinding our way through, if you are looking to have your draft somewhere fun, may I suggest to you right where we're at right now, the DraftKings Sportsbook, because I tell you right now, you can book your own fantasy football draft party right here at DraftKings Sportsbook TPC. You can get your own space, a reserve space, a custom DraftKings draft board, personalized food and drink packages for your whole league. The first 25 commissioners who book their draft party will get a $100 NFL Shop gift card for doing it. Reach out to www.draftkingssportsbook.tpc.com. Again, that's draftkingssportsbook.tpc.com and book your draft party here. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, Diamondbacks are back in action tonight. They're taking on the Rockies. And for Zach Gallen, it's a big start. And we'll tell you why next on Arizona Sports.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Live streaming shows and podcasts. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. Cynthia, you did a ton of research on this. And why is it such a good value at Aria Dental Implant Center?
One of the things I liked about Aria Dental is their wide range of plans that you can choose from. So it doesn't matter what your range of income is or what your finances are, they can make it happen for you. And I didn't find that in other implant centers. That was a key game changer for me.
The pricing, they worked with our pricing because, we all have bills and everything.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they made it work.
You need to make one call to Aria Dental, and that's all you need to do. They will take care of the rest.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
Football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Enter the Kilt Lifter Kickoff Sweepstakes to win 2025 Cardinals season tickets. Just head to Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe, scan the QR code to enter, and enjoy Arizona's award-winning Kilt Lifter.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Struggling with ED? You're not alone, and we can help. At Spark Men's Health, 87% of men see lasting results on their very first visit, or it's absolutely free. No gimmicks, just real lasting solutions tailored to you. Get back to the man you know you are. Call now, because confidence shouldn't wait. Call at 480-550-8579. Results are no cost at 480-550-8579.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s, and less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635, and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
Hey, it's Luke. Join us Monday at 10 a.m. We'll be giving our biggest takeaways from ASU's Camp T scrimmage. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
All right, welcome back. Burns and Gambo show here at Arizona Sports, the local sports leader on this Friday.
I just took the Ravens defense.
Well, I've already made 2 picks since you've taken the. So you
have
got a pick coming up.
Oh, I got a pick coming up. Okay.
You got a pick coming up. Gambo, you actually have a pick right now.
Oh, jeez.
This thing's going fast now.
I will say that this has been really hectic to do it like this.
Oh, I know. Yeah,
it's really hectic.
It's fun, right?
It's
just like really... it's just kind of going off flying by the seat of our pants here. But yes, you are on the clock, and then we have a ways to go until you and I pick again. So you make a pick here, and then it frees everybody else up to go with.
To just go. Okay.
Yeah.
I got to look.
Okay.
I got to look at the board.
You look. You see what you can find there. Your guy's still helping you, right?
Yeah. It's just it's hard because I'm trying to do this show and then look at a board and try to figure out who's picked and. But I'll have one in a minute.
Okay. You know what? I'll talk while you look for a minute. How about that? I'm looking up at one of the big screens right now here at the DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC of Scottsdale, and I'm seeing Merrill Kelly pitching for the Texas Rangers. I don't think it's the first time he's pitched for the Rangers, but it's the first time I'm seeing him pitch for the Texas Rangers, and it is weird to see him in that uniform pitching. Less than a week, next Wednesday, it's going to be Merrill Kelly versus Zach Gallen, who are going to be pitching against each other, which is also going to be weird. But tonight, the Diamondbacks are back home. They're taking on the Colorado Rockies. Zach Gallen is getting the start, and in theory, all the pressure is off. In theory, hey, you're not going to get traded. Now you just have to pitch as well as you can and kind of figure out what's going to happen in the offseason. I think tonight is an important start for Zach Gallen because they're taking on a Rockies team that is horrible. I mean, just awful. They got outscored 45-6 by the Blue Jays in a 3-game series. And yet,
historic.
Zach Gallen has an ERA of 11.70 against the Rockies this year. And you were reading off to me his career numbers.
8-1 with a 3.53 ERA and 17 career starts. That includes the starts this year. So overall, even with the outings this season, he's got 8 wins, 1 loss, and a 3.53 ERA against the Rockies. So when you look at it, if you take those out, the ERA is probably, low 3s.
Yeah.
If you take it out. But he's got a big sample size against them, and he's always been pretty good. What I look at with Gallen is I look at, like, these final 10 starts of the season, can he get back on track? He's had a lot of problems pitching out of the stretch with runners on base. He's really good when runners aren't on base. He's really good when the bases are empty and he can be in his regular windup. Out of the stretch, he's really struggled. So I'd like to see him get back. He does have 3 quality starts in his last 6. So it's really for him, it's about continue to pitch well, try to give you 6 innings, under 3 runs. If he could do that, I think he's got a chance, because there's still a chance for him to prove to these other teams that he's worthy of. He's never going to make the big money like Boris wanted him to.
No.
But he still might be able to do better than what a qualifying offer of $22 million is.
Yep.
So for him, I think that's what he's pitching for. He's pitching for do I take the qualifying offer of $22 million, or can I do something where somebody gives me 2 or 3 years and a decent amount of money? You may not get the 4 or 5 year deal. You may not hit the big home run, because overall it's going to be really, really hard to put together a good season. But if he puts together a strong 10 games, I think there's a chance here that he might be able to do better than a qualifying offer.
Yeah, and if he does, he's gone. And you brought up the interesting kind of what if you're a Diamondbacks fan, do you want him to do just mediocre enough over these last 10 starts so you can just bring him back on a 1-year deal? I'm not going to sit here and say the Diamondbacks don't need Zach Gallen next year. That there hasn't been a part of me that has thought, hey, wouldn't it be cool if Zach Gallen did come back on a 1-year qualifying offer, given the injuries they've got in their rotation, and him coming back and reestablishing some value? I could never not root for Zach Gallen. Like, I want Zach Gallen to do well.
I agree.
And I want Zach Gallen to do, and if that means he leaves, then he leaves. I just can't sit here and say, man, if he just pitches poorly enough, maybe the Diamondbacks can get him back on a 1-year deal. I can't bring myself to think that way about him. I want him to get right for him. Even if it's not for us, even if it's for somebody else, I want Zach Gallen to get right, because it's just not right watching Zach Gallen he's got one of the worst ERAs in baseball among starters. It's just not right to watch him like this.
No, and you go back to early in the season, the starts against the Yankees, the starts against the Mets. I mean, there was some dominant starts for Zach Gallen this year, and you're like, okay, like, it's there. Like, it's there. It's not like he's just been a total disaster all year. He's had some incredible starts that just blow you away. And you're like, oh, God, wow, that's terrific. But, he's been good. He's been good in some of his last few starts. And to me, the quality starts are important. And this stretch down, like Colorado. Okay, yeah, you're going up against a guy who's terrible. You should be able to win this game. They're not a very good team. They've been getting their brains beat in lately. So I would like to see Gallen finish strong. At least make it interesting. I agree. I can't root against Gallen either. I would like him back next year. And to be honest with you, the best way for Gallen to come back next year is he continues to be a mediocre pitcher, and nobody wants to sign him to anything more than a 1-year deal.
But that makes me want him less. You know, like that makes me.
Unless you believe that this is just a bad year altogether and he'll get back on track.
Yeah, and if you, then I guess that would be something. But I just can't bring myself to root for that. Back when we were keeping track of wins and losses, and wins and losses that you know games that they won but should have lost, games that they lost but should have won, things like that. One of those starts was against the Rockies. I'll never forget it, where it's just like, how is Zach Gallen losing? And I think that was the game, if I remember right, that was the game they had a big lead late, and they lost it at home to the Rockies, which is just insane. Look, I said this earlier in the show. I'll say it again. I believe it. This is gonna induce some eye rolling among people who are Diamondback fans. Okay, I get it. They're 9 games out of the last wild card spot. I don't have my head buried in the sand here. But 7 of your next 10 games are against this awful baseball team in Colorado. Okay? And I know we've gone through the deal where we've said, oh, this is an important stretch of the schedule because it's so easy, they got to take advantage, and they've never been able to do that. I get that too. I do wonder if at the end of these 10 games, when they've played the Rockies 7 times, have they been able to put themselves in a position to at least be a little bit more interesting and relevant over the last month and a half of the season? I'm not saying back in it. You know what I mean? Like I'm saying, like right now they're 9 games out. No one expects them to be back in it. Can they get themselves a little bit closer over these next 10 days that makes it a little more relevant and a little more interesting to see if they can make a push?
Does it matter if they finish 5 games out or 4 or 5 games out of a wild card compared to 8 or 9?
It might matter for Torrey. I don't know if you agree with that, but it might matter for Torrey. If they can
make a dent in it,
a better brand of baseball over these last 40 whatever games it is, if they can play a better brand of baseball, does it matter to now? I know a lot of fans don't want Torrey Lovullo back, so maybe that wouldn't be something anybody would root for, or at least those who want to see Torrey gone. But it might very much matter to Torrey Lovullo if they finish the season and they're 4 games out of the last wild card spot. Maybe that changes things for him.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, a lot of people think Torrey is managing for his job right now and that all of these games really matter for him. Some people think that this decision should be made already. And I think a lot of people are leaning towards let's make a change. Ken Kendrick's been very loyal. Derek Hall's been very loyal to these guys. So I don't know. I don't know for sure if they've made up their mind. I would think that they have not made up their mind yet. That's what I would think.
I would tend to agree with you that they're still looking to gather some evidence and see what they want to do. When we come back here on the Burns and Gambo Show on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader, we probably won't see a lot, if any, of James Conner tomorrow night. We might see enough of Trey Benson. Can Trey Benson make a push and cut into James Conner's carries in 2025? We'll talk about that coming up on the Burns and Gambo Show.
The Train Teddy Bear Express gets rolling at Phoenix Children's for Giveathon beginning August 18th. Keep listening for ways you can make a difference for kids and families. The Giveathon is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Y-Refi.
Firm of Berg Simpson, and the mistake my wife and I made many years ago. We were T-boned by another driver at an intersection. The accident was not our fault at all, and that was probably where our mistake was made. We thought because the accident wasn't our fault, that everything that we needed to get taken care of, all of the medical, our vehicles, all of that stuff, we thought it wasn't our fault. We're going to be fine. Man, it was such hard work, and it was so many phone calls, and it was chasing so many stuff down to the point where at one point my wife and I said, we are not getting what we deserve out of this. Like, we deserve better than this. That's where Berg Simpson comes in. I hope you're not in that same situation that we were in, but if you are, Berg Simpson is the best team you can hire to represent you. So if you are in that situation, go with their experience, go with their know-how, go with the fact that they've got some of the best lawyers in America on their roster. If you're ever in need, let the best team represent you. Call 602-777-7000. That's 602-777-7000. Or visit them at bergsimpson.com. Berg Simpson, good lawyers, changing lives.
Americans may not agree on much, but we agree on Social Security. We all pay in. It ought to be there when we need it. Social Security could face a funding gap in less than a decade, and I don't want to see a pay cut. I'm with AARP in the fight to protect the Social Security we earned.
Pledge to protect Social Security at aarp.org/weearnedit. That's aarp.org/weearnedit. Paid for by AARP.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb. At least 24 people have died and many more injured because their airbags fired shrapnel at them upon inflating. Tens of millions of cars have been recalled. If you suffered cuts that required stitches, hearing or vision loss, or broken bones, please contact us today. You could be owed money for medical bills and other damages.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
At Cox, we're always a step ahead, like your dog who barks before the doorbell rings. Senses trouble before there's trouble, like advanced security that blocks online threats before they happen and knows when the peanut butter's hiding medicine. That's why we keep surprises off your bill. With Price Lock, the price of your internet and mobile plan won't go up for up to 3 years guaranteed. Right, Sir Berkalot? Cox, a step ahead. Requires at least 500 megabits per second speeds and gig unlimited mobile taxes and fees excluded from Price Lock. Mobile data speeds reduce after 20 gigs.
Oh, hey.
Hey, thanks for meeting me here on such short notice. This place isn't bugged, is it?
Bugged? Wait, Jamie, what's going on?
It's just, you're my only lawyer friend, and I need your professional opinion. Do you see that brand new Hyundai Tucson out there?
Yeah?
That's all I paid for it.
I think I need to get back to you on that.
Do you know what you want?
Yeah, I do now.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. Get the car or SUV you've always wanted, plus America's best warranty at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. The guilt is real, but so is the savings.
Listen, I don't want to get in your business, but if that's all she paid for it, I'll have what she's having.
It's a great day for a new Hyundai at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event going on now. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Palisade, Santa Fe, and Santa Fe hybrid models. And check out our other great deals at your Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends September 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
The hot summer months are here, and here comes the monsoons. Both of them do a lot of damage to the roofs. If you're a homeowner out there in the Phoenix metropolitan area, anywhere in Arizona, in the valley, the heat, the 110, 115-degree weather, it does a lot of damage to your roof. So does overgrown trees that are peeling apart some of your tiles. And when the monsoons come, could lead to a lot of damage if your roof is not in working condition. We're talking about insurance claims, drywall, paint, flooring, baseboard damage if your roof is not ready for the monsoon season. That's why I want you to call JLC Roofing, a roofer-owned roofing company right here in Arizona. 3 generations of roofers right in the family, going back many years from the grandfather to the father to the son. They offer free estimates. Get your roof checked out right now. Get a free estimate. You might just need a simple repair. Call them at 602-ROOFING. That's 602-ROOFING. Or go online at jlcroof.com.
I'm Mitch Varel. With Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Just 30 minutes left in our fantasy football frenzy here at the DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale. If you want to swing by and say hi, you've literally got 30 minutes because a lot of us are getting out of here as soon as it hits 6 o'clock. But we're almost done with our draft. We've almost made it. I think we're in round 13 now. We are cooking. Burns & Gambo League is ready to roll as we're wrapping up here at the TPC Scottsdale DraftKings Sportsbook. Diamondbacks have a 3-game series against the Rockies. That starts tonight at Chase Field. You got Zach Gallen on the mound looking to exercise some Rockies-related demons. I don't think I've ever said that before. He's going to go against the left-hander Austin Gomber. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6 right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And then tomorrow, it's our first look at the 2025-26 Arizona Cardinals. First preseason game tomorrow at State Farm Stadium, taking on the AFC champion, not Super Bowl champion, Kansas City Chiefs. Pre-game coverage starts at 1:30 with kickoff at 5. You can listen to it right here on the home of the Cardinals, Arizona Sports 98.7 FM. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
What's on tonight? The games that we're going to watch this evening, and it is brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Diamondbacks baseball is on tonight, taking on the Colorado Rockies. That game starts at 6:40. We also have NFL preseason action tonight. Let's see what we've got going on there with the old scoreboard.
Apparently, Deion Sanders is playing well.
Let's see. Let's look. He's 11 of 18
against the first-team defense in
for
Carolina.
103 yards and 2 touchdowns.
Yeah.
Look at that.
He's had a good game.
Look at that. You going to draft him?
No. I've got my 2 quarterbacks.
Do you? Me too.
I got Lamar Jackson and C.J. Stroud.
Baker Mayfield and J.J. McCarthy.
Okay.
I'm not. But I don't love quarterbacks in the fantasy draft. Like, I want as many running backs and wide receivers as I can possibly get, and then the quarterbacks I'll worry about later. There are 3 NFL games on in the preseason tonight. The Falcons and the Lions, that game is at halftime. Atlanta's up 10-7. Browns-Panthers, as I mentioned, that game is 14-7 at half. That one's on NFL Network. The Patriots are taking it to the Commanders, 20-0.
Taking it to the street
is the score in that one, and those are the only 3 NFL games on tonight. And then let's make sure that, the Mercury are in action tonight. That's it. That's what's on tonight. Games that we're going to watch this evening. Tomorrow, Cardinals preseason game number 1. Tomorrow also, if you're heading up to Camp T, the scrimmage for ASU football, then they'll break camp up there and on their way home. I heard Kenny Dillingham talking about it today, about how it's going to be a full, live, tackle to the ground kind of scrimmage going on up there.
How long's it been since you've been at Camp T? I'm going to say 20 years for me.
Okay, I know this. Oh, my God, has it been that long?
I think it's been 20 years. I would love to see what it looks like now compared to what it used to be.
The last time I went to Camp T, Arizona was the year I was the sideline reporter for ASU football. It was Dirk Cutter's year. It was one of Dirk Cutter's years. And actually, this is why I don't mind Dirk Cutter the way you hate him.
Yeah, I hate him.
Like I met with him up there, and we kind of talked about how it's going to go and when I can come up and talk to him on the sideline, because I was the sideline reporter at ASU football. And he was always good to me. He's like, I understand you have a job to do. This is when you can come talk to me. This is how it's going to go. This is your window, and just come look for me. I'm like, okay, fine. And he was great with me. He was always really good with me. So I never had the problem with Dirk. That was the Andrew Walter year. I was lucky enough to be the sideline reporter for ASU football during the Andrew Walter breakout year when he was great. That was the last time I was there. So that was, the 2002 season? So you're talking 20-plus years?
Okay, that's probably about the time I was there.
That's the last time I've been a kid. And
I don't even know what – I don't even – like I said, it's probably changed so much, the money they put into it.
I'd love to know how much it's changed. Because I bet there's some of it that hasn't changed. That's exactly the same as it was when we were there 20 years ago.
They had to do something because of all the rain, because there was so many practices that got canceled because the rain would just drench everything. And
I know they put in a turf field. I know they did.
Okay,
they took out the grass field. They put in
Right.
a turf field a few years ago, probably more than that actually. I don't know. I'd like to get back up there and see it one of these days. I'd like to get back there and check it out. It'd be kind of fun. Cardinals preseason tomorrow. It's one of the top things we're going to be talking about on Monday, in addition to whatever's going on with ASU and the scrimmage in terms of how that goes. But the preseason game will be one of our top stories when we're in here on Monday, talking about what we've seen. We're not expecting a ton out of the starters, obviously. I do wonder how much Trey Benson will play, because he's not a starter. And he's not being asked to be a starter, but I think he's also got a clearly defined role on this team, and I don't think he needs to go out and have a great preseason to establish his role on this team. I wonder if he's going to play almost like a starter would. He'll come in, get a few carries, get loose a little bit, and that'll be it, because he's not trying to win a job. We all know he's going to be the backup running back.
I think out of all the starters, the first guy that comes off and doesn't play a whole lot is James Conner. And then I think the rest of the carries go with Trey, to the point where when Jacoby Brissett comes in, I think it could still be Trey.
You think so?
Yeah.
So you could see Trey Benson
I could see James
get
starting.
a little bit of run.
James starting, get 3 carries, take him off. Trey plays. First team offense comes off. Trey stays with the second unit for a series.
Yeah. By all accounts, he's had a very good camp. James Conner himself called Trey Benson a running back 1. Now, we all know James Conner is the man on this team, and James Conner is going to, as he should, he's going to get a ton of carries. He's going to get a ton of touches. But as we talked about earlier in the show, I think one of the things to watch this season is going to be how much can Trey Benson cut into James Conner's workload. Not because James Conner is faltering, but because Trey Benson is just so good, he demands touches. You know, like his play just...
What percentage of the reps did he get last year? It was so little.
It was like 68 to 13, I think was the number. I have to look to be sure.
Okay.
It's in my notes.
I'm going to go. I think he gets at least 25. I think 25%.
You think so?
I think because I still think Connor's so good, and that I don't think it gets close to 50-50. I still think it's very dominant by James Conner.
Okay. James Conner saw just over 50% of Arizona's carries last year compared to Benson's mark, about 13. Snap count, it was like 60 to 17 when it was all said and done. So it was heavy James Conner. And even then, like even if Trey...
You talk. I'm going to go make my pick real quick.
Yeah, you go make your pick. You're fine. Even if Trey Benson cuts into it, is it any more than 70-30? Is it any more than 60-40? I just know this. I know that if we're counting on second-year players kind of making that leap, and Trey Benson is in that group of second-year players that can make that leap, this could be a big year for him. Because at some point, look, I know James Conner, it's amazing. He's on his third contract with the Cardinals. It's ridiculous. I never would have thought that was possible for a running back in today's day and age at that age. But he's played so well, he's earned it. At some point, James Conner is going to start showing his age. And when it does, you need to have your
guy ready.
Succession plan ready. We all know it's Trey Benson. We all look. Cardinals, they could have drafted a running back this year. It was a very deep draft for running back. They didn't. They had a lot of belief in Trey Benson making that leap. And this is the year he kind of, I don't think it's ever going to be like a 50-50 split. Is it my pick? Am I up? Okay.
I took Hunter Henry. I needed another tight end. So he had 66 catches last year. He's always been a guy that can, get you 50 to 60 catches. So I went with Hunter Henry to back up Mark Andrews.
Okay. I am going to take – I'm just looking here at this list and trying to figure out what I'm going to do. Why don't you – I need a kicker. So why don't you get me Tyler Bass of Buffalo, please. Tyler Bass of Buffalo. I need a kicker. I didn't have one yet.
Oh, okay. I got Harrison Butker.
I take those kickers at the very end.
Yeah, you don't care about kickers.
The defenses at the very end. All that stuff when it's all
kickers don't make much of a difference.
They're all about the same. For the most part, they all. If you look at like
at the end of the year, they all have similar numbers.
Point totals, they're all about the same.
Yeah.
So that to me is I get one because I need one. Okay, a little. Are you going to draft two defenses or just one? I'm just curious.
I don't know.
Don't know? Okay.
Why?
I only draft one.
And then
because a lot of times I want to be able to pick one up because of a matchup.
Yeah.
Like if there's a defense that's available,
right,
I'll pick them up and start them because they're going up against take the worst offensive team in the NFL, and I got the defense that's going up against them. I'll start them and then drop them. So
gotcha, makes sense.
Yeah. So Trey Benson, something to watch. We talked about other players that we're going to be watching on Saturday. We're going to be watching Michael Wilson, I think, a lot. Baron Browning is somebody I think to watch. Who else did we talk about? Darius Robinson is someone to watch in that game, I think, to keep an eye on to see how they do. Am I up again?
You are up again.
Jeez. Really? Man, we are flying right now.
Are there only two rounds left?
Oh, wait, hold on. All right, I'm just curious. He probably already went, but just in case, I'm gonna ask the question. Has anybody taken? Hold on, I'm pulling up the name right now. Has anybody taken Torrey Horton?
Me.
Oh, you son of a gun! Go you, Gambo. Bravo.
I took him.
That
was my own pick too. That was my own pick.
Was that your own?
Yeah,
pick?
like a lot of 5 or 6 of these picks have been mine. The rest have been my guy who's been helping me.
Yeah. Tyler Algier, please. Tyler Algier at running back. At this point, you're just drafting junk.
I know.
You're just filling out a roster, right? Like, I don't know.
Guys you're going to end up cutting.
Yeah, I mean, totally. Yeah, at this point, you are just drafting guys you're going to end up cutting.
Right.
When it's all said and done. I think your pick is going to come up during the commercial break. So I'll tell you what, we're going to take a break. When we come back, D-backs on deck is next. We will preview tonight's game between the D-backs and the Rockies, and that is coming up here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
They need Kyler Murray to be content with doing all the boring stuff 100% perfectly in the high leverage situations. Because that is the lesson of Tom Brady. When you think of Tom Brady, do you think of spectacular plays? No. You think of him consistently getting the ball to the open guy in the big situations.
Doing the right thing.
Doing the right thing. And that's where Kyler Murray struggles. So if you can teach boring, if you can infuse boring into someone's game, that's what I think the Cardinals are looking for. Boring in the name of consistency.
I mean, if they're looking for boring, they should hire Luke Lipinski as the offensive coordinator.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and Arizona summers are no joke, and if your AC's not cutting it, that heat can be dangerous. That's why Parker & Sons and Goodman are giving away a brand new air conditioner installed for free to a local senior in need. So if you know someone on a fixed income who could use it, a grandparent, a neighbor, nominate them now at parkerandsons.com. The deadline is August 15th, and if your AC is struggling, call Parker at 602-2REPAIR.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort, offering small ship experiences with a shore excursion included in every port and programs designed for cultural enrichment. Discover more at Viking.com. That's Viking.com.
This is Greg Hagan. I want to put cash in your pocket. Do you care about getting the most for your home? Thousands of extra dollars in your pocket. Tens of thousands more. But what if you're currently trying to sell your home and it's sitting unsold? Your home is worth a lot more than you think. Want more for your home? More. More money. More money for your home. Hands down, you'll get a higher price for your home at 72sold.com.
Snack time was already a thing. Sonic just made it official with Dollar Snacky Hour. And to make it really official, I'll read off this fancy scroll. Anyone who visits Sonic's Snacky Hour will get $1 corn dogs, $1 mozzarella sticks, and $1 soft pretzel twists. And now to make it really, really official, I'll chisel into stone that you can also redeem half-price drink rewards in the Sonic app. Sonic Snacky Hour, 2 to 5 p.m. every day. Live free, eat Sonic.
Tax not included. Exclusions apply. Limited time offer at participating locations.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, Liberty GMC is known for a hassle-free experience. What makes you a customer favorite?
What's up, Dave? We know people are busy. That's why our service department stays open late. Drop off by 8 p.m. and you're back on the road the next day. Plus, buy 3 tires, get the 4th for just $1 all year long. And right now, take $12,500 off a new 2025 Sierra 1500.
Convenient service and big savings. Visit Liberty GMC or shop online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco or your local Bashes.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. We're checking in on the Diamondbacks as they warm up for the game's first pitch. D-Backs on Deck, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. And by 72 Sold. 72 Sold. Get a higher price for your home.
Diamondbacks baseball is coming up next here on Arizona Sports as they take on the Colorado Rockies tonight at Chase Field for the first of three. This is D-Backs on Deck. It is our preview of tonight's game between the D-Backs and the Rockies. And your pitching matchup today is brought to you by the Window Depot. More than a window store. Visit one of their 4 Valley locations where you can find everything you need for your home remodel. For the Arizona Diamondbacks, as we've talked a lot about today, Gambo, it's going to be Zach Gallen who is getting the start tonight. The right-hander for Arizona is 8-12 with a 5.48 ERA. He is opposed by lefty Austin Gomber, the 31-year-old, looking for his first win on the season. He's 0-5. He has a 6.18 ERA.
Yeah, Gomber was the losing pitcher when the Diamondbacks won 14-8 on June 20th. The D-backs got him for 12 hits and 9 runs. He didn't even get out of the 5th inning. Overall, in 15 appearances against the Diamondbacks, he is 3-2 with an ERA of 6.53.
Zach Gallen, in 2 starts against the Colorado Rockies this year, has thrown 10 innings, 18 hits, 13 earned runs, 6 home runs allowed against the Rockies, and remarkably is 1-0. He's got an 11.70 ERA and a 2.10 whip against the Rockies this year. They have taken him to town.
Yeah, but overall, like we've said in the past, he's 8-1 against them with a 3.53 ERA and 17 career starts. So he's overall had a really good career against the Rockies. So we'll see. I mean, there's some guys that have had some success against them. Tovar 6 for 10. He's got a home run against them. But Gallen's usually pretty good against the Rockies. He has pitched better as of late. He's had a few 3 quality starts in his last 6. So, and then this is the last start before he's going to face Merrill Kelly.
Yeah,
his next time out will be a matchup
pitching
against
in that
Kelly.
game right over there.
He's pitching right now.
Third monitor to the right.
Oh, what's the score in that one?
It's a 1-1 game in the 2nd inning right now between the Phillies and the Rangers.
Okay.
With Merrill Kelly on the bump right now for Texas. So weird seeing him in that uniform for sure. Yeah, next Wednesday it's going to be Merrill Kelly versus Zach Gallen. And that game's in Texas, I believe. That game's not here. It's in Texas. So, and we're going to be on right after that to kind of react to Zach Gallen versus Merrill Kelly. So that should be a lot of fun. Today's injury report is brought to you by the Barrow Neurological Institute. Learn more at barrowneuro.org. We got a little bit of an update on some of the Diamondbacks injured players today. 2 in particular. Pavin Smith, with his oblique strain, has been playing in camp games. He's going to head to AAA Reno on August 12th. Today's the 8th.
Okay.
So here in about 4 days, he's headed to AAA Reno. Same for second baseman Ildemaro Vargas, who has that foot injury. He's been playing in camp games as well. He's going to head to AAA Reno on the same day, August 12th. Gabriel Moreno is starting to play in some camp games at the team's spring training facility. So those 3 guys maybe getting close to a return or closer to a return. Jordan Lawler is getting close to returning to AAA Reno as well. So perhaps once he gets there and gets his feet wet, you might see a Jordan Lawler appearance in the bigs, and then that is where things get really interesting when he comes back.
Yeah, because nothing against Blaze Alexander. I like him. I mean, he could be a good utility player. We got to see if Lawler's the guy or not. Got to see if Lawler's the guy. Like, he's got to get himself 30-plus games to just play every single day so we can see.
Yeah. It sounds like get some at-bats in Reno and start playing baseball, but Torey Lovello said today that it could be a relatively short time after that he would be back here and getting his playing time. So some of the injured players for the Diamondbacks could potentially be on their way back. As we mentioned, 7 of their next 10 games are going to be against these Rockies. Now, no one's trying to sit here and convince you that the Diamondbacks are going to get back in this thing because they got a long, long way to go. The Rockies are a historically bad baseball team. They've got a run differential so far of minus 316. The next closest team in the majors is at minus 148. I mean, it has been a historically awful season for Colorado so far
What,
this
they
year.
lose 20-1?
Yeah. They're outscored.
They lost the game 20-1.
45-6 in the 3-game series against the Toronto Blue Jays.
Yeah.
45-6.
Yeah, they've had some historic losses. They're a historically bad team. They've been humiliated, embarrassed. For the sake of the Rockies and the division, man, this should humiliate them to the point where they actually figure something out and try to be more competitive last year. You can't get your brains beat in the way they have.
Yeah, the MLB standings, they're brought to you by Liberty GMC. Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less. I mentioned the standings for the Diamondbacks. 54-61 going into this game. 12 games back of the LA Dodgers for first. If you're still keeping track of the wild card race, Diamondbacks right now are 9 games out of the last wild card spot behind the New York Mets, with the Miami Marlins, St. Louis Cardinals, San Francisco Giants, and Cincinnati Reds all in front of them. So the Diamondbacks still have a long, long way to go to try to figure this one out. Gambo, I hope, has a key.
I found one.
Oh,
yeah.
good.
I found one.
He's got a key to tonight's game for you.
Listen, man, I need you to be the key master. I am the key master.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. D-backs keys to the game. Brought to you by G2G Protein Bars. Real food, real fuel, ridiculously good.
When I look at Austin Gomber, they, again, lost to the Diamondbacks 14-8 on June 20th, 12 hits, 9 runs, and 4 2/3 innings that he gave up. He's overall 3-2 with a 6.53 ERA against the Diamondbacks in 15 appearances. There is one Diamondback player that has had a lot of success against him, and that's Ketel Marte. Ketel Marte has 3 home runs in his career against him in just 26 at-bats. 10 for 26 overall with 3 home runs against him. So that's, 1 home run every 8.7 at-bats against him. So Ketel Marte against Austin Gomber, to me, that'll be the key to this game tonight.
Okay, the game starts at 6:40. You'll hear it here on Arizona Sports. Tomorrow, it's going to be preseason game number 1 for the Cardinals. That game starts at 5. We're going to be back on Monday at straight up 2 o'clock with a complete recap of everything that happens this weekend at the Diamondbacks, with obviously a recap of what happens with the Cardinals in their preseason game, ASU football and their big scrimmage coming up tomorrow at Camp T. Should be a busy day. Want to thank everybody here at DraftKings Sportsbook at the TPC of Scottsdale, taking really good care of us. Congratulations to all of our listeners who got to draft teams against us. It was a whole lot of fun. That's going to do it for us. We're out of here. We'll see you Monday, straight up 2 o'clock here on Burns and Gambo.
Have a great night, everyone.
You're still here? It's over. Go home. Go.
You've been listening to D-backs on Deck. Brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. And by 72 Sold. 72 Sold. Get a higher price for your home.
Get ready. Giveathon week runs August 18th through the 22nd.
Benefiting Phoenix Children's. Giveathon! Presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Rye Refi.